start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Apology, Beast Tamer Su Family. What's the gift? In the hall, everyone present was slightly surprised when they heard the words of the Jin family ancestor. The Jin family ancestor's visit today has already surprised everyone present and felt that it was meaningful. Now a gift is presented, and Lu Changsheng is asked to open it on the spot. There is definitely something wrong. Is there any murderous intention hidden in this gift? Someone in the field secretly guessed. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, there are countless means of murderous intentions, and even a foundation-building cultivator may fall into it accidentally. But he immediately rejected this guess. This is Qingzhu Mountain. If this Jin family ancestor really dares to do this, it will be completely torn apart with Qingzhu Mountain. Even if it is not Lu Changsheng, once the Qingzhu Mountain formation is activated, I am afraid that he himself will not feel good, and he will lose a layer of skin if he does not die. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Changsheng, wanting to know what he would do and how he would respond. Red Lotus. Lu Changsheng also wanted to know what tricks the Jin family ancestor was playing at this time. He asked about the Red Lotus and the ancient beast-controlling talisman in his sleeves. Although Honglian only had his soul, his consciousness was very sharp and could see through many things that he could not see. At the same time, he secretly communicated with Zumi. If this old man dared to have any bad intentions, he would directly activate the formation to suppress him. Young master, it seems that there is some kind of natural treasure inside, and there is no prohibition. Honglian's voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Treasure. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he heard it. He thought, is this old man really here to give a gift? After confirming that Zumi had been sensing from a distance at Bian Peak and locked here, he laughed out loud and said, "Oh, it seems that the gift from Ancestor Jin is extraordinary. In this case, Lu will open it on the spot to have a look." Lu Changsheng said so. While speaking, he gently stroked the jade box, causing it to open by itself, and the things inside appeared. This is a black, walnut-sized, bright and hazy diamond-shaped crystal. The crystal seemed to have life, and water flowed automatically with every breath, and a chill was permeated. What? This is. Suddenly, everyone in the hall looked at the crystal in the jade box. Several foundation-building cultivators were moved, and looked at the crystal with greedy eyes. Young master, this is Zhuangshu Hanjing, a spiritual object for forming a pill. It can almost increase the probability of forming a half-formed pill, and can also be used to refine a true pill. Honglian seemed to be worried that Lu Changsheng would not recognize this crystal, and sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng. A spiritual object for forming a pill, Zhuangshu Hanjing. Lu Changsheng looked at the jade box in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that this old bitch would actually come to his door to give a gift. And he also gave such a valuable gift. A spiritual object for forming a pill. Over the years, he began to collect spiritual objects for forming a pill from outside, and only then did he know how precious and rare this thing is. In the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, ordinary cultivators still have hope of obtaining foundation-building pills, and there are some on the market. But it is almost impossible for the condensed crystal pills that assist in forming a pill to appear on the market. Even if by chance, the materials for refining the condensed crystal pill are gathered together. But except for the elders of several major immortal gates, the immortal city, and the guest officials, no one can refine the crystal condensing pill. That's why there are so few independent cultivators and families in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world who can form a pill. It's too difficult for independent cultivators to form a pill. They can only travel around the countries to find opportunities, or use the spirit objects of the condensed pill to gain the tiny probability of forming a pill. This also makes the spirit objects that can increase the probability of forming a pill rare and expensive. Many independent cultivators and family forces will almost pay any price for the spirit objects of the condensed pill. After all, once you break through the condensed pill, you will live for 500 years and can be called the ancestor of the clan. This gift from Ancestor Jin is really too precious. Lu Changsheng looked at the ancestor of the Jin family and said calmly. For a moment, I didn't understand why the other party gave such a gift. What was the purpose? Haha, this gift is not only to congratulate Master Lu, but also to apologize to Master Lu for the White Tiger Mountain incident. The ancestor of the Jin family took a sip of the wine pot and said, "My Jin family is not aware of the White Tiger Mountain incident. It was my useless younger generation that caused the conflict between our two families. So I brought him here this time to let him apologize to Master Lu in person, hoping to resolve the grievances between the two families," the ancestor of the Jin family said in a loud voice. While speaking, he looked at Jin Zuin on the side and said, "Why don't you apologize to Master Lu?" Hiss. 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 Everyone in the field was shocked and stunned at this moment. I never expected that the ancestor of the Jin family came here not to get back the place. Instead, he came to apologize. Not only did he send the extremely precious Qingzhu spiritual object, but he also asked the Jin family's eldest elder Jin Zuin to apologize to Lu Changsheng in person. This is simply unbelievable. You know, as the great elder of the Jin family, Jin Zuin is a cultivator who is expected to form a golden elixir in the future, and his status is higher than that of almost all the cultivators present. But such a person now came to apologize to Lu Changsheng. Could it be that the combined strength of the Lu couple is comparable to the fake elixir, and with Lu Changsheng's talisman formation, it is enough to kill the fake elixir? Real person is not a rumor, but a fact, so this Jin patriarch brought Jin Zuin to apologize. The Lu family of Bihu Mountain, the Lu couple. It seems that the threat of Bihu Mountain is probably greater than that of Jinlong Ridge. Before, I thought that as long as the Lu couple was separated and one of them was killed, the crisis would be resolved, but if the rumors are true, the Lu couple is probably much more threatening than Jinlong Ridge. If this is a few decades later, the Lu couple broke through the late stage of foundation building, I'm afraid they will be comparable to forming a golden elixir. At this moment, all the cultivators in the field were shocked and speculated. However, some cultivators who knew the inside story, such as Ling Zixio, roughly guessed the purpose of the Jin family. This is to praise to death, to praise Lu Changsheng and Bihu Mountain completely, to praise them highly, to confirm the rumors from the outside world. Even if it cannot be confirmed, based on today's events, the outside world's attention to Bihu Mountain will probably be raised to another level. Master Lu, I was wrong about the previous incident at Bihu Mountain. I was greedy because of the benefits given by the Zhao family. Please forgive me, Master Lu. Jin Zhu suppressed his anger and bowed to Lu Changsheng. If it weren't for his ancestor coming out of retreat, he would have severely criticized him. With his arrogant temperament, he would never let go of his face to apologize to others. But he understood that the ancestor was doing this for his own good. He had a smooth life in the first half of his life, which led to his arrogant personality. He was defeated by Lu Changsheng before, and he would definitely not be able to get over the hurdle in his heart, which would affect the formation of the elixir. In this case, only by facing the heart and breaking it down can we break through the state of mind and break through the elixir in the future. In this way, we can also get back our natal spirit weapon from Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, the lack of this life-defining spiritual tool will affect his chances of breaking through the Jinden stage in the future. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene and said nothing. He probably knew what the Jin family was up to. Many rumors about him in the outside world before were probably from the Jin family. Now that the other party has sent this Jinden spiritual object, I am afraid that they want to use this method to further lift themselves up and confirm the rumors. And tell the outside world that he, Lu Changsheng, has a Jinden spiritual object in his hand, which has caused other casual cultivators and family forces to covet it. Secondly, it is Jin Zuin's apology. As long as he agrees, he will naturally return the other party's life-defining spiritual tool that he has taken away. In this kind of occasion, in this kind of posture, if he, Lu, does not make peace and does not return the spiritual tool, it would make him look petty, vindictive, and not giving face to the Jin family. He does not even give face to the fake ancestor. What will other family forces think if they know about this? I am afraid that if other fake damn families know about it, they will think that he, Lu Changsheng, is arrogant and presumptuous. Overt conspiracy. This is a naked conspiracy. This conspiracy is really a bit big. He actually spent a Jinden spiritual object to make Jin Zuin apologize in person. Unless the other party thinks that he dare not accept this Jinden spiritual object, he took the initiative to show weakness. But facing such a posture, even if he doesn't accept it, but the other party looks like he is sincerely apologizing, he will return this life spirit weapon. Sure enough, the old ginger is still spicy. This Jin family ancestor wants to use this method to further make my Qingzhu Mountain stand out and help his Jinlong Ridge attract surrounding firepower. Pay attention. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. If his family is really an ordinary foundation-building family, he would really be worried about this situation. But when he took action against Qingzhu, he considered the consequences. Even if a tree attracts the wind, so what? If there are really blind people who dare to come and make trouble, he will do it like when facing Qingzhu, and knock the mountain to shock the tiger, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and directly sit on the talisman formation to kill the fake Dan. After all, sometimes a name is not a completely bad thing. With such a reputation, other families would be afraid and would not dare to have any malicious thoughts. Like his reputation in the early years, he was still worried about attracting others' covetousness. But now, with this reputation, how many people dare to covet it? It is enough to deter most of the villains and allow the family to develop steadily. Moreover, if the family is strong but not bullying, powerful but not domineering, it can develop the family steadily, and also show the family's demeanor and lay the foundation for the reputation in the future. Haha, Ancestor Jin is really too polite. It was originally a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as it's explained. Originally, Lu was thinking about visiting and explaining the matter after he was done. I didn't expect Ancestor Jin to come here on his own initiative. He is indeed a real person, open-minded and generous. Lu Changsheng said politely. While speaking, he naturally put the Zhuang Shuhanjing into the stored ring. Then he took out a golden weapon that looked like a spear or a knife, and said, Brother Jin left in a hurry that day and forgot to take this weapon. Today I will return it to its original owner. Since the other party was like this, Lu Changsheng told others openly that he not only defeated Qingzhu, the great elder of the Jin family, but also took away the other party's natal spiritual weapon. Hiss, this seems to be the life spirit weapon of the great elder of the Jin family, the golden dragon square sky chisel. I didn't expect that the life spirit weapon was taken away by Master Lu. No wonder the Jin ancestor brought the golden chisel to apologize. The life spirit weapon is connected to life. Once lost, it will take many years to nourish it again, which will delay his breakthrough to the core. But Master Lu is really generous. Although the Jin family is polite, they are smiling with a knife, but he took out this life spirit weapon neatly and generously. It is said that Lu Changsheng is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Now it seems that he is indeed upright. I will not offend others if others do not offend me. As long as we do not offend Qingzhu Mountain, we think we can live in peace. Everyone in the hall looked at this scene and calculated secretly. However, there were also a few people whose minds were still on the core spirit object that Lu Changsheng had just put into the storage bag. This Lu Changsheng is really not simple. He is really confident, or... The ancestor of the Jin family saw Lu Changsheng put away his giant spiritual object with a calm expression, and then took out the Jinlong Fang Xianzu. He paused in his heart, somewhat unexpectedly. After all, Lu Changsheng took out this spiritual weapon on his own initiative, which showed that he saw through his thoughts. But in this case, he still dared to accept his own giant spiritual object. He didn't think much, and snorted at Qingzhu and said, Qingzhu, why don't you thank Master Lu Shan? Thank you Master Lu Shan. Qingzhu said aloud, but there was no sincerity in his voice, and his behavior was immediately judged by Lu Changsheng. However, most people in the field could guess why Qingzhu is like this. Because there is no need to think about it, this giant and spiritual object is most likely prepared by the Jin family for Qingzhu. It's a ghost that he can be in a good mood at this time. Haha, fellow Taoist Jin is polite. Lu Changsheng smiled and didn't care about the other party's attitude. After all, it's just a jumping clown. He looked at the people in the field and laughed. Come on, everyone, continue drinking. The hall was filled with people toasting and drinking. During the intermission, the groom, Lu Changsheng, walked out of the hall with a wineglass and toasted the guests inside and outside the villa. During this process, 1,000 charming women looked at Lu Liaozhu. Their eyes were as charming as silk, almost dripping with water. Faced with this, Lu Changsheng shook his head secretly. He thought that sometimes too much charm is also a kind of trouble. He did not make any statement. After all, although he, Lu, took concubines for a purpose, he would still spend a certain amount of time accompanying and taking responsibility. Now the 15 concubines have taken up a lot of his time and energy. Moreover, with so many women in the field, he did not know the family situation and the spiritual root talent. As for beauty alone, it is already difficult for Lu Liaozhu, who has been through thousands of sales and tempered in all kinds of ways, to be in the eye. Now, only status, temperament, ability and other aspects that complement beauty can make Lu Liuzu slightly moved. After toasting, as night fell, Lu Changsheng naturally began to act as his own groom. However, it is not good to take too many concubines at one time, which will make Lu Changsheng exhausted and a little too busy. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng can only let these concubines get to know each other more and have more contact with each other, so as to cultivate feelings and save himself too much trouble. The next day, the wedding banquet continued. However, Lu Changsheng did not continue to accompany the wine that day. Instead, he took his wife Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Ling Zixio, and his son Lu Yun to meet these family ancestors and heads of the family alone. It was just a simple chat to express their attitude and release goodwill. No matter what the other party thinks in his heart, he, the ancestor Lu, always adheres to the development policy of avoiding disputes and fighting, making friends widely, and making money in harmony to the outside world, and raising children well and having more children to the inside. Zumi Cave Heaven. Changsheng Palace. Hiss, you said that the Beastmaster Su family has noticed me, so you came here to understand the situation and test their attitude. Lu Changsheng was chatting with a representative of the Beastmaster Su family at this time, stroking the other party's soft and flaming red hair with his palm, and narrowed his eyes. He knew that a big tree attracts the wind, and his previous affairs might cause other families to be wary. But he didn't expect that the Beastmaster Su family would actually be thinking about it. Compared with the Beastmaster Su family, Jin Longling seems unworthy of mention. Well, I suspect that this matter is related to the Jin family. The Jin family deliberately passed the news of my husband to the ears of the third ancestor. Su Ruian let her flaming red hair down to cover her beautiful face, and her voice was slightly vague. Jin family, the third ancestor. Lu Changsheng twisted his fingers around a strand of hair and raised his eyebrows. Although he knew about the Beastmaster Su family, he didn't know much about the internal situation. He only knew that in addition to the giant and ancestor sitting in the Su family, there were also 3 fake and real people. Hom Su Ruian raised her head and explained in detail to Lu Changsheng in a vague voice. The third ancestor of the Su family is the Su family's fake elixir ancestor, named Su Jia. It is rumored that this person had the ability to form an elixir in his early years, but was injured by a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect, which damaged his foundation and made him decadent for a long time. Afterwards, by chance, he obtained a demon elixir and condensed a fake elixir. But after breaking through the fake elixir, his personality gradually became eccentric and he had no real demeanor. He once bullied a foundation-building disciple of the Qingyun Sect and abolished his elixir field, causing the Qingyun Sect to come to the Yashao Su family to cause trouble. It was the Su family's elixir ancestor who came forward to calm it down. Although the Su family's ancestor restrained him afterwards, this person still liked to do things that bullied the weak. Later, after serving as the supervisory elder of the Su family, he liked to strangle any newly rising family forces and geniuses. For a large sect like the Qingyun Sect, when encountering such a thing, the elders went to the Su family to find a place, and Suja naturally did not dare. But the small family forces have nowhere to cry out in the face of this. And the ancestor of the Su family turned a blind eye to this situation. So Su Ruian said that she came here because Suja had noticed Lu Changsheng and might attack him in the future. Lu Changsheng took a breath and pinched his pointed and plump nose. He thought that the Jin family was waiting for him here. He thought that the Jin family praised him to death simply to attract firepower and attention. Unexpectedly, the Jin family wanted to kill with a boro knife. By praising him, the Beastmaster Su family paid attention to him and attacked him. This ancestor of the Jin family is really an old coin. Lu Changsheng was so angry that his eyes narrowed and his body trembled. After a moment, Su Ruian raised her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, her eyes were charming, and she looked at Lu Changsheng infatuatedly. After the slender swan neck gurgled, she called out in a charming voice, "Master Yiner, let me see how much progress you have made in the beast-taming Su family this year." Lu Changsheng gently stroked the soft red hair, and then slapped Su Ruian's round buttocks as a reward, and had an in-depth conversation with her, asking about the beast-taming Su family. At first, Su Ruian could still answer in a stuttering and vague voice. But as time went by, she cried and sobbed, calling master and husband. However, even so, through this kind of communication, Lu Changsheng still learned a lot about the beast-taming Su family. Although the beast-taming Su family only has 3 fake Danzhenren on the surface, there may be more fake Danzhenren in secret. Moreover, the foundation of the beast-taming Su family is that their fake Dan is only used to maintain the family's strength. When there is a giant ancestor sitting in charge, they will not deliberately cultivate fake Danzhenren. After all, although the fake Danzhenren is called as Henren, it can't be compared with the giant Danzhenren after all. Not only does it only have a lifespan of 300 years, it is also impossible for it to make any progress in cultivation. Therefore, the real foundation of a family like the beast-tamer Su family is that if they are willing, they can cultivate 1 or 2 fake Danzhenren at any time. In addition, the beast-tamer Su family has a 3rd-level old turtle sitting in charge. What kind of monster this old turtle is, and its specific combat power, Su Ruian is not clear. She only knows that it is very old and is the Su family's clan guardian spirit beast. As for whether there are other 3rd-level spirit beasts, the rumored fire crow Taoist soldiers and water snake Taoist soldiers, Su Ruian does not know the details. After all, she has only been in the beast-tamer Su family for a year. Although she has entered the core circle, her current contact is still limited. Okay, I see. Lu Changsheng nodded and showed some concern for Su Ruian's situation. Then he returned the beast-tamer ancient talisman to her, allowing her to reminisce with Honglian and meet her son Lu Chensha. Beast-tamer Su family, Su Jia Lu Changsheng told Lu Miaoj and Ling Xixiao about the beast-tamer Su family. Faced with this situation, the two had no plan to deal with it for a while. The only thing he could do was to ask Su Ruian to downplay the incident when she returned. Then Lu Miaoj should try to go out alone as little as possible. After all, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj were now one. Who knew if this fake dam from the beast-tamer Su family would also attack Lu Miaoj? I just want a stable, peaceful, leisurely life, to accompany my wife and concubines, take care of my children, and watch them grow up happily. What a pity. Why do people always want to disturb me and force me? Lu Changsheng looked at the blue sky and murmured to himself. Although he was not afraid of the fake pills of the Su family. But this matter would eventually bring him some troubles. Especially since the beast-controlling Su family was a behemoth. If Su Jia really came to trouble me, and I killed him, wouldn't it provoke the giant ancestor of the Su family? If I killed this Su family ancestor again, how could I survive? The wedding banquet lasted for 3 days and then ended, and all the guests left one after another. In fact, many people left on the first day of the wedding banquet. On the second day, most of the family ancestors had a private chat with Lu Changsheng and almost said goodbye. On this last day, except for some surrounding families and families with close relationships, there were not many people left. With the end of the wedding banquet, Su Ruian said goodbye and left after staying in Qingzhu Mountain for 2 days. She said that she would try to downplay the matter about Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj to the Beastmaster Su family. If the Su family had any movement, she would inform them as soon as she knew about it. Faced with this, Lu Changsheng was not too worried or concerned. He stayed at home with his wife, concubines and children, and had many children. After all, there were now 15 concubines in the family, so he, the ancestor Lu, naturally had to work hard. Chapter 327, Xiao Zidai was back. Prepare to propose marriage. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During these days, Lu Changsheng has been at home with his wives, concubines, and children. Of the 15 concubines he had taken in before, 3 of them successfully became pregnant under his cultivation. Although this efficiency cannot be called fast, it is definitely not slow. The main thing is that there is no need to rush for such things, as if completing a task. If you are too purposeful, it is easy to lose the fun. You need to taste and play slowly like reading a book and tasting tea, so that you can appreciate the charm and beauty. In these 3 months, there was no movement from the Beastmaster Su family that Su Ruian mentioned. This is also normal. The Su family is such a big family, and they are not stupid. How can they not see that Jinlongling has the idea of borrowing a knife to kill someone? Besides, the third ancestor of the Su family only pays attention to Lu Changsheng on the Qingzhu Mountain. It is not to the point of going to the door to cause trouble immediately. Moreover, no matter how shameless this person is, and likes to do things that bully the weak, he will still find a reason to take action, not for no reason. It is the Jin family that has been suppressing the industry of Qingzhu Mountain in secret, which has led to the Mo family and the Ning family sending letters to Lu Changsheng for discussion. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng naturally expressed his solidarity with them and condemned the Jin family. But it was just a condemnation. After all, the Jin family only suppressed the business, and did not do anything to secretly destroy the mines, medicine gardens, plunder, etc. What can you do to them? On this day, in the Lu family mansion, Lu Changsheng was holding his daughter Lu Ling and chatting with his wives and concubines. Although this daughter is less than a year old, her body is different from that of an ordinary baby. She is very lively and crawls around Lu Changsheng like climbing a tree. Lu Lingxiao and Ling Xiao's arms quietly watched his sister crawling around. A pair of clear pupils seemed to have a faint golden luster in the bright sunshine. Master. At this time, Zumi's voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind, telling him that the spiritual vein had been nurtured. Well, it's done. Lu Changsheng heard this and raised his eyebrows slightly. In order to prevent accidents and sudden needs, he chose to keep one of the 2 spiritual eye springs in the cave, and did not cultivate new spiritual veins for Qingzhu Mountain. He just used the spiritual eye spring obtained from the Wujing mine to create spiritual veins in the cave. Hearing this, he immediately took his daughter who was crawling on his body down and asked his daughter Lu Wangshu to help him take care of her. Although his daughter Lu Wangshu has a lively and cheerful personality and can chat with anyone, Lu Changsheng can feel that there is actually a gap between Lu Wangshu and most of his brothers and sisters. It's not that he looks down on them. It's just that there is a lack of intimacy from the heart. On weekdays, many times, happy chats are somewhat light and polite. Like Lu Quanson, although he has an average relationship with most brothers and sisters. But at least he is very close to Lu Xianzi, Lu Yun, Lu Yu, Lu Keizhun and others. So Lu Changsheng still hopes that his daughter can have a few very close brothers and sisters. Sister. Lu Ling was not afraid of strangers at all. After arriving in Lu Wangshu's arms, she called in a baby voice. 2 chubby little hands grabbed her hair, making Lu Wangshu look helpless. But her father threw the child to her, and her aunt Ling Xiao was still beside her, so she couldn't say anything. After all, she was very close to Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Chu Hansun and others, like mother and daughter, but she rarely contacted Ling Xiao. This is also why Ling Xiao always likes to be alone. After she got pregnant and had a child, she gradually became sociable and would often bring her child to the Lu family mansion. It's just a first-grade top-grade spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven to check the spiritual vein that was created. Seeing that the effect of this spiritual eye spring was the same as what he guessed. However, with only a first-grade top-grade spiritual vein, it can be seen that Zumi Cave Heaven has undergone slight changes, as if it has grown a little bigger. Zumari, with an extra spiritual vein, is there any help for you to improve? Lu Changsheng asked Zumi. The other party can feed back to himself through the world in his body and grow. So he was a little curious about how much help Zumi would have if there was an extra first-grade top-grade spiritual vein in the cave heaven. At that moment, Zumi said that his growth was limited and he was not able to improve much. The main reason was that Zumi Cave Heaven had expanded a little, which slightly increased the power of the cave heaven. It seems that if you want the cave heaven to truly feed back to itself and have a big improvement, you have to cultivate it like a fairy city. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, thinking of Qingyun Fairy City and Jixiao Fairy City. If Zumi Cave Heaven can be cultivated to that level, it is estimated that Zumi will be enough to suppress Yuanying's engine. However, such a precious spiritual eye spring is only a small and medium-sized spiritual vein. If you want to cultivate it into a medium-sized and large third-level spiritual vein, like the fairy city, you have to go to several major fairy gates or several major fairy cities to intercept the spiritual vein origin. Otherwise, it is difficult to cultivate it to that level by relying on the system lottery and good luck. Zumi, take these spiritual vein origins. Lu Changsheng took out a 3-legged bronze tripod, which contained the spiritual vein origin of Qingzhu Mountain. Thank you, Master. Zumi is like a cave god, perfectly controlling Zumi Cave Heaven. It does not need to use means to nourish the spiritual veins like the outside spiritual land. It can absorb the essence of the spiritual veins by itself to nourish the spiritual veins. Relying on these spiritual veins, this spiritual vein is enough to advance to the second level. In this way, some spiritual medicines and spiritual plants can also be cultivated in the cave. Lu Changsheng touched his chin and prepared to plant something in the cave. It was not really for the purpose of cultivating spiritual medicines and spiritual plants, but simply to embellish the cave. Now in the cave, there is nothing else except green grass, the pond formed by the spiritual eye spring, and the Changsheng palace. It is really a bit monotonous. After checking the situation, he returned to the Lu family mansion. Seeing his daughter Lu Wangshu's helpless look under Lu Ling's trouble, he couldn't help laughing. After all, on weekdays, he rarely saw his daughter's frustrated and helpless look. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took his daughter Lu Ling back, and after briefly asking Lu Wangshu about her cultivation, he let her go to play by herself. Seeing Lu Wangshu flying towards the Bishu lake like he was escaping, Lu Changsheng sighed softly and couldn't help but think of Xiao Ziyu. It has been 2 years since Chu Qingyi's Jinden ceremony ended, and Xiao Ziyu went with her to explore the secret realm in Loyan Mountain Range. In the past 2 years, Xiao Ziyu has never come back. She just wrote letters once or twice to express her longing for her and that she couldn't leave for the time being. Although 2 years is a very short time for cultivators, it is a long time for Lu Changsheng and Lu Wangshu, who is only 17 years old. I don't know what the situation is in Loyan Mountain Range now. Lu Changsheng looked at the sky, took a deep breath, and exhaled for a long time. Although he was paying attention to the situation in Loyan Mountain Range, it was blocked there, resulting in no relevant information being transmitted, so he didn't know what was going on. Loyan Mountain Range. A stronghold covered by a hazy formation. Master, are you okay? Chu Qingyi and Xiao Ziyu looked at their master and said with concern. Huh, I'm fine. Yun Wanshang's graceful face was a little pale and bloodless, and she raised her hand gently and said. Then she looked at her disciple Chu Qingyi, who had a cold and heroic face and was wearing a snow-white sword robe, and said with red lips, Qingyi, now the secret realm has been broken, you stay here and lead people to explore. My teacher's current condition requires me to return to the sect to heal. Yun Wanshang said so. Although she was not seriously injured, it was obviously not suitable for her to continue to stay here and explore the secret realm. She still had to return to Qingyun Sect to recover quickly from her injuries so as not to affect her foundation. Besides, she was very relieved that her disciple Chu Qingyi was here to explore. Yes, Master. Chu Qingyi nodded and continued to ask with concern, Master, how about I take you back to the sect? No need, the situation is not that serious for the Master. Yun Wanshang's pale face was elegant and majestic, and she said, Qingyi, if other people from the sect come, remember that the dominant power is in your hands. She discovered this secret realm for the first time and competed with Luoxia sect to seize the ownership. Now it takes a lot of energy and even pays the price of injury to break the layers of restrictions in the secret realm. Picking peaches is absolutely not allowed. Please rest assured, Master, Qingyu understands. Chu Qingyu raised a pair of sword eyebrows, and a cold and solemn expression appeared between her beautiful eyebrows. She was able to achieve the formation of Den, so she was naturally not a silly and sweet girl. Knowing that cultivation is a battle of the great way. Even if they are from the same sect, everyone is in competition with each other. This secret realm is very complicated and helpful to both myself and the Master. Now that the 3 masters and apprentices have spent so much time and energy, they naturally do not allow others to share too much benefit. Yet, Yun Wanshang nodded, then looked at Xiao Ziyu, who was wearing a moon-white dress, and said, Ziyu, you stay here with your senior sister to continue exploring the secret realm. If you can gain something, it will help you to form a pill in the future. Although Xiao Ziyu was only at the 5th level of foundation building, she was still far from forming a pill. But such things naturally had to be prepared early. After all, even if Xiao Ziyu was her disciple, it would be very difficult to apply for a crystal condensing pill from the sect in the future. You need to rely on your own efforts and make enough contributions to the sect before you can convince the public and apply. And now is an opportunity. As long as Xiao Ziyu does more work with them in this secret realm, it will be a great contribution to report to the sect at that time. Master, let the disciple take you back. Xiao Ziyu heard the words, raised her head suddenly, bit her lips and said. She has been here for more than 2 years. Now that she has the opportunity, she really wants to go back to Bihu Mountain to visit Lu Changsheng and her daughter Lu Wangshu. Yun Wanshang looked at her apprentice when she heard the words. As a real person who has formed a pill, her spiritual perception is very sharp. At this moment, she clearly noticed that her disciple's mood was a little disordered, and her beautiful eyes showed a bit of tenderness. Logically speaking, This situation should not happen to Xiao Ziyu, who was practicing the Taisheng Qingzhu. But as a master, she naturally understood why her disciple was like this. Alice. Yun Wancheng sighed in her heart. She regretted letting Xiao Ziyu practice the Taisheng Qingzhu. She also regretted agreeing to Xiao Ziyu's choice. But now that things have come to this point, she can't say anything. She can only let it go and hope that Xiao Ziyu can see through everything by herself. Although in her opinion, it is too difficult for her disciple to see through it now, and the hope is slim. Okay. Yun Wancheng looked at Xiao Ziyu for a moment and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ziyu thanked him immediately after hearing this. Chu Qingyi looked at her junior sister in surprise. As a Jindan's Henren, and born with a clear sword heart and a heart as clear as a mirror, her spiritual perception is even more acute than her master Qingyun Henren. At this moment, she also noticed that her junior sister's mood was fluctuating. She didn't know why her junior sister was in such a state of mind when she said she wanted to send her master back at this moment. But she didn't ask much, just nodded to Xiao Ziyu and said, in that case, thank you for your hard work, junior sister. You're welcome, senior sister. Xiao Ziyu said softly. Yun Wancheng didn't say much, and raised her white jade-like hand. A cloud-patterned colored handkerchief appeared and turned into a colorful cloud. She and Xiao Ziyu floated up and landed on the colorful cloud, turning into a stream of light and flying into the nine heavens gale. Ziyu, how are you and Lu Changsheng now? Yun Wancheng sat cross-legged on the cloud handkerchief, closed her beautiful eyes, and asked softly. Although she knew about her apprentice and Lu Changsheng, she didn't pay too much attention to it. On the one hand, she was upset when she thought of Lu Changsheng and her apprentice. On the other hand, she respected her apprentice and didn't interfere too much in emotional matters. But now, her apprentice's situation forced her, as a master, to worry about it. Master. Xiao Ziyu was wearing a moon-white dress, with a face as cold as the moon. When she heard her master's words, her heart trembled and she bit her lips. She knew that her behavior today disappointed her master. But facing her master's questioning, she still did not dare to hide it and told him about her feelings with Lu Changsheng. She did not dare to tell the truth about her daughter Lu Wangshu. 1 month later. Qingzhu Mountain, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu expressed their longing for each other. The two had not seen each other for many years, and the longing was like a tide that flooded and turned into a river. Afterwards. Lu Changsheng hugged Xiao Ziyu's beautiful body, which was as white as jade, like the morning light and the moonlight, and asked her about her situation over the past 2 years. Is Master Qingyun injured? Lu Changsheng stroked Xiao Ziyu's flat belly without a trace of fat with his palm, raised his eyebrows, and said in surprise. I didn't expect this secret realm to be so dangerous. The presence of 2 Jindan cultivators actually caused Qingyun's Henren, a Jindan's Henren, to be injured and need to return to the sect for recuperation. However, if Qingyun's Henren had not returned to the sect to recuperate, he and Xiao Ziyu would not know when they would meet again. But when he heard that Xiao Ziyu would return to Loan Mountain Range to explore the secret realm with senior sister Chu Qingyi soon, he could not help but worry. Ziyu, is this secret realm too dangerous? Lu Changsheng asked in a gentle voice. He had never been to a secret realm or explored any ruins and caves. Because in his cognition, whether it was the caves of the predecessors or the ruins and secret realms, they were all synonymous with danger. If you can avoid it, try not to touch it. At this time, when he heard that this secret realm had injured a Jindan's Henren, he naturally cared about Xiao Ziyu's situation. At that time, there were many restrictions and monsters outside the secret realm, so Master was accidentally injured. Now that the secret realm has completed the initial exploration, there will not be too much danger in the future. Xiao Ziyu explained. However, since the secret realm is the sect's secret, she couldn't tell Lu Changsheng too much about the situation inside. But even so, Lu Changsheng was still worried about Xiao Ziyu's situation. After a moment of tenderness, the two got up from the bed. Now that they have been separated for more than 2 years, Lu Changsheng continues to express his longing through his actions, dressing Xiao Ziyu and drawing eyebrows. The whole body is moon-white, thin as a cicada's wing, and light as clouds. Simple and elegant, the whole body is moon-white, the chest wrap robe and the moon-white flowing cloud skirt. It is obviously just a simple moon-white dress, but when worn on Xiao Ziyu, it supports her graceful figure with full fairy spirit, and adds a bit of coldness and detachment to the beauty of the country. Immediately, Lu Changsheng asked Zhao Ziyu to sit in front of the bronze mirror, put her hair up, and took out all kinds of perfume, rouge, and eyebrow pencils to make up for her. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. As a man with many wives and concubines, he still knows this basic skill. Besides, immortal cultivators are naturally beautiful and have fair skin, so most of them only need simple outlines and embellishments. After finishing everything, seeing Zhao Ziyu's soft and bright eyes, Lu Changsheng also smiled. The life that he, Lu, pursued was so simple and unpretentious. Let's go. Lu Changsheng had a handsome face like jade, and took Zhao Ziyu to see his daughter Lu Wangshu. But the next moment, he noticed that Zhao Ziyu had not put on shoes and socks yet. A pair of slender and white jade feet, exquisite and delicate, the overall shape of the feet was like a green lotus leaf boat, full of elegance, without the slightest flaw. Immediately, he put on silk stockings and embroidered shoes for the pair of jade feet that he often tasted and played with. The two walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven and found their daughter Lu Wangshu. Daddy, Mother. Lu Wangshu saw that his mother, who had disappeared for more than 2 years, did not show a look of surprise and happiness, and was a little angry. Faced with this, it was natural for Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu to coax their daughter together. And Zhao Ziyu seemed to have guessed that her daughter would be a little unhappy, and she also prepared a gift for her. Lu Wangshu was not really angry. It was simply because Zhao Ziyu had said before that she would come to visit her often, but it took her so long to come back. Now seeing her mother's guilty explanation, she immediately let it go. Bishu Lake. On a small boat. Zhao Ziyu was wearing a moon-white dress, sitting cross-legged and playing the piano, like the bright moon in the sky, full of fairy spirit. Lu Changsheng was wearing a green spiritual robe, holding a bamboo flute, across his lips, with a leisurely and elegant demeanor. The sound of the piano and the flute floated up slowly, and when the piano and the harp were in harmony, it was beautiful and melodious, giving people a feeling of love under the flowers and the moon. The lake breeze blew over, rippling the lake surface, fish swam, and a jade-like phoenix danced in the sky. Since obtaining the third-level musical temperament, Lu Changsheng finally knew the purpose of this jade phoenix. It was to accompany his own music and add a bit of charm. Lu Wangshu, who was sitting next to her on her fishing boat, held a fishing rod in her hand, supported her bright and beautiful face with one hand, and watched her parents' ensemble quietly. It must be said that this vocal music is really soul-stirring and addictive. Even when the two of them were playing together, they looked so affectionate that her teeth seemed to be sour. He clearly agreed to accompany her to play, so how come she became an outsider? Humph. She saw a big fish swimming not far away, and immediately moved her spiritual power and slapped the spiritual pivot next to her. Boom. Crash. Suddenly, the small turret on the boat blasted out a blazing lightning and thunder, blasting a layer of huge waves on the calm water surface, and blasting the big fish black. Dad, Mom, look, I caught another kingfish. Lu Wangshu shot out the hook and caught the big fish, saying with a cute and well-behaved face. Lu Wangshu, are you allergic to elegance? Do you know that you are spoiling the fun? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter and said speechlessly. As an old father, he knew that this black-hearted man was doing this on purpose. I just saw the kingfish and didn't want it to run away. Lu Wangshu said innocently. Okay. Zhao Ziyu looked at her daughter lovingly and asked her if she wanted to accompany her and continue learning to play the piano. Okay. Lu Wangshu immediately smiled and made a little face to his old father, which made Lu Changsheng shake his head and chuckle. In this way, Zhao Ziyu lived in Qingzhu Mountain for 7 days. During these 7 days, as if to make up for it, she spent most of her time accompanying her daughter Lu Wangshu and obeying her in everything. Ziyu, since the Immortal knows about us, and now the Immortal is in the sect, how about I go with you to pay a visit? If the Immortal agrees, it will be convenient for you to return to Qingzhu Mountain directly in the future. That day, Zhao Ziyu was about to leave, and Lu Changsheng held her fair jade hand and said seriously. He had told Zhao Ziyu before that he would go to Qingyun Sect to propose marriage. But at that time, the immortal Qingyun was not in the sect. Now that he knew that Master Qingyun had returned to the sect, Lu Changsheng was ready to go to Qingyun Sect and propose marriage to Master Qingyun. After all, he had promised Zhao Ziyu in the beginning. And when he mentioned this to Zhao Ziyu, he saw some hope and desire in her eyes. And there was also his daughter Lu Wangshu. Although his daughter had never mentioned this, But he knew that his daughter must be confused about his relationship with Xiao Ziyu. So, now that he had the opportunity, he planned to be simple and direct and visit her to propose marriage. Whether it succeeds or not, at least he should have the attitude and responsibility he should have. Chapter 328, First in the Sword Test, the brother and sister of Qingyun Sect. Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu's heart trembled when she heard Lu Changsheng's words. On the way back with her master Yun Wansheng, the two of them talked a lot. Among them, Yun Wansheng asked her how to deal with this relationship. She practiced a supreme forgetting love art, and needed to rely on love to break through. But if she fell into this emotional barrier, it would be contrary to the way she pursued, which was equivalent to giving up the great way. Xiao Ziyu naturally understood these principles. In the end, she told her master seriously that she was just practicing, and she would definitely be able to see through it by then. But she knew in her heart that she was just avoiding it. After she practiced to the 9th level of foundation building, it would be too difficult to break through the 3rd level of the supreme, forgetting love art and impact the Dan formation in the state. Master is injured and is healing now, Xiao Ziyu said in a low voice with her head down. Although she longed to appear in front of the world with Lu Changsheng in an open and justifiable manner, not long ago, she told her master that she was just practicing. Now, turning around and bringing Lu Changsheng to pay a visit and propose marriage will definitely disappoint the master. Moreover, his master is the head of the law enforcement hall of Qingyun Sect. Except for them, he is usually as cold and majestic as frost. At that time, he might be unhappy with Lu Changsheng because of his situation and blame Lu Changsheng. Ziyu. Lu Changsheng knew Xiao Ziyu very well. He knew that the other party was still struggling with the problem of cultivation. He supported Xiao Ziyu's shoulders, looked at her beautiful eyes like the bright moon in the lake, and said in a gentle voice, "If you want to seek the Tao, I will not stop you, let alone blame you. I just don't want to wrong you. I said that I will find the Shuangquan method before you form a pill. If you can't find the Shuangquan method, you can cut off this relationship, seek the Tao with all your heart, and impact the formation of the pill. But by then, I will still bring Wangshu to Qingyun Sect and take you home." Lu Changsheng said with a serious look. After so many years, the other party will be confused and at a loss as long as it involves this aspect. He understood this very well, so he tried his best to give her some sense of security to prevent her from having wild thoughts. After all, Xiao Ziyu's skills were originally evil. If she continued like this, she might develop a demon in her heart one day. Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu looked stunned, pursed her lips, and wanted to speak. But Lu Changsheng stretched out his fingers and gently stroked her lips, saying, "Let's go. I'll go to Qingyun Sect with you. If the real person is in seclusion to heal his injuries, then forget it. If he is not in seclusion, then pay your respects." Lu Changsheng said with a smile. In his opinion, the worst-case scenario for this marriage proposal is that the real person Qingyun is not happy with his reputation. But when he encountered trouble in Qingyun Sect before, this real person Qingyun was willing to help him solve the problem. I think he is not such a fussy person. After all, a dignified giant and real person, high in the clouds, sitting and watching the clouds roll and unfold, how could he care about such trivial matters as marrying a wife and taking a concubine? Yet, Xiao Ziyu was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of tenderness and sweetness, and she nodded gently. It was rare for her to see Lu Changsheng so domineering. She knew that the other party was doing this to make her feel at ease and not let herself be wronged. "I'll go prepare it. But this time to meet the real person, do I have to prepare a gift?" Lu Changsheng remembered that when he went to Qingyun Sect, it seemed that this real person saw through his cultivation. So this time, it was necessary to hide the 7th level of foundation building and the quasi-3rd level of body refining. Otherwise, if the other party saw it, this improvement in cultivation was indeed a bit amazing, and it would be easy to cause unnecessary trouble. "No need to prepare anything," Xiao Ziyu said with some amusement. Immediately, Lu Changsheng simply packed up. Through the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, he sealed his magic power to the 4th level of foundation building, and the blood and key refining to the early 2nd level. As for the gift, it was a few talismans he drew. Just like that, Lu Changsheng said something to Ling Zixio, and then walked out of Qingzhu Mountain with Xiao Ziyu and headed for Qingyun Sect. U State, Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect is holding the 5-year sword test competition. At this time, The competition has entered the final stage, and it is in full swing. Not only all the disciples came to watch, but many elders and supreme elders came out of retreat to watch the game. After all, this sword test competition is not just a competition between Qingyun Sect's disciples. It is also about the competition for the quota and resource allocation of the Qingming secret realm between Qingyun Sect and other major sects in Yu State. If the disciples of this year perform well and can beat the other major sects in the 5 sects competition, not only will they be proud, but they can also get more quotas and resource allocation in the Qingming secret realm. Therefore, the sect attaches great importance to this sword test competition. Lu Qingshan of Xian'an Peak, Gu Yunayang of Jinayan Peak. At this time, the elder of the main competition held a jade book and said loudly. As soon as the voice fell, it immediately aroused the expectations of countless people. Here it comes. Finally, we can see an extremely fierce duel. Lu Qingshan's sword breaks all laws. Gu Yunayang cultivates both the law in the body, and refines the golden sun-glazed body. It's a perfect duel. But based on their previous performance, I think Lu Qingshan will win. Indeed, Lu Qingshan defeated the enemy with one sword in previous competitions. He is so powerful that it's suffocating. I think senior brother Gu is powerful. He has already reached the peak of key refining. If it weren't for the Qingming secret realm, he would have broken through the foundation building long ago. Lu Qingshan is definitely not his opponent. That's right, although Lu Qingshan is powerful, senior brother Gu has not yet fully exerted the golden sun-glazed body. I think Lu Qingshan is still powerful. 5 years ago, he won the 30th place in the sword trial conference at the 7th level of key refining. Now he is at the 9th level of key refining and has realized the 1st level of the sword. The sword energy is like a rainbow. It can be said that he is invincible in the same realm. He will definitely be able to break the golden sun-glazed body. There were waves of discussions from the audience. Obviously, Lu Qingshan's performance in this sword trial conference has been recognized by many people. After all, Lu Qingshan is not only young and handsome among this group of disciples. In the last session, he defeated the strong with the weak all the way, but finally lost because of his lack of cultivation, which made many people regretful. They remembered his name and looked forward to his performance this session. As a result, this session, Lu Qingshan lived up to everyone's expectations and rose strongly. In all the competitions, he won the victory with overwhelming force, which made people feel envious. Accompanied by waves of heated discussions, Lu Qingshan and Gu Yunayang have already walked onto the stage. Junior brother Lu, you are very good. Gu Yunayang looked arrogant and looked down on him, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. As the top genius of the Qingyun Sect, although he is extremely arrogant, he is not arrogant. He knows that the opponent's strength is not much weaker than his own. Senior brother Gu. Lu Qingshan bowed calmly. Then he looked at his sister Lu Qingzhu, who was cheering for him in the distant spectator seat, and immediately smiled and made a gesture. Seeing this scene, Gu Yunayang's face became gloomy, thinking that the other party did not take him seriously. The competition begins. After the two were ready, the presiding elder in the air announced, "Golden sun-glazed body." Gu Yunayang on the ring roared. His robes suddenly turned into soft armor, his muscles agitated and expanded, and his body's surface was covered with a golden glazed luster, which made the whole person full of amazing momentum. Golden sun-glazed body, I didn't expect senior brother Gu to go all out from the beginning. You have seen Lu Qingshan's sword moves. If you underestimate the enemy, you may lose if you are not careful. Senior brother Gu's golden sun-glazed body, it looks like it has reached the quasi-second level, right? Yes, Gu Yunayang's golden sun-glazed body is only half a step away from breaking through the second level. Once he breaks through the foundation, he will be able to break through. Tisk tisk tisk, this kid is really cautious. This soft armor is the fiery sun robe, right? The disciples watching the game looked at the two people in the ring, exclaimed, and talked about it. Even some elders looked at the ring seriously and commented. Piercing the clouds, burning the sun. Gu Yunayang did not underestimate him at all. He seized the opportunity and attacked with all his strength. He was shining brightly and was as imposing as a rainbow. He rushed towards Lu Qingshan. His palm was filled with a vigorous and majestic scorching sun, which turned into a long sword. If you look closely, you can notice that there is a sharp thorn on this scorching sun long sword. The thorn is only an inch long, but it is like a crystal light shooting out, full of sharp breath. Chuayang. The magic sword in Lu Qingshan's hand rang lightly, and immediately a sharp sword energy shot out. Puff puff puff. This sharp sword energy was like an antelope hanging horns and a spider spitting silk at the moment of killing, instantly strangling the fierce and violent scorching sun-long sword. Then, the sword energy seemed to condense into an invisible drill, buzzing and spinning, setting off a cross-flow of sword energy, violently colliding and clashing with the thorn. So it's blocked. The onlookers were stunned and surprised to see Lu Qingshan dissolve Gu Yunayang's attack with such a casual sword. You know, most of them might not be able to take on this amazing attack even if they tried their best. But Lu Qingshan easily dissolves this attack. This is Sword Ki Transformation. Lu Qingshan has just started practicing ki refining, and it's amazing that he can comprehend the sword ki like a rainbow. He can even comprehend the sword ki transformation. Genius, a true genius in the way of swordsmanship. No, this is a peerless genius in the way of swordsmanship. Junior sister Qingyun has been away for a long time, and she can actually teach such a disciple. The elders of the Qingyun Sect and the high platform watching the battle were horrified when they saw this scene, staring at Lu Qingshan's sword on the stage, and saw the mystery in it. The way of swordsmanship is divided into 5 levels: sword ki like a rainbow, sword ki transformation, sword ki thunder sound, sword refining into silk, and sword light differentiation. Although it does not correspond to the realms of ki refining, foundation building, and den forming. But if one can comprehend the corresponding realm of swordsmanship in each realm, he will be the best among swordsmen. If one comprehends the realm of swordsmanship such as sword ki transformation in the ki refining stage, he is worthy of being called a genius. Although their Qingyun Sect is not a pure sword sect, it also has a sword inheritance. Now seeing such a peerless swordsmanship prodigy, they can't help but be surprised. After all, the saying that swordsmen in the same realm are invincible is not a joke. It was a famous swordsman who killed him. Huh? Gu Yunayang on the ring was also stunned. He didn't expect that his offensive was easily resolved by Lu Qingshan. This made his face look a little ugly and he felt very embarrassed. After all, before the game, he was praised by everyone as the candidate for the championship. And Lu Qingshan was just a new dark horse. But now, he, the candidate for the championship, performed far worse than this dark horse. Dumming Wang Palm. Heavenly Fire Seal. He burst out like a golden god of war, with flames filing the pores all over his body, and turned into a scorching sun to kill in front of Lu Qingshan. The opponent is a sword cultivator. As long as he gets close, he will have a chance. Chaoyuan. Lu Qingshan looked calm and indifferent, and the golden magic sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Swish, 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 in an instant, sword energy blocked and entangled Gu Yunayang like a spirit snake, making the flames around him roar wildly. Hiss, is this the true strength of junior brother Lu? Sword cultivator, so this is the charm of sword cultivators. Tisk tisk tisk, the sword energy takes shape, the sword energy is invisible. This kid's sword talent is really amazing. Gu Yunayang has no power to use against this kid. This kind of sword talent is really amazing. The onlookers and elders saw Lu Qingshan easily resolve Gu Yunayang's offensive again, and couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. Gu Yunayang looked ugly, and the golden big hand kept slapping out, bombarding violently, trying to attack Lu Qingshan. But the sword energy collided with him, leaving him helpless and extremely frustrated, as if venting his anger and bombarding wildly. He took out a small golden red seal from his storage bag, and made hand gestures, forming a light curtain around him. His momentum rose, and he continued to kill Lu Qingshan with his sword energy. Take my sword. Lu Qingshan looked at this scene and said calmly. At this moment, his whole person was full of awe-inspiring momentum, bursting out with a sharp breath that could tear the sky apart, and the magic sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a blazing golden luster. At this moment, everyone could feel from Lu Qingshan a spirit and momentum of fearlessness, sword swallowing the stars, and believing that he could overcome everything. Just this momentum and vigorous spirit made countless people palpitate and admit defeat. On the high platform, several elders stared with wide eyes, suddenly stood up from their seats, and looked shocked. Boom! The golden luster poured out, turning into a sword wheel like a golden crow and scorching sun, killing towards Gu Yunayang. This sword wheel was dazzling, as if there were colorful rays of light flowing, bombarding the light curtain around Gu Yunayang. The light curtain formed by this top-grade magic weapon was like tofu, and it shattered in an instant. But immediately, Gu Yunayang's golden sunglass body formed a layer of armor. However, the armor also shattered in an instant. No. There was a look of fear in his eyes, as if Lu Qingshan's sword was going to kill him directly. But the next moment, he saw the sword light disappear, and he was not injured at all, but the armor was dim. Thank you. Lu Qingshan, wearing a golden and white robe, holding a magic sword, stood calmly and indifferently on the stage. Silence. Silence. The entire arena square was silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, staring at Lu Qingshan, who was full of vigor, sword energy, and upright posture. No one expected that Lu Qingshan would win this final duel so easily. Although Gu Yunang did not lose miserably like in many previous duels. But it was precisely because he used all means and finally lost without any injury that Lu Qingshan's strength was amazing. Boom. The next moment, the entire ring square was in a frenzy. It's simply too strong. How is it possible that senior brother Gu was defeated like this? Senior brother Gu has no power to fight back in front of Lu Qingshan. Is he really just a key refining cultivator? Junior brother Lu is so handsome, I like him so much. A young man as hot-blooded as junior brother Lu must like a woman as broad-minded as me. When he used the sword just now, I seemed to feel a force of wind and thunder. Could it be the legendary sword energy and thunder sound? How is it possible? Sword energy and thunder sound is the third realm of the sword, and only Jinden's Henren can comprehend it. Everyone around the ring spoke, all with a look of disbelief on their faces, and sighed out loud. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that our Qingyun Sect would have such a genius in swordsmanship. Yes, with this boy, our Qingyun Sect will definitely win the championship in this 5-sect competition. Not only did he comprehend the sword energy like a rainbow and the sword energy taking shape, he also seemed to have touched some of the sword energy thunder sound. Wow, this kid is a natural swordsmanship genius. On the high platform, the head of the Qingyun Sect and the elders all showed a gratified smile on their faces. It can be said that as long as this boy does not die young, he will definitely form a pill in the future. But at least the Qingyun Sect has a top-level sword cultivator who is invincible in the same realm. Master, junior sister Xianyun has been away from the sect for a long time. Such a genius might as well join our Qingyun peak. I will accept him as a disciple and guide his practice. I will definitely not waste his talent. At this time, an old man with a dignified face looked at the head of the Qingyun Sect and said aloud, Brother Jin Yun, this Gu Yunang is already your disciple. Do you still want to accept Lu Qingshan as your disciple? Master, although I am not specialized in swordsmanship, I have studied it for a long time in my early years. Why not let Lu Qingshan come to my Qiyang peak? I can give him some guidance and instruction on weekdays. An elder next to him heard this and immediately spoke up. Disciples like Lu Qingshan are destined to rise in the future and shine brightly. Even if they cannot be accepted as disciples, they are willing to have a master-disciple relationship and cause and effect. This boy is a disciple of junior sister Xianyun, and a direct disciple. Such behavior is not in line with the rules and etiquette of the sect. But I will talk to junior sister Xianyun about this matter when she comes back. Master Jin Yang raised his hand and said. At this moment, even he thought that Xianyun's Henren, as Lu Qingshan's master, had delayed his disciple a little. After all, they all knew that Xianyun's Henren went out to look for opportunities all year round and only returned to the sect occasionally. Under such circumstances, it was completely unfavorable to cultivate Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan wins. At this time, the referee elder announced the result of the duel. Even he looked at Lu Qingshan with an unusual look at this moment. Damn it. Gu Yunang looked at Lu Qingshan, who was about to step down from the ring with his sword put away, and said loudly, Lu Qingshan, when I break through the foundation, I will fight you again, and I will definitely not lose to you. Seeing this, many elders of the Qingyun Sect nodded slightly. Gu Yunang is also a top genius of the Qingyun Sect. They naturally don't want the other party to lose their fighting spirit because of a duel. The enemy who lost to me will never be regarded as my opponent. I will give you time to catch up until you can't see me anymore. Lu Qingshan paused and said calmly. Hiss. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect Lu Qingshan to be so conceited. No, this is self-confidence. Absolute confidence in myself, I am invincible. Perhaps it is because of this that he can achieve such a great achievement in swordsmanship. At this moment, he interpreted the arrogance and pride of swordsmanship to the fullest. Too strong, I wonder how amazing he will be after he breaks through the foundation. With Lu Qingshan here, I guess no one will be his opponent in the 5-sect sword test 3 years later. Many Qingyun Sect disciples said. Tisk. This feels really good. Lu Qingshan walked down the ring and came to the stands. Looking at the eyes of the people looking at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Lu Qingshan, congratulations on winning the first place in this sword test. You can choose 3 rewards from them. At this time, the head of Qingyun Sect stepped forward and waved his hand. A huge scroll with the rankings and rewards appeared. Foundation Pill, Shangsheng Bamboo Sword, and colorful feathered clothes. Lu Qingshan immediately said the 3 rewards he had been eyeing for a long time. Huh? Hearing this, the head of Qingyun Sect frowned slightly. He could understand that the other party chose the Shangsheng Bamboo Sword, but he couldn't understand the Foundation Pill and colorful feathered clothes. Lu Qingshan, you have won the first place in the sword test. As long as you complete the assessment and trial, you can be promoted to true disciple. At that time, you can directly apply for the Foundation Building Pill. However, this colorful feathered dress is a female spiritual dress, which is not suitable for you. Master Jin Yang said so. If it were an ordinary disciple, he would not say much. But Lu Qingshan's situation made him unable to help but give a few words. Master, I know. Lu Qingshan said respectfully. Okay, remember, the sect's foundation building pills cannot be circulated outside, and can only be traded to disciples within the sect. Seeing this, Master Jin Yang raised his hand and handed the 3 rewards to Lu Qingshan without saying much. Thank you, Master. Lu Qingshan put away the gifts and bowed to thank him. Then he quickly came to the audience seats of Qingyun Peak, looked at his beautiful and excited sister Lu Qingzhu, and smiled proudly. How is it, Zion Azur? Is your brother awesome? Awesome, awesome, brother is the best. Lu Qingzhu nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of admiration. Although she also participated in the sword test conference, she did not enter the top 100 and was eliminated early. Now seeing her brother won the first place, she is naturally full of admiration. Come, Zion Azur, this is a gift from your brother. Lu Qingshan handed the 3 rewards of foundation building pills and colorful feathered clothes to his sister. With a Dharma seed, in his opinion, he does not need the help of foundation building pills to break through the foundation. This foundation building pill is naturally prepared for his sister Lu Qingzhu. And in his opinion, his sister Lu Qingzhu is not talented, and a foundation building pill may not be able to break through the foundation. When the time comes, I will be promoted to the true disciple, and the foundation building pills I applied for can also be used by my sister Lu Qingzhu. Brother. Lu Qingzhu looked at the 2 rewards, her beautiful eyes full of joy, and was very moved. Why are you being polite to me, brother? Let's go home. Lu Qingshan looked carefree, rubbed her hair lovingly, and said with a smile, taking Lu Qingzhu back to Qingyun Peak. Seeing this scene, the headmaster Jin Yang and several elders nodded slightly. They had heard that the 2 disciples accepted by Qingyun Peak were a pair of siblings. Compared with Lu Qingshan, this sister was very ordinary, mediocre, and not outstanding at all. Chapter 329 Yunwan Sheng, let me help you? The sky was clear and blue. A blue spiritual boat was flying in the sky. A man and a woman were standing on the boat. The man was about 20 years old, wearing a luxurious sky blue robe, tall and handsome. His handsome face was calm and indifferent, and there was a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth, which made people feel good about him. The woman was also in her 20s, beautiful and fresh, incomparable. She was wearing a moon-white flowing cloud dress, like the bright moon in the sky, clear and bright. Her face was beautiful and gentle, and her cold eyes looked at the Qingyun Sect in front of her, which was surrounded by clouds and filled with rosy clouds. Her chest was full and slightly heaving, as if she had something on her mind, unlike the man who was indifferent and relaxed. Zhao, relax. Lu Changsheng looked at the Qingyun Sect in front of him, and his mood was a little nervous, not as calm as he seemed. After all, he had only experienced such a thing as proposing marriage once in his life. It is better to propose to the last generation of the Lu family ancestor, rather than directly to Lu Yuanding, the father-in-law. Now it is impossible to propose to Jinden's Henren without any pressure. Yes. Xiao Zhao nodded lightly, and her eyes like the bright moon were full of waves like water drops. After a while, the spirit boat landed in front of the mountain gate of Qingyun Sect. Greetings to Uncle Xiao. Greetings to Uncle Xiao. The disciples of the mountain gate immediately bowed and saluted when they saw Xiao Zhao. Like Zhao Qingqing, there may be many disciples who don't know him. But Xiao Zhao has a great reputation in Qingyun Sect. Not only the master, but also the senior sister have become Jindan's Henren, and he himself is also a core disciple of Qingyun Sect. Yes. Xiao Ziyu's face is cold and dusty, like a bright moon in the cold night, noble and awe-inspiring, and she took Lu Changsheng into Qingyun Sect and flew towards Qingyun Peak. Although the two were not too intimate, they did not seem unfamiliar. This made many people who greeted Xiao Ziyu along the way look suspicious and surprised. I didn't expect that the famous fairy Ziyu would be so close to a man. Especially those who knew Lu Changsheng and had heard of his name, looked surprised and strange when they saw this scene. Isn't this person Lu Changsheng, the master of Qingzhu Mountain? How could he be so close to junior sister Ziyu? Could it be that this person has a special relationship with senior sister Xiao? No, this is absolutely impossible. Junior sister Xiao is a high-ranking fairy of the Moon Palace. How could she have a relationship with Lu Changsheng? I heard that Lu Changsheng and junior sister Xiao were old acquaintances in their early years. I think they are just friends. I heard that Lu Changsheng took more than 10 concubines not long ago. How could junior sister Xiao associate with such a person? This Master Lu is really as handsome as the rumors say, and he is also a second-level top-level talisman master and a second-level alchemist. Why did Lu Changsheng come to Qingyun Sect? When these people saw the two flying towards Qingyun Peak, they talked in their hearts. Although Xiao Ziyu is very famous in Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng has also gained a lot of fame in recent years. Especially not long ago, he and Lu Miaoj defeated the great elder of Jin family in Jinlongling, which surprised many disciples of Qingyun Sect. After all, with such fighting power, even in Qingyun Sect, he is considered a top figure. Ziyu seems to be very admired in the sect. Although Lu Changsheng did not hear other people's discussions, he noticed many eyes looking at him. He was very familiar with such eyes. He thought that if he really became a Taoist couple with Xiao Ziyu and held a grand ceremony, there would be countless people in Qingyun Sect who would be heartbroken. Maybe there would be disciples of Qingyun Sect who were unhappy with him and would come to trouble him like Meng Yibai did back then. Tisk tisk tisk, it is not easy to get the favor of the fairy. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Xiao Ziyu rolled her eyes at Lu Changsheng, pointed to the towering mountain with a 1,000-foot waterfall and a dense spiritual energy in front of her, and pursed her lips and said, Changsheng, this is Qingyun Peak. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, his face showing a serious look. He couldn't help but feel a little curious, wanting to see the demeanor of Xiao Ziyu's master, this Qingyun's Henren. After all, he was well known for his name. Not only was he the master of the law enforcement hall of Qingyun Sect, he also taught Shu Qingyi, a Jindan's Henren. It was this Qingyun's Henren who wiped out the Xiahao clan in the Blackwater Pond. Not long ago, he defeated the Jindan's Henren of Luoxia Sect in the Sunset Mountains. His combat power was extraordinary. Xiao Ziyu took out the Identity Jade card, opened the formation, and entered Qingyun Peak with Lu Changsheng. Then they came to the majestic and magnificent palace on the mountain. Master. Xiao Ziyu bowed respectfully. If his master had not been in a state of seclusion, he would have been able to sense him and respond. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng also bowed respectfully with Xiao Ziyu. Not to mention that this Qingyun's Henren was Xiao Ziyu's master and elder, he had to be respectful just because of his status as a Jindan's Henren. At this moment, in the palace, the sun and moon reincarnation art, the heart is connected and the mind is united. Yun Wancheng sat cross-legged, quietly looking at the jade slip in her hand. Although she was injured in this trip to the secret realm of Luan Mountain, she still gained a lot. The biggest gain was the jade slip of the technique in her hand. This technique is very profound and mysterious. It is an auxiliary technique. After practicing, it is helpful for cultivators to break through the foundation, form the elixir, condense the infant, and transform the spirit. The only problem is that this is a dual cultivation technique. It requires dual cultivation of men and women, the union of yin and yang, and the intersection of Kan and Li to break through the third level, which is helpful for breaking through the yin and yang. Huh? Yun Wanchang looked at it for a long time, stroked her eyebrows with her white hand, and put the technique down. Even from her point of view, she had to say that this technique was very profound, far beyond most techniques she had seen. If she could find a like-minded dual cultivation partner to practice together, it was estimated that the probability of breakthrough could be increased by 20% to 30%. There are two major disasters in breaking through from the Jindan stage to the Yuanying stage. the Yuanying Thunder Disaster and the Heart Demon Disaster. And this book of the Sun and Moon reincarnation art, after men and women practice to a certain level, can enter a magical state of sexual and spiritual intercourse. This is the consciousness of the soul that transcends the physical body to dual cultivation, which is related to the dream of the soul. It even involves the rumored reincarnation realm. It can allow the two to experience a new life in this magical state, which is of great help to the state of mind and the perception of the Tao. If the state of mind can be perfected in this way, there will be no obstacles in facing the heart demon disaster, one of the two major disasters of the Yuanying in the future. If I had obtained this technique in my early years, Yun Wansheng thought of her Tuangaifang marrow body and felt upset. Her physique basically had no gain effect in the early stage. Only after breaking through the Jinden stage can a wisp of spiritual energy be generated. This spiritual energy is a priceless treasure for Jinden cultivators. Through dual cultivation of men and women, they can continuously refine the true elixir and increase the probability of condensing the infant. It can be said that this altruistic physique attracts countless Jinden cultivators. If she is willing, there will be countless geniuses and geniuses for her to choose as a Taoist partner. With the Tonggayu Phoenix marrow body and this book of the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra, as long as she can find a Taoist partner of her choice, she can increase the probability of condensing the infant by 50%. But fate played a trick on her, and her spiritual phoenix marrow body was broken by a young key refining cultivator and entered the other party's body. What's more, this young cultivator is in love with her apprentice. This Lu Changsheng should have some kind of top-level physique. If it weren't for him and Ziyu, he would be a good candidate. Yun Wansheng murmured in her heart, and a Taoist partner candidate emerged in her mind. But she immediately shook her head and discarded this idea. Although the other party should have some kind of top-level physique, his talent was beyond her expectations, and there was hope for Jinden. But when she thought of the other party's behavior as a breeding pig and the relationship with her disciple Ziyu, she felt annoyed. Huh? At this time, Yun Wansheng heard Ziyu's voice outside the palace. When she wanted to open the palace and ask Ziyu what was going on, she immediately realized that there was another person outside the hall besides Ziyu. The other party was wearing a green robe and had a handsome face. He was standing side by side with Ziyu and bowed. Although Lu Changsheng's appearance and temperament had changed a little from his early years, she still recognized him at a glance. Why is he here? Yun Wansheng frowned, and her elegant, slightly pale and beautiful face suddenly turned cold. She knew that her disciple Ziyu would go to Qingzhu Mountain to see Lu Changsheng this time. But what did it mean to bring Lu Changsheng to Qingyun Peak to see her now? And seeing the two of them standing side by side, intimate and natural, she felt inexplicably annoyed. Ziyu, what's the matter? Yun Wansheng stood up, her eyebrows were like paintings, but she exuded an indescribable coldness. The whole person was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg, noble and cold, and it was breathtaking. Master. Ziyu heard the voice of her master coming from the hall, and her delicate body trembled slightly. As a disciple, she knew her master very well. From the tone of her voice, she knew that her master must be in a bad mood at this time. Otherwise, she would not have such a tone and would not even open the door of the hall. She knew that her behavior disappointed her master. This is Master Ziyu, Master Qingyun. Lu Changsheng heard a bit of indifference from this female voice. Looking at this look, he immediately knew that it was a bit difficult to propose marriage. This master probably looked at him a little unhappy. He was so outstanding, shouldn't the mother-in-law like her son-in-law more and more? But Lu Changsheng also roughly understood the reason. Once Ziyu fell into emotions, the practice of the technique she practiced would affect her future practice. The other party used cultivation as an excuse, and his master could still turn a blind eye. But if he was brought here to pay respects to his master, it would mean that he was completely sincere and ruined his future, so the other party would naturally be angry. But no matter what, Lu Changsheng felt that he still had to show the responsibility that a man should have at this time. And according to the situation, at this time, his mother-in-law, is his wife's master called mother-in-law, or master? No matter what, he had to show his responsibility in front of her, and he couldn't let Ziyu bear her anger. The boy Lu Changsheng pays homage to the real person. Ziyu and I have a lot in mind, so I came here to pay homage, and I want to ask the real person to help me. Lu Changsheng bowed and saluted towards the hall in front of him, and said so. Help me. A female voice in the hall sounded, cold and majestic, making Lu Changsheng sink all over. It was as if a mountain was pressing on him, and the air around him was much more solidified. Lu Changsheng had experienced some pressure from Nangguang Mili when he was in the Jinden stage. But that pressure was far less intense than that of this Qin real person. Master. Xiao Ziyu hurriedly called out to her master, her voice full of concern, worried that the other party would attack Lu Changsheng. Xiao, you have disappointed me so much? Yun Wancheng saw the two of them being affectionate, and she was even more annoyed, thinking about killing Lu Changsheng with a sword. The other party not only made her mind disordered, but also harmed her disciples like this. Xiao Ziyu's heart is firm, and she can expect to form a pill in the future. But now because of a man, she is deeply involved, which really makes her regretful. Master, Changsheng and I are just practicing. Only if we don't leave any regrets, can we cut off the emotional ties in the future and seek the Tao with all our heart. Xiao Ziyu said to her master. Ziyu. Lu Changsheng knew that Xiao Ziyu was making excuses, and he probably used this kind of words to explain to her master before. It is probably for this reason that Xiao Ziyu was a little hesitant when he mentioned the marriage proposal. He immediately withstood the pressure of the might, straightened his body, and said with his hands clasped, Master. But before he could finish his words, a female voice rang out in the palace. Are you trying to explain and take responsibility for her in exchange for favor? Ziyu has not experienced the world. Do you still want to deceive me? If you really like Ziyu, you should know that once she falls into the emotional barrier of her current practice, there is no hope for the great Dao. Yun Wancheng said this in a cold voice. Although she was angry about Xiao Ziyu's affairs and felt sorry for her, she was also inexplicably irritated and unhappy with Lu Changsheng. The boy naturally understands, but Ziyu and I are truly in love, and I only hope that Master will help us. If Ziyu seeks the Dao in the future, I will not stop her or blame her, but will only find ways to help her and help her. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said loudly under the pressure. Before, he had thought of several scenes, but he never expected it to be like this. At this moment, he seemed to have become a poor scholar who accidentally met a lady from a wealthy family, and now he came to propose marriage, but was forced to break up the couple. After a moment of silence in the hall, a female voice continued, You can deceive Ziyu with these words. Do you want to deceive me? Ziyu has not experienced the world, her mind is simple, she is blinded by emotions, and she doesn't know your face. If you really want to help Ziyu achieve enlightenment, how could you do this? Yun Wancheng continued. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but think of the past, when she had a night of pleasure with Lu Changsheng because of the red Luan karma fire, and the other party looked at her with a pitiful and helpless face like a good man. She really thought that the other party was a good man at that time. As a result, she learned later that the other party had many wives and concubines and was the father of dozens of children. It's so shameless. Thinking of this, Yun Wancheng was furious and wanted to chop the other party with a sword. She was truly innocent at that time, and the spiritual energy was given to you, but you were still aggrieved? Not only herself, but now her disciple Xiao Ziyu has also been deceived by this hateful little thief. Outside the hall, Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to respond. It was indeed as the other party said. He had been with Xiao Ziyu in his early years, and he had other purposes in mind, and he didn't want Xiao Ziyu to run away. But isn't this human nature? Facing such a fairy, who can simply practice? Ziyu, this boy is just a decent-looking person. Can he make you fall into love with just a mouth and sweet words? Yun Wancheng continued to speak. Lu Changsheng. Why don't you just speak nicely? Why are you making personal attacks? Master. Xiao Ziyu lowered her head slightly, and didn't know what to say at this moment. In decades, she had never seen her master so angry. Knowing that she had completely disappointed her master this time, she didn't dare to argue too much. It has come to this, I will not say more, you take this technique and practice it. Ziyu, if you can't break through the Jinden within 50 years, I will kill him. Yun Wancheng knew that the two had come to this point, and it was useless for her to stop them. In this case, she put some pressure on the two. As she spoke, a jade slip flew out of the hall and appeared in front of Xiao Ziyu. Lu Changsheng. Why did Xiao Ziyu kill me just because he couldn't break through the Jinden within 50 years? Isn't this too overbearing? Oh, but 50 years is a bit long. With my situation, 50 years is more than enough to break through the Jinden. When I break through the Jinden and condense a high-grade golden elixir, It's not certain who will kill whom. Immediately, Lu Changsheng cupped his hands and said loudly, "Please rest assured, if Xiaoyu fails to break through the giant within 50 years, there is no need for you to do anything. I, Lu Changshen, will come to Qingyun Peak to apologize and let you deal with me. 50 years later, I will stand here and see if the other party can kill me." In just 50 years, he felt that he could find a solution to Xiao Xiaoyu's situation. Changsheng. Xiao Xiaoyu was startled when she heard this, and suddenly looked at Lu Changsheng. Although 50 years was a generous time, enough to cultivate to the peak of foundation building. But it was not that easy to break through the foundation building to form a pill. Even if she practiced at Tai Shuangwen Qingzhu, she still needed to make various preparations for forming a pill. Like many peak foundation building cultivators, the reason why they spent their whole lives building the foundation was that they did not dare to break through the foundation building. The probability was too low. What's more, she herself did not have the confidence to break through this layer of emotional barrier. Chapter 330, The Art of Sun and Moon Reincarnation, The Throbbing of the Jade Phoenix's Marrow. In the palace, Yun Wanshang was a little surprised to hear Lu Changsheng's reply. She knew the situation of her disciple Xiao Ziyai very well. She set a deadline of 50 years just to hope that Xiao Ziyai could use this affection to break through the emotional barrier. As for Lu Changshen, she didn't count on him at all. But Lu Changsheng's behavior was beyond her expectations. He said that Xiao Xiaoyu had not been able to break through the giant in 50 years, so he came to ask for forgiveness. If it weren't for his pig-like behavior, she would be quite satisfied with this responsibility. After all, as a Jinden's Henren, she had a keen sense of perception and could hear that Lu Changsheng's words were indeed sincere and not false. Is he really so affectionate to Xiaoyu, or what is the basis for it? Yun Wanshang had a beautiful face, eyes like water, noble and cold, and subconsciously glanced at Lu Changsheng's cultivation. Huh? Still in the middle stage of foundation building? No improvement in body refining. Zhenren Qian frowned. More than 10 years ago, Lu Changsheng had reached the middle stage of foundation building. Moreover, he practiced both the Dharma and the body, which was even better than Xiao Xiaoyu. Now more than 10 years have passed, and there is no improvement at all? Could it be that after establishing the family, he became obsessed with women? Yun Wanshang immediately guessed that after Lu Changsheng established a family and his life became stable, he slacked off in his practice, indulged in pleasure, and did not work hard. After all, she knew a lot of such things. Many casual cultivators felt that their lives were complete after breaking through the foundation, and thus gave up half of the path and indulged in pleasure. Suddenly, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She thought that Lu Changsheng obviously had the opportunity and luck, and the top physique, but he did not know how to cherish it, indulged in pleasure, and wasted himself. Although she believed that she had nothing to do with Lu Changshen, this matter had nothing to do with her. But for some reason, she just felt unhappy. Even if you and I have nothing to do with each other, you have to get my spiritual energy. You can be a waste, an incompetent person, but I, Yun Wanshang, will never allow the person who gets my spiritual energy to be a person who only knows how to indulge in pleasure and waste himself. Yun Wanshang clenched her slender jade-like hands, with an indescribable coldness in her eyes. She immediately said coldly to Lu Changsheng outside the hall, "If you practice too slowly and delay and affect Xiaoyu, I will still kill you." Outside the hall, Lu Changsheng was stunned and a little confused. Did it Xiaoyu say before that her master was a good person? How could he be so overbearing? Xiao Xiaoyu wanted to kill herself because she couldn't break through the giant for 50 years. I practiced slowly, delayed and affected Xiao Xiaoyu, and wanted to kill myself? Sure enough, the disciples of the Jinden's Henren are not so easy to marry. Fortunately, I have a cheat, so I don't worry at all. Facing the invisible pressure, he stood tall and said with his hands folded, "Please rest assured, I will not delay Xiaoyu, and will break through the giant with Xiaoyu within 50 years. But I also have a request. If Xiaoyu and I break through the giant together, I hope you can help me." Lu Changsheng said this with a neither humble nor arrogant look. Although he was confident that he would not be afraid of Qingyun's Henren after Jinden, and the other party could not stop him. But the other party was Xiao Xiaoyu's master after all, an elder, and he still had to respect him. Besides, there is an old saying that love without the blessing of the elders is not perfect after all. So for Xiao Xiaoyu, he also hoped to get the recognition, fulfillment, and blessing of this Qingyun's Henren. Yun Wancheng's beautiful eyes were clear and her eyebrows were slightly frowned. I don't know where Lu Changsheng got the confidence to dare to say that he would break through the giant with Xiao Ziyu within 50 years. Although the other party's cultivation was faster than Xiao Ziyu in his early years. But Xiao Ziyu practiced the supreme forgetting love art, and as long as she could break through the love tribulation, she could quickly obtain the giant and spirit object and the Ninjing pill through the Qingyun Sect. And a cultivator from the other family would never be able to obtain the Ninjing pill. At most, he would spend a lot of money to collect 1 or 2 giant and spirit objects outside. This is also the reason why it is difficult for casual cultivators to practice. Everything can only be done by yourself. When practicing Qi, you have to run around for a foundation building pill and a foundation building spirit object. When building the foundation, you have to run around for a Ninjing pill and a giant and spirit object. Many casual cultivators may be busy all their lives, but in the end they get nothing, and even end up with their bodies and souls gone and their bones buried in the wilderness. But since Lu Changsheng said so, she said no more, and said in a clear and indifferent voice, if you can break through the giant stage within 50 years, I will no longer interfere in your affairs with Ziyu. If Ziyu is willing, I can personally hold the Taoist couple ceremony for you. But if it doesn't work, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yun Wancheng's beautiful face was expressionless, and her clear and moving voice was mixed with the majesty of a superior. If Xiao Ziyu wants to break through the 3rd level of the supreme forgetting love art, she must break through the emotional barrier. Once the emotional barrier is broken, even if she will not forget Lu Changsheng, she will be able to look at this emotion calmly. At this time, the two of them are unlikely to continue their relationship. If they really continue their previous relationship, but both of them have broken through the giant stage, she, as a master, will not interfere. After all, when practicing to this point, the Tao no longer needs others to interfere. Thank you, Immortal. Lu Changsheng heard this and immediately bowed to the hall to thank him. He thought that although the other party was a little overbearing, he was still a reasonable person. There was no response in the hall. Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu looked at the quiet hall, turned her head to look at Lu Changsheng, and was moved. She believed that Lu Changsheng had the hope of breaking through to the giant stage within 50 years, but she was not sure about herself. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Lu Changsheng held Xiao Ziyu's fair jade hand, his face was gentle, and he said softly, Ziyu, remember to go to Qingyun Mountain range as soon as possible. At this time, the cold and majestic female voice in the hall sounded again, and a breeze swept the two away from the hall. Although Yun Wancheng reluctantly agreed to the two, but seeing the two of them so affectionate, especially Lu Changsheng coaxing his disciple like this, she felt irritated and unhappy. Even if she didn't want to be the kind of person who broke up the couple, she was still unhappy in her heart, so it was better to turn a blind eye. Yes, master. Xiao Ziyu pursed her lips lightly, bowed to the palace on the top of the mountain, and said, although she didn't get the approval of her master today, but with today's conversation, she also knew her master's attitude. As long as it does not affect her cultivation, she can be with Lu Changsheng openly without hiding anything. It was this 50-year deadline that made her feel a little more urgent. Changsheng, master is not like this on weekdays, don't take it to heart. At this time, Xiao Ziyu explained to Lu Changsheng. She thought that master's attitude today was abnormal, entirely because her behavior disappointed master. What's the matter? Master is doing this for your own good. Besides, master is very reasonable. When we both form Dan in the future, he can still hold a ceremony for us. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, but he didn't feel anything. He is also a father. He can fully understand the other party's behavior. A good genius disciple, who has been trained and educated for so many years, is involved with a man like you. If her cultivation is ruined and her path is hopeless, what can you do to compensate her? If it were his own daughter, Lu Changsheng felt that he would have picked up a knife long ago. By the way, what kind of skills did master give you? At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the skills in Xiao Ziyu's hand and asked aloud. He remembered that Master Qin said that the technique was for the two of them to practice. Sun and Moon Reincarnation Technique. Xiao Ziyu looked at the technique jade slip in her hand with some curiosity. But when she read the content a little, her jade face flushed slightly. She didn't expect that the master would actually give her a dual cultivation technique and let her practice with Lu Changsheng. This. What's wrong? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng asked curiously. Xiao Ziyu didn't say anything and handed the technique jade slip to Lu Changsheng. Sun and Moon Reincarnation Technique, the flow of magic power, the collection of the Sun Soul and Moon Soul of heaven and earth, turned into cauldron medicine, for dual cultivation of men and women, the union of yin and yang, and the intersection of Kan and Li. Lu Changsheng checked the jade slip with his spiritual consciousness. After seeing the content of the technique inside, he immediately understood why Xiao Ziyu looked like this. He put away the jade slip, his face was gentle, and he laughed out loud. Since the master has the intention, we should comprehend and practice well, and strive to break through the Dan as soon as possible. Well, Xiao Ziyu responded softly. Soon, the two came to Xiao Ziyu's residence, Mingyu residence. The whole hall was empty and simple, with only 2 servant disciples in the courtyard. Like the core disciples of Qingyun Sect, they can choose servants from the outer sect to handle trivial matters for themselves. Miss, the 2 women saw their young lady actually came with a man, and they were all like seeing a ghost. Xiao Ziyu once said coldly that this was her friend who came to discuss the Dao, and asked the 2 to arrange it. In this regard, the 2 women naturally did not dare to say more. After all, if they choose to become servants and followers, they will be bound to core disciples for almost their entire lives. If the core disciples become deacons and elders of the sect in the future, then they can also become stewards. After Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu came to the cave, they did not sit and discuss the Dao, but read the exercises in the jade slips together. After a long time, the 2 roughly understood why Master Qingyun gave them this exercise. Because this book of the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra is indeed mysterious and profound. It is not only beneficial to the practice of both parties, but also can help break through the realm. Moreover, it also involves the aspects of spirit, state of mind, and the perception of the great Dao, which can be regarded as a top-level dual cultivation method. Even from Lu Changsheng's perspective, this method is also very top-level, far superior to his own Qingmianju. This Qingyun's Henren should want Ziyu to use this method to make up for the problem of state of mind in the Supreme Forgetting Loveju, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He knew that the Supreme Forgetting Loveju attached great importance to the state of mind. And this method, after practicing to a certain extent, can be practiced in both spirit and consciousness, and enter a magical state of sexual and spiritual communication. In this state, the 2 people seem to be reincarnated and experience a period of life in a dream. It is very helpful for the state of mind and the perception of the great Dao. But this method looks a bit difficult. Lu Changsheng looked at the various methods in this method and had a headache. In addition to spending time practicing Huiyuanguang, firebomb technique and other methods and techniques in his early years, he had never seriously studied any methods and techniques. All methods rely on system inheritance. I just learned the Purple Mansion Spirit Cultivation Technique and the Soul Dispersing Needle in the Red Luant Sutra. But these 2 techniques are just the beginning, and I haven't practiced them to the point of mastery. And this book of the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra is extremely complicated. First of all, you need to sense the essence of the Sun and the Moon in the world, collect the Sun Soul and the Moon Spirit in your body, and turn them into a great medicine. After completing this step, through the interaction of Yin and Yang, the intersection of Kan and Li, the Yin and Yang will is formed, and the harmony and symbiosis are formed, so as to evolve the Sun and the Moon in your body, and then produce the black pearl through the Sun and Moon tripod, etc. This process also requires the 2 people to be in love, try to have a similar level of cultivation, and other harsh conditions. If there is a slight mistake, it will lead to a waste of all the previous efforts. It really gave Lu Changsheng a headache, worried that he could not keep up with Xiao Ziyu's progress. This top-level dual cultivation technique is more demanding than ordinary techniques, and it is several times more difficult. Qingyun's Henren gave this technique to me and Ziyu to practice. Didn't you consider whether I could practice it? Lu Changsheng said helplessly. But the technique was in front of him, so he naturally had no reason to retreat. Immediately, he drank tea and discussed Taoism with Xiao Ziyu, and carefully studied the details of the exercises. After the 2 of them understood the first level, they began to try to practice. The heart of Tao always exists. The heart of consciousness does not arise. In an instant, all things are empty. The Sun Soul and the Golden Crow, the Jade Rabbit and the Moon Soul, the emotions and natures are in harmony. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu sat cross-legged face to face, reciting the opening words of the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Art, calming their minds and preparing to sense the Sun and the Moon in the world and collect the Sun Soul and the Moon Soul. As time passed, Lu Changsheng's mind gradually calmed down and entered the state. He only felt that the surroundings were illusory, and a round of sun and moon were hanging in the sky. The fat of the sun soul and the jade rabbit, the marrow of the moon soul and the golden crow, were brought into the cauldron and turned into a pool of water. Lu Changsheng visualized himself as a golden cauldron, absorbing the essence of the sun soul and melting it into a great medicine for the human body. But as he continued to accumulate and absorb the essence of the sun soul, the bright moon opposite trembled, causing the sun and the moon in the sky to suddenly disappear, making Lu Changsheng seem to wake up from a dream and open his eyes. "Changsheng, I'm sorry." Xiao Ziyu opened her beautiful eyes and apologized with some shame. This was her first time practicing this technique, and she was still a little unskilled in the process. As a result, when collecting the sun soul and moon soul, she made a mistake, which affected Lu Changsheng, and the two of them were interrupted in the practice. Huh? Lu Changsheng was a little stunned and a little confused. He didn't expect that during the practice just now, it was Xiao Ziyu who failed in the practice, while he practiced smoothly. What's going on? Could it be that he was gifted in the practice of dual cultivation and understood it at once? But he obviously didn't understand many things about this technique, and only understood the general principles. "It's okay, just do it a few more times." Lu Changsheng chuckled and said in a warm voice. Immediately, the two continued to practice. During this process, Lu Changsheng became more and more proficient, and understood the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra a little more. He even learned by analogy, and continued to improve his understanding of the two techniques through the yin and yang harmony technique in his mind. This surprised Lu Changsheng. "I don't know if it's because of the spirit body or I'm born to be suitable for this kind of practice, but I can master it so quickly." Soon, when Xiao Ziyu continued to have problems and her practice was interrupted, Lu Changsheng told her his understanding, pointed out the problem to Xiao Ziyu. When Xiao Ziyu felt ashamed, her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Changsheng with admiration. In her early years, she was praised by her master for her excellent understanding. But now her understanding is not worth mentioning in front of Lu Changsheng. This made her amazed, and she was amazed and proud of her lover's peerless understanding. Lu Changsheng was a little flattered by Xiao Ziyu's admiring and worshipful eyes. After all, in the early years, whether it was making talismans or refining pills, although they were obtained by their own efforts. But after all, it is not as fulfilling as relying on one's own talent. In this way, under Lu Changsheng's constant guidance and teaching, Xiao Ziyu gradually entered the state and entered the mysterious state with Lu Changsheng. It seemed as if a big sun and a bright moon appeared above the two people's heads, forming an invisible cauldron, which slowly began to burn and turned into a great medicine. Seeing this step, Lu Changsheng took the next step very naturally. The sun soul and moon spirit flowing through the human body's mouth flowed, blended and circulated, and passed into Xiao Ziyu's body. Yingning Xiao Ziyu hummed softly, and immediately stabilized her mind, and the great medicine she had taken, the sun soul and moon spirit, and the magic power, and the foundation of Taoism flowed, turning into a warm, soft, smooth and sweet, and slowly passed into Lu Changsheng's mouth. This great medicine essence seemed to be in harmony with yin and yang, and it went back and forth, constantly warming the bodies and magic power of the two people, making them feel comfortable all over. As they practiced in harmony, the invisible cauldron above their heads loomed, like the rotation of the sun and the moon, slowly rotating. Then, a rustling sound was heard. The green robe and the moon-white skirt slipped aside, and the two began the real double cultivation steps, performing the yin and yang harmony. Lu Changsheng didn't know why this process was so natural and skillful, as if it was instinctive. Although Xiao Ziyu and Lu Changsheng had been married for many years, she still had to keep her mind calm during this period of numbness, which was like an electric shock. It was really difficult and bumpy to operate the skills. Fortunately, with Lu Changsheng's guidance of the sun and moon reincarnation art, the two of them managed to form a state of yin and yang rotation. It was unknown how long it took. The two completed their first practice. At this moment, the Tao foundations of Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu trembled. It seemed that an inexplicable force quietly bloomed between the two people's dual cultivation, forming an indescribable state. In a trance, they felt a chance for the fusion of souls and spirits, which was very mysterious. After a long time, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu opened their eyes and looked at each other. Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu's skin was like jade, with a bright luster, and a faint blush appeared on her face, and she was very shy. Xiao. Lu Changsheng gently embraced the other party, and his palms gently stroked the fairy's jade body, calming the afterglow. After a long time, he sighed. This sun and moon reincarnation art is really mysterious. This is the effect of the first practice. He and Xiao had just completed the first step of double cultivation, yin and yang symbiosis. It takes at least 7,749 double cultivations to form a harmonious symbiotic state, gradually evolve the sun and moon in the body, and reach the level of producing black pearls. But just for the first time, he not only got a small improvement in his cultivation, but also felt that the whole person was baptized. Knowing that there's this method, the chance of breaking through the Dan in the future and forming a top-grade golden elixir, no, the first-grade golden elixir is much greater. Xiao nodded gently in response, and also realized the mystery of this method. Her beautiful eyes were full, and she said softly, if it weren't for Changsheng, I feel that I am running the method. Xiao said the problem in the practice process. Although the two of them completed a round of dual cultivation, the process was not perfect. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng's guidance, Xiao felt that she was still far behind. This made her have a better understanding of Lu Changsheng's talent and understanding. Xiao, the real person, said that we should practice the sun and moon reincarnation art well, so we must hurry up. After the two of them were intimate for a while, Lu Changsheng's hands were full and smooth, looking at the Moon Palace fairy in front of him, looking at each other, and whispered. Immediately, accompanied by a gasp, the sun wheel rotated, and the two began to blend together again, and yin and yang met. And at this moment, in the palace on the top of Qingyun Peak, Yun Wancheng slowly opened her beautiful eyes from meditation, and her elegant and beautiful face showed a bit of doubt. In the moment just now, she didn't know why, she felt an inexplicable throbbing. This throbbing was very faint. Even if she didn't know where the throbbing came from for a while. But as a giant and real person, if nothing happened, it would be impossible for her to have such a throbbing for no reason, on a whim. What's going on? Yun Wancheng frowned and checked herself, but couldn't find the source. She closed her beautiful eyes again and meditated. After a few hours, Yun Wancheng's eyes suddenly opened. Just now, she felt an inexplicable throbbing again. But this throbbing was very faint, and she still couldn't find the source. Is someone fortune-telling about my situation? Yun Wancheng's eyes were like water, with a cold look, wondering if someone was plotting against her. But the next moment, she rejected this idea. If you were to deduce divination, most of the time there would be some impulses and mysterious sensations. This kind of throbbing is extremely faint and there is no trace to be found, unless the Yuanying's engine spends a lot of money to divination and deduce. I want to see what's going on. Yun Wancheng pinched her hands, her soul left her body, enveloped the entire hall, locked her body, and wanted to see the source of this throbbing. Since this inexplicable throbbing appeared twice in a row, it means that it may appear for the third time. I don't know how long it took, but she finally sensed this throbbing again. How is this possible? Yun Wancheng caught the source of this throbbing, and her beautiful face was full of doubt, surprise, and disbelief. She just realized that this throbbing did not come from him, but from herself. From her Tuangayu Fang Su. But her Tuangayu Fang Su had no other effect except that when she broke through the Jiangdan, it would contain a wisp of spiritual energy. If we really want to talk about the effect, it is that through the method of dual cultivation, the Jade Phoenix marrow can continuously nourish the spiritual energy, so as to continue to grow stronger. What's going on? Yun Wancheng frowned, her heart full of doubts. She didn't understand why her spirit body would have inexplicable throbbing at this moment. Could it be? She seemed to have thought of something, and her consciousness suddenly looked at Minggayu residence on the hillside of Qingyun Peak, where Xiao lived. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Yun Wancheng. So this is what it looks like to be in love? Yun Wancheng's consciousness came to Minggai residence. Although every cave has a formation restriction, ordinary people cannot enter. But as the master of Qingyun Peak, a Jiangdan's Henren, such a simple formation restriction naturally cannot block her consciousness. Suddenly, a picture came into her eyes, which made her heart tremble. The green robe and the moon-white dress were thrown randomly and macily on the ground, telling silently what happened here before. On the bed, a man with a strong body, smooth curves and great beauty was tightly blending with a perfect body, like a white jade body. Above them, it seemed that there was a sun and moon rotating, making the skin of the two people shine against each other. The picture was obviously a bit unbearable, but it looked beautiful and moving, like a beautiful painting. It is indeed the sun and moon reincarnation art. Yun Wancheng saw this picture and paused in her heart, knowing that the throbbing of her spirit body was caused by the sun and moon reincarnation art. Why is this? She didn't know why her spirit body was throbbing when Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu were practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art. Could it be because of the spiritual energy? Yun Wancheng frowned slightly and guessed in her heart. Even though she was a Jindan's Henren, she didn't know why the two of them practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art would affect her. But apart from the spiritual energy, she really couldn't think of any other reason. Ziyu. At this time, Zhenren Kian saw the expression of her disciple Xiao Ziyu at this time, and her jade face was slightly stunned. Although Xiao Ziyu was not cold in front of her master on weekdays, and had no emotional fluctuations. But she had never seen her disciple like this. The delicate and beautiful face was rosy, as if shy. The eyes that were usually cold and indifferent were filled with charming spring feelings, like plum blossoms in the cold spring, delicate and moving. The black and beautiful black hair was casually scattered, and a few strands of hair fell on the full and round snow. Under the shining light of the sun and moon, the flawless jade body, crystal sweat beads slowly rolled down like the moonlight, beautiful and difficult to describe in words. It should be that she had just finished a double cultivation. The slender and straight legs with beautiful curves were a little tense and trembling, making the two delicate and beautiful feet continue to curl and stretch, like silkworms, looking very cute. So this is the look of being in love. In the hall, Yun Wancheng was wearing a luxurious colorful palace dress, and her temperament was elegant and revealed 3 points of coldness and 3 points of majesty. In her heart, she couldn't help but think that when she and Lu Changsheng solved the red Luan karma fire, she was also so charming and moving. She had always taken the initiative at that time, and she would definitely not be like Ziyu. What was she thinking about? She was entangled in the karma fire at the beginning. What does it have to do with such things? Yun Wancheng immediately withdrew her consciousness, abandoned the thoughts in her heart, and let out a long breath. But at this moment, she actually felt that her body was slightly hot. It's been so long, and you haven't been to Qingyun Mountain range yet. Yun Wancheng's beautiful eyes were like water, and her beautiful face suddenly turned cold. She said. Immediately, she sent a message to let the hall manager go to Mingai residence. If Xiao Ziyu hasn't been to Qingyun Mountain range yet, go immediately and don't delay any further. Mingai residence. In a simple and elegant room. It's all your fault. Xiao Ziyu heard the maid of Lu say that a peak manager came to urge her to go to Qingyun Mountain range, and immediately looked at Lu Changsheng with a face full of shyness and annoyance. She had originally prepared to go to Qingyun Mountain range after completing 2 dual cultivations. After all, the dual cultivation method of the sun and moon reincarnation art is not like the dual cultivation and nourishment method of the magic way and the evil way. It emphasizes a natural way, and too much is as bad as too little. If you do not stop dual cultivation, not only will it be of no benefit, it will even affect your practice. But Lu Changsheng said that this is the method given by the master, so you must practice it well and study it to understand it. Otherwise, if they went to Qingyun Mountain range, they would be thousands of miles apart, and it would be difficult to meet. Faced with such words, Xiao Ziyu naturally obeyed Lu Changsheng. After all, she knew the situation of the secret realm of Qingyun Mountain range. After she went there, it would be impossible for her to have time to come back to visit Lu Changsheng and her daughter in a short time. It's my fault. I forget the time when I'm with you, Ziyu. Lu Changsheng immediately smiled and felt a little embarrassed. After all, his trip to propose marriage had already displeased the Qingzhu Henren. Now that he stayed overnight at Qingzhu Peak for so long, the Qingzhu Henren must have guessed what the two were doing in Mingai residence. He didn't bother himself, and he was really good-tempered. After the two of them tidied up their clothes, they simply kept warm for a while, and then left Qingzhu Peak and Qingyun Sect. On weekdays, Xiao Ziyu would still ask for a farewell from her master. But thinking that her behavior would definitely disappoint her master, she was a little afraid to see her master. Ziyu, don't worry, I will bring Wangshu to Qingyun Mountain range to see you. Outside the mountain gate of Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng said goodbye to Xiao Ziyu gently. Although Xiao Ziyu went to Loan Mountain Range, it would be difficult for her to come back. But he could go to Loan Mountain Range to visit Xiao Ziyu. Besides, his daughter is an adult, so he can take her out for a walk and broaden her horizons. Okay. Xiao Ziyu nodded softly in response. Ziyu, if you encounter danger in the secret realm, saving your life is the first priority. Don't worry about wasting the talisman I gave you. If you have any trouble, you can also write to me. Lu Changsheng continued to instruct. He was not worried about other things, but he was worried that Xiao Ziyu would encounter danger in the secret realm. I know, Changsheng, don't worry. Xiao Ziyu responded softly. After the two of them finished talking briefly, they drove the flying magic weapon and flew in different directions. This Lu Shansu and Uncle Xiao look extraordinary. Yes, I remember that Lu Changsheng has been in our Qingyun Sect for a month, right? Has he been living in Qingyun Peak all these days? Hiss, shocking, shocked, Qingzhu Mountain Master Lu Changsheng actually spent the night with Fairy Xiao in Qingyun Peak. Junior sister Xiao is pure and innocent, how could she have anything to do with such a playboy? I heard that Lu Changsheng is a second-level top-level talisman master and an alchemist, and is an old acquaintance of senior sister Xiao. I guess he was invited to make talismans in alchemy. Yes, I heard that senior sister Xiao is exploring the secrets of Loyan Mountain Range and needs a lot of elixirs and talismans. In Qingyun Sect, because Lu Changsheng lived in Qingyun Peak for so long, it caused a little discussion. For this kind of discussion, neither Lu Changsheng nor Xiao Ziyu cared and kept it in their hearts. After all, the situation of the two is much richer than these people imagined and guessed. After Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain, he continued his daily leisurely life. Every day, he meditates, makes talismans, accompanies his wife and concubines under the moonlight, and teaches his children. Considering the mysterious effect of the sun and moon reincarnation art, it is helpful to practice and break through the bottleneck. However, Master Qingyun did not ask for the outer transmission of the technique. After thinking about it, Lu Changsheng still taught it to Lu Miaoj, Ling Xiao, and Bai Ling. After all, long-term practice of this technique will have many benefits for Lu Miaoj, Ling Xiao, and Bai Ling. As for Master Qingyun, with the relationship of Xiao Ziyu, they are also considered a family. I can only thank them and repay this favor when I have the chance in the future. Ling Xiao and Lu Miaoj are in a similar situation to Xiao Ziyu. They have some difficulties in practicing this technique and need to rely on Lu Changsheng to guide them slowly. Bai Ling is quite talented in this aspect, and the practice process is very consistent with Lu Changsheng. This made Lu Changsheng wonder in his heart whether he taught Bai Ling the wrong technique when he taught her the Black Dragon Code. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of his talent in dual cultivation, and took a book of Honglian skills to try to comprehend and practice. After trying for a long time, Lu Changsheng was sure that he had a talent for dual cultivation of yin and yang. Could it be that I am talented in dual cultivation? Or does this effect come from the immaculate heavenly fragrance body? He frowned slightly and thought in his heart. He suspected that he might have some talent in dual cultivation of yin and yang. It might also be related to the immaculate heavenly fragrance body. After all, apart from these two reasons, he really couldn't think of any other reasons. If this spirit body is really related to dual cultivation, Nangguang Li, this woman, won't let her daughter go astray. Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and suddenly thought of it. Although there are many dual cultivation of yin and yang in the righteous way, such as the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra, but this kind of practice is definitely not as popular as the magic way. The dual cultivation of yin and yang in the magic way is not like the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra, which emphasizes the mutual affection and similar cultivation, and both sides benefit. Just two simple words, Kebu. Damage others to replenish yourself. Compared with the righteous dual cultivation, the magic dual cultivation method of replenishing and replenishing can be said to be much simpler and cruder. Although this kind of method will lead to the emptiness of mana, weak foundation, and easy to be unstable and possessed. And when breaking through the nascent soul in the future, the heavenly tribulation and the inner demon tribulation are more difficult than those of the righteous cultivators. But for cultivators with poor talents who only seek to refine ki and build a foundation, or cultivators who are suitable for dual cultivation, it is definitely a good choice. Although Nangguang Li is a demon, he should not be so brainless. Besides, Yao Iao has a second-grade spiritual root, extraordinary talent, and there is hope for Dan in the future. Why do you need to take this evil path? Lu Changsheng shook his head. I think that although Nangguang Mili is a demon, it is not so bad. But this matter still makes him more worried about his daughter who is far away in Jin. Because this kind of physique that is beneficial to dual cultivation is not only suitable for one's own practice, but also suitable as a dual cultivation furnace. And it is rumored that many demon cultivators like to cultivate furnaces and human pills to break through bottlenecks. With Nangguang Mili, a giant cultivator, here, nothing should happen. But Nangguang Mili's combat power seems to be very average among giant cultivators. If conditions permit, we should bring Yao to Jiang State as soon as possible, at least it will be much safer. Lu Changsheng murmured to himself and let out a long breath. Not only was he worried about his daughter's situation, but he also felt a little guilty. Although this daughter was an accident, he could not deny that he was looking forward to the birth of this child at that time. After all, the higher the parent's cultivation, the better the spiritual root talent of the child born. He coveted the spiritual root talent of Nangguang Mili's child. But now, the child has been born for so many years, and he, as a father, has never seen it. If his daughter encounters some accidents in the Five Poison Sect, or encounters any accidents during her growth, he doesn't know how to face it. Jidan, you have to form a Dan as soon as possible. After forming a Dan, you can go to the Five Poison Sect of Jin State to see if you can take Yao home. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled, with a sense of urgency in his heart. He immediately got up and went to the Changsheng Palace, took Bai Ling, who was wearing a white liuxin skirt, with a pure face and a graceful figure, into his arms, and began to practice hard. Night fell. A young man with a regular and tough face, a broad chest and a straight waist, a tall figure, and a dusty face, like a chivalrous man in the rivers and lakes, rode a tall horse and walked in the wilderness. He saw a dilapidated ancient temple in front of him, and he couldn't help but ride his horse to the dilapidated temple quickly. The temple was overgrown with weeds and spider webs, which looked a bit creepy. But the young man skillfully lit a bonfire and took out a large piece of monster meat from the storage bag to roast. Tomorrow, we will travel for another day, and we should be able to reach Yu Town. Lu Pingyan took out a dozen wanted portraits and looked at them. He has been traveling outside for many years, and he has not gone to the mountains to fight, or explored the ruins and caves. He just walked and stopped along the way, saw injustice on the road, and went to see where there were demons and gangsters making trouble. By the way, he took some rewards, killed gangsters, borers, etc. After more than 2 years, he also completed the journey of thousands of miles and went to Qingyun Market. According to his plan, the next trip was to Juxiao Immortal City. However, the iron-feathered eagle given by his family was killed by a robber on the way, so he had to give up the idea of going to Juxiao Immortal City. He planned to consider traveling to Juxiao Immortal City after breaking through the late stage of key refining. After all, this trip also allowed him to see the various dangers in the world of immortal cultivation. It was not as simple as traveling with Qin Yi in the secular world of immortal cultivation. Xiaoan, it's time to eat. At this time, Lu Pingyan took out a wooden sculpture and said aloud. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, and a child of 5 or 6 years old, with a pale face, a handsome appearance, and a pale figure, appeared from the black wooden sculpture. This is a ghost slave. It was obtained by Lu Pingyan when he killed a waterworm cultivator when he accepted the wanted bounty. It can't be said to be obtained. It was simply that he saw this little ghost in a daze after killing the waterworm cultivator. Thinking of those who were refined into ghost slaves, they were very pitiful when they were alive. Especially since the other party was turned into a ghost slave at such a young age, he did not kill it and wanted to let it go. But the little ghost refused to leave, as if it was entangled with him. Faced with this situation, Lu Pingyan had no choice. Knowing that if he let the other party go, the other party would not survive, so he took it with him. Since the little ghost could not speak yet, he named it Xiaoan with the word and in his 2 words Pingyan. Xiaoan looked at Lu Pingyan shyly and obediently. Eat, I'll start eating too. Lu Pingyan looked at Xiaoan in front of him, touched its head with his palm, and then took the monster meat in his hand and gobbled it up. Xiaoan heard this, stepped forward and hugged Lu Pingyan's neck, gently absorbing his yang energy. There are many ways to feed ghosts in the world of cultivating immortals. But Lu Pingyan did not understand, and would not learn such a harmful technique. So when he learned that the little ghost relied on absorbing yang energy to survive, he used his own blood and spiritual power to feed Xiaoan. He was a master of martial arts, and he practiced the 100 refinements treasure body technique, so his blood and ki were strong. It would not affect him to be sucked by Xiaowen twice, and he could recover after a good sleep. After being fed by him for more than a year, Xiaowen had become more spiritual from his original dull appearance, and he could understand everything Lu Pingyan said. Even when he stayed overnight in the wild, he could help keep watch, or look around to see if there were any spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, or spiritual treasures. After absorbing 2 mouthfuls of blood and ki to maintain his body, Xiaowen lay quietly on Lu Pingyan's shoulder, watching him feasting, without any fierce breath of ghosts and monsters. Xiaowen. At this moment, Lu Pingyan seemed to hear something and said to Xiaowen. The two had been together for so long, there was no need to say much. Xiaowen understood what he meant. It immediately turned into a gust of cold wind and returned to the wood carving in Lu Pingyan's hand. This wood carving was purchased by Lu Pingyan at a huge expense, spending 33 spirit stones from a gathering of casual cultivators. It was carved from the heart of a 100-year-old locust tree, and it could be used by ghosts to live. Although he felt distressed for a long time, Xiaowen liked this wood carving very much. After a while, creaky, the door of the dilapidated temple was pushed open. A plump and graceful woman in a green palace dress entered the temple with a baby in her arms. Young man. The woman saw Lu Pingyan by the bonfire and bowed and said, I am Qi, who was going home to visit my relatives, but I encountered gangsters on the way. I fled here in a panic with the help of my family guards. I wonder if you can help me and my son. As long as you can help me, I will remember your kindness. She had a charming face, a hurried look, and pitiful eyes, as if there was a tenderness. Her shoulders revealed a large area of snow-white skin, and her neckline also revealed a small part of her white skin, which was very tempting. Hearing this, Lu Pingyan looked at the woman deeply, then looked at the child in her arms, and said, Madam, you can rest here temporarily. If there are really bad guys, Lu will try his best to keep you safe. Thank you, young man. The woman said gratefully, walked in with the baby in her arms, and sat down next to Lu Pingyan's campfire very naturally. Immediately, a strong body fragrance came to his nose, causing Lu Pingyan to step back slightly and focus his eyes on the barbecue in his hand. Because he was much taller than the other party, he could instantly see the white skin between the other party's collar from this angle. I don't know how good the young man is in martial arts. Those bad guys are very skilled in martial arts and very cruel. The woman continued to speak out. Not bad. Lu Pingyan said in a low voice, taking out a piece of dry food and handing it to the other party. Thank you, young man. The woman thanked him gratefully, but took the dry food but did not eat it. Instead, she kept finding topics to chat with Lu Pingyan, as if she was very uneasy and relieved in this way. Bang! At this moment, the temple door was suddenly kicked away by someone with a strong kick. Outside, in the night, there were suddenly more than a dozen tall and agile figures wearing black night clothes and holding fine steel knives. They all had their faces covered, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Sure enough, they are here, take action. The men in black immediately said coldly when they saw the woman and Lu Pingyan in the temple. It's not too late for you to retreat now. Lu Pingyan stood up suddenly and looked at the men in black. His tall and straight figure made it seem as if there was an invisible pressure around him. Kill. The men in black paused, but still mustered up the courage to kill the woman and Lu Pingyan. Ha! Lu Pingyan let out a long roar, full of energy, and shot out at an incredible speed. The moment his fist was swung out, it seemed that he was hitting all the men in black at the same time. In an instant, all the men in black seemed to see a dragon elephant trampling towards them with great force, and they felt isolated and helpless and unstoppable. Bang, 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 bang. In just a moment, a breath of time, everyone in the field was hit by Lu Pingyan's punch, and they flew backwards or were knocked back, their blood boiling, and their faces pale. You still have time to retreat now. Lu Pingyan looked at these men in black, and did not kill them all, and continued. He could see that these people's killing intentions towards the woman were not even as strong as his own. These people should have been instructed to kill him, but they didn't know their own situation. Pa pa pa, a round of applause sounded. 6 figures walked out of the darkness. They were men and women, old and young. One of the old men looked at Lu Pingyan and praised, it's worthy of being the famous bounty collector in recent days. Martial God Lu Ping, your strength is really amazing. Martial God Lu Ping. Lu Pingyan raised his eyebrows when he heard this title, and a bit of amusement appeared on his face. I didn't expect that after changing his name to accept the bounty, he actually got such a nickname. But it's pretty nice. He saw that the 6 people in front of him were immortal cultivators, and said calmly, I should have no grudges against you, right? There is indeed no grudge or hatred, but we have no hope of cultivation, so we come to the secular world, just to seek wealth and prosperity and enjoy this life. You want to kill us all, breaking the rules. If we don't get rid of you, how can we feel at ease? One of the men in black robes said coldly. Although there are many evil cultivators and pest cultivators in the secular world. But as long as they are not too excessive, the court will turn a blind eye to this. After all, it is very troublesome to solve all these people, and there are not enough manpower. However, these days, Lu Pingyun has killed many secular pest cultivators in succession through bounties. They were panicked and finally decided to take the initiative to kill Lu Pingyun. Immortal cultivators should not interfere in secular affairs. You just come to the secular world to enjoy wealth and prosperity. How can I trouble you? You have done all kinds of things that are harmful to the world and are wanted by bounties. Even if I am not there, someone will come to your door. Lu Pingyun is tall and wears a green robe, he said in a deep voice. As he spoke, there was a bit more murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at several people. He could see that the men in black were all ordinary mortals and martial arts masters, so he didn't kill them. As for these worm cultivators, he would not show mercy. Lu Ping, since you have obtained the immortal fate and set foot on the immortal road, why do you come to this muddy water? You must know that the immortal cultivation world is not a place for chivalry, said a pretty girl in red. Although she was a girl, her voice was hoarse and her hands were as old as tree bark. It was obvious that she kept her youth through some kind of magic. Why talk to him more? An old woman said, then looked at Lu Pingyun, her eyes greedy and said, today you can force so many of us to take action, even if you die, you are proud enough. While speaking, she pushed the cane in her hand fiercely, causing the ground to break into pieces, turning into spikes that killed Lu Pingyun. However, Lu Pingyun had already moved at this moment, and the precious light of his body flowed, like a tiger or leopard flying out, tearing the air, and leaving a pit on the ground as soon as he stepped out. Entanglement technique. Golden light technique. Firebomb technique. Earth spike technique. Although these monks are all at the 6th or 7th level of key refining, they only know some basic techniques. Facing the killing Lu Pingyun, they all use techniques and sacrifice magic weapons. Bang! Lu Pingyun's fist was blocked by the golden light. But his fist seemed to have purple gold blood bursting out, directly blasting this layer of golden light. Puff! The old man who cast the golden light technique suddenly staggered, spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale and weak. What a strong force! Seeing this, several people all had gloomy and ugly faces. They realized that Lu Pingyun's strength was even stronger than they imagined. I can't figure out why at this age and with this strength, he came to the secular world to hang around and waste time. They have no future. But Lu Pingyun's appearance is obviously promising. Swish! At this moment, a man in a black robe sacrificed a small knife and killed Lu Pingyun's vital point on the back. Lu Pingyun's robe was torn in an instant, revealing a magic weapon inner armor. However, there was an invisible ki force all over his body, which turned into a ki wall. In addition to practicing both the Dharma and the body, he was also a martial artist. The innate ki in his body was like a gang ki, enough to kill a cultivator in the middle stage of ki refining. Bang, bang, bang! Lu Pingyun was like a god of war, with precious light flowing through his body. Even if he was fighting 6 people alone, he was not weak at all. Everyone, come on. The 6 people did not dare to fight Lu Pingyun in close combat, so they kept their distance and ordered the black-clothed men to kill Lu Pingyun and continue to use various means. There must be brave men under a heavy reward. These black-clothed men came for the immortal fate, and they did not hesitate when they heard the order. But when they faced Lu Pingyun, they were completely sending themselves to death, and they were beaten to spit blood and fly with one punch. This was because Lu Pingyun was holding back a little, otherwise he could directly beat their bodies into pieces with one punch. However, seeing that these people were fearless, Lu Pingyun no longer held back, punching them one by one, and beat them into a bloody mist. Young man, help me! At this moment, the woman holding the baby shouted at Lu Pingyun in fear. Faced with this, Lu Pingyun ignored it. Although he was called stupid by his father, mother, and Qingyun, he was not really stupid. How could he not see that there was something wrong with this woman? It was just that seeing that the other party was indeed pitiful and holding a baby, he did not care too much. Seeing the 6 people coming to kill him, he naturally knew that the woman was in the same group with the group in front of him. Wow! At this time, the baby in the woman's arms cried loudly. Huh? Lu Pingyan heard the crying and was slightly distracted, looking at the woman. I saw that the other party actually slapped the baby with one palm. Seeing this scene, he immediately took a big hand, and the spiritual power turned into an invisible big hand, trying to snatch the baby from the woman's hand. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, the other 6 people took this opportunity to immediately use magic to kill Lu Pingyan and the baby. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Pingyan formed a spiritual power shield around his body to protect himself and the baby, and quickly sacrificed a golden bell-covered talisman. But so many magic attacks immediately made the golden bell around him dim. This kid actually has a top-grade talisman. Hurry up and do it, don't give him a chance to breathe. It's already this time, don't hide your weakness. If he still has some tricks, we may all die here. Seeing this, the 6 worm cultivators all changed their faces and shouted loudly. They didn't dare to hide their weaknesses at this moment, fearing that Lu Pingyan had other tricks. At this time, Xiaoan in the wooden sculpture in Lu Pingyan's arms appeared, screaming, wanting to help him fight the enemy. Go back. Lu Pingyan said immediately. Xiaoan is just an ordinary little ghost. If he is hit by magic, his soul and body will probably be unstable and his soul will be scattered. Xiaoan continued to scream and attack the baby in Lu Pingyan's arms. The baby in his arms immediately cried sharply, making Lu Pingyan feel unstable. Then the baby's white and tender skin immediately turned blue and black, and it looked hideous and scary, and it rushed towards Lu Pingyan. Xiaoan immediately strangled the ghost baby tightly to prevent it from attacking Lu Pingyan. Boom boom boom. At the same time, a magic spell bombarded Lu Pingyan, breaking his golden shield talisman, and the whole person flew out with a muffled groan. Okay, Madam Key's plan is really brilliant. Seeing this scene, the 6 people were all overjoyed and continued to kill Lu Pingyan. They had naturally conducted an investigation and analysis before they attacked Lu Pingyan. They knew the weaknesses of this young man who was righteous and liked to do justice. Damn it! Lu Pingyan didn't expect that this baby was actually a ghost baby, which caused him to be hit. At this time, he saw that not far away, the temperament of the weak and pitiful woman before changed drastically, and she was pinching her hands and performing magic. Obviously, the other party was not immortal, but a cultivator. It was just that through some means, the aura of cultivation was concealed. Lu Pingyan didn't have time to think about it, and offered a small magic shield in front of him. Then, his whole body was filled with blood and he pinched the ghost baby in front of him with his big hand, crushing it, and his soul flew away. He shouted to Xiaoan, go back. Hearing this, Xiaoan did not dare to disobey and immediately returned to the wood carving. Bang bang bang. However, in an instant, another Taoist magic came towards him. Run. Lu Pingyan blocked the attack with a small shield, but he was only at the 6th level of key refining after all. Facing such an attack, his whole body was also full of blood. He did not continue to stand, and blasted the broken temple like a human cannonball and fled out. It is said that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. When facing these 7 people one-on-one, he casually blasted and killed them. But the 7 people attacked together, which made it really difficult for him to resist. Moreover, most of the 13 talismans given to him by his father were used in the previous escape, resulting in only a few now. Chase, this child has been poisoned by me, and he can't escape far. Madam Key, who was holding the baby before, said coldly, rushing towards Lu Pingyan. She seemed like a different person at this time, with a gloomy and cold look between her eyebrows. We must not let him escape. This man not only has amazing martial arts and body training, but also has top-grade talismans and at least 3 magic weapons. Seeing this, the other 6 people all pinched their fingers and cast spells, chasing after Lu Pingyan. After all, Lu Pingyan's methods are still an opportunity for them. No, it's poisonous. After running for a long time, Lu Pingyan realized that something was wrong. He was poisoned by some kind of toxin. He has always known about poison, and the practice of the skills he has cultivated has a certain resistance to poison. But the other party came prepared this time, or it was aimed at him, making him unable to defend himself. Alice, as my parents said, my temper will suffer sooner or later, but I can't change it. Lu Pingyun showed a bitter smile on his face. He didn't dare to delay, and took out the last escape talisman, the escape talisman, to escape. Buzz, the talisman in his hand burned unactivated, and Lu Pingyun was wrapped in the talisman and turned into a divine rainbow and shut out. Chapter 332. Could this boy be the descendant of Yuan Ying's engine? Under the cover of night, in the wilderness. Bang! Lu Pingyun drilled out of the ground with the help of the escape talisman and looked around. After a brief observation, he took out a detoxification pill from the storage bag and took it, then ran towards the dense forest next to him with a whoosh. Although this escape talisman has the effect of hiding the body, this group of people are obviously well prepared, and they may have some tracking methods. So he must now find a safe place to expel the poison and heal his wounds. Swish! Swish! Even though he was poisoned and his body gradually felt numb and burning, Lu Pingyun still ran very fast. Like a cheetah, he ran, leaving only after images, tearing the air into a long wave of air, making the silent dense forest sound like layers of river water. Roar, roar, roar. Cry, cry, cry. Under Lu Pingyun's movements, the forest was filled with the sounds of birds and wild beasts. But even if tigers and leopards appeared in front of Lu Pingyun, they were directly knocked away by him, or blown up at will. Swish! Swish! After running for hundreds of miles, Lu Pingyun saw a steep cliff in front of him. He immediately summoned his flying sword, flew into the forest below and continued running for a long time. He felt the toxins in his body spreading and affecting himself, so he stopped and found a place to expel the poison and heal his wounds. Swish! At the same time, a ball of black air rushed out. It was Xiaowen, the ghost slave in the wooden sculpture in his arms. Xiaowen looked at Lu Pingyun with his dark eyes, showing concern. Xiaowen, please help me keep an eye on the situation. Lu Pingyun grinned. He looked pale and tired, with many beads of sweat on his forehead, and it can be seen that he has consumed a lot. Xiaowen nodded, and his pale and handsome face made a serious look, then floated beside Lu Pingyun, looking at the situation around him. Lu Pingyun took out another detoxification pill and took it, sitting cross-legged and practicing Ziyang Zhenju to expel the poison and heal his wounds. After a long time. What kind of poison is this? It's so hard to deal with, like a carbuncle attached to the bone. Lu Pingyun frowned, and found that this poison was not simple. Just like a carbuncle attached to the bone, it was difficult to dispel. Even as he practiced, the poison eroded his spiritual power and spread faster. He didn't know that this poison was Madame Qi's unique poison, the corpse soul incense. After ordinary qi refining monks are poisoned, it won't take long for their bodies to become stiff and soft, and then their flesh and blood will wither and rot. In the process, the poison will use the monk's spiritual power as nutrients, so that it will continue to spread. Lu Pingyun has not been affected because of his martial arts and the third level of the 100 refined treasure body. Even after a battle and running hundreds of miles, he felt that the poison was gradually affecting him. This situation is amazing. 100 refined treasure body art. Lu Pingyun's face was solemn, and he practiced the 100 refined treasure body art, moving qi and blood, and the precious light of his body flowed, trying to expel the poison. Realizing that this poison was difficult to dispel, he thought of his 100 refined treasure body art, which had a poison resistance effect, and ordinary toxins were ineffective against him. He immediately tried to refine the spreading poison with the 100 refining treasure body art. Sure enough. After a moment, Lu Pingyun's eyes showed some joy. Refining the poison would make his body a little stiff and weak, and he would need some time to recover. If all the poison is refined, I will probably be weak for several days. But this poison can't be dragged on. After thinking for a moment, Lu Pingyun did not hesitate and used all his strength to operate the 100 refining treasure body art to refine the poison. Time passed little by little. The sky gradually turned pale. Lu Pingyun opened his eyes and said to Xiaowen beside him, "Xiaowen, come back." A little ghost like Xiaowen would be unstable in the face of the scorching sun and could not come out during the day. So during the day, he asked him to stay in the wood carving and not come out. "I'm fine." He saw the worry on Xiaowen's face and said with a carefree face. Hearing this, Xiaowen turned into a ball of black air and returned to the wood carving. My whole body is sore, this feeling is really uncomfortable." Lu Pingyun looked at the sky, stood up and stretched, looked at the cliff, and murmured, "They should not be chasing us." Although key refining cultivators have many tracking methods, but it is difficult to find them beyond 100 miles. And he ran hundreds of miles in one breath before, and the chance of being caught in the end is very small. Besides, these people are casual cultivators who can't make it in the world of immortal cultivation. Even if they have methods, they are not very powerful. If I had fought quickly at the first time, they would not be my opponent. Lu Pingyan took out a piece of monster meat from the storage bag, and while eating, he reviewed the battle last night in his mind. He knew that if he hadn't been soft-hearted, encountered an ambush, and fell into passive position, he could have defeated them one by one. Alice. He smiled helplessly, but there was nothing to regret, just a lesson learned, and be more cautious in the future. After eating and drinking, he continued to practice to expel poison and heal his wounds. I don't know how long it took. Roar. Lu Pingyan heard a roar, accompanied by a fishy smell. It's a monster. Lu Pingyan suddenly opened his eyes and realized that the situation was not good. He knew that this was not a wild beast, but a monster. He was stiff and weak now, so it was no problem to deal with ordinary beasts. But if it was a monster, it might be dangerous. Let's go. Lu Pingyan did not hesitate, and immediately closed his pores, restrained his breath, and flew away silently. After a long time, after realizing that he had left the range of the monster's activities, he breathed a sigh of relief and found a place to continue healing. Zyagwa, Zyagwa. After a long time, Lu Pingyan heard a noise again, and a crisp female voice. Huh? Lu Pingyan immediately showed a vigilant look. There are traces of monsters in the depths of this mountain. How could someone appear? And judging from the female voice, she was not very old, probably only 10 years old. So he immediately showed a vigilant look, held his breath, squatted down, and hid through the bushes, trying not to make any noise. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a while, he saw a black centipede several inches long in the sand, shuttling like a swimming fish, and appeared in front of him. When the centipede saw Lu Pingyan, it immediately filled with bloody aura. Not good. Lu Pingyan immediately raised his hand, wanting to slap the centipede to death with one palm. Unexpectedly, the centipede was as hard as gold and iron, and it bit his palm. As soon as the pain started, Lu Pingyan became stiff and powerless, unable to move, and the suppressed corpse soul fragrance in his body became agitated. He realized that this centipede was not simple, not an ordinary centipede, it should be some kind of monster and poisonous insect. Gugwa, gugwa. A fist-sized red clam not far away heard the movement and immediately jumped towards this side. Seeing this, the black centipede whoosh sounded and actually drilled directly into Lu Pingyan's mouth. Although Lu Pingyan had seen many scenes, it was the first time he faced such a situation, and he couldn't help but show fear in his eyes. However, a scene that made him even more horrified appeared. The red clam actually jumped onto his face and drilled into his mouth, as if it was going to chase the black centipede. This situation made Lu Pingyan, who was stiff and powerless, stand on end, and his goosebumps appeared. He wanted to struggle but couldn't move. Gurgle, gurgle. Immediately, there was a cramp in his lower abdomen. He immediately wanted to use the skills to force the two poisonous creatures out, but the skills were difficult to operate. Zyagwa. At this time, a girl about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a light red dress, with curved eyebrows, and a lively and lovely appearance, ran in a hurry. She looked at the clam that drilled into Lu Pingyan's mouth, and asked with a panic and worry, "Big brother, are you okay?" I'm sorry, Zyagwa, Zyagwa, come out quickly." The girl apologized to Lu Pingyan and continued to shout into his mouth. But the clam that entered Lu Pingyan's body did not respond at all, fighting with the iron-backed centipede. Faced with this situation, Lu Pingyan's pale face kept changing purple and red, his whole body was in pain, and his consciousness was also dizzy and gradually blurred. No. I can't faint. Lu Pingyan knew this situation and he absolutely couldn't faint, so he continued to practice the technique with all his strength. But the pain in his body made him more and more drowsy, as if he had entered a black abyss. Buzz! At this moment, his body trembled violently, as if a group of faint starlight appeared in front of him. Grandma! Grandma! The girl saw that Lu Pingyan seemed to faint, and her eyes were full of tears. She hurriedly shouted. She took out a crystal stone and crushed it. After a while, a rainbow light shot out from the sky, turning into an old woman with white hair, old face, but vigorous spirit, holding a snake-shaped cane. The old woman looked at the girl and asked with concern, "Miss, what's wrong?" "Grandma, just now Zyagwa was chasing an iron-backed centipede, but the iron-backed centipede got into the mouth of this big brother, and Zyagwa followed it in. The girl saw the old woman and immediately said anxiously, "What?" Hearing this, the old woman looked at Lu Pingyan, who was in a trance, with murderous intent in her eyes. "Grandma, please save him," the girl said to the old woman with tears in her eyes. "Miss, the mango red clam is extremely poisonous. Once it enters the body, this person will definitely die, not to mention that there is also an iron-backed centipede that destroys his internal organs. And we are out this time, we can't reveal our whereabouts." The old woman's murderous intent in her eyes was restrained, turning into kindness and kindness, saying so. But this big brother doesn't look like a bad person." The girl raised her head and whispered, "Miss, you can't know a person's heart by his face. This boy suddenly appeared here, and he is a cultivator. Obviously there is something wrong." The old woman said so, looking at Lu Pingyan with murderous intent in her eyes. Humph. At this moment, the starlight in Lu Pingyan's consciousness became brighter and brighter, making him groan, and a force surged in his body, and his consciousness recovered a little. Immediately, the 100 refining treasure body art in his body began to operate automatically. Boom boom boom. As the 100 refining treasure body art automatically operated, the giant axe magic weapon that he had condensed into his body seemed to be stimulated, and a steady stream of magic weapon essence gushed out, suppressing the centipede and red clam, suppressing the toxins, and transforming them into Lu Pingyan's limbs, bones, and internal organs. Well, what's going on? The old woman saw that Lu Pingyan was not dead in such a situation, and his breath was gradually recovering, and a terrifying breath filled his body. "Big brother, are you okay?" Seeing this, the girl shouted to Lu Pingyan with concern. Then she turned to the old woman and said with a pleading look, "Grandma, please save him. Is this the breath of a magic weapon? How can there be the breath of a magic weapon in this boy's body?" The old woman looked at Lu Pingyan, constantly looking at him, frowning, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Immediately put one hand on Lu Pingyan's shoulder to check on his condition. "This boy is only at the 6th level of key refining. How can there be a magical weapon in his body? There is something wrong, definitely something wrong. But he doesn't look like someone who comes to pursue the young lady. Huh? This boy actually has a magical weapon sealed in his body." The old woman checked Lu Pingyan's condition. When she saw the magical weapon essence gushing out of Lu Pingyan's chest, she realized that there was a magical weapon sealed inside. She couldn't help but look horrified, and her heart was like a storm. "You know, this is a magical weapon. A magical weapon that can only be controlled by a giant and cultivator. Although this magical weapon should not be of high grade, at most a low-grade magical weapon. But sealing a magical weapon in the body of a key refining cultivator is very shocking. Such means must be done by a great cultivator. This is a 3rd-level talisman. Not only is there a magic weapon sealed in the body, but there is also a 3rd-level talisman. Could this boy be the descendant of some Yuan Yingzhenjin?" The old woman noticed that there was a talisman in the sea of consciousness between Lu Pingyan's eyebrows, and her heart was in turmoil. She didn't know what the talisman was. But by its appearance and aura, it can be roughly identified as a 3rd-level talisman. It should be a life-saving talisman. A cultivator at the 6th level of key refining not only seals a magic weapon in his body, but also stores a 3rd-level talisman, which is simply amazing. The situation in front of her immediately made her feel difficult, and she did not dare to kill Lu Pingyan. After all, who knows why this kind of person exists behind her? Once offended, there is a high probability that she will get into trouble. She brought the girl to the secular world of Zhang Kingdom this time to avoid disputes and not to get involved in trouble. "Miss, you are simple-minded. When you return to your tribe in the future, you will definitely encounter many obstacles and troubles. If this boy is a descendant of the true Lord, or a lucky person with great opportunities, it would be a good thing for you to have a good relationship with him." The old woman kept calculating in her heart, and the murderous intent in her eyes gradually dissipated. She said to the girl lovingly, "Miss, don't worry, I will save him now." As she spoke, her magic power immediately poured into Lu Pingyan's body, and she wanted to take out the weak centipede and red clam. But when she saw Lu Pingyan's skills running automatically, refining the iron-backed centipede and the mango red clam, her expression could not help but pause. She could see that it was these two poisonous creatures that stimulated Lu Pingyan's body, and the skills ran automatically, nourishing his body with a magic treasure sealed in his body. If the two poisonous creatures were taken out, the other party's situation would stop. It's really a big deal to nourish the body with magic treasures. The old woman thought for a moment and chose to let Lu Pingyan continue to refine. After all, the other party has such a treasure at this level of cultivation. It is very likely that he has been passed down by the true master to go out for trial. In this case, I will go with the flow and give him a chance. This Mango's Hua is the pet of my young lady. If the other party refines it, it is equivalent to owing my young lady a favor. Miss, I see that Xiaogua and the iron-backed centipede form a balance in his body to improve his cultivation. Once it is disturbed, it will kill him, but if it is not moved, Xiaogua will be refined. The old woman looked at the girl and said so. She said this not only to her young lady, but also to Lu Pingyan. The girl was a little entangled and distressed when she heard this. Although she wanted to save people, she also felt sorry for her pet. But after a while of entanglement, she still chose to save people. Hearing this, the old woman couldn't help sighing in her heart, thinking that her young lady was still too kind. With such a kind nature, how can she survive in this world of immortal cultivation? Chapter 333, True Immortal Level Kung Fu, the first drop of all spirits ginseng dew. Qingzhu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven. Lu Changsheng held his daughter Lu Ling in his arms and asked Zumi to plant spiritual flowers and herbs one by one according to his wishes. These spiritual flowers and herbs were sent by Zhao Qingqing and are ornamental spiritual plants. Not only do they not consume spiritual energy, but they also have the effect of purifying spiritual energy and refreshing the air. Planting them in Zumi Cave Heaven is perfect. Lu Ling exclaimed when she saw a flower planted. Lu Ling Xiao, who was squatting on the ground, watched the scene quietly. However, when he saw a kindling flower planted in front of him, he immediately staggered to the flower and looked at it carefully. Well, Daddy, Hua. The daughter in Lu Changsheng's arms saw her brother's behavior and immediately pointed at the kindling flower and shouted, indicating that she also wanted to see Hua. Lu Changsheng chuckled and immediately put his daughter in front of the kindling flower. The little bean tilted his head to look at it for a few times, then opened his mouth wide and ate the petals in one bite. Silly thing, why do you stuff everything into your mouth? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was a little speechless. He picked up his chubby daughter and asked her to let go. However, the little bean refused to let go, and looked aggrieved and about to cry. Come on, be obedient, drink this when you are hungry. Lu Changsheng took out a bottle from the storage bag and waved it in front of her. Lu Ling chewed it twice with her little mouth, and felt that the flower was not delicious, and the bottle was still better, so she let go of her mouth and hugged the bottle, and drank it with a comfortable look. Seeing Lu Ling Xiao who was quiet next to him, Lu Changsheng also stuffed a bottle into his mouth. The essence-nourishing spirit liquid in this bottle was carefully developed by Master Lu himself. It not only has the effect of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the essence, but is also very suitable for human cubs. The only disadvantage is that it is more than twice as expensive as the essence-nourishing pill, and the effect that babies can absorb is limited. But now that the family conditions have improved and the children are talented, he, as an old father, naturally tries his best to let his children win at the starting line. The two little ones squatted on the ground, holding the milk bottle, with a peaceful and comfortable look on their faces. After a while, Zumi finished arranging the Zumi Cave Heaven. Not bad, it finally looks like a piece of pure land. When the spirit vein is upgraded, it can evolve the sun and the moon and raise a few spirit pets. Lu Changsheng touched his chin, looked at his little home, and thought about future plans. At this time, a stream of mana and rich blood entered his body out of thin air. Well, Key Refining Level 7, is this the 4th level of Balian Baodiju? It seems that Pingyan has also encountered some opportunities and adventures outside. Lu Changsheng knew the progress of his children's cultivation. If it was just Key Refining Level 7 alone, he was not sure who it was, and he had to look at the system. But the body and Key Refining broke through at the same time, and this level of body refining, except for his son Lu Pingyan, there could be no one else. Although several of the daughters in the family are currently refining their bodies, they are all practicing concurrently, and they are not good enough at present. Only Lu Pingyan's Balian Baodiju has made some progress, breaking through the 3rd level last year. Now, only 1 year has passed, and he has broken through the 4th level. It is obvious that he has obtained an opportunity. Lu Changsheng did not care too much about this. After all, if there is no opportunity to travel, it will be meaningless. After the two children drank almost all, Lu Changsheng picked them up, walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven, and handed them to the maid to coax them to sleep. He went to find Lu Miaoj to practice the sun and moon samsara art. It should be because of the Taiyi Sheng Shuiju. He and Xiao Xiao, Lu Miaoj, Ling Xiao, and Bai Ling practiced the sun and moon samsara art. Lu Miaoj had the best effect. Xiao Xiao was the second. However, the difference in the effect of the two women was not that big. This made Lu Changsheng guess that Lu Miaoj was the reason for the Taiyi Sheng Shuiju, and Xiao Zidai was because he integrated her Taiyi and Yuho when he condensed his Tao foundation. This aspect is not only reflected in the sun and moon samsara art. He nourished the four women with the yin and yang key of his Tao foundation, and it was also different. In this regard, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think of the female cultivator who fought with him for 3 days and 3 nights. Although the two had not seen each other again after the battle, Lu Changsheng still remembered him. After all, he had a deep memory of those 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, the main reason was the spiritual energy given by the other party. His 7 Yao's Dao foundation could transform into yin-yang 5 elements Dao foundation, mainly because of this spiritual energy. Without this spiritual energy, Xiao Ziao's Taiyin moonlight and Jin Wudan's sun essence could not maintain balance at all, and the Dao foundation would be transformed. This made Lu Changsheng guess that if he practiced dual cultivation with the other party, the effect would certainly be very good. However, for such things, he just thought about it. Without breaking through the Jiandan, it is impossible to contact the other party. Who knows what the other party's attitude towards him is, and whether he will get into trouble. He, Lu, has never liked to be passive, and he must take the initiative. 1 month later. Bian Peak, Mingyue residence. Lu Changsheng is teaching his daughter Lu Wangshu the 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra. Although there are more and more children in the family, this little cotton jacket has always been very loved. Although Lu Wangshu is playful and has average interest in cultivation, she is still pretty good. The 5th level of key refining, a first-class top-grade talisman master. In terms of body refining, he relied on the magic weapon that was condensed into the body and hung up all the way to the 2nd level. At this age, this level of cultivation and skills are enough to be called a genius. At this moment, a strong physical force suddenly entered Lu Changsheng's body and merged into his limbs. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for breaking through the 2nd level of body refining and getting a chance to win a high-level lottery. 2nd level body refining? What the hell is this? When Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt, he was stunned and a little confused. Could it be that Qingyun's Balian Baodiju broke through the 5th level? Lu Changsheng's expression was slightly enlightened, and he roughly guessed what was going on. The 2nd level of body refining corresponds to the 5th level of Balian Baodiju. But the problem is that his son Lu Qingyun only broke through the 4th level of Balian Baodiju a month ago. He could understand that he broke through the 4th level from the 3rd level in a year. But he couldn't understand that he broke through the 5th level from the 4th level in a month. Although Lu Qingyun practiced the 100 refining treasure body art and condensed a magic weapon into his body, it was only a matter of time before he broke through the 5th level. But this speed is indeed amazing. It seems that Qingyun is not just an ordinary opportunity. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, wanting to know what happened to his son Lu Qingyun. However, what surprised him most was that when Lu Qingyun broke through the 2nd level of body refining, the system actually gave him a share of money and came to a high-level lottery. This is simply a pleasant surprise. Doesn't it mean that if Qingyun or Qingshan breaks through the foundation building, the system will also give him this kind of share of money? Lu Changsheng had some expectations in his heart. Daddy. Seeing that his father suddenly lost his mind and didn't speak, Lu Wangshu couldn't help but whispered. I just thought of something. Let's continue. This spiritual pattern has a total of 365 kinds of evolutions. Lu Changsheng laughed out loud. Daddy, if you have something to do, go and do it first. We will learn the same next time. Lu Wangshu said with a caring and sensible face. Haha, no matter how big the matter is, it can't delay my precious daughter's study. How could Lu Changsheng not know what his daughter was thinking? The father was kind and the daughter was filial. Humph. Lu Wangshu snorted and wanted to say something, but was knocked on the head by Lu Changsheng, and immediately looked at the spiritual patterns that were constantly evolving in front of him. Time passed little by little, and after teaching 3 runes, Lu Changsheng got up and left. Daddy, take care. Lu Wangshu said with a cheerful face. Lu Changsheng shook his head and chuckled, thinking that his daughter was obviously so talented and comprehensible. If she was willing to practice seriously, she would have broken through the 6th level of key refining long ago. Even in the way of runes, she could go further. But thinking of his own practice of fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, there was no reason to preach to his daughter. You can't say that I have cheating, but you don't, right? Then the daughter must have taken his arm and said coquettishly that I have a daddy. Back at the top of the Iron Peak, Lu Changsheng silently said in his heart, System. Name, Lu Pingyan, lifespan. 35/117, talent, 5th grade spiritual root, cultivation, key refining level 7, talent, body refining compatibility, 49%, isn't it showing the body refining aspect? Lu Changsheng looked at the system panel and remembered that his own interface did not show the body refining either. My children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and I will also enjoy the blessings when my children and grandchildren have blessings. He didn't care, took a deep breath and exhaled, and said with expectation in his heart, System, draw a lottery. Now ordinary draws can no longer give him surprises. But for advanced draws, he is still looking forward to it. Immediately, the advanced draw wheel appeared, and the golden light rotated. After a moment, the golden light paused and stopped at the Gongfa book reward column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gongfa Brahma Demon True Saint Gong. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A pattern of a Gongfa Jade book emerged from the lottery disc, accompanied by a system prompt sound. A technique, Brahma Demon True Saint technique. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he saw this technique. He no longer had any interest in the side or inauthentic techniques obtained through ordinary draws. Even if he got one, he could only use it to enrich the sutra library at home. But the techniques obtained through high-level draws are likely to exceed the authentic level. But this technique doesn't look like an authentic technique. Lu Changsheng thought to himself and looked at the system space. Technique, Brahma Demon True Saint technique, grade, True Immortal grade, explanation. The body refining technique created by the former demon Buddha Posun, who integrated the 3 tribes of Buddha, demon, and devil, has extremely harsh conditions for cultivation. It requires both Buddha and demon to practice, and to use the origin of the devil, the blood of the heavenly demon, and the Buddha's bone relics to wash the marrow and refine the body before practicing. True Immortal grade. Lu Changsheng looked at the grade and was surprised. He had heard Honglian say before that techniques above the authentic level, such as the beast formula practiced by Su Ruian, were called the mysterious level. And this true immortal level is obviously far superior to the mysterious level, and can be cultivated to the point of becoming an immortal. But this method doesn't seem to be that easy to practice. Lu Changsheng looked at the description of the method and narrowed his eyes. System, inheritance. Without thinking too much, he used this method. Immediately, all the relevant contents about the practice of Brahma Demon True Saint, like a revelation, quickly flooded into Lu Changsheng's mind. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged under the zumi tree, with a dignified appearance, immersed in his mind, quietly comprehending this true immortal level method. I don't know how long it took before Lu Changsheng woke up from his dream. Brahma Demon True Saint Gong. What a Brahma Demon True Saint Gong. It is worthy of being a true immortal level method. Lu Changsheng exhaled a long breath and murmured. Through this method, he also obtained some other information. For example, after the known key refining, foundation building, Dan formation, Yuanying, and transformation, there are also 3 realms of return to void, combination of Dao and Mahayana. This Brahma Demon True Saint art is a technique that can be practiced to become an immortal. In addition to being able to practice directly to become an immortal, the power and effect of this technique is far beyond all his current techniques. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at the various power effects and magical powers in it, such as the spear of the demon god, the light of the great Ming King, the eye of extinction, the Brahma Demon Holy Body, the Brahma Demon True Body, and the light and dark demon Buddha Great Barrier. It is worthy of being a true immortal level technique. However, although this technique is powerful, the conditions for practicing it are more than harsh. It is simply outrageous. First of all, if you want to practice this technique, you must have at least the 3rd level body refining as a foundation, otherwise you cannot practice it. Then you need to practice the magic and Buddhist techniques at the same time. Only after meeting this basic condition can you try to practice this Brahma Demon True Saint art. In the process, you need to consume the origin of the magic, the blood of the heavenly demon, and the baptism of the Buddha's bone relics to wash the marrow and refine the body before you can practice it. This magic origin can be understood as the origin of the golden elixir of the magic cultivator. The blood of the heavenly demon is the essence of the third-level heavenly blood demon beast. As for the Buddha bone relic, it is the essence of the whole body of the Buddha cultivator who took the initiative to pass away and sit in meditation after the formation of the Dan. So when he saw this pile of conditions, Lu Changsheng was speechless. He knew that he could only watch this technique. Not to mention the origin of the magic, the blood of the heavenly demon, and the Buddha bone relic. He did not even meet the basic requirements of the third-level body refining. Moreover, the magic technique and the Buddhist technique are inherently conflicting. If they practice together, there will be certain dangers. So normal people can't practice this technique at all. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed, not knowing what to say for a while. The extremely precious high-level lottery drew an extremely powerful technique. As a result, he couldn't practice it and could only watch it. But it's not impossible to practice. When I break through the Dan, it is possible to gather these conditions. Lu Changsheng thought that it would not be difficult for him to break through the third-level body refining in the future. Then, if you want to practice Buddhism and demons together, there are now 12 magic skills of the demons in the sky. As long as you can draw a Buddhist skill, you should be able to do it by relying on the inheritance of the system and understanding of the skills. As for the 3 things of marrow cleansing and body refining, forget it. I'd better practice the sun and moon reincarnation art. Lu Changsheng suddenly felt bored and returned to the Changsheng palace to find comfort. Now only the snow-white throwing stones can warm the sadness in his heart. In a mountain forest. In a simple thatched cottage. Where am I? Lu Pingyan opened his eyes, looked around, and recalled what happened to him. He roughly remembered that he was poisoned and was removing the poison and healing his wounds, and then he heard a female voice. As a result, a centipede appeared in front of him and bit him. Then the whole person was stiff and couldn't move, and another toad entered his stomach. Thinking of this, Lu Pingyan was horrified and checked his physical condition. But he found that his current situation could not be better. Not only was the poison removed, but he was also full of strength, as if he could break the sky with one punch. What's going on? Lu Pingyan continued to recall, remembering that his consciousness gradually blurred, as if a little starlight appeared when he fell into the black abyss. Then he didn't know where a force came from, and instinctively operated 100 refining treasure body technique. It was the light ball that my father gave me when I was born with spiritual roots. Lu Pingyan was shocked. He knew that he could have spiritual roots because of this light ball. Unexpectedly, when he was in danger of death this time, the light ball appeared again. Not only did it save his life, but it also made him a blessing in disguise and greatly increased his strength. As long as there is hope in your heart, miracles will happen. Never give up. Lu Pingyan remembered a sentence his father gave him at the beginning. Tell him to persist in any situation, and not to despair or give up. Now recalling it, he immediately realized that this sentence refers to the light ball. As long as he persists and does not give up, the light will be able to illuminate himself and help himself. What exactly is this ball of light? Not only did it allow me to obtain spiritual roots, but it also has such a mysterious effect. Lu Pingyan was surprised. After so many years of cultivating immortals, the more he knew how amazing his spiritual roots were. But now he knew that his father did not just help him gain spiritual roots. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted, with a heavy sense of responsibility. His father had such a precious treasure but didn't use it for himself. There are so many brothers and sisters in the family, and there are so many who are better than him. But his father gave it to him, and as the eldest son in the family, he failed to set a good example. Squeak. At this time, the wooden door was gently pushed open. A petite girl with hair tied into a bun and a lovely red dress appeared at the door. Hey, big brother, are you awake? The girl saw Lu Pingyan on the bed and was a little surprised. Girl, did you save me? Lu Pingyan looked at the girl and roughly remembered the voice. When he was fuzzy at the time, he seemed to hear the girl shouting Zayagwa and asking her mother-in-law to save him. No, big brother, you recovered by yourself. The girl waved her hand, her voice crisp, a little embarrassed. I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have been taken away by a wild beast. Lu Pingyan showed a hearty smile on his face, and stood up to bow to the girl to thank her. Girl, what happened to the centipede and red clam that entered my body at that time? Lu Pingyan was still a little scared when he thought of the 2 poisonous creatures that entered his body, and asked out loud. Grandma said that Xiaogua and the iron-backed centipede formed a balance in your body, big brother. The girl's face showed a bit of depression while she was talking. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he remembered that the 100 refining treasure body art was automatically running at that time, as if it was refining the centipede and red clam. Unexpectedly, he actually made breakthroughs in the 100 refining treasure body art in this way. I'm sorry, Lu Qingyun said with an apologetic face. Knowing that the other person not only saved him, but also brought his pet in, he was really embarrassed and at a loss. It's okay, big brother, I'm glad you're okay. The girl was still a little depressed, but knowing that it was irreversible, she smiled a little and said, my name is Ru, and she was about to speak when she heard a cough. My name is Sujiwer, what's your name, big brother? The girl pursed her lips and said, she has 2 names, this one is a nickname. My name is Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun replied. Although he has always used a pseudonym outside. But he was saved by someone, so he didn't want to lie. Lu Qingyun, does it mean peace and safety? The girl muttered twice in silence and asked with her head tilted. She was innocent and simple, without too many thoughts, so she said whatever she thought. Well, my father said he hoped I would always be safe and sound. Lu Qingyun nodded. He knew the meaning of his name since he was a child. At that time, the names of his brothers and sisters in the family all had this meaning, peace and safety, happy and worry-free. My parents also hope that I will always be safe and sound. The girl said crisply. The two chatted a little stiffly. At the same time, in the distance outside the thatched cottage, an old woman with white hair looked at this place from afar. Lu Qingyun? There seems to be no big family with the surname Lu in Jiangguo. Could it be that they also sent him to Jiangguo for refuge and experience like the master? The old woman's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Although she was not a cultivator of Jiang country, she knew the situation. Except for Qingyun Sect, which had a Yuanying's engine, the other major forces were all at the Jiandan level. In her opinion, people like Lu Qingyun were most likely from a family. This boy doesn't seem to be a cunning person, but he can get in touch with the young lady. The old woman watched Lu Qingyun and Su Jianruo's chat quietly without making any noise to interrupt. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 4 months have passed. During these days, Lu Changsheng's life has not changed much, and it is still so plain and unpretentious. It's just that because of practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art, his ability to make babies has been affected and delayed, and he only has 2 more babies in 4 months. Master. That day, Zumi's voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Tell him that the Wanling Shenshendu in the Wanling bottle has condensed. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised. He has been looking forward to the effect of the Wanling bottle for a long time, and he can't wait. Lu Changsheng immediately came to the top of the peak and took the Wanling bottle in his hand. The Wanling bottle, which condensed a drop of Wanling Shenshendu, did not change much. But if you look inside through your spiritual sense, you can see a drop of emerald green and crystal liquid, which is the Wanling Shenshendu. I wonder if this drop of Wanling Shenshendu can help Yuner break through the foundation building stage. Lu Changsheng had already thought about it, and the first drop of Wanling Shenshendu was used for the Lingming treasure tree. On the one hand, although the Lu family has planted a lot of spiritual medicines, there are really no rare spiritual medicines. As for Zumi, it is estimated that there will be no change after a few decades of growth. The auspicious tree and the strange prison demon flower are still in the process of sacrifice, so let's try the effect of the Lingming treasure tree first. If it works, there will be another foundation building cultivator in the family. Yuner. Lu Changsheng immediately called his wife Lu Maoyan and told her about the Wanling Shenshendu. Although the little green bottle is a secret, he will not hide it from his wives now. Chapter 334 Lu Maoyan breaks through the foundation and obtains the seed of Tao Foundation. My husband, Wanling Shenshenlu, isn't this too wasteful? Lu Maoyan was surprised to hear that this spiritual liquid could make spiritual plants grow for decades or even hundreds of years in just a few days. If this is used to cultivate the golden armor bean mother at home, wouldn't it be able to produce beans overnight? It's okay, keep the bean mother first, and there will be spiritual liquid later. Lu Changsheng naturally did not forget his golden armor bean mother. Although the golden armor bean mother belongs to the Taoist soldiers, it can barely be considered a spiritual plant if you want to count it. If the Wanling Shenshenlu can make the golden armor bean mother produce beans overnight, then in just a few decades, his original puppet seed tactics and industrial assembly line can be fully realized. At present, Although the puppet factory at home has an assembly line, it is not yet industrialized. Although puppets can be made to work, the production cost and maintenance cost of puppets are not as cheap as manpower. The Golden Armor Warrior is different. Not only is the control higher than the puppet, but after it is produced, the maintenance cost is almost zero. After it has no energy, it can be buried in the spiritual soil and planted for 10 days and half a month. Let's go. Maybe Yuner, you are the 5th foundation building cultivator in our family. Lu Changsheng laughed. Although the foundation building of the heaven and earth longevity method is very weak, not only can it not stay away from the natal spiritual plant, but its combat power is at the bottom of the same level, and it can only fight against key refining cultivators. But it is also a foundation building cultivator after all, and it can be called an ancestor in the surrounding area. Foundation building. Lu Maoyan pursed her lips, with a little hope in her eyes. She naturally knew what the foundation building of the heaven and earth longevity method was like. But for her, this is already very remarkable. After all, in her early years, she had no idea about foundation building at all, and it was out of reach. If the foundation building is broken through, then a foundation building ceremony will be held for my Yuner, and others will have to call him Lu Liaozu when they see him. Lu Changsheng pinched his wife's still white and tender face, like a girl, and chuckled. Although he felt that this kind of ceremony was meaningless. But thinking of the fact that Lu Maoyan had been taking care of the household affairs for him for decades, as a wife, she was silent and had little presence. Others who knew about Qingzhu Mountain would know him, Lu Changshen, as well as Lu Maoyan Ling Zixio. So if Lu Maoyan broke through the foundation building, he thought he could celebrate a little to make his wife happy. Moreover, this matter was also a publicity for his reputation. Ancestor Lu valued love and righteousness, and never forgot his wife when he was rich. Last year's incident at Qingzhu Mountain still had a certain impact on the reputation of Qingzhu Mountain and Lu Changshen, which could be slightly redeemed through this incident. Husband Lu Maoyan heard her husband's joke and said shyly. But in her heart, she couldn't help imagining the scene of herself holding a foundation building ceremony. If Grandma knew that she had built a foundation, she would definitely be very happy. Soon, the two came to Linka Cliff. Greetings to the mountain master, greetings to the lady. Dad, and. Immediately, the cultivators and the children of the Lu family bowed to greet them. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded and asked about the cultivation of spiritual medicine. He rarely came to Linxiu Cliff on weekdays. Because the spiritual medicines planted here have no age, there is really nothing to pay attention to. After a few words of concern, he and Lu Maoyan came to the back cliff, in front of the Lingming treasure tree. Although this Lingming treasure tree has been planted for more than 10 years, it is still the same as when it was planted, without any growth or change. Yuner, I'm going to start. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Maoyan next to him. Then he took out the Wanling bottle and dripped the soybean-sized, bright and jade-like Wanling Kangshan dew on the Lingming treasure tree. Wanling Kangshan dew directly emerged into the Lingming treasure tree, making the blue-gold Lingming treasure tree flow with a green vitality. At the same time, a surge of energy surged from the Lingming treasure tree, spreading towards Lu Maoyan and covering her whole body. Yuner, how is the effect? Lu Changsheng looked at his wife and asked her if she felt anything. Now that the Lingming treasure tree has been refined by her into her life spirit root, it is equivalent to part of her body. So she can clearly know the situation of the Lingming treasure tree. My husband, I feel that the Lingming treasure tree is growing wildly, so there is a constant supply of plant essence to nourish me and improve my cultivation. Lu Maoyan's body was full of spiritual energy, making her dark green dress flutter without wind. After practicing the method of longevity in heaven and earth, she had no effect by meditating and taking elixirs. She could only rely on the growth of the Lingming treasure tree, the life spirit root, to absorb the essence of heaven and earth all the time and nourish herself. At this moment, as the Lingming treasure tree grew wildly, she suddenly felt the surging spiritual energy, and the essence of plants and trees poured into her body, which quickly improved her cultivation. Okay, you can practice with peace of mind. Lu Changsheng nodded when he heard it, allowing Lu Maoyan to refine the essence of plants and trees in her body with peace of mind. As time went by, countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered and poured into Lu Maoyan's body, allowing her to reach the peak of the 9th level of key refining. She gradually began to accumulate and prepare to impact the foundation. The foundation of the heaven and earth Changsheng method is different from that of most other methods. When you practice to a certain level, You will have a mysterious feeling and know that you can break through the foundation. In the process of breaking through, there is no such thing as the 3 levels of foundation building or bottlenecks. It is just like a normal breakthrough, a natural outcome. Seeing more and more spiritual energy rolling around, Lu Changsheng looked at Bian Peak, communicated with Zumi with his spiritual consciousness, and said, Zumaru, send the spirit I spring. Help me see if Zixio is in seclusion, and ask her to come over. Lu Changsheng said so. From the current situation, he can see that Lu Mayan is likely to break through the foundation. In this case, he naturally has to make some preparations. Although there is no bottleneck in breaking through the foundation of the heaven and earth Changsheng method, it basically will not fail. But no one in the family has practiced this method, so it is better to be safe. If Lu Mayan really needs it, he still has a foundation building pill in his hand. Swish! On the Bian Peak, a golden beam of light suddenly shone onto the Linka cliff. The spirit eye spring in the cave suddenly appeared next to Lu Changshen, and the spring water gurgled, surging with pure and rich spiritual energy. He did not choose to use this spirit eye spring to create spiritual veins before, just to deal with this situation. After a while, a beam of light came from the Bian Peak, and it was Ling Zixio. My dear, is Mayan about to break through the foundation? She knew Lu Mayan's situation, and when she saw this scene, she immediately guessed what was going on. Well, it's almost a breakthrough. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, so I have to trouble Zixio to set up the formation to gather the spirits, and then cover up the situation a little bit. Thank you for troubling Sister Ling. Lu Mayan opened her eyes and thanked Ling Zixio. Mayan is too polite. Ling Zixio, wearing a blue dress, had a plump and dignified figure, and smiled elegantly. Then she raised her hand slightly, and a formation plate appeared. She moved it gently, causing the formation flags on Linka Cliff to flutter. Linka Cliff had already arranged a formation, which was connected to the formation of Qingzhu Mountain. She only needed to operate it at this time. Why did the formation move? It seems to be Linka Cliff. As the formation was in operation, someone immediately noticed the situation in Linka Cliff. But it was just a notice, and there was no fuss. Because of Ling Zixio, the formation master, the formation of Qingzhu Mountain had been revised several times, and each test made a lot of noise, so everyone was not surprised. After all, Qingzhu Mountain is now a big family, so there is no force that would come to cause trouble. 2 days later. Linka Cliff, back cliff. Husband, I think I can break through the foundation. Lu Mayan said to Lu Changshen, with excitement on her face. Even though she has been in Qingzhu Mountain for so many years, she knows that today is different from the past. She will be able to break through the foundation sooner or later by practicing the method of longevity in heaven and earth. But when this day really came, she couldn't help but feel excited. Yuner, has the Lingming treasure tree digested the one Ling Shenshendu? Lu Changsheng said with a gentle expression. There is still a little left. Lu Mayan quietly felt it and said softly. If you feel ready, just break through directly. If you want to be more cautious, wait until the Lingming treasure tree completely digests the one Ling Shenshendu. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. While speaking, he took out the foundation building pill in the storage ring and handed it to Lu Mayan. I still have a foundation building pill here. Yuner, you can take it if you need it when you break through. So just break through with peace of mind, don't worry. Lu Changsheng stepped forward, gently stroked his wife's hair, and said in a warm voice. Although the Xiandi Changsheng method does not require a foundation building pill to break through. But in order to prevent accidents, he still took out this foundation building pill to reassure Lu Mayan. After all, if an unexpected situation really occurs, this foundation building pill can protect the meridians and Danshan. Husband. Lu Mayan didn't expect that her husband had prepared a foundation building pill for her. Her eyes turned red and she was moved. Haha, just break through with peace of mind. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Yet, Lu Mayan nodded, and then sat cross-legged beside the Lingming treasure tree and prepared to break through the foundation. When her whole body's cultivation had completely improved to the point where there was no more room for improvement, and she was almost ready to break through on her own, she began to break through. At this time, she seemed to think of something, opened her eyes, and said to Lu Changshen, Husband, do you want to call Zhenshun and Sister Huanghuan? Doesn't the book say that watching others break through the foundation is helpful to yourself? And Zhenshun, Sister Huanghuan and I practice the same exercises. Lu Mayan said so. The three of them practiced the same exercises, and this breakthrough process might be of some reference and help to the two women. Yuner, you are still thoughtful. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and nodded when he heard this, thinking it made sense. He immediately turned into a beam of light and came to the Lu family mansion, calling his wife Lu Mayaohan and Chu Zhenzhen. If Lu Mayaohan easily breaks through the foundation, it will have a certain encouraging effect on the future of the two women. If something unexpected happens, they can also learn from experience and let the two girls avoid detours. After a while, Chu Zhenzhen and Lu Mayaohan came to Linka Cliff. They were surprised to learn that Lu Mayaohan was about to break through the foundation. Because they knew that the practice of the heaven and earth longevity method was very slow and completely relied on the cultivation of the life spirit plant. The spiritual vein environment of Qingzhu Mountain was only average, and the spiritual plants grew slowly, so Lu Mayaohan should need more than 10 years or even decades to break through. However, after learning that Lu Changsheng had helped, the two girls were relieved. After all, after so many years, Lu Changsheng has become omnipotent in their hearts. It's nothing to let Lu Mayaohan break through the foundation and advance. Sister Mayaohan, you can do it. Chu Zhenzhen made a cheering look. Yet, under the gaze of several people, Lu Mayaohan sat cross-legged beside the Lingming treasure tree, slowly practiced the heaven and earth longevity method, and began to break through the foundation. Buzz buzz buzz, but I saw that there was bright green flowing in Lu Mayaohan's body, and a fresh and rich breath of vitality filled the air. This breath came from the same source as the Lingming treasure tree beside him, causing the Lingming treasure tree to gradually flow with a blue-gold luster through its cracked bark. Soon, the two auras gradually merged, making the person and the tree one. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually flowed towards Lu Mayaohan and the Lingming treasure tree and entered their bodies. But compared to ordinary foundation building, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and the spiritual pressure vortex can only be considered average. Even with a spirit eye spring, there is no need to absorb and exhale the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Use your own spiritual plant to bear the physical and magical barriers of the three foundation building stages. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Mayaohan with his eyes slightly narrowed. It can be seen that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is mainly absorbed by the Lingming treasure tree. The Lingming treasure tree, along with the green essence of plants and trees, flows these spiritual energies into Lu Mayaohan's body and turns them into pure magic power. Like normal cultivators, breaking through the foundation building requires high-intensity spiritual energy infusion. Then, the spiritual energy is refined and compressed continuously, and finally the spiritual energy turns into liquid, transforms into mana, and supports the Tao platform. However, the method of longevity in heaven and earth completes these steps through the spirit plant of the natal. Then what about the third level of consciousness? Could it be that because of the spirit plant of the natal, because the absorption and conversion were too poor, the process was not only more difficult, but also had no tolerance for error? It was even necessary to use the foundation building pill and the foundation building spiritual objects to meet the requirements. This method of longevity is really mysterious. Lu Changsheng sighed at the mystery of this method. Although the grade of this method is unknown, it is at least a side or authentic level. In this way, in a blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Lu Mayaohan gradually entered the final stage of the breakthrough. The spiritual energy of the world in Linka Cliff also gradually surged and poured into the Lingming treasure tree. However, because of the spiritual eye spring, although there was some noise, it was not like most breakthroughs in the foundation building, swallowing up the spiritual energy in the surrounding area and forming a terrifying spiritual energy vortex in the air. During this period, Lu Changsheng asked Ling Zixiao to go back and rest, and Chu Zhenzhen and Lu Mayaohan also went back to rest, and he would call them in the final stage. After all, the process of waiting for the foundation building is really boring. Especially in Lu Mayaohan's case, there was no ripples. As long as he doesn't interrupt it and do something weird, he will definitely succeed. But as a husband, he will stay here and accompany her quietly if there is nothing serious. Another half a month passed. The spiritual fluctuations of Linka Cliff gradually returned to calm. A layer of hazy clouds and rainbows appeared in the sky, as if congratulating the success of the foundation building. It's done. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Mayaohan with a faint smile on his face. Knowing that the other party has broken through the foundation building, holding up the Tao platform, and is being baptized and shedding the mortal body. Hey, Sister Mayaohan seems to be younger again. Chu Hansen next to him looked at Lu Maoyan in front of him. He immediately noticed that Lu Maoyan was much younger. Lu Changsheng shook his head and chuckled. He thought that he was eternally young and always looked like he was 20 years old, which probably put some pressure on his wife. After all, relatively speaking, women care more about this aspect than men. Although Lu Maoyan, Chu Hansen and others took Xiran pills and Yangayan pills in their early years. But these pills are not eternal youth, they just slow down aging. Although Lu Maoyan looks like she is about 24 or 25 years old, she is very young, but she probably wants to be younger. So she took advantage of the characteristics of the heaven and earth longevity method to make her look back to the age when she married Lu Changsheng, 17 or 18 years old. This change made Chu Hansen and Lu Maoyan a little envious. After all, Lu Maoyan was much younger and more beautiful because of the heaven and earth longevity method in her early years. Now she is directly as young as 17 or 18 years old, and her temperament is more and more fresh and refined, like a lotus emerging from the water, so they are naturally envious. Husband. After a moment, Lu Maoyan opened her eyes. Maybe because of the breakthrough just now, there was a bit of blue-gold luster in her eyes. But it did not affect her look at Lu Changsheng, the tenderness and sweetness in her eyes. Congratulations to my Yuner for breaking through the foundation. Lu Changsheng's face was full of smiles, and he bowed to his wife to congratulate. Although Lu Maoyan looks much younger, like when she was 17 or 18 years old. But her whole body reveals identified beauty that only mature women have. Congratulations to Sister Maoyan for breaking through the foundation. Chu Hansen congratulated Lu Maoyan. Then she naturally took Lu Maoyan's arm and asked, Sister Maoyan, how did you suddenly become so young? Hey, Sister Maoyan, your skin seems to be much better, and it smells good. She has a very good relationship with Lu Maoyan, and they often play and joke with Lu Changsheng on weekdays. Maoyan, congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation. Lu Maoyan, wearing a black gorgeous palace skirt, tall and graceful, congratulated Lu Maoyan. A bit of envy appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes, and she was more eager and looking forward to the sacrifice of the strange prison flower. More than 2 years have passed, and Chu Hansen is about to sacrifice the auspicious tree to the life root and start practicing the longevity method of heaven and earth. But she has not yet completed the baptism with the strange prison flower and established a connection. I just broke through the foundation, and I know that the method can return to youth and stay young forever, so I want to be younger. Lu Maoyan said a little embarrassedly. After all, she is 50 years old, but she pretends to be young like a little girl. But she does have some little thoughts. She didn't want to look older than her husband, Lu Changsheng. So she decided to keep her appearance at the age of 18, the age when she first met Lu Changsheng. Is that so? Then can I break through the foundation like this in the future? Chu Hansen said. Although she didn't mind her current appearance very much. But seeing Lu Maoyan's situation, she immediately became interested in the idea. Of course it's okay. Lu Maoyan smiled. After a few people chatted for a while, Lu Changsheng asked his wife, Yuner, have you changed after breaking through the foundation? He was sure that his wife had successfully broken through the foundation. But he felt that the process of her lifting the Tao platform and shedding her mortal body was different from that of a normal cultivator. So he wanted to know the difference between breaking through the foundation with the Xiandi Changsheng method and breaking through the foundation normally. Husband, when I broke through the foundation, it was not as you said, lifting the Tao platform in the Dan Lake and shedding my mortal body, but condensing a Tao foundation seed in the Dan Lake. Lu Maoyan said so. Tao foundation seed? Let me see. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised when he heard it. He immediately grasped Lu Maoyan's wrist and used his spiritual sense to check her condition. Lu Changsheng's first impression was that Lu Maoyan's body did not look like that of a foundation-building cultivator. Ordinary foundation-building cultivators, even if their foundation is average and they have not practiced physical cultivation, will not be much worse than ordinary warriors and physical cultivation cultivators after breaking through the foundation building, experiencing baptism, and shedding their mortal bodies. But Lu Maoyan's body is still very fragile, just like a key refining cultivator. It's just that the mana, flesh, blood, meridians and bones are flowing with a strong breath of life. Is this the reason why the longevity method of heaven and earth is far better than that of cultivators of the same level? Abandon all offensive and defensive means, all kinds of things, all for longevity. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Although he knew the general effect of the longevity method of heaven and earth before, he did not have a clear understanding. But at this moment, through Lu Maoyuan's breakthrough in foundation building, he had a deep understanding of the abandonment of the method of fighting described in this method. Whether it is mana or physical body, it is for longevity and living longer. I think this is why Lu Maoyuan has the effect of returning to youth and eternal youth after the breakthrough. He continued to explore with his consciousness and looked at Lu Maoyuan's Qi Hai Danshan. In the Dan Lake, there was a thumb-sized, half-liquid, half-solid, blue-gold seed with greenery. This seed was filled with a rich life force, and it circulated in the meridians, limbs and bones along with Lu Maoyuan's Danshan mana. It was nourishing her flesh, blood, meridians, bones, and internal organs at all times. Is this the seed of the Tao foundation of the heaven and earth longevity method? Lu Changsheng looked at the seed. He felt a breath of the Lingming treasure tree from it, as if this was the tree species of the Lingming treasure tree. But he could see that this was not a real plant species. It was something between a tree species and a Tao foundation. Yunar takes the Lingming treasure tree as her life root, so the Tao foundation seed condensed is the same root and origin as the Lingming treasure tree. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, but he didn't see any problem. He just felt that this situation was really rare. When breaking through the foundation, the Tao foundation is the seed, so why is the real pill condensed after breaking through the Dan? Lu Changsheng couldn't help thinking in his heart. Then he asked Lu Maoyuan what effect this Dao-based seed had and how it felt. This seed has an ability called the Eye of Insight. It allows me to see through illusions, magic, and concealing magic methods. Lu Maoyuan said. Chapter 335, The Eye of Wisdom, Sword Trial in the Mysterious Purple Realm. The eye of spiritual light can see through illusions, magic, and concealment. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard Lu Maoyuan's words. As far as he knew, the Dao foundation of shattering was lacking, and there was basically no ability effect except for the characteristics of the practice. Only when the Dao foundation was perfect would there be special abilities. Unexpectedly, the Dao foundation seed condensed by Lu Maoyuan's Xiandi Changsheng method actually had such an effect, which was unexpected. However, this Dao foundation effect was a bit like a magic ability. An ability obtained from the Lingming treasure tree. After all, the effect of the Lingming treasure tree was to condense Lingming alcohol. The alcohol can wipe the eyes, making the eyes clear and bright, and enhancing the magical powers of the spiritual eyes. It is reasonable to obtain such an ability. Could it be that after using Lingming alcohol to wipe the eyes for a long time and reaching the limit, you can obtain such an ability of the Eye of Spiritual Light? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and had a guess. He had tried to wipe his eyes with Lingming alcohol. But because the alcohol was used to induce Lu Maoyuan to give birth, the amount was too scarce, and there was no feeling at all, which was not as good as him and Lu Maoyuan practicing together. After practicing together with Lu Maoyuan for so many years, he felt that his eyesight was much clearer. That's good. In the future, if the children in the family gain any treasures through training outside, you can ask Yunar to take a look. Or if there are spies who want to sneak into her house, Yunar will be able to see through the disguise at a glance. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, not caring too much. Lu Maoyuan's ability is very suitable for exploring the ruins and caves. But he couldn't let his wife do such a thing. In addition, because of the heaven and earth longevity method, Lu Maoyuan could not be too far away from the spiritual plants, and could not leave the range of Qingzhu Mountain. Otherwise, even if he didn't explore any ruins and secrets, he could rely on this spiritual light to be a treasure appraiser and pick up bargains. How can it be so amazing? But I feel that I have a little more affinity and understanding for plants and spiritual plants. I guess if I spend more time, I will be able to master the art of spring breeze and rain, the art of earth spirit moistening green, and the art of condensing dew on all trees, and become a second-level spiritual plant master. Lu Maoyuan smiled and continued to share her joy. In addition to the knowledge and identification of spiritual plants, spiritual plant masters mainly need to master the art of spiritual plants. Arts such as the art of spring breeze and rain, the art of earth spirit moistening green, and the art of condensing dew on all trees are advanced art of spiritual plant masters. You are worthy of being my Yunar, so great. Lu Changsheng embraced his little wife and praised her. Since the family affairs were gradually handed over to the children, and the heaven and earth longevity method was practiced, Lu Maoyuan and others also spent time on cultivating immortal arts on weekdays. After all, when you are free, you always have to find something to do to kill time. For example, Array formation, alchemy, refining, talisman making, etc. require a relatively high threshold of talent, and it costs money to refine. So she usually studies spiritual plants, spiritual cooking, wine making, medical skills, music and other aspects with Qingzhu. Because of the characteristics of the Xiandi Changsheng method, they are not very effective in attacking magic. Even the fire control magic, insect killing magic, and corruption magic are much weaker than the cultivators of the same level. But they have good effects on magic such as healing magic, stimulating magic, and spring breeze magic, which are very suitable for spiritual plant masters and doctors. No, it's all your credit, husband. Lu Maiyuan took Lu Changsheng's arm and said in a sweet voice. She just broke through the foundation and was very happy. Every frown and smile was filled with a happy smile. Haha, let's go home and celebrate our Yunar's breakthrough in the foundation. Lu Changsheng rubbed her hair and wanted to take his 3 wives back to the Lu family mansion to celebrate. Husband, wait a minute. Lu Maiyuan said immediately, came to the Lingming treasure tree, squatted down, and raised her hands lightly. But at the root of the Lingming treasure tree, a group of azure blue, clear alcohol liquid with a bit of golden luster slowly flowed out. It was the Lingming alcohol liquid condensed by the Lingming treasure tree. My husband, this is the Lingming alcohol liquid condensed by the Lingming treasure tree. If you wipe and clean your eyes for a long time, you should be able to develop abilities similar to the Lingming eye. Lu Maiyuan wrapped the crystal alcohol liquid with her magic power and said to Lu Changsheng, I almost forgot about this. Lu Changsheng looked at the alcohol liquid in front of him. Every 30 years, the roots of the Lingming treasure tree can condense a portion of Lingming alcohol liquid. But during this period of time, his mind was fully focused on Lu Maiyuan's breakthrough in the foundation building, and he forgot about this Lingming alcohol liquid. This made him feel that the combination of the One-Ling bottle and the Heaven and Earth longevity method was very effective. Not only can it steadily improve his wife's cultivation, but the growth and harvest of the spiritual plants will not fall behind. He took out a porcelain bottle from his storage ring, poured away the ball of Lingming alcohol, and handed it to Lu Maiyuan, saying, Yunar, you can give this alcohol to Zixio when the time comes. She is a formation master and has practiced the spiritual eye pupil technique. This alcohol will be of great help to her. Lu Changsheng said so, asking Lu Maiyuan to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha and thank Ling Zixio. He hoped that the relationship between the two would be as close as possible. Okay, Lu Maiyuan nodded in response. The 3 returned to Baiyan Peak, the Lu family mansion. Hey, you are Sister Yun. Auntie, how come you suddenly look so young? Several concubines and children in the courtyard saw Lu Maiyuan and were immediately surprised. Haha, I have good news to announce. Yunar broke through the foundation today. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He was going to hold the foundation ceremony for Lu Maiyuan, so naturally he had no intention of hiding the news. Ah! Congratulations to Sister Yun. Congratulations to Auntie. Congratulations to Auntie. These concubines and children were all surprised, and then they spoke out to congratulate. In his eyes, there was a look of respect and envy. Not only was it respect for Lu Maiyuan, his legal wife, it was also respect for the great cultivator and the ancestor of foundation building. Then Lu Changsheng called his son Lu Yun and asked him to prepare for the foundation building ceremony. Ah, mother, you broke through the foundation building. Lu Yun looked at Lu Maiyuan, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, and was completely stunned. He never expected that his mother would break through the foundation building after just a while. He was really stunned and felt like a dream. Isn't it normal for your mother to break through the foundation building? If you practice well on weekdays, you may break through the foundation building in the future. Lu Changsheng said to his son. There are so many children in the family, and he can't take the trouble to help them all. But as long as his children are motivated enough, they can practice to the peak of the 9th level of key refining under the cultivation of family resources. As a father, he will prepare foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects for them to try to impact the foundation building. What's normal? Lu Yun wanted to say this, but he still responded honestly and respectfully, I will definitely work hard. Then he bowed to his mother Lu Maiyuan and congratulated, I congratulate you on breaking through the foundation building, achieving great magical power, and becoming immortal. I can expect to form a pill in the future. Where did you learn such boastful style? On the road to becoming an immortal, you must be down to earth and don't be greedy. Lu Maiyuan rolled her eyes at her son and said, Yunar is right. Now that you have broken through the foundation building, isn't it just a matter of time before you can form a pill? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Husband Lu Maiyuan thought of the immortality method of heaven and earth, and the dew of all spirits. It seemed that she could indeed form a pill. She looked at Lu Changsheng with tenderness. Lu Yun looked at the situation in front of her and felt that she seemed to be a little redundant. She didn't know how to respond to her parents' words. Husband, there is no need for a grand ceremony. We can just celebrate at home. Lu Maiyuan said this while holding Lu Changsheng's arm. She didn't like people who were lively and thought that it was enough for the two families of Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain to celebrate. It's still necessary to ask for it, but it doesn't need to be too grand. Just invite the area around Qingzhu Mountain if there are business contacts with her family. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said to his son Lu Yun. Dad, what day is the time set for it? Lu Yun asked immediately. You can arrange these yourself. Lu Changsheng waved his hand directly, thinking that such a small matter didn't matter. The time is set for 2 months later, don't make it troublesome, just a little excitement will be fine. Lu Maiyuan was worried that her son would not pay attention, so she gave a warning. After explaining the matter, Lu Changsheng also held a family dinner in the evening to celebrate this matter. When other concubines heard the news, they all looked at Lu Maiyuan with envy and respect. Especially some of the legitimate daughters of the family who married Lu Changsheng later. They all have good talents and have middle-grade spiritual roots. If they practice well, even if they are delayed for 3 to 5 years or even 10 years by having children, they still have the hope of practicing to the peak of the 9th level of key refining before the age of 60 and impacting the foundation building. But in their situation, without the resources and conditions, they dare not break through the foundation building at all. Once you break through the foundation building stage, it is like seeking death. Now that I see Lu Maiyuan breaking through the foundation building stage, I naturally guess that it is Lu Changsheng who is supporting her with resources. I feel envious and look forward to the day when I can be favored by Lu Changsheng and support my foundation building. I wonder if I can give birth to a killing child. A concubine looked at her bulging belly, hoping that her belly could be more motivated and give birth to a killing child, so as to be favored by Lu Changsheng. Because they have been in Qingzhu Mountain for so many years, they also know roughly. Without extraordinary abilities, if you want to be favored by Lu Changsheng, you can only be honored by your son. Like a concubine named Xiao Yuiao, she was a maid bought by Lu Changsheng. But because she gave birth to a son with a 4th grade spiritual root, Lu Qingzhu, her conditions and treatment are much better than many of them. There is also a concubine named Xia Zhiyu, because she gave birth to 4 children with middle grade spiritual roots, her treatment makes them envious. It was late at night. In the antique room of Bian Peak. Afterwards. Well, husband. Lu Maiyuan, who had just broken through the foundation building today, was now limp as mud. Her fresh and refined face was full of lazy blushes afterward, and her delicate eyebrows and eyes were full of charm. Although she had broken through the foundation building, and the heaven and earth longevity method made her body endurance and recovery ability different from ordinary people, she could not bear Lu Changsheng's whipping. After all, Lu Changsheng's physical strength was simply incredible. In these years, they were basically with Chu Zhenzhen, or Zhaoqing, Xia Zhiyu, Xiao Yuiao and others. It was rare for her to be alone with Lu Changsheng. Only today, she broke through the foundation building, celebrated it well, and relived their wedding night with Lu Changsheng. Yuner, do you still want it? Lu Changsheng used the love spell, hugged his charming little wife in his arms, and whispered in her ear. Although she looked like a girl of 17 or 18, her body temperament was between youth and maturity. She has the graceful charm of a good wife and mother, and the plump and soft body, as well as the youthful vitality and tender elasticity of a young girl. Moreover, due to the method of longevity in heaven and earth, Lu Maiyuan broke through the foundation building, and her body has a strong and refreshing fragrance. It is somewhat similar to the Lingming treasure tree, but it is completely different. It is a fragrance that belongs only to women, like the fragrance of flowers, very pleasant and refreshing. No. Lu Maiyuan's voice was weak and powerless, her delicate body was white and rosy, and she trembled slightly. At this moment, she really didn't want to move a finger, and leaned her sweaty head on Lu Changsheng's chest. Then. Yuner, are you comfortable? Lu Changsheng saw that his wife was really tired, and estimated that if she continued, she would faint, so he carried her back to the bed. He thought that only a female cultivator who had reached the Qingyun stage, no, a high-level physical cultivator, could bear the whipping of someone like him alone. Even though they had been married for decades, Lu Maoyan still found it difficult to say such shameful words. But she knew that her husband liked to tease them like this on weekdays, so she closed her eyes and whispered, "It's comfortable. Husband, why don't you go find Sister Huanhuan and the others?" After Lu Maoyan was gently held on the bed, her jade body covered with sweat was smooth and white, with a radiant luster, and she whispered, "It's okay, accompany Yunar well tonight." Lu Changsheng played a cleaning spell to clean the room, and quietly held his wife to bed, experiencing the effect of the Love Sutra. Since practicing with Lu Maoyan can get some clear eyes, he also wants to try to let Lu Maoyan practice the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra. As a result, he found that the Heaven and Earth Longevity method is exclusive. If you practice this method, it will be difficult to practice other methods, even auxiliary methods. However, relying on his own operation of the Love Sutra, he can feel that he and Lu Maoyan have gained a few more points of gain from practicing together. But this gain is still very small, and it is estimated that there will be a certain obvious effect only after years and months. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much about this. After all, the effect of dual cultivation was a pleasant surprise to him. He did not expect to gain any benefits or abilities through dual cultivation. A few days later, the news about Lu Maoyan, the mistress of the Lu family, breaking through the foundation building stage gradually spread. There was not much commotion about this news. After all, compared to last year, when Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoyan suppressed the great elder of Jinglongling, the ancestor of the Jin family personally went to Bihu Mountain to apologize, presented the spiritual objects for forming a pill, and even said that Lu Changsheng had the ability to form a pill, etc. This breakthrough in the foundation building stage was really nothing to Bihu Mountain. It just made many family forces begin to understand Lu Maoyan, the mistress of the Lu family. However, this news shocked Qingzhu Mountain a lot. It was like a huge rock falling from a calm lake. The new generation of Qingzhu Mountain disciples might not know. But Lu Yuanding, Lu Cheng, and other Lu family cultivators of the Yuan and Miao generations were still there, so they naturally knew about Lu Maoyan's situation. 7th grade spiritual roots. In terms of cultivation, it can only be considered ordinary, without any outstanding features. But now, Lu Maoyan has actually broken through the foundation. Maoyan has broken through the foundation. Lu Yuanding, Lu Cheng, Lu Feng, Lu Muping and others didn't know what to say when they heard the news. They all seemed to be dreaming. After a long time, they calmed down and were even more surprised at Lu Changsheng's methods and background. Back then, with the help of Lu Changsheng, Lu Maoyan broke through the foundation. At least Lu Maoyan was originally a foundation seed. And Lu Maoyan was the kind who had no hope of building a foundation. But now, the other party has built a foundation and become a high-ranking, worthy of people's admiration for the foundation ancestor. Yunar has broken through the foundation. Xiao, is this true or false? Don't lie to grandma. The 4th elder looked at his great-granddaughter, full of disbelief. She didn't know what was going on with her granddaughter. Although Lu Maoyan said before that she couldn't leave Bihu Mountain because she was practicing a technique. But this sudden breakthrough in foundation building still made her feel too fake, absolutely impossible. Grandma, this is of course true, how could I lie to you? Lu Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, when she heard the news and saw her mother's appearance, she was also very surprised. My mother can't come to pick you up in person, so let me take you to Bihu Mountain for a short stay. You will know when the time comes. Lu Yu took her grandmother's arm and said with a smile. Okay, Grandma will go with you. The 4th elder nodded repeatedly, and felt that the other party would not make such a joke to deceive herself, and got up to go to Bihu Mountain. Although she went to Bihu Mountain on weekdays, she was old and only went back occasionally. Soon, Lu Yuanding and Lu Munian, the new owner of Qingzhu Mountain, went to Bihu Mountain with Lu Yu and the 4th elder. After all, the ceremony day is still a long time away. They are going to visit and congratulate first. Pineo Lake. The Bai family also received the news of Lu Maoyan's breakthrough in Bihu Mountain as soon as possible. Let's go to Bihu Mountain with me to congratulate. After hearing the news, Bai Yunang, the ancestor of the Bai family, immediately took 2 family seeds to Bihu Mountain to congratulate. Over the years, relying on the cooperation between Hongai Valley Market and Bihu Mountain, Their Banyo Lake has also been steadily rising. Not only does the family have several foundation-building seeds, but they also have the financial resources to plan foundation-building pills and train new foundation-building monks. But how hard is it to find a foundation-building pill? Now that I heard the news, I immediately guessed that Changsheng might have a foundation-building pill. So I hope to buy a foundation-building pill through the relationship and friendship between the two families. After all, in the four major families, the Yu family was replaced by Changsheng, and Centipede Ridge had changed its surname to Su. Qingzhu Mountain also has two foundation-building monks in charge. If Lu Maioji and Lu Maioyan are counted, there are as many as 4 foundation-building monks. And his Bai family is still supported by him alone. For a family ancestor like them, there is only one foundation-building monk in the family, and he has been trapped in the family for a long time, which can be said to be like imprisonment. Unable to go out to find opportunities, comprehend the avenue, and with limited cultivation resources, it is difficult to make any progress in cultivation. It is almost impossible to break through the middle stage of foundation building in this life. Moreover, the family has no way to expand outward. Once the foundation building ancestor has an accident, the family will fall into decline. Qingzhu Mountain. Grandma, father-in-law. Lu Changsheng learned that the 4th elder and Lu Yunding had arrived, and immediately brought his son Lu Yun and his wife Lu Maioyan and Lu Maiohun to greet them. He also asked Zumi to inform Lu Maioji. These days, Lu Maioji has been in seclusion in the cave, preparing to impact the 4th level of foundation building, so she rarely shows up. Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle. Lu Maioyan was very happy to see her grandmother quietly. After all, she couldn't take the initiative to go to Qingzhu Mountain because of the heaven and earth longevity method. And the old man is old and is not willing to come and go. Huh? Are you? Yuner. The 4th elder was slightly stunned when he saw Lu Maioyan in front of him. If the other party hadn't called her, she would have been a little afraid to recognize her. She even suspected that Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioyan had another daughter. Grandma, it's me, Yuner. Lu Maioyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect that her grandma didn't recognize her when she saw her. But thinking about the changes in her appearance, it was normal that the 4th elder didn't dare to recognize her for a while. Okay, you're the same as when you were a child. The 4th elder looked at his granddaughter's appearance, reached out and stroked her face, nodded with a smile, and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After a long while, she said in an old voice, Yuner, I heard from Xiaoyu that you broke through the foundation. Is this true? Even now, she still didn't dare to believe that her granddaughter broke through the foundation. Grandma, of course it's true. Lu Maioyan said with a smile on her face, revealing the aura of the foundation building spiritual pressure. Although the foundation of the heaven and earth longevity method is very false. But this aura of cultivation cannot be fake. Great. I didn't expect that Grandma could see my daughter Yuner become a great cultivator of foundation building in this life. The old lady was full of satisfaction, and her eyes were a little red. For her granddaughter broke through the foundation building and became a great cultivator of foundation building, which was simply a golden light in the ancestral tomb and brought honor to the family. She chatted with Lu Maioyan for a while, then looked at Lu Changsheng, held his palm, and said, Changsheng, you have worked hard. The 4th elder knew that her granddaughter was able to break through the foundation building, which must have relied on Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, with her granddaughter's situation, how could she break through the foundation building? Grandma, how can this be hard or not? I still have a big dragon carp, just waiting for you to come. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. But looking at the old appearance of the 4th elder, he still felt a little sad. Although the old man in front of him had taken the 1st and 2nd level longevity pills, he didn't have much time left. After all, a key refining cultivator can only live to 120 years old in theory, but few can live to this age. The 4th elder was a talisman master in his early years, and he spent a lot of time drawing talismans. He is now over 110 years old, and it is estimated that he still has about 10 years to live. Okay, Changsheng, you are thoughtful. The 4th elder's face was full of gratified smiles, and then he looked at his great-grandson and said, Yuner, Xiaoyu, you should also work hard and strive to break through the foundation in the future. Yes, Grandma. The brother and sister looked at each other and nodded in response. Father-in-law, Sister Maioji is in seclusion to break through, and I have sent a letter to inform her. At this time, Lu Changsheng explained to Lu Yunding. This father-in-law is now over 80 years old. His hair is gray and his face is a little old, not as elegant and young as he was back then. No problem, no problem, cultivation is important. Lu Yunding waved his hand and said so. Looking at Lu Yun and Lu Yu, he couldn't help but think of his grandsons Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu, and his eyes showed some envy and longing. Although they are all family, he would rather be closer to his daughter's children. Especially when Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu were brought up by his grandfather. Grandma, father-in-law, you have worked hard on the way here, let's go in first. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng took the two to the Lu family mansion and said to his son Lu Yun, Yuner, you and Munian have more time to communicate. He naturally knew why King Zishan brought Lu Munian here. He hoped that the two families would have more exchanges and get closer on weekdays. Yes, father. Uncle, take care. The two nodded in response. You kingdom, Qingyun Sect. Are you going to the Xiao secret realm? Xian'an Zhenren looked at Lu Qingshan in surprise. Although the Xiao secret realm is in Jiang kingdom, because the two countries are neighbors, even cultivators from Yu kingdom will rush there. Well, 4 years later, I will go to the Qingming secret realm. Now that the Xiao secret realm is about to open, I am going to take this opportunity to go and test my sword and hone my skills. And I promised Xiao Zuer that I would take her home after I break through the foundation building. But as for the Qingming secret realm, I will definitely not have time to go home with Xiao Zuer after I break through the foundation building. So I thought that I could take Xiao Zuer home to see it this time when I go to the Xiao secret realm. Lu Qingshan has a handsome face, sword eyebrows, star eyes, red lips and white teeth, and a tall and straight figure. He grinned. In this case, I will send you and Qingzhu there later. Tian Yuan's Henren thought for a moment and nodded his agreement. Although the Xiao secret realm is dangerous. But Lu Qingshan's current combat power is invincible under the foundation building, and he basically won't encounter too much danger. The overlord of Jiang State is Qingyun Sect, a sect with top sword cultivation. This trip to the Xiao secret realm, Lu Qingshan and the disciples of Qingyun Sect, the geniuses, can also play a certain role in sharpening. By then, Lu Qingshan will have completed his journey to the Xiao secret realm and come back to break through the foundation building process, and will also have a better grasp of the Qingming secret realm. Thank you, master. Lu Qingshan immediately bowed and smiled. He then said goodbye to his master and went to tell his sister the news. Chapter 336 Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu return home. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Today is the foundation building ceremony of Lu Mian, the mistress of the Lu family, in Qingzhu Mountain. Although everything should be kept simple and not too grand. But after all, Lu Yun still spent a lot of thought on his mother's foundation building ceremony, and it was very lively. The main hall of Qingzhu Mountain Villa. Lu Changsheng, Lu Mian, and the 4 elders sat in the main seat. Congratulations to Mother, Auntie, for breaking through the foundation building. May you be as blessed as the East Sea and live as long as the South Mountain. Congratulations to the lady of the Mountain Master. I wish the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain will reach another level. One by one, the children of the Lu family and the guests gave gifts and congratulated Lu Mian, beaming with joy. Many other family forces and guests also learned about Lu Mian's situation through this foundation building ceremony. They learned that the other party was just an ordinary legitimate daughter of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain in her early years, and her spiritual roots were mediocre. Now that she saw that she had broken through the foundation building, she immediately knew that she was supporting Lu Changsheng. This made the reputation of Lu Liaozu, who is loyal and righteous, promiscuous but nostalgic, attracted many people's admiration. After all, it is rare that such a foundation building opportunity is not reserved for the talented children of the family, but given to the wife of the past with mediocre talent. This incident made many family forces suspect that Lu Changsheng had multiple foundation building pills, so he was willing to spend so much. When many people came to give gifts, they hinted that if Lu Changsheng still had foundation building pills, they would be willing to buy them at a high price. After all, although the 3 major immortal cities are expected to buy foundation building pills, it is not so easy. They need to wait for the foundation building pills to flow into the market. But the journey is long, and most families dare not bring huge sums of money to the immortal city to bid for foundation building pills. So if Lu Changsheng has foundation building pills, they are willing to pay a premium. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng was amused. Unexpectedly, others all thought that Lu Mian could only break through with a foundation-building pill. But this is normal. Then he acquiesced to this matter, saying that he went to Qingyun Immortal City a few years ago and got this foundation-building pill, and there were no other foundation-building pills. After the ceremony, Lu's mansion. Go to the Purple Nether Secret Realm. Lu Changsheng frowned when he heard his son Lu Quanzhun's words. This year, Lu Quanzhun basically stayed in Qingzhu Mountain. Unexpectedly, this time when he went home to attend the ceremony, he said he would go to the Purple Nether Secret Realm. He naturally knew about the Purple Nether Secret Realm. It was a secret realm controlled by several major immortal sects in Jiang Kingdom. There were many opportunities and natural treasures in it. It would be opened every 30 years. In the early years, the lifespan of the previous generation of ancestors in Qingzhu Mountain was short. Lu Yuanzhong was able to break through the foundation building thanks to the Purple Nether Secret Realm. Even the foundation building pill he obtained from Meng Xiaoqian was obtained from the Purple Nether Secret Realm. Lu Changsheng knew the news of the opening of the Purple Nether Secret Realm a long time ago. But he had no idea. After all, this kind of secret realm is full of dangers. Lu Yuanzhan from Qingzhu Mountain took 2 elites of the Lu family to go there, but Lu Yuanzhan broke one hand and another Lu family member died there. Xiao's Hiayu's father also went to the Purple Nether Secret Realm that year. Although he came out alive, he was attacked and killed on the way. Quanzhun, you just need to practice now. In 2 years, you can break through the foundation. When you break through the foundation, you want to go out for training. Your father will not stop you. Even if you fail to break through the foundation, your father still has the foundation pills and foundation spiritual objects in his hands. You don't need to go to the Xiao secret realm to take risks. Lu Changsheng said this with a serious look, unwilling to let his son go to the secret realm to take risks. Father. Lu Quanzhun had long guessed that his father would refuse. After all, compared to most cultivators, his father was simply too stable. He suddenly looked up, looked at Lu Changsheng, and said seriously, Father, Quanzhun knows that you are doing this for my own good. But even if I don't experience these things now, I will have to experience them in the future. This world is huge. I want to walk out of Qingzhu Mountain and the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world and see the entire southern wilderness immortal cultivation world. I made an agreement with my uncle back then to break through the Jiangdan stage within 100 years and condense a top-grade golden elixir. But even if a child has an opportunity and can easily break through the foundation, if this goes on, he will definitely not be able to form a golden elixir within 100 years. The only way is to fight. The way to immortality must be fought, dare to fight, and be able to fight. I went to the Xiao secret realm not only to fight for opportunities, but also to dare to fight. This is my first step on the path of immortal cultivation, and to truly witness the bloody storm of this immortal cultivation world. If I can't compete and win in this key refining secret realm, how can I seek the great way in the future and form a golden elixir within 100 years? Lu Quanzhun said calmly, with a frank and serious look. Although his father rarely showed indifference and casualness to others, and only wanted to be ordinary and stable, he knew that his father's true appearance was not so simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach such a point and achieve such achievements. So he believed that his father must understand the truth in these words. Alice Lu Changsheng had a headache when he heard his son's words. Indeed, as Lu Quanzhun said, if you want to succeed in cultivating immortals, you must fight. It is almost impossible to succeed in cultivation in peace and stability. Even if there is no bottleneck in the early stage of cultivation of Xianlingjian, you still need money, friends, and land. Unless you have a system like yourself. Cultivating immortals is like crossing a river, and thousands of horses and thousands of troops compete for the sale. As long as there is still a desire for the immortal way, this life competition cannot stop. Let alone, his good friend Li Feiyu is an example. Quanzhun, the immortal way is full of twists and turns. Every time the Xiao secret realm is opened, countless people go in, but less than half of them come out in the end. Although his son has such determination and is willing to work so hard, it is a good thing. But as a father, Lu Changsheng cannot remain indifferent. Or, he is still different from many people in this world after all. Father, I understand that we should do everything within our ability. Only key refining cultivators can enter this Purple Nether secret realm. I am now at the 9th level of key refining, and I also have the 2nd level puppet and talisman you gave me. If I am not as good as others, I can face the reality early and avoid being defeated outside in the future. Lu Quanzhen said with a smile on his face. Alice, Lu Changsheng sighed. His son had said so much, and he had nothing to persuade him. After all, his son had great ambitions and was devoted to the Tao. As a father, could he stop him? He patted Lu Quanzhen on the shoulder and said, when the secret realm is about to open, your father will take you there. The Purple Nether secret realm is not only full of dangers inside, but also very dangerous outside. Many people may have gained something inside, but because they were injured, they were ambushed on the way back to the outside world. Sending him back and forth can at least ensure the safety of his son on the way back. Thank you, father. Lu Quanzhen bowed. By the way, what's the deal with your uncle? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and asked. He didn't know his son had such an agreement with Chu Chengge. It's not easy to form a golden elixir within 100 years, and to form a top-grade golden elixir. Even among the true disciples of the Immortal Sect, few can do it. Although Lu Quanzhen got the opportunity from Chu Chengge and whose spiritual roots were upgraded to the 4th grade, there is still some hope for forming a golden elixir, but it is extremely difficult to form a top-grade golden elixir within 100 years. I felt that my uncle's behavior was like entrusting him with his last affairs, so I asked a few questions with concern. My uncle said that if I can condense a top-grade golden elixir within 100 years, I will be qualified to know. So the child will take this as a goal to strive for, and strive to form a golden elixir within 100 years. Lu Quanzhen said so. If others heard this, they would probably think he was joking and had a problem with his brain. A mere key refining cultivator actually talked about forming a golden elixir, and a top-grade golden elixir. But Lu Changsheng naturally would not question it. Hearing this, he couldn't help but become more curious about this cheap brother-in-law whom he had never met. What level is it? Only those who condense a high-grade golden elixir within 100 years are qualified to know and contact? It seems that my cheap brother-in-law is more complicated than I thought. Or rather, his agreement is just to give Quanzhen a goal. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, without paying too much attention, and continued, by the way, don't let your mother know about this, otherwise don't blame me if this thing fails. If Chu Hansen knew that his son was going to such a dangerous secret realm. As a father, he nodded in agreement, and I'm afraid he would cry and complain for 3 years. The child naturally understands. Lu Quanzhen nodded immediately. He dared to tell Lu Changsheng about this matter, but he didn't dare to tell his mother. There will be people going to Qingzhu Mountain and Banao Lake at that time. If you are willing, you can go together, so that you can take care of it. Lu Changsheng said aloud. Although he had no idea about the Zhiao secret realm. But once this secret realm is opened, it will be an opportunity for most independent cultivators and family forces. There will be many people with dreams, ambitions, and the courage to fight who will go there to fight. Therefore, there will be family members going to Qingzhu Mountain and Banao Lake. I'm still used to being alone in this kind of thing, so let's wait and see. Lu Quanzhen said so. In his opinion, being with the Bai and Lu families will not help him much, and may even hinder him. Okay, do you need to prepare anything? I'll ask my family to prepare it for you. Lu Changsheng continued to care. After all, it was his son's first time to go to the dungeon, and as an old father, he was still more concerned. This is not necessary. I asked Xianzi for a few low-grade puppets before, and they are all ready. Lu Quanzhen said. The low-grade puppets have low combat power, and their only function is to be used as cannon fodder in the ruined secret realm. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, and then cared about his son's cultivation. Although he did not study the other party's skills. But there is a saying that one can learn by analogy. He, Master Lu Shan, is gifted and proficient in many top-level exercises. Isn't it easy for him to instruct a little key-refining cultivator? After chatting with Lu Quanzhen, Lu Changsheng remembered that the Purple Nether secret realm was about to open, and his family could take the opportunity to make a fortune. It is difficult to mass-produce talismans and elixirs, but you can stock up a little bit, and then some of the inventory will increase in price. As for the puppet factory, you can work overtime these days to increase production. Xianzi, take these 2 golden armor spirit beans. There is still half a year before the Purple Nether secret realm is about to open, and the demand for puppets will increase a lot at that time. So in the next period of time, you can ask the workshop to increase the production of several types of puppets. Lu Changsheng found his son Lu Xianzi, gave him the 2 golden armor spirit beans in his hand, and said aloud. He usually used these two spirit beings to forge his own second-level puppets. But his second-level puppets are parts. The parts are forged, but he is too lazy to move, so the progress is very slow. Don't worry, Father, I have already asked the workshop to increase production. Lu Xianxi said immediately. As the person in charge of the puppet workshop, he cares more about the market than Lu Changsheng. In situations like the Purple Nether Secret Realm, or the appearance of a ruined secret realm in the surrounding area, or family fights, production will be increased immediately. Especially last year, Qingzhu Mountain took over Qingzhu Mountain, which reduced the cost of raw materials for spiritual mines a lot. Father, Quanzhun asked me yesterday that Quanzhun is not going to the Purple Nether Secret Realm, right? At this time, Lu Xianxi said to Lu Changsheng. Although the Lu family's children usually prepare a few puppets, they are not many. This time, Lu Quanzhun took 6 puppets at once, and they were all used to explore the ruined secret realm. Combined with the performance of this younger brother in Qingzhu Mountain, he immediately had this guess in his heart. Well, I know about Quanzhun. He plans to go and try his luck. Since his son guessed it, Lu Changsheng did not hide it. He roughly talked about Lu Quanzhun's situation and asked him not to tell others about it. Then he asked about Lu Xianxi's situation with a little concern. This son has been in charge of the puppet factory for many years and has made puppets one of the pillar industries of Qingzhu Mountain. Although the business has not yet been able to go out. But the puppets of Qingzhu Mountain are of good quality and low price, and have already taken over the puppet business in the surrounding area. When the family members come in the future, the production is increased, and the transportation and logistics are opened up, the business can be carried out. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng thought of his son's 9th grade spiritual roots and sighed. Then he went to his own wine-making workshop, talisman-making workshop, and Baodin Pavilion for inspection. Baodin Pavilion is the alchemy workshop at home. Because it was in charge of Li Xingguo, and thinking that the other party had traveled thousands of miles to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng used the name Baodin Pavilion. At present, Baodin Pavilion is still in the starting stage of training alchemists. After all, it is not easy to train alchemists and mass-produce elixirs. Therefore, Lu Changsheng did not want to make a profit from alchemy in the short term. He mainly trained alchemists to supply elixirs for his family. When the scale is large in the future, consider the profit aspect. But there is one thing worth mentioning. When Lu Changsheng proposed that the alchemy workshop should be called Baodin Pavilion, Li Xingguo was moved by the scene and felt sad. Or maybe he drank a little wine, so he said something bold. Lu Changsheng has always been soft-hearted and couldn't stand this kind of situation. In the end, he played the role of a husband and a father and comforted him. After the two of them poked the membrane, their relationship naturally went a step further. A month later, a divine rainbow shot out from the 9 heavens gale, turned into a huge gourd, and slowly landed. But on the huge gourd, there lay a beautiful woman with a drunken face and a lazy look, as if she hadn't woken up. Beside her, 2 gourd vines were woven into 2 baskets. Sitting cross-legged in them were a young man in his 20s with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes and a handsome face, and a girl in her 18s and 19s with a beautiful face and bright eyes and white teeth. Qingzhu, this should be the Qingzhu Mountain you are talking about, right? The mature woman looked at the Qingzhu Mountain covered with jade green bamboo in her field of vision and asked the 2 disciples. This woman is Qingyun Sect. This time she came to Jiangguo in person to send her disciple Lu Qingshan to participate in the Xiao secret realm and go home by the way. Ah, Master, Xiao and I are just refining our ki. We can't see clearly at this height. Lu Qingshan looked down and saw a completely white area. He could only vaguely see the continuous mountains. Yes, Master forgot. Yang Yuan's eyes were hazy, and she tapped her forehead with her palm, and then with a flick of her finger, the scene of Qingzhu Mountain suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. Master, this is my Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Qingshan said hurriedly, and his sister Lu Qingzhu looked a little excited. Although 4 years ago, their parents came to Qingyun Sect to visit them. But when the 2 brothers and sisters followed Qingyun Sect to Qingyun Sect, they were only 10 years old. Now they have been away from home for 15 years. In addition to his parents, there are other family elders, younger brothers, and childhood playmates at home. So he still misses his family very much and has an obsession. Okay. After getting confirmation, Tian Yuan's Henren immediately turned the gourd into a divine rainbow and shot towards Qingzhu Mountain. This spiritual pressure momentum? Jinden's Henren. In Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Muping, the ancestor of the Lu family, suddenly sensed a fluctuation of mana, and was immediately frightened and trembling all over, sweating, and hurriedly activated the family formation. "You go, I will pick you up in a few days," Tian Yuan's Henren said to the two disciples with a guard standing above Qingzhu Mountain. "Master, don't you come in and have a cup of tea and rest for a while?" Lu Qingzhu whispered. "Master has other things to do," Tian Yuan's Henren said casually. Although she sent the two people here, she had no interest in their families and didn't want to be involved in too many ties and causes and effects. Besides, if she goes in, the whole family will be extremely restrained and uncomfortable. "Thank you for your hard work, Master." Lu Qingshan knew his master's temperament and didn't want to get into trouble. He immediately bowed his hands, patted his storage bag, and a flying sword appeared. Then he took his sister Lu Qingzhu and flew towards Qingzhu Mountain. I wonder what my parents, Grandpa, and King Song will look like when they see us back." Lu Qingshan grinned, looking forward to the scene of meeting. Especially when his grandpa and brother saw his appearance. But the next moment, he thought that he was now considered a little sword fairy, and he naturally had to have an image for this first meeting. He coughed lightly, straightened his body, restrained the casual smile on his face, and made a stern look. "Who are you, and what do you want to do in Qingzhu Mountain?" Lu Muping came to the outside of Qingzhu Mountain, looked at Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu, and said respectfully. It must be said that Lu Qingshan's temperament and appearance are very outstanding. Sword eyebrows, star eyes, red lips and white teeth, cold face, and sharp edges. Wearing a luxurious platinum robe, with a flying sword under his feet, he exudes a sharp and vigorous aura. Although Lu Qingzhu next to him is not as outstanding as Lu Qingshan, he can also be seen as a child of a wealthy family. Especially the breath of giant and magic power just leaked, which made him sweat coldly. He didn't know what this person wanted from his family. Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan said so. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lu Muping in front of him and felt a little familiar. He said cautiously, "Are you brother Muping?" "You are Qingshan and Qingzhu." When Lu Muping heard this, he was shocked and immediately knew who the two were. He just felt that Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu looked familiar, but he didn't dare to recognize them at all. He thought about it in this way. When he heard Lu Qingshan's name and Lu Qingzhu's words, he immediately remembered a secret of his family. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, the children of Lu Miaohan, were accepted as disciples by a giant's Henren. Unexpectedly, this brother and sister came back today, and they are so extraordinary. "Qingshan, Qingzhu, you are back." In Qingzhu Mountain, an old man in a green Confucian robe and gray hair saw Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu outside. His eyes immediately turned red, and he shouted in a trembling voice. Lu Yuanding didn't expect that he was still thinking about the two children not long ago, and now the brother and sister are back. He rushed out of the mountain gate quickly, looking at the two with excitement and trembling, but he didn't dare to get close. The brother and sister have changed too much, and his memory is still stuck in the time when they were young. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" The two saw Lu Yuanding, who was obviously much older, and shouted excitedly. At that time, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj were busy with things, and Lu Yuanding just retired. He put all his thoughts on the three brothers and sisters and was very close to them. Good, good, good. Lu Yuanding hugged the brother and sister, crying with joy, his red eyes full of relieved smiles. When the brother and sister were accepted as disciples by the giant's Henren and went to the Qingyun Sect, although he was very happy as a grandfather, he was still sad and worried for a long time. Now seeing the two of them, knowing that they are much more than he thought, and they have become accomplished, he is naturally very happy. "Grandpa, you have aged a lot." Lu Qingzhu looked at his grandfather's wrinkled face, said with some heartache, and reached out to wipe his tears. Although Lu Yuanding was not young at that time, he still paid attention to his image. In the past 15 years, as he got older, he no longer paid attention to his image, and he looked much older. Ha ha ha, Grandpa will naturally get old at this age. My Qingshan and Xia Azur have grown up, haven't they? Lu Yuanding said with a big smile on his face. Grandpa, I prepared a longevity pill for you when I came back this time. Lu Qingshan said so. He prepared gifts for his family when he came back this time. Haha, Qingshan, you are thoughtful, but Grandpa has already taken the longevity pill. Let's go home first. I will send a message to Qingzhu Mountain now. Your parents will definitely be very happy to know that you are back. Lu Yuanding said so. He wanted to ask Giant's Henren about the situation, But when he looked up, he found that Qingyun Henren had left without knowing when. Chapter 337 Lu Maoji's Breakthrough, Lu Qingzhu's Strength. Qingzhu Mountain. Qingzhu Mountain has become ours. Lu Qingzhu was stunned when he heard his grandfather's words. At that time, Lu Changsheng, Lu Maoj, and Lu Maohun went to Qingyun Sect to visit them. But they just said that everything was fine at home and didn't tell them too much. So he and Lu Qingzhu didn't know about Qingzhu Mountain yet. They only knew that their parents were amazing and both broke through the foundation building stage. Changsheng and Maoj, didn't Huiner go to Qingyun Sect to visit you? Did they tell you? Lu Yuanding heard this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a little surprised just now. Why did the brother and sister go back to Qingzhu Mountain directly, instead of going back to Qingzhu Mountain and coming with their daughter and son-in-law? No, when my parents and aunt came, they said that everything was fine at home, and then took me and Xiaozhou out to play. They might have been worried that we would miss home, so they didn't tell us too much about the situation at home. Lu Qingzhu said so. However, this matter aroused his interest, and he said excitedly, "Grandpa, I remember that the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain was very powerful, with several foundation building cultivators. How did Qingzhu Mountain become ours?" This is naturally thanks to your father," Lu Yuanding said with a smile. Even though more than 10 years have passed, he still couldn't believe it when he recalled the scene of Lu Changsheng killing 3 people from the Yu family. "You must be hungry on this journey. Let's go home first. Grandpa will prepare delicious food for you, and then tell you." Lu Yuanding's face was full of smiles, and he patted the shoulders of the 2 people. At this moment, he seemed to be much younger. As he spoke, the 3 entered Qingzhu Mountain. "Hey, Sister Zihor, Brother Changming." Lu Qingzhu saw several familiar cousins in the crowd, and greeted them with a cheerful and natural face. The previous cold look had long disappeared. After all, it was okay for him to pretend in front of outsiders. In front of his own family, he couldn't maintain a high and cold image at all. "Qingzhu, Qingzhu." The 2 nodded in response, with some restraint and awe in their eyes. In 15 years, the brother and sister have changed a lot, especially Lu Qingzhu. Even though he looks cheerful and casual, without any airs. But the vigorous spirit and spirit of the rising sun make them feel ashamed, as if they were from 2 different worlds. Seeing this scene, Lu Muping, the ancestor of the Lu family, came to Lu Yuanding with some emotion and envy. "I didn't expect that my cheap uncle not only had extraordinary opportunities and adventures. He also gave birth to a child of heaven like Lu Qingzhu. With such a unicorn child, the future will be enough to make Qingzhu Mountain go further." However, seeing Lu Qingzhu and Lu Yuanding's face close to nature, thinking of the relationship between the 2 families, he suddenly felt a little more relieved. After all, although this child is the son of Lu Changsheng, he also has the blood of Qingzhu Mountain flowing in his veins. There is a relationship between Lu Yuanding, Lu Maoj, and Lu Maohun. Even after a few generations, Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain gradually became estranged. But as long as Lu Maoj and Lu Qingzhu are there, the relationship between the 2 families will not be bad. Qingzhu Mountain. Changsheng Palace. Congratulations to Sister Maoj for breaking through the middle stage of foundation building and getting 1 step closer to forming a pill. Lu Changsheng held his daughter Lu Ling and congratulated his wife with a smile on his face. He and Lu Maoj broke through together that year. He broke through the 6th level of foundation building, and Lu Maoj broke through the 3rd level of foundation building. But because of the dragon chanting body, he broke through the 7th level of foundation building early. Lu Maoj has only broken through the bottleneck of the early and middle stages now. However, to be able to break through so quickly, it is already relying on Taiyudeo seed and sun and moon reincarnation art. Otherwise, without taking the level-breaking pill, with Lu Maoj's spiritual root talent, it would take a lot of time to break through the 4th level of foundation building. "Come, Xiao, congratulate your aunt," Lu Changsheng said to his daughter Lu Ling in his arms again. "It's all thanks to your husband." Lu Maoj was wearing a plain white dress, her black hair was like a waterfall, and her beautiful face was covered with a gentle and moving smile, and her temperament was like water. "Now that Sister Maoj has made a breakthrough, we have to celebrate at home." Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said in a gentle voice, "It feels like there are many happy events at home, and it is worth celebrating every now and then." At this time, the yin-yang sensing talisman in his storage ring sent a message. "There's news from Qingzhu Mountain. Qingzhu and Qingzhu are back home. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he saw the news. He didn't expect that his children who were far away in Yu Kingdom would suddenly return home. Qingzhu and Qingzhu are back. Lu Miaoj was stunned when she heard this, and her beautiful face showed surprise. Good, today is a double happiness. Lu Changsheng laughed and walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven with Lu Miaoj. Then he handed his daughter Lu Ling to Lu Wongshu, and went to Qingzhu Mountain with his wife Lu Miaohun, who had received the news and couldn't wait, and his son Lu Qingsong. Fortunately, Lu Miaohun's heaven and earth immortality method has not been cultivated yet. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave Bihu Mountain now. When Lu Changsheng and his family arrived at Qingzhu Mountain, a family dinner had already been prepared. On the one hand, it was to welcome Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu. On the other hand, it was also to welcome the arrival of Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Miaohun. Dad, Mom, Auntie, Qingsong. Lu Qingshan looked at his parents, auntie, and brother, and immediately stood up and shouted loudly and naturally. Dad, Mom, Auntie, brother. Lu Qingzhu seemed much quieter, and came to his parents with a smile on his face, with a look of intimacy and longing. Changsheng, Miaoj, Huiner, Qingsong, you are here. Lu Yuanding, the fourth elder, Lu Muping and others all gathered in the lobby and waited here. Lu Yuanzhong, who had been sitting in the Red Leaf Valley Market, also came back. After the two sides greeted each other, Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's hair, looked at his son, and laughed out loud. It seems that he has made a lot of progress. Although they have only been apart for more than 4 years. But it can be clearly seen that his son has changed a lot. The outline of his eyebrows and eyes has become more angular and heroic. And he exudes a vigorous and sharp spirit. Lu Changsheng knows that this is the effect of the change brought by the magic seed sword fighting. It's all because of your good teaching, Dad. Lu Qingshan grinned and said modestly. Although he is arrogant, he knows that his rapid progress in swordsmanship, like eating and drinking, is entirely due to the sword seeds given by his father. Otherwise, even if he has a Zhengjin body and is a little talented in swordsmanship, it would never be like this. And today, listening to his grandfather telling about his father's deeds over the years, combined with the sword seed, he deeply realized that his father is not simple. The whole person is like being covered by a layer of fog, full of mystery. Qingshan really looks like a sword fairy now. Lu Miaoj looked at her son and praised him gently. And, to be honest, I am now nicknamed Little Sword Fairy by the people in the sect, and this little Zhuer can testify. Lu Qingshan heard this and said proudly. There is a saying that wealth and honor do not return to one's hometown, like walking at night in brocade clothes. If he does not brag about his achievements on this trip home, it will be more painful than killing him. Okay, let's eat first, your tail is up. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the head in annoyance. This son is too dazzling. If he continues to show off like this, it is estimated that his son Lu Qingsong next to him will feel a big psychological gap. The two are brothers, and they have not seen each other for 15 years, but their growth is very different. Qingshan, mother heard you say that the Qingyun Sect sword test competition is held every 5 years. How about this competition? After several people sat down, Lu Miaohun asked her son with a happy face. Although her son likes to show off. But she is the same as a mother. Now her son makes her proud, and naturally wants to let Lu Yuanding, Lu Yuanzhong and others know about her son's excellence and the things in the Qingyun Sect. After all, she, Lu Miaohun, is not as good as her sister, but her son is amazing. Lu Qingshan was immediately refreshed when he heard this. He thought that she was worthy of being his mother, and she really understood him. He coughed lightly, sat up straight, and called to his sister Lu Qingzhu calmly, Zio Zhuer. How could Lu Qingzhu not know what her brother meant? But she still acted as the supporting role and said in a clear voice, and, my brother won the first place in the sect sword test this time. Hiss. 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 Lu Yuanzhong, Lu Yuanding, Lu Muping, Lu Miaocheng and others at the table took a deep breath and looked at Lu Qingshan in surprise. Even Lu Qingsong couldn't help but look at his brother, who he hadn't seen for more than 10 years, with a face full of surprise. Although they didn't know the specific situation of the Qingyun Sect. But they also knew that it was one of the 5 major immortal sects in Yu State. Being able to win the first place in the sword test competition of such an immortal sect, his talent and strength are beyond doubt. First, Lu Miaohun looked at her son with surprise and joy. Mom, it's just a competition between key refining disciples, it doesn't count. Lu Qingshan said calmly. But Lu Changsheng, who was standing next to him, was speechless when he saw his son's mouth corners rising continuously. He thought to himself, how could his son develop such a temperament? Can't he be as calm as himself? It's already very impressive. There are thousands of key refining disciples in the Qingyun Sect, right? Lu Yuanzhong, who was standing next to him, exclaimed. He was not only surprised that his grandson was so young and had the cultivation level of the 9th level of key refining. He was also surprised that he stood out among the immortals and got the first place. In the past, they simply dared not think of such an achievement. It was a blessing for the family to have such a proud child. However, he also felt a little regretful in his heart, thinking that Lu Qingzhu was not a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Otherwise, with this relationship, the two families could get many conveniences. It's about the same. In fact, there are only 1,000 disciples participating in the competition. Lu Qingzhu said. By the way, Qingzhu, Xiaozuer, why did you suddenly come back this time? Lu Miaohong continued to care. The journey from Qingyun Sect is long, and they have experienced it. I heard that the Purple Nether secret realm in Zhang country is about to open, so I thought about coming here to hone my skills, and by the way, I would go home with Xiaozuer, and ask Master to send us back. Lu Qingzhu said so. Purple Nether secret realm. Qingzhu, are you going to the Purple Nether secret realm? Everyone in the field was very surprised when they heard Lu Qingzhu's words. Unexpectedly, he came back to the Purple Nether secret realm. Although there are many natural treasures in the Purple Nether secret realm. But most of them are casual cultivators, and family forces go there to fight for opportunities. On the contrary, there are not so many disciples of the Immortal Sect, most of them just treat it as a training and exploration. Purple Nether secret realm. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, and didn't expect Lu Qingzhu to go to the Purple Nether secret realm. He immediately looked at his daughter Lu Qingzhu and asked, Qingzhu, you won't go, right? He could understand his son going in. But he was not at ease with his daughter's strength, and he would never let her go. Dad, don't worry, how could I let Xiaozuer go for such a thing? Lu Qingzhu said immediately. Then he said confidently, Mom, Grandpa, don't worry. With my strength, there will be no danger in going to Xiao secret realm. If there is danger, Master will not agree. Lu Qingzhu said so to reassure everyone. But Lu Miaohong was still very worried about her son's situation. After all, she still clearly remembered that Lu Yuanshan had taken two family elites there in the early years. However, after hearing that her master, Jiandan's Henren, agreed, no one said much about it. They just talked about some things that should be paid attention to. It means that there will be 3 people going to Qingzhu Mountain at that time, and Lu Qingzhu can go with them. In this way, the family gathered together, talked happily. Because it was very late, Lu Changsheng and others stayed in Qingzhu Mountain for one night. The next day, the family returned to Bihu Mountain. Outside Bihu Mountain, a spirit boat slowly landed. This is Bihu Mountain, our home. Lu Qingzhu looked at the Bihu Mountain in front of him and kept looking at it. Although he knew about Bihu Mountain in his early years, he had never been there. Lu Qingzhu, who was standing by, held her mother's arm and kept looking at the Bihu Mountain in front of her. Haha, yes, this is Bihu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. After a while, the spiritual boat stopped outside the mountain gate. Meet the mountain master, lady, father, and the monk stationed at the mountain gate and the Lu family children immediately saluted. Qingzhu, this is brother Yuxun and sister Xiaoru. Lu Changsheng pointed at the 2 Lu family children and introduced them. Although he has more than 200 children, he currently has spiritual roots and only 36 adult children. So Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu may not be familiar with these children, but they all know them. Brother Yuxun, sister Xiaoru. Lu Qingzhu and sister Lu Qingzhu shouted. Lu Qingzhu was a bit polite because he was not familiar with the 2 people because of his straightforward personality. Even though Lu Qingzhu was not familiar with them, she still shouted meekly and obediently because they were her own brothers and sisters. Qingzhu, long time no see. The 2 naturally remembered Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu. But they haven't seen each other for so many years, and their relationship is not so good, so they seem a little strange. Lu Changsheng didn't say anything about this situation. After all, there are so many children in the family, and it is impossible to make them all brothers and sisters respect each other and live in harmony. He doesn't have this ability. It is enough to achieve basic harmony and be united to the outside world. This is called Bishu Lake, and there are many aquatic products in it, which is the main pillar of our family's income. This is Bian Peak, the main peak of our family. Lu Changsheng took his wives and concubines and walked to Bihu Mountain to introduce the situation to his children. After so many years, Bihu Mountain has changed a lot compared to when it was just taken over from the Yu family. Looking at these changes and the current appearance, Lu Changsheng also felt a sense of accomplishment when introducing it to his children. After all, these are the results of his hard work over the years. Especially the Zumi Tree King, the Zumi Fantasy Heaven Array, the 36 Qinghe pearls under the island in the middle of the lake, the Qinghe Array, the weird prison demon flower and other things hidden in the dark. The entire Bihu Mountain is as solid as a rock. Even if the Giant's Henren comes to attack, there is no return. After the introduction, Lu Changsheng brought the two children to Bian Peak and the Lu family mansion to simply recognize people. Regardless of the relationship, at least brothers and sisters should know each other, right? If they meet outside in the future, it would be a bit outrageous if the family had to rely on the identity jade card to recognize each other. After a long time, after Lu Qingshan met many brothers and sisters, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he whispered to his father, "Dad, don't you usually practice?" He knew that he had many brothers and sisters. But he never expected that his father had never stopped practicing for so many years since he left home. Could his father be practicing the dual cultivation method? But wouldn't the dual cultivation method not give birth to children? Stinky boy, you are making up stories about your father, right? Lu Changsheng did not answer the question directly, showing the majesty of being a father. Then he said to Lu Qingshan and Lu Quanzhong, "You two follow me." Both sons are going to the Ziyao secret realm, and as a father, he naturally has to explain a little. At the same time, he also wants to see how strong Lu Qingshan is with his Dharma seed. Through Lu Qingshan, Lu Quanzhong can also understand the strength of the disciples of the Immortal Sect. After thinking about it, he saw Lu Wangshu, who was slipping away and was probably going to go fishing again, and immediately shouted, "Lu Wangshu, you come with me." This daughter has talent, but she is not doing her job all day and is unwilling to practice with all her heart. He thinks that he can take this opportunity to let his daughter know that there are people who are better than you and there are heavens beyond heaven, which may play a role in urging her. "Dad, what's the matter? I still have to go back to practice making talismans." Lu Wangshu heard her father's words, and her soft cheeks were bright and beautiful. "Huh? I don't know you yet, you will know later," Lu Changsheng said to his daughter. Lu Qingshan looked at his sister with a smile on his face. Most people are animals with good looks, and Lu Qingshan is no exception. Lu Wangshu was raised and taken care of by Lu Miaoj when he was a child. So he and Lu Qingzhu were deeply impressed by Lu Wangshu, who was still a baby at that time, and took good care of him. Now seeing that Lu Wangshu has grown up and is so well behaved and beautiful, he naturally feels a little close to him. Of course, he now sees that this sister is obviously not as obedient and docile as she appears to be. Lu Changsheng brought the three of them to a cliff behind Bian Peak. "Qingshan, come here, let your father see your strength and how you have improved over the years." Lu Changsheng waved to his son. Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows when he heard this. He knew that his father was not simple and was proficient in swordsmanship. The Seven Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra that Lu Changsheng taught him back then benefited him a lot. He immediately bowed and said, "Please give me some advice, father." As soon as the words fell, a golden magic sword appeared in Lu Qingshan's hand. After holding the magic sword, his whole person suddenly became imposing. The originally vigorous and sharp spirit and temperament instantly became sharp and aggressive, as if to tear the sky and move the sun and the moon. This surprised Lu Quanzhong and Lu Wangshu next to him. I didn't expect that this brother and brother who had returned after many years away would be so amazing. Especially Lu Wangshu. Facing Lu Qingshan's fierce power, he even felt a palpitation. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was also impressed. It is worthy of being a fourth-level magic seed. Apart from other things, just this momentum, ordinary key refining cultivators will be 3 points weaker. "Dad, be careful." Lu Qingshan looked at his father, the magic sword in his hand trembled slightly, and reminded him. Facing his master, Qingyun Henren, he dared to draw his sword without hesitation. But his father was only a foundation-building cultivator after all. And according to his grandfather's words, his father's fighting power was talismans. So he was worried that he would accidentally hurt his father, which would be a great filial piety. Don't worry, just do it. Lu Changsheng's figure was slender and upright, with one hand behind his back, like a green pine in a jade tree in the wind. Chuang. The magic sword in Lu Qingshan's hand stabbed straight out, and a white gold sword energy burst out in an instant. Swish. Lu Changsheng raised his right hand lightly, put his two fingers together, and a sword energy burst out, strangling his son's sword energy. Go on, don't hold back. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Yes. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan realized that he couldn't hurt his father, so he immediately attacked with all his strength. 12 true yang swords. Swish, swish, swish. A fierce and blazing golden glow burst out from Lu Qingshan's magic sword, making it seem as if a golden sun appeared behind him, emitting a dazzling light. All these sword lights came at Lu Changsheng. Such strength, is this the strength of the disciples of the Immortal Sect? Lu Quanzhen, who was standing next to him, looked at this scene, and his heart seemed to be full of shock and waves. He had been away for many years and knew the strength of the casual cultivators and the children of the family, although he had never fought with the disciples of the Immortal Sect. But because of the powerful foundation laid by the skills taught by his uncle, he did not think that the disciples of the Immortal Sect would be stronger than himself. But at this time, seeing Lu Qingshan's fighting power, he realized that he was a little arrogant before. Buzz buzz buzz. Lu Changsheng formed an air shield around his body, standing quietly in the sword light, allowing the sword energy to attack. After a while, all the sword energy dissipated, and Lu Changsheng was still so elegant and majestic. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at his son and commented out loud. He really meant what he said. Even if he was at the 9th level of key refining and had the Zuinitan Pearl by his side, he would not dare to say that he would definitely beat his son Lu Qingshan without using talismans and puppets. At this time, seeing Lu Qingshan's strength, he was relieved about the trip to Xiao's secret realm. It was probably because of Lu Qingshan's strength that the other master, Tian Yuan's Hunren, was relieved to let him go to Xiao's secret realm. Treat this extremely dangerous secret realm as a test of tempering. In your swordsmanship, is the Seven Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra and your Great Qingyun Sword Art integrated? Lu Changsheng asked Lu Qingshan. He saw some shadows of the Seven Lights Sword Sutra in this sword. As expected of you, Dad, you can see it at a glance. Lu Qingshan flattered him a little and said with a smile. This look and posture formed a strong contrast with his sharp and arrogant spirit just now. Lu Quanzhen really couldn't understand this younger brother. Isn't it said that sword cultivators are strong and arrogant? His younger brother is sure to be a sword cultivator as described in the book, but now Lu Wangshu saw Lu Qingshan like this, but his beautiful eyes were curved, revealing a bit of a fun smile of mutual appreciation. Lu Changsheng simply asked about his son's sword tactics, and stopped talking after a few words. Because of Lu Qingshan's situation, his sword talent can go his own way, and he doesn't need too much guidance from him. Saying too much will affect Lu Qingshan. Quanzhen, what do you think of Qingshan's strength? Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Quanzhen next to him and said. Qingshan's strength is not as good as mine. Lu Quanzhen shook his head and replied. He felt that with his own strength, it would be difficult to block the sword just now. Qingshan will also go to the Xiao secret realm on this trip. Lu Changsheng continued. Qingshan is going to the Xiao secret realm. Lu Quanzhen was surprised. Well, brother Quanzhen, are you going to the Xiao secret realm too? Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows and asked. He had some impressions of Lu Quanzhen. He was very smart in the school in his early years, but his talent for cultivation seemed to be just average. However, when he looked at Lu Quanzhen, he found that the other party's cultivation was concealed and restrained, so he couldn't see through it. Well, Quanzhen will also go to Xiao's secret realm, and you can take care of each other then. Lu Changsheng said. Xiao secret realm? Daddy, is it the Xiao secret realm that opens every 30 years? I want to go there too. Lu Wangshu was immediately interested when he heard this. Do you think Xiao secret realm is just a game? Lu Changsheng said angrily, knocking his daughter on the head. I'm just talking, Daddy, if you keep knocking like this, your smart and lovely daughter will be dumb. Lu Wangshu flattened his mouth and said pitifully. Dad, don't worry. Lu Qingshan nodded in response. Father, I want to compete with Qingshan to see the gap between us. At this time, Lu Quanzhen looked at Lu Changsheng and said. Although he felt that his combat power was not as good as Lu Qingshan, he wanted to see the specific gap. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. Brothers compete with each other. Is this how we play? Qingzhu, what do you think? Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Qingzhu and asked. He also wanted to see the gap between their strength. Since brother Qingzhu wants to spar, of course it's okay. Lu Qingzhu said with a casual smile. He could feel that Lu Qingzhu in front of him was not simple, and he was also willing to fight and spar. Okay, you guys try it, just stop when you are satisfied. Lu Changsheng nodded after hearing this, and took his daughter who was watching the show aside and said, Qingzhu, please teach me. Lu Qingzhu was very polite and clasped his hands in a salute. Then his whole body shook, and the 5 elements Qingzhu was activated. The black robe on his body moved without wind, rustling, and the 5 elements of spiritual light flowed, turning into a 5-colored fish. Brother Qingzhu, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lu Qingzhu immediately saw Lu Qingzhu's cultivation and bowed. Although the other party was much older than him. But at this age, the 9th level of key refining was still amazing. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. Even if it was just a competition between brothers, out of respect, he still went all out. As soon as the words fell, the golden magic sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Swish! A sharp sword energy cut through the air and appeared in front of Lu Qingzhu in an instant. Whoosh whoosh! A rolling 5-colored torrent surged out from Lu Qingzhu's body, sweeping along with the sword energy. However, in an instant, the sword energy burst out with a blazing luster, annihilating the torrent and heading straight for Lu Qingzhu. But at the moment when the torrent was annihilated, a 5-colored small fish appeared and swallowed the sword energy in one gulp. Hoo-la-la! The 5-colored small fish in the air was like a whale sucking water, swallowing all the spiritual energy from the heaven and earth in all directions, causing its body to expand rapidly, and it was as big as a foot. The fins stretched out, like a big fish with wings, swallowing Lu Qingzhu. Come on. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu laughed immediately, and with awe-inspiring momentum, he drew his sword to meet the attack. The sword light was selfless and dazzling. Countless sword keys seemed to condense into a dragon, roaring out, raising layers of strong winds, trying to tear the big fish apart. Boom boom boom. The sword key dragon and the 5 elements big fish kept colliding and fighting. But after a while, the big fish was defeated by the dragon's fierce and domineering attack, and was riddled with holes. 5 elements Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu pinched his hands and the 5 elements flowed around his body, causing the sluggish big fish to roar and suddenly turn its huge body, like a whale leaping out of the river and soaring into the sky. In an instant, the big fish's fins quickly became wide and long, turning into a pair of black and white flowing wings, like a rock. Cry. The rock spread its wings, looked arrogant and domineering, swooped down, and instantly tore the dragon into 2 pieces, then opened its mouth wide, swallowed all the sword light, and killed Lu Qingzhu. It seems that both Qingzhu and Qingzhu are much more powerful than I thought. Lu Changsheng looked at the sparring in front of him and touched his chin. If it weren't for today's test duel, he really didn't know the combat power of his 2 sons. After all, the system only gives feedback on the cultivation of children, and it is impossible to know the specific combat power. Lu Wangshu next to him also changed from watching the show to being serious, watching the duel between the 2 brothers. Although she is at the 5th level of key refining. But except for the basic magic practice in the school, she has never experienced a real duel. Nor has she seen any exciting duels. At this time, the duel between the 2 was very exciting in her eyes. Good, good, good. Lu Qingzhu showed some doubt in his eyes and laughed out loud. Knowing that his 17th brother is much more powerful than he thought. With such strength, even if it is placed in the Qingyun Sect sword test conference, it is enough to make it into the top 10. He continued to attack, and the magic sword suddenly burst out with endless golden light and sharp sword energy. The blazing and domineering, dazzling sword light strangled the pen bird bit by bit. Lu Changsheng looked at the scene seriously, ready to attack at any time. As long as Lu Qingzhu couldn't block it, he would attack immediately. Facing this sword, Lu Qingzhu's spiritual power continued to surge. But after a moment, realizing the gap between the 2, he immediately turned attack into defense, making the pen bird cry, forming a rolling torrent of huge waves to block the sword light. And 5-colored vortices appeared around his body, constantly rotating, dissolving the offensive. Okay, That's it. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng took a step forward, flicked his sleeves, and dissipated Lu Qingxun's sword energy. He could see that although it was just a simple exchange, neither of them held back, and the consumption was not small. Not bad, both of you performed very well. When we go to the Zhiao secret realm, I can rest assured as a father. Lu Changsheng patted his two sons on the shoulders and praised them. As a parent, who doesn't want their sons to become dragons and daughters to become phoenixes? He is no exception. Then he looked at his daughter Lu Wangshu and said, Wangshu, when you have time, ask your brother Qingyun and brother Qingxun for advice and learn more. Spend more time on cultivation and don't think about playing all day, okay? Although Lu Changsheng was preaching, his voice was very gentle. After all, his daughter was playful, but she was not to the point of being idle. I know, Daddy. Lu Wangshu puffed up her delicate face and responded obediently. Two green jade fingers poked her pink face, making a bo-bo-bo sound, which was very cute. Then she seemed to think of something, her eyes curved, and she came to Lu Changsheng with a smile, holding her old father's arm, and said in a sweet voice, Dad, why don't I ask brother Qingxun for advice too? But I performed well. If I beat brother Qingxun, is there any reward? Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, with a delicate face and bright and beautiful. As he spoke, the breeze blew a few strands of black hair down on his smooth forehead, revealing a pair of crystal-clear eyes, which were extremely moving. Lu Wangshu's words made Lu Changsheng, Lu Qingxun, and Lu Qingyun all laugh. Ha ha ha, since Wangshu wants to ask his brother for advice, then brother Qingxun will accompany him. Lu Qingxun laughed heartily. If someone else said this, he, Lu Qingxun, would have directly hit the other person with a sword. A mere 5th level of key refining, dare to say such words in front of him, insulting, right? But after all, he was his sister, so he was still willing to play with her. Daddy, is there a reward? Lu Wangshu looked at his father angrily, as if he was looked down upon. Okay, if you want to really beat Qingxun, just ask for whatever you want. Although Lu Changsheng didn't know what his daughter was playing, he also wanted to see where his daughter got her confidence and courage. Wangshu, how about this? You give me half of the reward, and I will admit defeat directly, or I can lose in any way you want me to. Lu Qingxun said with a smile, and it can be seen that this sister has a cheerful personality, so he made a joke. Brother Qingxun, doesn't the book say that sword cultivators are extremely strong and would rather break than bend? Why do you admit defeat like this? Lu Wangshu tilted her little head and said in a cute and adorable way. Although she could see that her cheap brother was not as cold and arrogant as the sword cultivators in the rumors. But she didn't expect him to say such words. How can losing to your own sister be called a loss? Besides, there are benefits. Lu Qingxun said indifferently. Humph, but if I, Lu Wangshu, want to win, I will naturally win in an upright manner. Brother Qingxun, take it. Lu Wangshu seemed to be looked down upon, his little face puffed up, and he looked fierce and fierce, which made several people laugh. But the next moment, swish, 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 Lu Wangshu patted the exquisite and gorgeous storage bag on his waist with his palm. Suddenly, a bunch of talismans came out from it, hanging in the air in an orderly manner. What the hell? Playing like this? Lu Qingxun looked relaxed and casual, thinking about playing house with his sister to see what she could do. But seeing this scene, he was stunned, and then looked at his father. After all, if they want to play like this, he won't accompany them. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyun, who was standing next to him, was also slightly stunned, and his mouth twitched. He could see that most of these talismans were top-grade and top-grade talismans, and it seemed that there were also a few second-level talismans mixed in. If they were to fight, how could a key refining cultivator be a match? But his sister was only at the 5th level of key refining, and she actually had so many talismans, and second-level talismans? He couldn't help but look at his father. It's just nonsense, how can you spar like this? And it's very dangerous for you to use second-level talismans now, you will hurt yourself. Lu Changsheng said unhappily. He immediately raised his hand to suppress the talismans, fearing that his daughter would activate them. After all, he could see at a glance that there were a total of 36 high-grade talismans, 9 top-grade talismans, and 3 second-level talismans. If all of them were to be bombarded, not to mention key refining, even if he didn't die in the foundation building stage, he would be skinned alive. Dad, didn't you teach me to use the talisman formation directly when I started fighting? and never give the other party a chance. Lu Wangshu made a face of grievance and said innocently, and I have mastered the 9-9 wind and fire talisman formation, so I won't hurt myself. That's how I taught you, but, huh? You said you mastered the 9-9 wind and fire talisman formation. Lu Changsheng heard this and looked surprised. Although the 9-9 wind and fire talisman formation is only one of the basic talisman formations of the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra, but even the basic talisman formation requires at least a late stage of key refining to control it. His daughter is only at the 5th level of key refining now, and it is obviously impossible to do it. Well, I want to give you a surprise. Lu Wangshu said so. Haha, surprise? It's more like shock. Well, Wangshu, show me how to use the low-grade talisman. If it really works, tell me what reward you want. Lu Changsheng said, wanting to know how his daughter did it. Okay. Lu Wangshu smiled and slapped his storage bag. Dozens of low-grade talismans flew out, arranged in the air, and then rotated quickly, connecting the key to form a talisman array. Okay. Lu Changsheng showed joy on his face. He saw that his daughter Lu Wangshu's spiritual awareness was different from that of ordinary people, and was no worse than the late stage of key refining. Seeing that there was no target around, he immediately said to Lu Qingshan on the side, "Come on, Qingshan, comment on your sister's talisman array. These are all low-grade talismans, there is no danger to you." Lu Qingshan saw that it was just a low-grade talisman, and he was not afraid. Holding the magic sword, he chuckled and said calmly, "Wangshu, come, let your brother Qingshan see how good your talisman array technique is." "Brother Qingshan, be careful," Lu Wangshu said crisply, and then quickly pinched the seal with his jade hands. 9-9 wind and fire array, start. Hu, boom boom boom, the talisman array immediately swirled and rotated, covering Lu Qingshan and bombarding him together. Faced with such an attack, Lu Qingshan did not disappoint and directly broke the array. Instead, the sword light flowed, like a sword net, forming a layer of protective sword energy, dissolving the talisman array attack one by one. Tisk 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 tisk, it's normal that there is no talisman cultivation inheritance in the Jiang Kingdom. Even if ordinary people have the inheritance, they can't afford to practice. Lu Quanzhen looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. Although the lower grade talismans only cost 1 or 2 spirit stones. But with so many talismans, it would cost almost 100 spirit stones. Just practicing and experiencing the talisman array once would cost 100 spirit stones. How many people can afford it? Even Lu Wangshu was doted on by his father, so he could be like this. "Daddy, how is it?" Lu Wangshu raised his chin slightly, and said with a little tsundere look. "Haha, not bad. Do you usually practice the Zhuanfu Shen Shu secretly to train your mind?" Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's black hair and said with a smile. He guessed that his daughter spent a lot of time on the Zhuanfu Shen Shu, a method of nourishing the mind. "I said I fish for cultivation, Daddy, you didn't believe it, but now you believe it," Lu Wangshu said with a face of grievance. Okay, Daddy blamed you wrongly." Lu Changsheng smiled helplessly. In addition to practicing and making talismans, his daughter also practiced the Zhuanfu Shen Shu, so it can only be said that his daughter is indeed not lazy and is very diligent. In other words, this daughter's talent for cultivation is indeed extraordinary and can do 2 things at the same time. He looked at his daughter and continued, "Tell me, what reward do you want? Do you want to upgrade and recast your beloved ship or something else?" "I want you to make a puppet for me, Dad," Lu Wangshu said. "Make a puppet, no problem, tell Dad what you want later." Lu Changsheng did not refuse. His daughter has always been interested in puppets and likes to tinker with them. In other words, his daughter is interested in puppets, alchemy, refining, making talismans, and controlling beasts. "Dad, I'm going to the Zhiao secret realm this time, which is probably very dangerous. Do you have any treasures to protect me? For example, 2nd level talismans, not too many, just give me a few dozen." At this time, Lu Qingshan saw this and came over and said. Lu Wangshu opened her mouth and was shocked by Lu Qingshan's shamelessness. She had to find a reason before asking her father for something. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingshan opened his mouth and gave her dozens of 2nd level talismans. "Get lost, you think the 2nd level talismans are cheap?" Lu Changsheng said unhappily. He only had a few thousand talismans in his hand. His son asked for dozens of talismans. He really didn't know how difficult it was to make talismans. But he still took out 2 stacks of talismans from his storage bag and handed them to Lu Qingchen and Lu Quanzhong, 10 each, no more. It's not easy for your father to draw some talismans on weekdays. Thank you, father. Lu Qingchen took the 10 talismans and thanked him. Thank you, father. Seeing that Lu Qingchen accepted them, Lu Quanzhong naturally did not refuse. Brother Qingchen, aren't you a sword cultivator? Why do you still need talismans? Lu Wangshu asked Lu Qingchen. Sword cultivators don't have to use swords. It's better to have more skills. If you encounter any magical weapon that restrains flying swords, you can use talismans to blast them or escape. Lu Qingchen said casually. Isn't it said that all sword cultivators are determined, would rather break than bend, and never give up? Lu Wangshu continued to ask. She was not pretending to be ignorant. She simply hadn't met a sword cultivator before, and the outside world was like this, and she spread rumors. Determined, would rather break than bend. It means that sword cultivators pay attention to being determined, not going against their original intentions, and not retreating and begging for mercy. So many sword cultivators are full of pride. But many times, when you can't win and can escape, you still insist on dying. That's a brain problem. Lu Qingchen explained. Is that so? I thought that practicing sword would damage your brain. Lu Wangshu said with a look of sudden realization. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of something and asked Lu Qingchen, Qingchen, if Qingyun strength was placed in your Qingyun Sect sword test conference, how many places would it rank? He wanted to ask this question before, but he forgot because he was interrupted by Lu Wangshu. With Qingyun's strength, it's not a problem to be in the top 10. Lu Qingchen said after a little thought. Top 10? Qingchen, what is your ranking in the sword test of Qingyun Sect? Lu Quanzhong paused when he heard this and asked immediately. He just felt that Lu Qingchen's combat power should belong to the first sequence in the Immortal Sect. Otherwise, the combat power of the disciples of the Immortal Sect is simply too exaggerated. It is completely different from the level of casual cultivators and family members. Of course I am the first. Lu Qingchen said with a chick smile. Brother Qingchen, you are so powerful. Lu Wangshu was a little surprised and knew that his cheat brother was so powerful. After all, being able to get the first place is extraordinary no matter where. Fortunately, it's just the first place in Qingyun Sect. In 2 years, the 5 major immortal sects in Yu Kingdom will hold a sword test competition. I will win the first place by then. Maybe the name can be passed on to Zheng Kingdom. In the future, when you encounter something, you can directly report my name. Lu Qingchen said casually. You feel uncomfortable if you don't pretend for a day, right? Lu Changsheng was a little speechless. Dad, don't you think this is very honorable? When you go out, people will be amazed when they see you. Look, this is the father of Qingshen's sword Immortal. Lu Qingchen said with a smile. Thank God you don't cause me trouble. Lu Changsheng said unhappily. Lu Quanzhong felt much calmer when he heard Lu Qingshen's words. He knew that his brother was not just the first step, but the top one. His current combat power would not be much worse than the true teachings of the Immortal Sect. When I break through the foundation building, comprehend the yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju, and practice several techniques and secrets in it, my combat power can be further improved. Lu Quanzhong murmured in his heart, not discouraged at all, and faced himself. Afterwards, several people returned to the Lu family mansion, talking and laughing. Chapter 339 Repeat Rewards, Go to the Ziyao Secret Realm. In a valley somewhere, a tall and burly figure was practicing martial arts. He had thick black hair and a strong body. Under the sunlight, his body seemed to be flowing with a layer of light golden luster, as if it was cast from gold. Puff, puff, puff. The man waved his fists and feet, and the air was filled with the surging and piercing screams of each other. Under the force of his fists and feet, the trees and rocks next to him were like dynamite blasting, constantly exploding, turning into sand, wood chips, and dust. Although Lu Pingyan had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts and could not make any progress, he still had the habit of practicing martial arts. One was the habit he developed from practicing martial arts since he was a child. Another was that many martial arts moves and techniques were very suitable for close combat in his opinion, and could have unexpected effects when facing monks, so he insisted on practicing and integrating them. The last reason was that he found that the process of practicing martial arts could accelerate the efficiency of refining the magic weapon in his body, which was equivalent to a kind of practice. Open the mountain. Lu Pingyan practiced for a long time, and his breathing suddenly changed, like the roar of a dragon and the roar of an elephant. His breathing was heavy, like a mountain, and his flesh, blood, tendons and bones all rang, and his internal organs rumbled. Then his right arm fist rose up like a dragon and snake, and blasted out. If someone observed with a method of spiritual eyes, they would be able to see that behind Lu Pingyan, there seemed to be a giant axe looming, slashing forward. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the mountain in front of him made a deafening sound under the surging waves and endless power of this fist, echoing in the entire valley, and frightened the birds and beasts to scream. After a long time, the dust dissipated, and the mountain seemed to be chopped by a giant axe, and a huge gully of 10 feet long appeared, and it was also scorched and hot. Finally, I can fully master it. Lu Pingyan exhaled a long hot breath, and his tall and majestic body had a more barbaric and domineering momentum than before, which was intimidating. This punch was what he realized through the treasure bone that he nurtured. With a treasure bone as the medium, the soul and the flesh are united, so as to use the power of the magic weapon in the body. Before, due to the lack of physical body, he could not do it and could not master this power. Now in the late stage of key refining, the Balian Baodiju broke through the 5th level, and finally mastered this power through constant familiarity. Brother Pingyan, at this time, a crisp female voice sounded. I saw a petite figure in a red dress, lively and cute, running towards here and shouting. Jitter. Lu Pingyan saw Su Jiwer, and immediately restrained his momentum, tilted his head and looked, and shouted with a smile. Because he was rescued by the girl before, and killed someone's pet, he felt very sorry. So seeing Su Jiwer alone, she seemed lonely, so he chatted with her here to relieve her boredom. Usually, he practiced martial arts when he was free, and gradually became familiar with the power of Balian Baodiju and integrated it. As they got along, their relationship became better and better. He treated the other party as a sister, and the other party didn't know when to start, calling Brother Pingyan all day long. Brother Pingyan, Xiao Bei has given birth to 3 little white puppies. Su Jiwer said to Lu Pingyan with a smile on her face. Oh, let's go and take a look. Lu Pingyan said with a smile. Because Su Jiwer's life is too monotonous and boring. Every day she just looks at flowers and plants, teases crickets and insects, or just wanders around the mountains and forests. So Lu Pingyan caught a few monsters for her, reclaimed a vegetable field and a pond. In this way, at least there are things to do. Every day she can feed monsters, plant crops and water vegetables, watch frogs in the pond, and fish. Although these things are trivial and boring, they are full of fun for Su Jiwer, and she is very happy and satisfied every day. After a while, the two came to the small bamboo forest where they lived. After Lu Pingyan's reclamation and improvement, there is a little more life here. Then the two came to a nest built of stones, where 2 white tigers were lying. Seeing Lu Pingyan, the 2 tigers immediately showed fear. Although Lu Pingyan had learned the basic knowledge of beast control, he only knew it. So in order to subdue the 2 tigers, the most ancient and simple method was used, and it took half a month to fight. As a result, the 2 tigers were afraid of Lu Pingyan. At this time, you can see that a tiger is lying tiredly, and there are 3 newly born tiger cubs drinking milk. The 2 did not disturb them, and just watched the 2 tigers quietly. After a long time, Lu Pingyan took a tiger dabe to hunt. It's been almost half a year, right? That night, Lu Pingyan, Xion, and Su Jiwer looked at the stars in the night sky. Thinking of being here for almost half a year. He actually had the idea of going home a long time ago. After all, he told his father at the time that he would go home after breaking through the 7th level of key refining. But he felt that if he left, Su Jiwer would be very lonely and sad. Lu Pingyan took a deep breath and felt that this kind of thing would be said sooner or later. He couldn't stay here with her all the time. He clenched and unclenched his fists, mustered up his courage, looked at the girl and said, Jitter. What's wrong, Brother Pingyan? Su Jiwer hugged her knees with her hands, squatted on the ground, and looked at Lu Pingyan with a smile on her face. That Lu Pingyan looked at the girl's cheek and suddenly didn't know how to start. Scratching his head, he said apologetically, actually, I still have some things to do, so I can't stay here all the time. Su Jiwer's heart trembled when she heard this, and she felt a sense of loss. After a while, she said faintly, Brother Pingyan, will you come to see Jiwer in the future? Although she was simple-minded, she knew in her heart that Lu Pingyan could not always be here with her. He would have his own things, just like his parents, who had things to do. Yes, I will come to see Jihor when I am free. Lu Pingyan nodded hurriedly. He planned to deal with all the pest cultivators who had ambushed and killed him before, and then go home. When he went to Juxiao Fairy City, he would come to visit this sister. Brother Pingyan, don't lie to me. Come to see me when you have time. Let's make a pinky promise. The girl's eyes seemed to be shining with bright light, and she stretched out her white and tender fingers and said seriously, "Okay." Lu Pingyan grinned, stretched out his fingers and made a pinky promise with the girl. Brother Pingyan, when are you going to leave? After making a pinky promise, Su Jihor smiled with her eyes narrowed, looking moist and bright in the night. Well, let's wait a few days. Lu Pingyan thought for a while and said, thinking that he should accompany Su Jihor for a while longer. Well, Brother Pingyan, you must take good care of yourself when the time comes. Grandma said it's very dangerous outside. Although Su Jihor was very disappointed, she still tried to act naturally. She knew that if she acted very sad, it would affect the other party. That night, the two chatted for a long time, and only after Grandma reminded Su Jihor to go to bed did she go back to the bamboo house to rest. Lu Pingyan also went back to his room to rest. Lu Pingyan. Just then, an old woman with white hair, an old face, and a snake-shaped cane appeared in the house. Grandma. Lu Pingyan looked at the old woman and shouted. After living together for so long, he knew that this old woman was a cultivator. But he didn't know her specific name or what level of cultivation she had. He only knew that she was taking care of Su Jihor. Otherwise, he had considered taking Su Jihor home so that she wouldn't be too lonely and bored. If you leave here, don't tell anyone about Jihor. The old woman said in an old voice. Please rest assured, Grandma, I will definitely not tell anyone about you and Jihor. Although Lu Pingyan is a bit honest, he is not stupid. He knows that Su Jihor and her mother-in-law should have some secrets, so he lives here. After thinking about it, he swore a heart demon oath in front of her. Because words are not enough, for cultivators, this oath is very solemn. Okay, you can come to see Jihor when you are free. The old woman saw this and said in a gentler voice, then disappeared. Through the observation of the past 6 months, she saw that Lu Pingyan was upright and not a bad person. Otherwise, even if the other party was suspected of being a descendant of the true lord, she would not let him go easily. However, through the observation of the past 6 months, she felt that Lu Pingyan was not like a descendant of the true lord at all. Instead, he looked a bit like a mortal warrior who had inherited a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he embark on the immortal path, but still practice mortal and crude martial arts every day? 7 days later, Lu Pingyan said goodbye to Su Jihor. He wanted to say something, but felt that it seemed redundant to say anything. In the end, he just scratched his head and whispered, Jihor, take care. Brother Pingyan, this is the amulet I made. I hope everything goes well for you and you will be safe and sound. The girl's eyelashes trembled, she smiled and nodded, and took out a talisman bag. Thank you, it looks good. Lu Pingyan took the talisman bag and said seriously. He noticed some time ago that the girl was clumsily making the talisman bag, and it was obvious that she had spent a lot of thought on it. Let's go. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. Yes. Lu Pingyan took a big step forward without looking back, knowing that Su Jihor must be looking at him. But at this moment, he couldn't help but think of his parting with Qin Yi. At that time, he said goodbye to her like Su Jihor did. But at that time, the two of them were different from immortals and mortals. The other party was going to the Qingyun Sect thousands of miles away, and he chose to go home to inherit the family business, so there was basically no chance of seeing each other again in the future. But now, it is not a farewell forever. Immediately, Lu Pingyan turned around and said loudly with a smile on his face, Jihor, don't worry, I will come back to see you when I am free. Brother Pingyan, safe journey. The girl smiled. Huh? At this moment, Lu Pingyan felt much more comfortable and relaxed. Then he took a step and walked towards the cliff and the ruined temple like a shadow. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Lu Changsheng originally planned to take Lu Wangshu to Qingyun Mountain to visit Xiao Ziyu during this period. But because of the Xiao secret realm, Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu went home, so this matter was naturally postponed. He planned to take his daughter Lu Wangshu out for a walk after the Xiao secret realm was over. As the opening time of the Xiao secret realm was getting closer, many family forces and scattered cultivators came to heading to the Purple Nether secret realm. During this time, although the sales of elixirs, talismans, puppets, and magic tools have increased, it is not too exaggerated. One reason is that everyone knows about the Purple Nether secret realm and will prepare in advance. Another reason is that although there are many people going to the Purple Nether secret realm, when spread out, it seems average. However, the sales of puppets in Qingzhu Mountain have increased significantly in the past few months. In the puppet workshop, in a side hall, Lu Changsheng is making a custom puppet for his baby daughter. His daughter Lu Wangshu is helping to take care of the children and playing with Lu Lingxiao and Lu Ling. Biu. Lu Wangshu made a gesture to Lu Ling. The little bean was stunned for a moment, then woo, and fell to the ground. Lu Lingxiao, who was sitting on the side, looked at this scene with disgust and speechlessness, thinking that the two were too childish, and watched his father engrave spiritual patterns seriously. But Lu Ling was having a lot of fun, and then shouted sister sister on her face, and asked Lu Wangshu for candy. Wangshu, eating too much candy is not good for your teeth. Lu Changsheng looked at the two sisters and reminded them. Dad? How can a cultivator have bad teeth? Lu Wangshu showed his snow-white and neat teeth. Then he flicked his index finger and thumb, flicked a candy into his sister's mouth, and said, right, Xiao. Yes. Lu Ling nodded repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Is it a good thing or a bad thing for him to let Lu Wangshu get closer to the siblings? Will he lead them astray? He felt that he needed to face this problem. After a long time, Lu Changsheng got up and finished work after polishing a puppet part. Although it was to build a puppet for his daughter. But for such a large project, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to deliver. Lu Changsheng walked out of the puppet workshop with his children and returned to the Lu family mansion. Husband, I saw a famous woman today. I think Qingyun is a good match for me. Chu Hansun saw Lu Changsheng and immediately went up to share with him. Because of the matter of Xiao's secret realm, Lu Changsheng did not let Lu Quanzhen return to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge, and handed over the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain to his son Lu Qingsong. During these days, Chu Hanzun's daily urging for marriage began again. After all, the 4 children, Lu Yazun, Lu Kazun, and Lu Huizun have all started families. Now only the eldest son Lu Quanzhen is left, so naturally he is very concerned. Well, okay, Zhenzhen, you can make the decision in this regard. As long as Quanzhen nods, I will go to propose marriage immediately. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, not wanting to get involved in this aspect at all. But Quanzhen is hiding from me again, I don't know where he went. Chu Hansun said somewhat aggrievedly. 2 months ago, Chu Hansun finally sacrificed the auspicious tree and refined it into her natal spiritual root. The effect was a little worse than Lu Maiyuan's, and her cultivation level only rose to the 8th level of key refining. However, the whole person has changed a lot. Not only is he a little younger, but he also has a bit more ethereal and natural aura. That night, Lu Changsheng tried to practice dual cultivation with Chu Hansun to see what special effects he could get from the auspicious tree. As a result, at the moment when the dual cultivation ended, Lu Changsheng's mind was peaceful and free of distractions, as if he had entered a state of sage. In this regard, he immediately gave up practicing the Love Sutra with Chu Hanzun, otherwise, who could stand it in the long run? Haha, it's a good thing for Quanzhen to practice wholeheartedly. It doesn't matter if he gets married later. It's up to him. Lu Changsheng said casually. Although he encouraged his children to have children, he still had the mentality of letting nature take its course. After all, if the child is willing to practice hard, he still supports it. But getting married doesn't affect practice. Chu Hansun said so. Although she had heard that getting married would interfere with cultivation, her husband had many wives and concubines, and many children and grandchildren, and she was not affected at all. So the rumor was obviously false. Haha, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. If Zhenzhen likes children so much, we will have a few more when the time comes. Lu Changsheng hugged his little wife and whispered in her ear. Husband, when Chu Hanzun heard this, her cheeks suddenly turned red with embarrassment. They are an old couple, and their children are so big, but they are still having children. But Chu Hanzun remembered that in the book, if the parents are both powerful, the children born will also be smart and powerful, with extraordinary talents. If she becomes a foundation-building cultivator like Sister Maiyuan in the future, the child born to her husband may be as outstanding and talented as Qingshan. At this moment, she was looking forward to it again. After all, her husband really likes children. and it can be seen that for gifted children, there will be a relative preference. On this day, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host for 100 offspring breaking through the innate martial arts and obtaining bloodline effects. The probability of spiritual roots of offspring is increased by 3%, and a chance to draw a lottery is obtained. It has changed from the probability of reproduction to the probability of spiritual roots of offspring. Lu Changsheng noticed that the blood effect of the system had changed. Before, the blood effect was the probability of one's own reproduction. Now it has become the probability of spiritual roots of offspring. 3%, it's not bad. Lu Changsheng did not think that this probability was small. On the one hand, it can be improved in the future. On the other hand, the probability of mortal offspring wanting to give birth to spiritual root offspring is too low. At present, there are more than 240 people in the third generation of his Lu family. But among them, there are only 19 children with spiritual roots. The reason is very simple. In terms of fertility, even with policy encouragement, the main fertility force is still secular, without spiritual roots. On the side of Qingzhu Mountain, only Lu Yun, Lu Xianxi and other more obedient children got married early and gave birth to offspring. Few other children chose to get married. Lu Changsheng roughly knew that it should be his father, who had such achievements with the 9th grade spiritual roots. Therefore, even if the children in the family have low-grade spiritual roots, they still have some dreams of building a foundation, and try their best while they are young. It's only 100, and it's just an ordinary lottery. Lu Changsheng thought it was just an ordinary lottery, which was a bit boring. After experiencing many high-level lotteries, he gradually looked down on ordinary lotteries. But since the share money was here, he naturally would not waste it. System, draw. As the voice fell, the system's big turntable spun quickly. Then it slowly stopped at the pill column. Congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of Purple Mansion pill. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A pill pattern emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Purple Mansion pill? Can the system reward draw a repeated reward? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He has drawn a lottery more than 40 times. This is the first time that the lottery has a repeated reward. Pill, Purple Mansion pill, quality, 3rd level, description, can cleanse the soul, purify the body, and strengthen the consciousness and physique. It is exactly the same, but this Purple Mansion pill is not bad. Lu Changsheng thought to himself as he looked at the Purple Mansion pill in the system space. Although this Purple Mansion pill is not as good as the crystal condensing pill, but a bottle of 10 pills can be considered a top-level pill. When he took 10 Purple Mansion pills, not only his physical body was improved, but his spiritual consciousness was also improved from the early stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building. This improvement is no small matter. Now Quanzhen and Qingshan are about to break through the foundation building stage, and this Purple Mansion pill can be given to them then. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The effect of taking this Purple Mansion pill on his physical body and spiritual consciousness is limited, so it is better to give it to his children. Anyway, after his children take it and break through the realm, they can also give feedback to him. Immediately, Lu Changsheng extracted the Purple Mansion pill from the system space and put it in his stored ring. Calculating the time, the Purple Nether Secret Realm is about to open. Lu Changsheng thought about the Ziyao Secret Realm and prepared to send Lu Quanzhen there. As for Lu Qingshan, his master, Xianyin Hanren, said that he would come to pick him up, so there was no need for him to send him off. Soon after, Lu Changsheng explained to Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, and Lu Qingshan, and took Lu Quanzhen away from Qingzhu Mountain and headed for Ziyan Gorge, where the Ziyao Secret Realm was located. It is not far from Qingzhu Mountain to Ziyan Gorge. It takes about a month to drive a spirit boat all the way north. Just when Lu Changsheng was sending Lu Quanzhen to the Ziyao Secret Realm, in a mountain range. It seems to be this direction. Zion, take a look, am I going the right way? Lu Pingyan is tall and strong, wearing a gray suit, riding on a black spirit horse, looking at the map in his hand, and asked Zion next to him. Zion looked at the map for a long time, then nodded, indicating that it should be correct. Since it's correct, let's continue. Lu Pingyan immediately put away his spirit horse and continued on his way. 3 months ago, he continued to investigate and killed all the pest cultivators who had ambushed him before. During this period, he heard the news that the Purple Nether Secret Realm was opened. Lu Qingyan naturally knew about the famous Purple Nether secret realm. Knowing that this secret realm is most famous for the main spiritual medicine of the foundation building pill, the Shining fruit. Thinking of his current strength, he suddenly had an idea in his mind to go to the Purple Nether secret realm. See if he can gain something and find a few Shining fruits. This will not only have hope for his future foundation building. He can also prepare foundation building pills for his younger brothers and sisters at home. So, he bought a map and changed his plan from going home to going to the Purple Nether secret realm. Chapter 340 Qingyun, why are you here? Xian Gorge. The entire canyon is hundreds of miles long, with vast and majestic mountains on both sides. Due to the existence of the Purple Nether secret realm, there are almost no traces of monsters on this section of the canyon. Even if a few monsters appear occasionally, they will be hunted by passing cultivators and nearby family forces. On this road, the ones who really need to be careful are other cultivators. Because the Purple Nether secret realm opens once every 30 years, everyone knows it. Many people do not enter the secret realm to take risks, but choose to transform into robbery cultivators and squat here to rob and kill. At this time, Lu Changsheng drove the spirit boat and took Lu Quanxian into Xian Gorge. He was dressed in a black and luxurious robe, with a tall and slender figure. He stood on the spirit boat with his hands behind his back, deep and majestic, with a dignified demeanor, exuding a faint foundation-building spiritual pressure. Faced with such a spiritual pressure, naturally no robbery cultivator dared to come out and act presumptuously. After all, most robbery cultivators are only at the level of key refining. They will only find some casual cultivators who seem to be easy to bully. This made Lu Changsheng wonder if there would be foundation-building cultivators deliberately disguised to come here for fishing and law enforcement. After all, there is no shortage of such boring people in the world of immortal cultivation. Besides, it is better to rob the cultivators than to rob the poor independent cultivators. Not long after, Lu Changsheng drove the spirit boat through the canyon and came to the end. In front of him was an extremely wide yellow earth slope. In the middle of the earth slope seemed to be a huge purple altar. The altar was scattered around, filled with many cultivators, hundreds of people, and it was very lively. 99% of these cultivators were key refining cultivators. However, most of them had the cultivation base of the late key refining. Most of the foundation building cultivators, like Lu Changsheng, sent their family members or younger generations to come. However, most of them had 3 or 4, or even 7 or 8 key refining cultivators around them. It was rare for Lu Changsheng to send only one person. Seeing Lu Changsheng's spirit boat slowly descending, several key refining cultivators next to him immediately showed respect on their faces, obediently stepped back, and made room. In order not to offend Lu Changsheng or be displeased by Lu Changsheng. After all, foundation building cultivators are moody. If the other party is in a bad mood and finds them annoying, they will cry without a place to cry. This Xiao secret realm is really lively. Lu Changsheng put away the spirit boat, looked at the scene, and said with a sigh. Although he has been to Juxiao Immortal City and Qingyun Immortal City, but he has never seen a place like Xiao secret realm where hundreds of cultivators gathered and were ready for battle. At this time, he saw people from Qingzhu Mountain and Baniao Lake in the crowd. Qingzhu Mountain was led by Lu Maifeng, whom he knew. There were 4 people in total. Except for Lu Maifeng, who was at the 9th level of key refining, the other 3 were only at the 8th and 7th levels of key refining. Lu Changsheng did not go forward to say hello. He came here secretly this time, and he and Lu Quanxian both disguised themselves. After all, it is more convenient to conceal your identity, and it is inevitable that some trouble will arise if you reveal your true appearance. Not only him, but many cultivators present also disguised themselves. Quanxian, if you are willing, you can go to Maifeng and the others. Lu Changsheng sent a voice message to his son Lu Quanxian next to him. He had learned about the Xiao secret realm from Qingzhu Mountain before. Everyone who enters it will appear randomly in the secret realm. But they can meet up at the first time through tokens such as the message transmission talisman and the yin-yang communication talisman. So at this moment, you can see many independent cultivators and family members getting to know each other and forming a group. After all, in addition to seeking opportunities, the Xiao secret realm is also a trial secret realm for the disciples of the Immortal Sect. The disciples of the Immortal Sect may not be bloodthirsty people. But no one can say for sure about such things, so you need to prepare for the worst. Yet, Lu Quanxian, wearing a black robe and a crown, with an elegant face, nodded in response. The two rested in place, waiting for the four major immortal sects to come and open the secret realm. As time passed, more and more foundation-building cultivators could be seen coming with their children and juniors. At this time, Changsheng saw a golden spirit boat, and an old man with a majestic face came down with 6 key refining cultivators. Jinlongling Changsheng narrowed his eyes when he saw the person coming. Then he said to his son next to him, Quanzun, if you meet people from Jinlongling and Xiao secret realm, Qingshan and I will kill them all. Although the ancestor of the Jin family came to apologize and turned hostility into friendship, he was just trying to fool himself. Moreover, in the past year or so, he has been suppressing the business industry of Qingzhu Mountain openly and secretly. In the face of this situation, he can't do anything directly, but if there is such an opportunity, he will naturally not be polite. Of course, the main reason is that he has confidence in his son's strength. Even without Qingshan, Changsheng is very relieved about Quanzun's situation. A second-level puppet, a full set of top-level magic weapons, a bronze spear of talisman treasure, and a stack of second-level talismans. In this situation, a few key refining cultivators are his opponents. Even a foundation-building cultivator would have a tingling scalp when he met Quanzun. Hearing this, Quanzun was a little surprised by his father's words. But he just smiled and squinted his eyes, glanced at the people of Jinlongling, and whispered, "Don't worry, father." Time passed little by little. As more and more people came, Changsheng realized that the foundation-building cultivators from many forces came here to purchase resources and treasures. When the independent cultivators came out of the secret realm, they would trade. Because the 4 major immortal gates only collected some rare resources, most independent cultivators could not use the remaining resources, so they would trade directly here. Or they would spend resources to ask the other party to escort them to the market, or even choose to join a certain force. I didn't expect that there would be so many bigwigs in this Xiao secret realm. Changsheng sighed with emotion, and he understood why many family forces came here with their identities revealed. Because the family has a good reputation, even if the purchase price is several times cheaper, everyone is willing to believe it. However, he is now disguising his identity, so it is not easy to make a purchase. At this moment, Changsheng seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes suddenly opened. In the distance, a tall and burly middle-aged man, who was dusty and looked like a chivalrous knight, found a place to sit cross-legged. Changsheng instantly sensed a familiar breath from the other party. Pingyan. Changsheng scanned with his spiritual sense and instantly saw through the other party's disguise. Isn't Pingyan traveling outside? How come he came to Xiao secret realm? He showed some surprise in his eyes, and immediately sent a voice to Pingyan, "Pingyan, come here." Pingyan was stunned when he heard the voice transmission, looking at a loss, and looked up and around. He didn't go home this time because he knew that he was going to Xiao secret realm, and his father would probably not agree. So he chose to act on his own and come alone secretly. Unexpectedly, he heard his father's voice as soon as he arrived at Xian Gorge. He looked around and didn't find his father Changsheng. But after a while, he saw a man in his 30s with a majestic face and a solemn demeanor in a black robe, and a young man in a black robe and a crown, who was gentle and elegant, walking towards him. "Are you, father?" Pingyan said with a somewhat uncertain look. No matter the appearance or aura of the man in the black robe in front of him, he couldn't see the shadow of his father in his daily life. Yet, Changsheng looked majestic and nodded slightly. His disguise now is naturally not as casual as in his early years. Not only does he have the Yuanquang robe to cover up his aura, but he also has a special disguise mask. Unless a Jinan's Henren uses his spiritual sense to investigate, it is difficult to see his face. Quanzun is the same, covering his appearance and aura. "Pingyan, why are you here?" Changsheng brought his son to the side and asked. "I heard about the opening of the Xiao secret realm before, so I thought about coming to see it. Maybe I can gain something." Pingyan scratched his head and said a little guilty. As if he was worried that his father would misunderstand, he hurriedly explained before he finished speaking, "Dad, I am not ignorant of my own ability. I had some opportunities before, and the 100 refining treasure body art broke through the 5th level, so I dared to come here." The 5th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Quanzun, who was next to him, heard the words, his eyes shrank, and he was surprised. Lu Changsheng taught him the 100 refining treasure body art in his early years. It's just that he didn't practice it well, so he gave up this technique. I didn't expect that my elder brother would break through the 5th level of this technique, which means that his physical body is comparable to a spiritual weapon? You're here, so why should I blame you? Lu Changsheng said unhappily when he saw his son's honest look. Thank you, father. Lu Pingyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. It was okay to face Lu Changsheng on weekdays. But the other party's disguised appearance now has the majesty of a superior who is intimidating without anger, which really makes him nervous. Dad, why are you here? Lu Pingyan continued to ask, looking at Lu Quanxian, wanting to know who this is. I sent Quanxian here. Lu Changsheng said aloud. Brother. Lu Quanxian next to him smiled and shouted. His smile was gentle and elegant, like a scholar. Are you Quanxian? Lu Pingyan looked at Lu Quanxian with some surprise. Then he said aloud, Dad, isn't this Xiao secret realm quite dangerous? Quanxian is coming here. He didn't know Lu Quanxian's situation. He only knew that this younger brother's cultivation level would not be much higher than his own. Quanxian also has some opportunities. Now he has reached the 9th level of key refining. When you enter the secret realm, you can contact each other through the identity jade card and take care of each other. Lu Changsheng said so. 9th level of key refining. Lu Pingyan looked surprised. He didn't expect that his younger brother would actually reach the 9th level of key refining. But thinking that he had opportunities, it was normal for his younger brothers and sisters to have some opportunities and adventures. He immediately responded in a deep voice, Don't worry, father. Have you made any preparations for coming to the secret realm? Lu Changsheng asked. Well, I have inquired about the situation of the Xiao secret realm and learned about the information here. Lu Pingyan said a little embarrassed. Alice. Lu Changsheng shook his head helplessly. He immediately took the 2 to an uninhabited place and took out a stack of talismans and 2 bottles and jars from the storage ring and handed them to his son. In his early years, he would also put a bunch of magic tools and treasures on his body. But now he has a family, and the magic tools and treasures he harvested before are all placed in the treasure building at home for the family to deal with. So he only has elixirs and talismans in his hands, and there are no idle magic tools. Otherwise, I would have armed my son with a set of magic weapons. Thank you, father. Lu Pingyan felt warm in his heart and thanked him. Brother, do you need any magic weapons? See if there are any that can be used. At this time, Lu Quanxian took out several top-level magic weapons and asked. These magic weapons were prepared by Lu Changsheng for him. Attack, defense, escape, and assistance are all available. No, I have magic weapons. Lu Pingyan waved his hand hurriedly, not wanting to take his brother's magic weapons. Brother, I have a magic robe, and this spiritual armor is useless. You can take it. Lu Quanxian knew that his elder brother was a physical cultivator, so he handed a spiritual armor to Lu Pingyan. Since Quanxian is kind, you can keep it. Be careful when entering the secret realm this time. Lu Changsheng was very pleased to see the brothers in harmony. Then he told Lu Pingyan some things to pay attention to in the Xiao secret realm. Although the other party said that he had learned about the situation and information of the Xiao secret realm. But he knew without thinking that most of these were gossips made up by casual cultivators, half true and half false, so it was better not to believe them. After Lu Changsheng finished speaking, he continued to instruct, by the way, if you see rare spiritual medicines, such as the Xiangling fruit, just pull them up by the roots and put them in the Quanxian spirit plant bag. This time when his son came to the Xiao secret realm, he naturally thought of the Xiangling fruit that was abundant there. Although the Xiangling fruit is only a second-level spiritual fruit, it is basically impossible to keep it alive in the outside world except in the Xiao secret realm. But in this case, Lu Changsheng thought of his little green bottle. He thought he could try to use the Wanling bottle to cultivate the Xiangling fruit. If it can be cultivated and bear fruit, then his family will not have to worry about the foundation building pill in the future. Okay, father. Lu Pingyan nodded. His main purpose before was the Xiangling fruit. Now he immediately remembered this deeply in his heart. If you encounter any rare spiritual flowers and herbs, pull them up by the roots. By the way, what happened to you? Did you break through the 5th level of the Balian Baodiju? At this time, Lu Changsheng was concerned about his son's 2nd-level body refining. He was stunned for a long time when he learned that Lu Pingyan's body refining had broken through. Lu Pingyan scratched his head and told his own situation. He said that he had been ambushed before, and then by chance, an iron-backed centipede and a mongoose hua entered his body. At that time, he was conscious and almost fainted. But the light appeared before, so the Balian Baodiju automatically operated, refining the magic weapon and 2 poisons in the body, so he broke through the 5th level. As for Sujiur's matter, because he had promised the other party and sworn a heart demon oath before, he didn't mention it too much. Be more careful in the future. Lu Changsheng patted his son's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Although this process sounds simple, but he heard the danger in it. Because he knew that the Hoku would only take effect when encountering desperate situations. This means that Lu Pingyan was actually on the verge of death at that time. Father, I know. Lu Pingyan nodded repeatedly, and he himself was also scared afterwards. After explaining the matter, the father and his 2 sons returned to the altar. Well, the breath of the fake Dan Zhenren. As soon as he sat down, Lu Changsheng sensed a strong breath coming from the south. A moment later, he saw a white jade ship with carved beams and painted rafters, exquisite and luxurious, coming from the sky. At the front of the ship, stood a beautiful woman with long flowing hair, charming face and graceful manners. She was wearing a pink gauze palace skirt, which made people clearly see her graceful figure. Especially a pair of snow-white beautiful legs, gently covered by a thin gauze skirt. People can clearly see the roundness, but with a little more hazy temptation. It's Huan. It seems to be Mian's Henren from Huan. Immediately, someone exclaimed loudly towards the gorgeous ship and kept looking at it. Fake Dan's Henren from Huan. Lu Changsheng took a few glances and didn't look at it anymore. Although this fake Dan Zhenren was full of temptation from head to toe, making many people stare at him, wanting to see but not daring to see. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it was really ordinary. The reason was simple. A dignified fake Dan Zhenren actually had a worldly air. This behavior surprised Lu Quanzhen, who was standing by. After all, his father was famous for his love of women. As one of the top forces in Zhang country, Qingyun Sect was famous for its female practitioners, music, singing and dancing, charm, and beauty. It was rare that his father was not very interested in Qingyun Sect. However, he also showed disdain when he saw the worldly air of several people on the building ship. The building of Qingyun Sect did not descend, but just lay quietly in the air, waiting for the secret realm to open. Such behavior was extremely disrespectful to the cultivators below, which was equivalent to stepping on someone's head. However, the cultivators in the field did not dare to say anything about this situation. After all, Qingyun Sect was at the Jinden level, and fake Dan Zhenren led the team. As Qingyun Sect came, not long after, another sect ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd in the city came, Changsheng Mountain. This was a sect that focused on alchemy. The famous standing pavilion was an industry under the name of Changsheng Mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the clouds and mist rolled in the distance, thunder roared, and a huge movement sounded. I saw 9 wind and thunder horses pulling a huge Shenshao coming through the air. These 9 wind and thunder horses are all 2nd level monsters. They are flying in the sky, with wind and thunder everywhere, and their power is amazing. On the Shenshao, there is also a flag with a dragon flying and phoenix dancing word Su. The Beastmaster Su family. What a grand ceremony! 9 2nd level monsters are pulling the carriage. Which ancestor of the Su family is here in person? Many cultivators whispered when they saw this, their eyes full of fear and awe. After all, the Beastmaster Su family is one of the 3 major families in Zhang State, with a profound foundation and a great reputation. The Beastmaster Su family. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes when he saw this. He remembered that Su Ruan said that the Beastmaster Su family had noticed him. However, when he looked at the leader on the Shenshao, it seemed that he was not the 3rd ancestor of the Su family that Su Ruan said. These Jinden-level forces were all in the air, talking to each other in the air, and each one was more grand than the other, which made the cultivators in the audience look odd, and their eyes showed envy and yearning. After all, most people worked hard to cultivate immortality. In addition to asking for immortality, they also hoped to be like this, and from then on, they would be high and mighty. No wonder only families with Jinden real people in charge are considered top forces. At this moment, Lu Changsheng truly understood why families and forces with Jinden real people in charge were top forces. Because without Jinden real people in charge, this family force could not accumulate any foundation at all. Just like Beihu Mountain. Even if it was nominally passed down for 1,000 years, The foundation was really limited. Once it encountered some risks and crises, it would be destroyed at any time. Forces like Qingyun Sect, Changsheng Mountain, and Yashaosu family. Even if they were worse, they could maintain multiple fake and real people in charge to stabilize the situation and wait for the birth of new giant and real people. The secret realm was about to open, and Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect arrived at about the same time. All three sects were led by giant and real people. In addition to the Yuling Sect riding a quasi third-level golden eagle spirit beast, the mighty Qingyun Sect and Luoxia Sect were riding on a giant boat and a treasure tower respectively, which seemed much simpler and plainer. However, even if the two major immortal sects were ordinary, no one in the field dared to underestimate them. Seeing that the secret realm was about to open, the Yuanying level overlord of Jiang Kingdom, the Qingyun Sect, finally arrived. The flying magic weapon of the sect was very simple, a huge flying sword, with a huge spiritual pressure, breaking through the air. There were more than 30 key refining disciples standing on the flying sword, all dressed in white sword clothes, carrying magic swords, with cold expressions, revealing a sharp aura. The leader was a cold-looking boy of about 15 or 16 years old, with ordinary looks and a simple white robe. If it weren't for the huge spiritual pressure all over his body and the infinite sharp aura he exuded, it would be hard to tell that he was a giant in Zhenren. Qingyun Sect. Eugene Zhenren. All the cultivators in Xian Gorge looked at the Qingyun Sect and showed off. Several major giant and level forces that arrived early came forward to greet them. Lu Pingyan looked at the people from the Qingyun Sect and was suddenly startled when he saw a beautiful figure on the flying sword. Chapter 341 First Love, Lu Family F3 Attacks. Qin Yi. Lu Pingyan didn't expect to meet Qin Yi here. Seeing that the other party successfully joined the Qingyun Sect and became a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, he was sincerely happy for the other party. After all, when they chatted in the early years, she knew that the other party's dream was to join the Qingyun Sect and become a sword immortal. Seeing his son, who had always been calm before, in such a state, Lu Changsheng immediately looked at the huge flying sword of the Qingyun Sect. There were both male and female disciples standing on the flying sword, but most of them were young, in their 20s or 30s. Pingyan, is there anyone you know in the Qingyun Sect? Lu Changsheng looked at several female disciples and asked. Lu Pingyan paused in his heart, retracted his gaze, calmed down and said, an old friend from the past. Female. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. Lu Pingyan's face was stunned, and he didn't know what to say for a while. But under the eyes of his old father, he nodded. Is it the little girl you met when you were traveling back then? Lu Changsheng's face suddenly showed a bit of playfulness. He thought that more than 10 years had passed, and his son was still thinking about the little girl back then. It was indeed unforgettable first love. Not to mention 3 or 5 relationships, this first love is probably unforgettable. It is estimated that it will continue to ferment in the heart, constantly beautify, and be unforgettable. Hearing this, Lu Quanzhou next to him couldn't help but reveal a bit of gossip in his eyes. He had a lot of contact with Lu Pingyan, so he had some understanding of this elder brother's temperament and knew that he was a very diligent and upright person. Now looking at his appearance, he is still a deeply affectionate person, although he has no emotional experience. But with such a father, he always feels that it is very strange for his family to have a loyal and affectionate person. Well, Lu Pingyan nodded a little dully under such a playful look. Which one is it? Point it out to your father. As a father, Lu Changsheng immediately cared about his son's emotional affairs. This is not good. Lu Pingyan said a little embarrassedly. The two have not seen each other for more than 10 years, and neither of them expressed their feelings back then. Now his father is like this, which makes him feel bad. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm just taking a look, not proposing marriage to you right away. Seeing his son's shyness, Lu Changsheng said angrily, patting him on the head. He's so old, but he hasn't made any progress in love. Under the pressure of his old father, Lu Pingyan could only point out and tell which one is Qin Yi. So Pingyan, you like this? Lu Changsheng looked at the huge flying sword, a woman in her 20s, with thin eyes, red lips, a straight nose, wearing the clothes of a Qingyun Sect disciple, a high ponytail, and a heroic appearance. Lu Pingyan didn't say anything. Although he was a little happy to see Qin Yi, he didn't want to recognize her. Because he had been cultivating immortals for many years, he knew that his spiritual roots were of great importance. If Qingyun knew that he had embarked on the immortal path, it would probably cause trouble for his family. If you like it, go after her boldly. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said. But seeing his son's somewhat dull and silent look, he paused in his heart and vaguely guessed his son's thoughts. At that time, Lu Pingyan felt that he was immortal, and there was a difference between immortals and mortals, so he didn't want to delay the other party. Now Lu Pingyan has embarked on the immortal path, but the matter of spiritual roots is of great importance after all. If it is known to others, it may cause trouble. Alice. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. This son has a strong sense of responsibility, which leads to too many concerns about many things. He thought in his heart that after returning home, he would ask his wife Lu Mayan to find a few women with such charm and temperament for his son to go on a blind date with him, so as to forget this feeling. Sometimes, you can be bolder. Lu Changsheng did not continue to tease his son and said seriously. Then he looked at Lu Quanzun next to him and said, Quanzun, if you meet someone you like, remember to be bolder. Your mother has been urging you for a few days. The child knows. Lu Quanzun did not expect the topic to fall on him, and responded helplessly. Why hasn't Qingzhu arrived yet? At this time, Lu Changsheng saw that the 4 major immortal gates had arrived, which meant that the secret realm was about to open, but Xianyun's Henren had not yet sent Lu Qingzhu. In this regard, he could only say that the Xianyun master fits his stereotype and is very unreliable. However, just as he finished his thought, he saw a divine rainbow shooting down from the clouds, with amazing power, making everyone look up. Well, this is a Qiangdan master. Aren't all the 4 major immortal sects here? There is also a Qiangdan master coming. Some cultivators exclaimed when they saw the divine rainbow. Except for things like the Ziyao secret realm, Qiangdan masters rarely appear in front of people on weekdays. As a result, 5 Qiangdan masters appeared today, which is really rare. The divine rainbow fell in the air in a flash. When the rosy clouds dissipated, a huge gourd appeared in everyone's sight. On it stood a mature and beautiful woman in her 30s, with a beautiful face and wearing a bright red dress. Next to her, there was a young man in his 20s, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, wearing white and gold clothes. The woman was Xianyun master. She was not as lazy and casual as usual. Her hair was tied up, her dress was neat, and her face was full of grace and majesty. She said to Xianjian Zhuangzhenren, Zhenai Yujin, how are you? Zhenren, what are you doing here? Zhenren Yujin looked at Zhenren Xianyun with a stern face. I just happened to pass by and heard that the Ziyao secret realm was opened, so I sent my disciple here to experience it. Zhenren Xianyun said with a light red mouth. As soon as the words came out, the 4 Qiangdans Henren and the disciples of the 4 major immortal sects all looked at Lu Qingzhu. Facing such a gaze, if it were an ordinary person, he would have felt like a thorn in his back, his face would have turned pale, and he would have looked ugly. But Lu Qingzhu stood up with an extremely calm expression. The invisible pressure made the momentum of Jian Chongmu Dao, which was integrated into his flesh and blood, slowly rise, making Lu Qingzhu feel an inexplicable power surging. His spine was straight, and there seemed to be a sharp sword in his body, piercing the sky and swallowing the stars. It gives people a fearless, lawless, and confident spirit and momentum that they can overcome everything. This spirit alone makes all the disciples of the 4 major sects look solemn. Especially the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. As sword cultivators, they can feel from Lu Qingzhu an invincible and unstoppable sword intent. Suddenly, several Qingyun Sect disciples looked at Lu Qingzhu with fighting intent, wanting to compete with him. What a sword seedling! Jade Sword Master looked at Lu Qingzhu, who was like a sword on the gourd, and praised him. As a Qiangdan master of the Qingyun Sect, he has seen many geniuses in swordsmanship. But people like Lu Qingzhu have been few and far between in hundreds of years. What's your name? Jade Sword Master asked. On weekdays, let alone key refining cultivators, even foundation establishment cultivators are not worthy of him asking their names. But he was happy to see a sword cultivator like Lu Qingzhu. He believed that as long as the other party did not die young, he would definitely become famous in the world of immortal cultivation in the future. Lu Qingzhu, I have met you, Immortal. Lu Qingzhu said neither servilely nor arrogantly, and bowed. Okay, Lu Qingzhu, this Immortal will remember you. You can come to my Qingyun Sect to ask for swords in the future. Eugene Immortal nodded and said so, throwing a token to Lu Qingzhu. Asking for swords, a competition between sword cultivators. As the representative of the martial arts school, sword cultivators have always been famous for their strong combat power and offensive fighting. In addition to training, fighting requires accumulation of battles. Therefore, many sword cultivators will go around asking for swords after practicing to a certain level, challenge others, and sharpen their sword-hardened sword intention. Thank you, Immortal. Lu Qingzhu took the token calmly and bowed his hands in response. Immortal Qingyun has accepted a good disciple. The giant and Immortal of Qingyun Sect next to him praised. Jiang State and Yu State are neighbors, and they have a lot of exchanges on weekdays. Therefore, even if the giant and Immortals of the two countries have never met, they basically know each other. You still need to hone your skills. Tian Yuan's Henren said with a smile on her face. She was willing to spend so much time busying around, naturally because she was very satisfied with Lu Qingzhu, this disciple. After all, she accepted Lu Qingzhu as her disciple in her early years, simply because she valued his Zhengjin body and the continuation of the inheritance. But now that Lu Qingzhu is becoming more and more amazing, she really treats him as a personal disciple. As the four Zhenren exchanged ideas, the forces led by several fake Dans nearby also looked at Tian Yuan's Henren and looked at Lu Qingzhu. They knew that there would be another strong enemy in this trip to the Zhiao secret realm. As for the cultivators below, they just looked up from afar and didn't know what was going on. Qingzhu. In the crowd, Lu Miafeng and others recognized Lu Qingzhu. But at this time, Lu Qingzhu, for them, could only look up, and they had no right to talk to him face to face. But seeing Lu Qingzhu standing in the sky like this, they also felt proud and honored. Sure enough, the big guys have to step on the time. Lu Changsheng sighed when he saw this scene. Then he said to Lu Pingyan beside him, "The one above is your brother Lu Qingzhu. After you enter the secret realm, you can contact Qingzhu through the identity token." This time when Lu Qingzhu came back, he naturally refined identity tokens for Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu. Through the token, you can sense each other with the children of the Lu family, send messages, ask for help, verify your identity, etc. Ah, brother Lu Qingzhu. Lu Pingyan was stunned when he heard this. When Lu Qingzhu was born, he was already living in the secular world. And when he came to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Qingzhu was accepted as a disciple by Qianyun's Henren. So he has never seen Lu Qingzhu, his brother. Not to mention Lu Qingzhu, he is already a little blind and can't recognize more than 200 brothers and sisters in the family. So when walking in Qingzhu Mountain, as long as someone calls him big brother, he will treat them as his own brother and sister. Dad, what's the situation with brother Qingzhu? Lu Pingyan looked at Lu Qingzhu in the air, with some confusion on his face. I don't know why his brother is so pompous and even has a Jidan to send him off. He was accepted as a disciple by the real person of the Qingyun Sect of Yu State. This time he happened to come to the Zhiao secret realm for a trial. This is his master, the real person Qianyun. Lu Changsheng explained. I see. Lu Pingyan looked at Lu Qingzhu and nodded. He only knew that he had such a powerful brother. But thinking of his father's magical powers, it seemed normal to have several powerful brothers and sisters in the family. However, when he saw Lu Qingzhu in the sky and Lu Quanzhong, who was at the 9th level of key refining, he still felt a little pressure in his heart. It's not that he was competitive. As a big brother, he felt that even if he fell behind, he couldn't fall behind too much. When the real people in the sky had almost finished chatting, or the time for the secret realm to open was up, the four major immortal sects, led by the Qingyun Sect, came forward and came to the purple altar in the center, each holding a purple and gold token. 4 powerful magic powers of the Jinden level were injected into the token. Buzz buzz buzz, but above the altar, purple light emerged, interweaving mysterious runes, like stars, flickering non-stop. All the runes intertwined, gradually forming a pentagram array, causing the earth to tremble. Then, huge beams of light shot up into the sky, tens of feet high, mighty and powerful, and dyed the world purple and blue. When countless people were terrified and felt the air gradually becoming heavy, a huge void portal slowly appeared on the altar. This portal was like a black hole vortex, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. But there was a vicissitudes of ancient breath spreading, as if it was not a world here, and it was incompatible. Is this the secret realm? Lu Changsheng looked at the portal in front of him and was shocked. This was the first time he saw a secret realm. According to ancient books, most of the secret realms in the world of immortal cultivation were passed down from ancient times and opened up by great supernatural powers. But for some reason, They reappeared between heaven and earth, and they could open the passage in some way to enter the secret realm. There are big and small secret realms, good and bad. In many secret realms, there is only a wasteland, and even the space is unstable, and there is a risk of collapse at any time. The purple nether secret realm in front of him is one of the very few secret realms that contain great opportunities. However, only key refining cultivators can enter the secret realm. If foundation building cultivators want to enter, it will cause the secret realm to be unstable and thus be excluded. Not only Lu Changsheng, but many people were shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. The purple nether secret realm lasts for 1 month. You can all enter the secret realm, but you need to follow the following rules. The calm and indifferent voice of Jade Sword Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect spread throughout the valley. While he was speaking, a huge yellow list appeared and hung in the air. On it, there were large gilded characters, indicating the rules of the purple nether secret realm. All cultivators who enter the secret realm need to hand over 50% of their gains afterwards. Then all kinds of natural materials and treasures appeared, indicating that these can only be traded with the 4 major immortal sects. Unless you can obtain multiple rare spiritual materials of heaven and earth, you are allowed to take them away. We will obey the master's order. The cultivators in the field responded respectfully. Everyone has long known the rules of the purple nether secret realm. Even if they don't know, they can't raise any objections. Immediately, the cultivators from Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect entered the portal one after another. Then came several Jinden forces and Jinden level forces. At this time, Lu Qingshan flew into the secret realm on his sword. "Father, we're going." When most of the people were there, Lu Pinggan and Lu Quanzian also said to Lu Changsheng, "Be careful." Lu Changsheng instructed. "Don't worry, father." The two nodded, and then went directly into the portal. Huh? Lu Changsheng watched his son Lu Pinggan and Lu Quanzian enter the secret realm, took a deep breath, and felt a little heavy in his heart. Even though he had confidence in his son, it was the first time in his life, and he still couldn't be completely calm and composed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After about half an hour, 99% of the nearly 1,000 key refining cultivators in the canyon entered the secret realm. The hillside, which was originally crowded with people, was suddenly empty. There were only foundation building cultivators, as well as giant boats, ships, and treasure towers across the sky. 1 month. Lu Changsheng looked around, exhaled lightly, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and waited for his son to come out of the secret realm. The 8,000 word update will arrive soon, don't worry. Chapter 342 Three brothers explore the secret realm. Lu Pinggan and Lu Quanzian felt dizzy the moment they entered the portal. Everything around them turned into nothingness, darkness, and no mana could be used at all. It is said that entering the purple nether secret realm is similar to the experience of the long-lost teleportation array. So this is what it feels like. Lu Quanzian murmured in his heart, trying to see the surrounding situation clearly. But it was pitch black in all directions, boundless, with no end in sight, and no color at all. If it weren't for knowing in advance, it would be chilling and horrifying to suddenly encounter such a situation. After a while, he felt a little sore all over his body and opened his eyes dizzily. Is this the purple nether secret realm? Lu Quanzian rubbed his forehead and looked around. This is a mountain forest with a very rich spiritual energy, which is misty. The most conspicuous is the purple sky. After he made sure that he was in a safe area, he tapped the storage bag, arranged a set of simple arrays, and adjusted his breathing. Although the teleportation just now did not bring much impact. But since we have entered the secret realm, we must keep in the best condition at all times. After all, with so many cultivators entering the purple nether secret realm, fighting and scrambling are inevitable. And 50% of the harvest from the secret realm must be handed over to the 4 major immortal gates. This harvest refers to the spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines in the purple nether secret realm that are tainted with the atmosphere of the secret realm, and the spiritual materials of heaven and earth. The money, magic tools, and spiritual objects taken from other cultivators are not included. Therefore, most people in the purple nether secret realm did not die at the hands of the secret realm monsters, but at the hands of other cultivators. At this time, Lu Quanzian felt something and took out his family token from the storage bag. It showed that someone was within the sensing range of the token. He immediately knew that it was his eldest brother Lu Pinggan. After all, it was not necessary to think about it. knowing that his younger brother Lu Qingshan was unlikely to come in and meet him. At that time, the two also said that after entering the secret realm, they would meet in the central area to see the situation, and the periphery would be used as a trial area. Lu Quanzhen injected spiritual power into the token and responded to Lu Pangan. This eldest brother has a calm personality and is not a competitive person, so it will not affect him. Moreover, the second-level body refining is trustworthy and will not be a drag, and there is a little more protection. With the injection of spiritual power, the two identity tokens gradually formed an invisible aura, which could be sensed from a distance. Both parties could know the approximate position of each other through the tokens. After Lu Quanzhen adjusted his breath for a long time, his state was completely restored. He immediately raised his palm lightly, put away the formation flag, and began to explore this secret realm. He did not fly with a flying device or rush on the road. Instead, he walked cautiously in the direction of Lu Pangan. After all, the secret realm is dangerous, and flying in the air is completely a living target for people. Moreover, the secret realm is full of opportunities, so naturally he has to explore it slowly. After walking for several miles, Lu Quanzhen saw more than a dozen light green, thumb-sized fruits growing on the rocks in the distance. Shiking fruit. Lu Quanzhen immediately recognized what this thing was. However, judging from the color, these spiritual medicines are not yet mature. But since they have all been encountered, who cares whether they are completely mature? Moreover, he has prepared a spiritual plant bag in advance, which can keep the spiritual plants active to a certain extent, and then transplant them back home. He slapped the storage bag with his palm, and a low-grade puppet appeared. Then he operated the puppet to go forward and pull out all the 13 stone jade fruits. After that, he continued to move forward carefully. Well, there is a killing so soon. After walking for a long time, Lu Quanzhen suddenly smelled a bloody smell, and his footsteps suddenly stopped, and he cast an invisible spell. He looked carefully in the direction and immediately saw two corpses lying next to a black pond in front of him. One corpse was separated. One had a sharp cone piercing the heart. It seemed that they died together and lay on the ground, filled with a strong smell of blood. In the center of the calm black pond next to it, there was a palm-sized lotus that was snow-white and glowed with a blue luster. Die together? Shui Unlian. Lu Quanzhen narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes full of vigilance. After observing for a while, he saw no movement, so he tentatively released a low-grade puppet and came to the two corpses. However, just when the puppet came to the corpse and wanted to take the storage bag back, swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. In the Wooten, silver needles broke through the air and came towards Lu Quanzhen. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Quanzhen was well prepared. 5 colored vortices formed around him, and a small black shield appeared to block all the silver needles. Then he clapped his hands suddenly, and a 5-colored torrent rushed towards the Wooten. Boom! There was a loud bang in the Wooten, and countless pools of water were blown up. Suddenly, a beautiful girl in a light yellow dress appeared from the Wooten, looked at Lu Quanzhen and said coldly, "If you have some skills, get out." She was fishing here, and Lu Quanzhen in front of her was very powerful, very cautious, and didn't want to waste time and spiritual power. The Qingyun Sect disciple. Lu Quanzhen narrowed his eyes slightly, and didn't want to retreat at all. He always wanted to know the gap between himself and the disciples of the Immortal Sect. Before, he had a simple exchange with Lu Qingshan, and he couldn't know the details. Now that he met a Qingyun Sect disciple, he would naturally not miss it and was ready to use him to test his sword. Looking for death? Seeing that Lu Quanzhen had no intention of retreating and was looking at her like prey, the girl immediately became furious and clapped her white hands. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless silver needles broke through the air and rushed towards Lu Quanzhen, densely packed and impossible to defend against. The sharp cone on the chest of the corpse on the ground also made a buzzing sound, like a madly rotating sharp drill bit rushing towards Lu Quanzhen. 5 elements Kunpengju. Lu Quanzhen pinched his hands, and saw a 5-colored fish suddenly appear in the black pond and kill the girl in the yellow skirt. Not good. The girl didn't expect Lu Quanzhen to have a hidden hand in his previous attack, and immediately formed a protective air shield around her body. But in an instant, the 5-colored fish smashed the protective air shield into pieces, frightening the girl to quickly give up the offensive and use all her strength to activate the protective magic weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The purple shields around Lu Quanzhen coiled, forming a purple shield that wrapped his whole body. He pinched his hands and blasted out a 5-colored torrent, which was mighty and mighty. Boom! The girl flew backwards with a bang. However, as a disciple of Qingyun Sect, she was obviously quite powerful and was not defeated like this, but her face was a little embarrassed and ugly. "Who are you? How can a mere casual cultivator have such strength?" the girl said with cold eyes. Although there are occasionally a few powerful figures among casual cultivators, such as the first casual cultivator of Jiang Kingdom, Qingyun Sect. But this kind of person is rare, and there has only been one Qingyun Sect in the past 1,000 years. 99% of casual cultivators are several levels lower in strength and combat power than disciples of immortal sects. Seeing that Qingyun did not speak, a small yellow mirror appeared in her palm. The mirror shone on Qingyun with a golden luster, and the previous silver needles and spikes continued to kill Qingyun. But in an instant, puff! A colorful little fish directly broke the girl's protective air shield and pierced her heart at lightning speed. The girl's whole body shook violently, and she looked at her chest with disbelief in her eyes. She only felt that a surging force was crushing her internal organs, and blood was flowing out. How can this be? The girl stared at Qingyun, but before she finished speaking, she fell to the ground with a bang. The bright red blood formed a pool of blood, and her beautiful eyes widened, as if she was dying with her eyes wide open. Is this the disciple of the Immortal Sect? Qingyun looked at the dead girl with a calm and indifferent expression. If this is all the disciple of the Immortal Sect is, then it is really too meaningless. After confirming that the other party was dead, Qingyun stepped forward and burned all 3 bodies to ashes, and then simply dealt with a storage bag. For example, the tokens, robes, etc. in the 3 people's storage bags were all thrown into the black pond. Although once you enter the secret realm, life and death are at your own risk. But everyone knows that they should try not to get involved with disciples of the immortal sects or the disciples of the big clans, so as not to cause trouble. After finishing, he picked the water cloud lotus in the black pond and put it into the spiritual plant bag, and then continued to walk in the direction of Qingyun. In a dense forest. It's worthy of being the purple nether secret realm. Spiritual medicine can be picked up everywhere. Qingyun pulled up a spiritual flower by the roots and put it into the storage bag, his face full of joy. Although he has never been poor. But he knows the difficulties of the bottom of the cultivation world, and it is difficult to earn spiritual stones. His family can maintain a balance of expenses, relying entirely on his father. So this time I came in and saw so many spiritual medicines, and harvested spiritual medicines worth hundreds of spiritual stones in a short time, and I was very happy. I think if this goes on, I can harvest tens of thousands of spiritual stones in this trip to the Purple Nether Secret Realm. Although I have to hand over 50% to the 4 major immortal sects in the end. But I am satisfied with half of it. Qingyun continued to move in the direction of Qingyun. Although he wanted to meet up with his brother as soon as possible, he knew that such a secret realm is full of dangers and he should not be too rash and impatient. In a blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. Qingyun had thought that he was lucky before, because he had found spiritual medicine while walking. But now, after such a long time, he didn't get any harvest at all, and he was in a very depressed mood. At this moment, suddenly, a roar of monsters came from the side. This sound immediately attracted Qingyun's attention. Is there a fight, or? Qingyun knew that there were not many monsters in the Xiao secret realm. But as long as there are monsters, there will basically be rare spiritual herbs and medicines. Thinking of this, Qingyun immediately walked in the direction where the sound came from. After a while, he saw a golden giant bear chasing an old man and a young boy. The two did not confront the giant bear head-on, but fought very well, consuming the giant bear. When the old man saw Qingyun, his slightly turbid eyes immediately showed a vigilant look. But seeing Qingyun's strength at the 7th level of key refining, he immediately shouted, "Dao, there are several 7-star grasses in the cave of this King Kong bear. If you work with us to solve him, we will share the spiritual medicine equally." Although the cultivators in the secret realm are not trustworthy, many people still gather together for the sake of benefits. Besides, the grandfather and grandson, one is at the 9th level of key refining, and the other is at the 8th level of key refining, while Qingyun is only at the 7th level of key refining. In this case, they are naturally not afraid of Qingyun. Even if Qingyun is rich, they can come to eat all 7-star grass. Qingyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. This 7-star grass is the main spiritual medicine of the longevity pill and is very valuable. He immediately responded loudly, okay, it's a deal. As soon as the words fell, the whole person shot out like a cannonball, shooting towards the King Kong bear. Wow. The old and young were stunned when they saw Lu Pingin's behavior, and they looked confused. What's going on? This is a monster, and you actually rush directly in front of the monster? Could it be that you want to fight the monster in close combat? However, as soon as they finished speaking, they saw Lu Pingin coming in front of the King Kong bear, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist, leaping up. His right arm was like a god and demon beating a drum, shining with a golden luster, bursting layers of air, and hitting the King Kong bear's head firmly. Bang! King Kong bear's skull burst under Lu Pingin's punch, and his mouth full of sharp teeth shattered and flew away. The huge body, which was 5 meters tall, spun like a gyroscope and flew out, landing with a bang, smashing a huge pit. What's wrong? Lu Pingin turned his head and looked at the grandfather and grandson, who were confused and had dull eyes. No, it's okay. The old man was confused, swallowed hard, and said embarrassedly. He just thought that Lu Pingin was at the 7th level of key refining, and the two of them could easily deal with him. But this punch made everyone else dumbfounded. After traveling around for decades, he had never seen such a ruthless person. At the 7th level of key refining, he punched the monster away, and from the looks of it, it was almost directly destroyed. Grandpa, isn't this King Kong bear extremely powerful and hard? The young man next to him swallowed his saliva and asked his grandfather with a pale face. The combat power of ordinary monsters is stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. They were willing to fight this King Kong bear because they were attracted by the 7-star grass guarded by the other party. But they didn't expect that the two of them could only slowly wear it down. The King Kong bear that was fighting was actually blown away by a punch. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. It was almost doubtful about life. Whose son should this be to experience? Be polite later. The old man looked at the scene in front of him and whispered to his grandson. Bang bang bang. In front of him, Lu Pingin came to the pothole and punched the King Kong bear with both fists like a meteor rain. The fists were like a landslide and tsunami, and the ground was unbearable. It kept shaking, forming a pit, and dust was flying. After a while, Lu Pingin took the dead King Kong bear out of the pit. How do you want to divide this King Kong bear? Lu Pingin looked at the old man and the young man and asked. Although he killed the monster by himself, it was a prey for 2 people after all, and it consumed a lot, so he did not choose to monopolize it. We don't need it. The old man shook his head and said. In this situation, how dare they share the spoils with the other party? If they make the other party unhappy and give them a punch, the grandfather and grandson can end this trip to the secret realm. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Pingin nodded, and without being polite, he took out his magic weapon flying sword and cut a King Kong bear. Put the more valuable materials such as bear paws, bear gall, and bear blood into the storage bag. After all, such a large body, he couldn't put it all into the storage bag. And if the dead monster body is not processed as soon as possible, it will not be edible later. Wow, where's the 7-star grass? Lu Pingin looked at the 2 people after processing it. It's just in front. The old man and the young man politely took Lu Pingin to a cave full of stench. In the cave, there were 5 spiritual herbs with a little starlight. It's really the 7-star grass, and there are 5 more. Lu Pingin showed a happy expression on his face. But looking at the 5-star grasses, he didn't know how to divide them. When he was about to speak, the old man next to him took the initiative to speak. Wow, the King Kong bear just killed for you, so these 5 7-star grasses, you 3 and I 2, how about it? Well, you 2 only want 2. Lu Pingin frowned slightly. After all, the other party found out that he only killed a King Kong bear, but he got the most of it, which was really embarrassing. It's okay, if it weren't for Wow, the 2 of us, the grandfather and grandson, wouldn't be able to get the 7-star grass so easily. The old man was wearing a Taoist robe, and his old face looked amiable. I won't take advantage of you, I'll just take 2. Lu Pingin was not stupid, and he saw that the other party was afraid of him. But in his own opinion, he had just obtained some materials for the King Kong bear, and now taking 2 more 7-star grasses would be enough. Thank you, fellow Taoist. You are alone. If it is convenient, we can go together. The old man was surprised and thought that he had met a good person today. He immediately guessed that Lu Pingyan should be a descendant of a big family who came to practice. Only the descendants of such big families could be so generous. Because ordinary casual cultivators, if they have a generous and kind character, it is difficult to practice to the 9th level of key refining. He continued, I am not talented, but I know some surveying techniques and am good at finding spiritual herbs and medicines. Well, Lu Pingyan glanced at the old man and the young man, pondered for a moment, and nodded, okay. My surname is Kong, fellow Taoist, just call me old Taoist Kong. This is my grandson Xiao Kong. The old man showed a happy expression on his face and immediately spoke out. Anping. Lu Pingyan reported his fake name. An old Taoist Kong thought about it for a while, and he had not heard of any big family with a surname in Jiang State. But he didn't care. How many people in the secret realm would report their real names? Besides, in addition to the descendants of the big families, there might be some hidden descendants. After the three of them divided up the 7-star grass, they walked together. For example, the two Taoists like Kong Lao had no destination, and their main purpose was to find more spiritual herbs and medicines in the periphery. So they slowly moved forward in the direction indicated by Lu Pingyan. Beside a cliff. Boom boom boom, 4 men and women were hunting a huge tiger with black flames burning all over its body. Roar roar roar. At this time, the black tiger kept roaring and was covered with scars under the joint attack of the 4 people. But the black flames burning all over its body were rolling and spreading, and its power was so terrifying that the 4 people did not dare to approach at all, and could only suppress it with magic weapons. At this time, puff! A sword light slashed down from the sky, directly cutting off the head of the black tiger, and blood splattered. I want this soul fruit. Lu Qingshan, wearing a white and gold brocade robe, holding a magic sword, stood in the air, looking at the 4 people who were stunned and caught off guard and said. The 4 people looked at Lu Qingshan, wanting to say something but not daring to say anything. At that time, Lu Qingshan and Jindan's Henren came outside the secret realm. They had all seen Lu Qingshan and knew that he was not simple. Moreover, the strength that Lu Qingshan had just revealed with his sword made all of them shudder, knowing that they were not his opponent. After Lu Qingshan finished speaking, he did not wait for their consent, and stepped forward and took it with his big hand. On the cliff, a fruit with a flowing spiritual luster suddenly fell into his hand. After putting the fruit into the spiritual plant bag, Lu Qingshan flew away without even looking at the 4 people. Humph, this is too domineering. A woman curled her lips and said indignantly. But even if she said it, she only dared to mutter in a low voice, not loudly. After all, the opponent's vigorous sword momentum made her palpitate. After seeing Lu Qingshan completely disappear, a middle-aged man next to him smiled bitterly and said, this is how the world of immortal cultivation is. The strong prey on the weak. It's good that this person didn't attack us. Although this ghost flame tiger was suppressed by us, its strength is comparable to that of the 2nd level. Its body is extremely hard, but it was broken by this person's sword. No wonder it was sent to the secret realm by the Jindan's Henren. The other 2 looked at the ghost flame tiger on the ground, their eyes full of fear. Then they began to discuss how to divide the ghost flame tiger. This purple secret realm is really boring. You have to go to the central area early to get something. Lu Qingshan stood on the flying sword, looked at the purple sky, and headed towards the core area of the secret realm. He knew that the secret realm was divided into the outer and central areas. Most of the spiritual herbs and herbs in the periphery grow irregularly and have limited years. The central area is different. The spiritual herbs and herbs inside are all precious and rare, and there are several dangerous places that almost always have rare spiritual herbs and strange fruits. The Xiangling fruits that are produced in abundance in the Xiao secret realm are basically in the central area. Although Lu Qingshan said that he went home to visit and came to the Xiao secret realm to hone himself, he actually wanted to get a few Xiangling fruits back. After all, his sister Lu Qingzhu only has a 7th grade spiritual root. Although he prepared 2 foundation building pills, it was still too little in his opinion. There must be at least 7 or 8, so that his sister can build a foundation without burden and psychological pressure. And there is also a younger brother Lu Qingsong at home. Although it should not be difficult to get a few foundation building pills with his father's ability, but with so many brothers and aunts in the family, he felt that it would be difficult for his father to take care of them all. So he could take care of them, so he solved it himself. And this time when he went home, seeing the situation of his grandfather and Qingzhu Mountain, he also wanted to help as much as he could. Chapter 343 Lu Quanzhong, My eldest brother seems to be quite fierce. Xiao Secret Realm. Ah, Taoist friend, spare me. Taoist friend, where have we offended you? Let us go, we'll give you everything. A shrill scream rang out in a dense forest. I saw several monks fleeing frantically. Behind them, a man riding a giant wolf chased them slowly, releasing a fireball and windblade from time to time. However, this fireball and windblade were obviously teasing them. The real killing intent came from the sky. Above the dense forest, a huge golden crown and black feather eagle was perched. A man and a woman stood on the back of the eagle. The man was tall, with a tough and fierce face. He held a black gold bow and pulled the bowstring towards the casual cultivator who was fleeing below. The bowstring trembled, and a blood-colored arrow shot out, shooting and killing a casual cultivator below. This blood arrow seemed to have a demonic nature. After shooting and killing the person, the blood-colored luster of the arrow body seemed to be more scarlet and frightening, and it returned to the hand of the burly man. Brother Tuoba's blood-feathered arrows are getting sharper and sharper. Now in the Xiao Secret Realm, I'm afraid no one can stop the power of Brother's arrows. The beautiful woman next to him said to the tall man with a charming look. Her eyes seemed to be dripping with water. The group of lunatics from the Qingyun Sect, and the kid named Lu Qingshan who was sent by the Giantans Henrin before, are not simple. Otherwise, why would I waste time here to sacrifice arrows? The tall man's eyebrows were fierce, and his eyes with a dark golden luster were like a hawk, very sharp. While speaking, he gently pulled the bowstring and shot one person to death. Tuobalai, you lunatic. Only 2 people were left fleeing below, one of whom shouted angrily, obviously knowing the archer. He never thought that he would meet a lunatic from the Yuling sect in the secret realm. Yuling sect, Tuobalai Luquanson, who was hiding his figure next to a big tree, saw this scene and looked up at the hawk in the sky, men and women. Even from his point of view, this Yuling sect disciple named Tuobalai is not simple. He is not comparable to the Luoxia sect disciple he killed before. However, the other party's behavior reminded him of some rumors about the Yuling sect. Although the Yuling sect is a righteous sect, it borders the Qingzhu Mountain range. All the disciples in the sect contract monsters, hunt monsters, and live with monsters for a long time, so it is easy to be infected with beasts. As a result, many disciples of the Yuling sect have a strong murderous nature and act very domineeringly on weekdays. Even more reckless than the sword cultivators of the Qingyun sect. Now seeing these 3 people from the Yuling sect killing wantonly and taking pleasure in killing, he has seen it. But even so, he has no idea of taking action in the situation in front of him. After all, the strength of these 3 people is obviously extraordinary. Unless he uses his full strength and uses the 2nd level talisman or the 2nd level puppet, he is not the opponent of these 3 people. But he has a backhand, and these 3 people, as disciples of the Yuling sect, must have a backhand. So he naturally won't take this risk. However, after Tuobalai on the eagle's back shot and killed the monk who had just scolded him, his eyes glowed with dark golden light, and he suddenly looked at Lu Quanzhen's position. Huh? There is another one hiding here. He watched for a moment, sneered, pulled the bowstring to the full, and shot towards Lu Quanzhen's position. Swoosh, the blood arrow was like a rainbow, breaking through the air towards Lu Quanzhen's position. Looking for death? Lu Quanzhen immediately felt that he was locked by a stream of energy, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. When he raised his hand, a 5-colored fish rushed out from his palm. Boom! The 5-colored fish instantly collided with a blood-colored sharp arrow, setting off layers of explosive energy. It's really not simple. Lu Quanzhen's eyes condensed slightly, and his hands pinched the seal, causing the 5-colored fish to be filled with the surging 5 elements, and suddenly swallow the blood-colored sharp arrow. However, seeing the wolf-riding man not far away looking at him, Lu Quanzhen did not entangle too much. He immediately performed the magic of the divine rock, like a sky rock, and turned into a residual shadow and flew away. Buzz buzz buzz. The blood-colored arrow kept surging with blood-colored luster, breaking the 5-colored fish and returning to Tuobalai's hand. Whose family is this person? Tuobalai on the back of the eagle condensed his eyes slightly, feeling that his blood arrow had just been weakened by the other party. Looking at his clothes, he is not from one of our families. The beautiful woman next to him said aloud, her face was very surprised. I didn't expect that besides the geniuses of the other 3 immortal gates, someone could actually block the sharp arrow of his senior brother. It's interesting, Joba, don't let him escape. Tuobalai heard this, and his eyes showed a bit of fierceness. He looked at the fleeing Lu Quanzhen like looking at prey, and grinned. The blood-colored arrow in his hand continued to be placed on the bowstring, and the aura locked Lu Quanzhen. The man riding a giant wolf and packing the storage bag below heard the words of his senior brother, and immediately looked in the direction of Lu Quanzhen and patted his giant wolf. Roar! The giant wolf roared, and a layer of hurricane was raised around it, and it flew towards Lu Quanzhen. It's endless, isn't it? Lu Quanzhen flew across the sky with cold eyes, looking back at the golden-crowned black-feathered eagle in the sky. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident that he could kill the other party. But with 3 people on the other side, it was very difficult for him to get close to kill this Tuobalai man. Apart from using the second-level puppet and the second-level talisman, he couldn't think of how to kill the other party for a while. But using the second-level talisman, he must ensure that the 3 people are killed together. Otherwise, as long as one person escapes, the other party will meet up with other disciples of the Qingyun Sect afterwards, and he will be in trouble. Just when Lu Quanzhen was thinking about whether to use the talisman to get away, he suddenly realized that he was not far away from Lu Pingyan. He didn't dare to ensure that all 3 people were killed. But Lu Pingyan also had a second-level talisman in his hand. As long as Lu Pingyan and himself attacked at the same time, he would be sure to kill all 3 people. Immediately, Lu Quanzhen narrowed his eyes slightly, with murderous intent, injected spiritual power into the identity token, and asked Lu Pingyan for help. Then he flew in the direction of Lu Pingyan. And he held 2 second-level talismans in his hands, waiting for the opportunity. Roar! The giant wolf rushed very fast, chasing Lu Quanzhen. The same was true for the golden-crowned black feather eagle in the sky, locking onto Lu Quanzhen. At this moment, in the distance, Lu Pingyan was looking for spiritual herbs with the grandfather and grandson of the old Taoist Kong. It must be said that there is something in the survey method of the old Taoist Kong, and Lu Pingyan has gained a lot along the way. Although he encountered 2 monsters in the process, they were easily solved by Lu Pingyan. At this moment, a token appeared in Lu Pingyan's hand. Looking at the token that was trembling slightly with a red luster, his face suddenly sank, and his eyes showed a fierce look. I have something to do, so I'll go over first. Lu Pingyan said to the old Taoist Kong and the others. As soon as the words fell, the whole person shot out, setting off a long layer of strong wind and air waves, blowing the robes of the 2 people. What happened to Frienden? Xiao Kong looked at Lu Pingyan, who disappeared rapidly, with a look of surprise. Just now, a token appeared in his hand. It should be a token of trust. I wonder what happened to his friend. Let's go and take a look. This Taoistan is very extraordinary. If you can get to know him, there will be many benefits in the future. Kong Lao said immediately. He teamed up with Lu Pingyan, although he was attracted by Lu Pingyan's fighting ability. But the main reason was that he saw that the other party was generous and hoped that his grandson could make friends with him. After all, as a casual cultivator, he knew the difficulties of casual cultivators. He hoped that his grandson could join a force through him and follow him. Swish! 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 Lu Pingyan was very worried about Lu Quanzhen's safety, and he also used the magic talisman to increase his speed to the extreme, making it difficult for people to catch his speed. If he hadn't practiced the 100 refining treasure body art to the 5th level, ordinary key refining cultivators would not be able to withstand this speed. Not long after, Lu Pingyan sensed that the aura from the token was in front of him. He saw a golden-crowned black eagle hovering in the sky, with 2 figures on it. One of them held a bow and arrow, shooting down like hunting. You're looking for death? Lu Pingyan immediately knew what was going on. He looked at the figure on the golden eagle and roared angrily, his voice like thunder exploding in the sky. Lu Pingyan, never liked to fight with others and rarely had the intention to kill. But at this moment, seeing someone hunting his brother like hunting, his heart was suddenly filled with anger and murderous intent. Die? Lu Pingyan took a step, and the whole person was like a mad dragon out of the gate, soaring into the sky, and his tall and burly body burst through layers of air. Boom boom boom, his tall and majestic body was like a big dragon rising and falling at this time. His muscles were constantly beating, and his whole body seemed to be stronger, and endless precious light flowed in his body. Tuobalai saw Lu Pingyan appearing suddenly, and his hair stood up instantly, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. But the next moment, he curled up a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and said loudly, well, it seems that the Xiao secret realm is really interesting, and there are many more fun. As he spoke, A black gold arrow appeared in his hand and aimed at Lu Pingyan. The beautiful woman next to her was naturally not a vase. Seeing this scene, she knew that Lu Pingyan was a physical cultivator and wanted to get closer to the two of them. She immediately made a hand gesture, and a red umbrella appeared, suspended in the air, and then a magic bead was held in her palm. Chi. The black gold arrow burst out with brilliant luster, and the wind and thunder shot towards Lu Pingyan's eyebrows, wanting to kill him with one blow. Hoo! Lu Pingyan pulled back his right fist, as if all the strength in his body and all the air in all directions were condensed in his fist. A magnificent black giant axe appeared behind him, spanning between heaven and earth. Open the mountain. The fist blasted out, the giant axe chopped down, and the endless wild and fierce power poured out, destroying everything along the way. Danger! 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 At this moment, Tuobali's heart-like alarm bell suddenly rang, and he felt a cloud of death, an unprecedented oppression enveloped him. Not only him, but also the beautiful female cultivator next to him and the earth-level middle-grade monster golden-crowned black feather eagle sitting on him were all shrouded in the cloud of death at this time, full of fear. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Aren't only key-refining monks allowed to enter the secret realm? With such a mighty force in front of them, you tell me it's a key-refining monk? Question mark. But now they don't have time to think too much. The magic fist has annihilated the black gold arrows along the way and arrived in front of them. Boom boom boom. The red umbrella, the protective beads, the protective robes, the protective gas shields, all shattered under the fist. Perfect interpretation of what it means to break all laws with one force. The bodies of the two men and the eagle exploded at this moment, and a large amount of blood rain fell. This. Lu Quansun looked up at the sky, the whole person was stunned, a little confused. He hadn't even sent a voice message to tell him how to start. Why did Lu Pingyan just start? And his big brother seems to be a little fierce. Even he, facing this fierce power at the moment, felt a little horrified in his heart. Lu Quansun didn't think much, and looked at the wolf-riding man behind him with a cold expression, his eyes full of murderous intent, and said, I've been chasing you for so long, I want to see what you can do. How is this possible? The man who was chasing Lu Quansun looked at the picture in the air, his face suddenly pale. I never expected that my Tuoba brother would be killed by a punch. You know, this Tuoba brother is a well-known existence in the Qingyun Sect, and his combat power is very amazing. But now, he was killed by a punch. And there is also junior sister Yang, the golden-crowned black feather eagle. His face was extremely pale and full of astonishment. When he saw Lu Quansun coming towards him, he immediately wanted to escape. But the giant wolf he was sitting on was actually a little frightened by the power just now. Go. He hurriedly took out a talisman from the storage bag and wanted to escape with the help of the talisman. But Lu Quansun's offensive had already come, and the Kunpeng Five Elements Ju was running, like a huge wave and torrent, and the thunder and fire talisman that had been held in his hand was also activated in an instant. Hoo! The rolling thunder and flames rushed towards Juba, and in a breath, they devoured him and the giant wolf together. Quansun, are you okay? At this time, Lu Pingyan came to Lu Quansun and asked. Just now, he did not hold back at all and used all his strength, causing the blood and ki in his body to shake and his face was a little pale. I'm fine. Lu Quansun felt warm in his heart. He said that he had just been chased by 3 people and could not solve it alone, so he sent a message for rescue, and it was not a big deal. It's good that you are okay. Lu Pingyan smiled a little when he heard it. I didn't expect that your strength is so amazing, big brother. Lu Quansun exclaimed. It feels that Lu Pingyan's current combat power is estimated to be able to fight Lu Qingshan. However, he can see that Lu Pingyan's punch just now cost a lot. It's okay. I have never known my strength. I have never used my full strength before. Lu Pingyan shook his head and said. After he broke through the 5th level of the Balian Baodiju, he killed a few worm cultivators. Then on the way to the Purple Nether secret realm, he killed several key refining tribulation cultivators. So he was not very clear about his combat power. He only knew that his strength was not weaker than the 9th level of key refining. These people look quite rich. This trip has yielded a lot. Lu Quansun picked up a pile of storage bags and magic tools from the tattered robe of the wolf-riding man. The 3 of them hunted many cultivators, so they had more than 10 storage bags. Then he and Lu Pingyan picked up all the magic tools and storage bags of Tuoba Lai and the female cultivator. Among these magic tools, The red umbrella was severely damaged by Lu Pinggan's fist just now, but the other ones were fine. Lu Quanzhong handed these storage bags to Lu Pinggan, and then picked up Tu Obalai's black gold bow and looked at it. He could see that this was a very top-level fine magic tool. "Brother, this bow is good. I think it suits you very well." Lu Quanzhong handed the black gold bow to Lu Pinggan and said aloud, "Magic tools like bows and arrows require not only mana, but also strength. It's really good, but my archery skills are average and I haven't practiced for a long time." Lu Pinggan took the bow and tried to pull it into full moon. "Brother, let's find a place to rest first. When it's almost time, we will go directly to the central area." Lu Quanzhong said so. He originally planned to practice in the periphery. But after several battles, he had a general understanding of his own strength. Knowing that there was no point in the periphery, he prepared to go directly to the central area. "Okay." Lu Pinggan nodded in response. At this moment, Lu Quanzhong's eyes turned cold and looked to the side. "I saw an old Taoist and a young man walking towards this side carefully." He raised his palm lightly and prepared to take action immediately. "Quanzhong, this is a friend I met on the road before." Seeing this, Lu Pinggan hurriedly shouted, "Friend and Dao, I just saw that you looked hurried, so I followed you here, thinking if I could help." Kong Lao Dao said immediately. He just noticed the amazing movement here. At this time, seeing the ashes and magic weapons on the ground, he roughly guessed the whole story, fearing that the two would kill and silence them. After all, the Lu Pinggan in front of him was a kind and generous person. But the Lu Quanzhong in front of him was different. Just now, he clearly felt a murderous intent from Lu Quanzhong. "Fellow Taoist Kong, little Taoist Kong, I am going to the central area of the secret realm, so I can't accompany you next time. I'm really sorry." Lu Pinggan said to the two people with an apologetic look. It's okay. We have benefited from fellow Taoistan along the way. In that case, fellow Taoistan, take care of yourself." Old Taoist Kong bowed and said. "Fellow Taoistan, take care of yourself along the way." Little Kong next to him also said so, feeling a little sorry. After all, traveling with Lu Pinggan is not only safe, but also can bring considerable gains. "Brother, let's go." Lu Quanzhong didn't say much, put away the things, and left with Lu Pinggan. The two found a deserted place, set up a formation, and let Lu Pinggan adjust his physical condition first, and then go to the central area. "Alice, this kind of dragon cannot be made friends with by us casual cultivators. It is a great fortune to be able to get to know it." After watching the two people leave, Kong Liodeo sighed to his grandson, feeling a little regretful. He had thought about getting to know the other party before and asking his grandson for help. But now he knows that the two of them are totally unworthy. Unless the grandfather and grandson are very powerful and dare to go to the central area with the other party and come out alive. "Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely break through the foundation in the future and will not let you down." Xiao Kong took a deep breath and said seriously. He knew that his grandfather was still working so hard at this age, all because of him. Otherwise, he could find a small family as a guest official with his skills and enjoy his old age. Chapter 344, Qingzhu Mountain, Golden Bodhisattva. Outside the Purple Nether Secret Realm. The Qingyun Sect of the Yuling Sect suddenly sank. When they sent their disciples to the Purple Nether Secret Realm for training, they would bring soul tablets with them to confirm the death in the Secret Realm. After all, these disciples are not all geniuses, but they can all be called excellent disciples. If there is a large-scale death, it means that they have encountered special circumstances and they must take measures to terminate the Secret Realm. Although there is no large-scale death now. But just now, 3 soul tablets in his storage bag were broken at a similar time. This situation is very rare. Because the 3 disciples died at about the same time, it means that there is a high probability that they will encounter danger together. It should not have reached the central area yet, how could it be? And among these 3 soul tablets, this to Obalai, I remember that he was born with supernatural power and extraordinary strength. The Qingyun Sect of the Yuling Sect looked solemn. Why, Zhenren Hefen, did your disciple encounter any accident in the secret realm? The Zhenren of the Qingyun Sect next to him saw the Zhenren of the Yuling Sect, twisted his beard with his hand, and said with a smile. I just thought of something suddenly. The Yuling Sect's real person stood with his hands behind his back and said bluntly. Although this Zidao secret realm is just a secret realm for training. But for the 4 major immortal sects, There is still a sense of competition. So even if 3 of his disciples had just died, he was unwilling to admit it and lose face. After all, it was just 3 disciples, and the final result would depend on who would have the last laugh. Oh? Now I am bored. Is the Black Wind Realm interested in a gamble? The Qingyun Sect's real person said with a smile without changing his face. At their level, useful natural treasures are already very rare and difficult to buy with spirit stones. So most of them are obtained by bartering. Now that there is an opportunity, he naturally wants to get some benefits in this way. Since Li Zhenren is interested, this Zhenren will accompany you, said the Yuling Sect's real person. There is a saying that it is better to lose the battle than the battle. If he refuses, it seems that he is afraid of the other party. And he has some confidence in his own disciples. After all, their Yuling Sect disciples have all experienced hundreds of battles, which is not comparable to the disciples of Qingyun Sect and Luoxia Sect. The 3 of them just now probably encountered some unexpected situation. I wonder how Ping'an, Quanzhen, and Qingshan are doing now. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the distance, his expression very calm. With a Lu family genealogy, he clearly knew the life and death of his children. It was just that he saw that occasionally a few foundation-building cultivators suddenly changed their faces and their expressions fluctuated, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, seeing that the foundation-building cultivators in Jinlong Ridge in the distance had always been calm and indifferent, he guessed that Lu Quanzhen should not have run into the Jin family cultivators. This made Lu Changsheng feel that he could judge his son's situation by the other party's face. Xiao Secret Realm. In a dense forest. Tisk tisk tisk, this person really has a backup plan. Lu Quanzhen cleaned up the storage bag he had harvested, and saw that there was actually a talisman in Tuoba Lai's storage bag, and sighed. But this was also because this person was too arrogant, and Lu Ping'an's combat power was too amazing. Under normal circumstances, who would have thought that a key refining cultivator would be so fierce? Lu Quanzhen had participated in the Battle of Qingzhu Mountain and knew the combat power of foundation building. Lu Ping'an's punch was no worse than his Uncle Li's attack, and even better. In such a flash, the opponent had no time to respond. Unless the opponent and the woman beside him defended with all their strength at the first time, or sacrificed the talisman. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. However, how could a rebellious person like Tuoba Lai go all out when he met someone? This also reminded Lu Quanzhen himself that he should not underestimate the world. When life and death are undecided, you will never know the true strength of the other party. Just like his younger sister Lu Wangshu, who had just come of age. A cultivator of the 5th level of key refining can actually take out dozens of talismans, as well as 2nd level talismans, to form a talisman formation. If he is despised and underestimated, I am afraid that the cultivators at the peak of key refining will die in the hands of the opponent. Hiss, my situation seems a bit too shocking. At this time, Lu Quanzhen suddenly realized that his situation seemed a bit exaggerated. Whether it is the elder brother beside him, his younger brother Lu Qingshan who returned home not long ago, or his younger sister Lu Wangshu who has just come of age, they can all be called geniuses. Any one of them, in other foundation-building families, can be regarded as top seeds and can lead the family to go further. But in just a few years, his family has produced 3. If he hadn't met his uncle, he would not be able to compare with the 3 of them. And he remembered that there seemed to be several younger brothers and sisters in his family who had a good cultivation speed. When they were 6 years old, they didn't seem to participate in the family's spiritual testing ceremony. Lu Quanzhen's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He shook his head, without thinking too much, and cleaned up the 13 storage bags he had harvested. There were not many spiritual stones in it, less than 1,000 in total. But there were 33 magic tools. 6 medium-grade magic tools, 19 high-grade magic tools, and 8 top-grade magic tools. It can only be said that everyone who enters the Purple Nether Secret Realm will use the spiritual stones to purchase magic tools, elixirs, talismans, etc. In addition to magic tools, other harvests are mainly spiritual herbs and medicines. Lu Quanzhen made a simple estimate, and the gains from killing these 3 people were about 20,000 to 30,000 spiritual stones. Huh? At this time, Lu Ping'an next to him opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He was just in a state of blood and ki shock. He would recover in no time after taking the elixir. Brother, I just sorted out these storage bags. You can use these magic tools. Lu Quanzhen said. Okay, Quanzhen, thank you for your hard work. Lu Pingyan took a look and said with a smile. When he took the magic tools, he asked, "Are these magic tools from the disciples of the Qingyun Sect just now?" "Haha, don't worry, brother, they are not the magic tools of the 3 Qingyun Sect monks just now." Lu Quanzhen chuckled, knowing that Lu Pingyan was worried that the magic tools would cause trouble. He had naturally considered this aspect a long time ago. Hearing this, Lu Pingyan changed into a pair of black boots with silver patterns, a magic bracelet ring on his hand, and a jade pendant on his waist. Immediately, the 2 brothers flew up with the tools to observe the general situation. Seeing a hazy, purple ring-shaped mountain that seemed to reach the sky in the distance. Then they knew that this direction was the central area of the Xiao secret realm, Xiao Mountain. The 2 immediately walked in this direction. At the same time, in the secret realm, many family members almost gathered together, or formed an alliance, bared their fangs, and went to clean up the lone cultivators. In this case, the closer to the central area, the more serious the killing. Occasionally, some immortal monks, family members, or powerful cultivators met, and they passed by each other tacitly, or stopped at a certain point. After all, now is not the time for them to fight and compete. The brothers Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanzhen also belong to the ranks of lone cultivators. But they are different from other cultivators who are lucky and want to fish in troubled waters and come to fight. The 2 belong to the cultivators at the top of the food chain in the secret realm. Walking on the road, as long as they meet a cultivator with evil intentions, Lu Quanzhen will kill him directly without hesitation. Although Lu Pingyan was reluctant to kill indiscriminately, he knew that entering the secret realm was like this. If there were few enemies, he would hold the line for his younger brother. If there were many enemies, the 2 brothers would work together to make a quick decision. Along the way, the 2 brothers' strength was overwhelming, and they gained a lot, so that Lu Pingyan had an extra package on his shoulders. This package was full of storage bags. After all, the storage bags could not be put into the storage bags. It would be a waste to throw away so many storage bags. So Lu Pingyan wrapped them up in a robe and carried them on his shoulders. In this way, after several days of travel, the 2 were finally able to see the circular mountain in front of them. This mountain is towering into the clouds, 1,000 feet high, with steep mountains, cliffs, covered with rugged rocks, towering ancient trees, and shrouded in rolling purple mist, hazy. Rare and exotic flowers and plants such as shining fruit, natural treasures, are in this Xiao Mountain. Brother, this Xiao Mountain is blocked by fog, which affects the mind and consciousness. You should wear the spiritual armor to prevent accidents. Lu Quanzhen said to Lu Pingyan. The fog in Xiao Mountain is very thick. Once you enter it, even a cultivator will easily get lost and need to explore slowly step by step. Moreover, the monsters in the Xiao secret realm are mainly concentrated in this Xiao Mountain. If you are not careful, they may suddenly kill you, making it difficult to defend against. Lu Pingyan thought that the spiritual armor was too ostentatious before, so he just wore a simple green robe. Now hearing Lu Quanzhen's words, he nodded and said, "Okay." This spiritual armor was obtained from Behu Mountain and was given to Lu Quanzhen by Lu Changsheng. The whole body is dark gold, with gorgeous lines, a cold metallic luster, and a pair of dark gold combat boots. Lu Pingyan's tall and burly body is now wearing dark gold armor, like a general, with a bit of heroic and domineering. This spiritual armor is quite suitable for Big Brother. Lu Quanzhen said so. Lu Pingyan just grinned and reached out to touch the spiritual armor. He felt that this armor was really good and liked it a little. But the appearance was too ostentatious, and it would easily attract attention wherever he walked. The 2 came to the foot of Xiao Mountain, and a team of 5 people was also coming not far away. But both sides looked at each other and went up the mountain from different directions. After all, it was not easy to walk to the foot of the mountain at this time. There was no conflict of interests, so there was no need to waste mana and fight to the death. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after going up the mountain, suddenly, several inch-long black shadows flew over from the lush jungle at a very fast speed. Be careful. Lu Pingyan's face sank, the blood in his body roared, and he clenched his fists and blasted them suddenly, causing the dark gold armor to flow with brilliant light. Bang, bang, bang. These black shadows exploded one after another, splashing black blood, causing the flowers and plants on the ground to corrode and wither. Brother, are you okay? Lu Quanzhen recognized that this was a black blood snake. It was not very powerful, but its blood was highly poisonous. I'm fine. Lu Pingyan smiled, and the precious light flowed on his fist, which was not corroded by the blood of the black blood snake. He practiced the 100 refining treasure body art, and his body was comparable to a spiritual weapon. And when 2 poisonous creatures entered his body, he broke through the 5th level of the 100 refining treasure body art, and his poison resistance also gained a huge improvement. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is immune to all poisons. Tisk Lu Quanxian sighed with some emotion. He felt that this body refining was simply overbearing and very suitable for exploring secret realms. If it were an ordinary key refining cultivator, or himself, and he was stained with the blood of this black blood snake, he would have to treat the wound immediately, and then take detoxification pills to drive out the poison and heal the wound. The two did not stay for long and left the place quickly. There are many monsters in Qingzhu Mountain. Once the smell of blood spreads, it is easy to attract monsters with keen sense of smell. Once fighting with monsters, it may be easy to attract other cultivators with bad intentions. It has to be said that there are indeed many monsters in Qingzhu Mountain. After walking for several hours, the two encountered 5 or 6 waves of monsters before they had obtained many rare spiritual medicines. During this period, they also heard a lot of monsters fighting. Roar! Suddenly, a huge sound came from the side, and a great giant ape was seen killing Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanxian. It was very fast, with long arms, and it pounced directly, and its 10 fingers were like sharp iron hooks. Lu Pingyan's fist emitted a faint golden luster and blasted forward. Boom! The collision of fists and claws was like the sound of metal and iron, which was very harsh. The great giant ape suddenly wailed and screamed, flew backwards, broke its nails, and cramped its arms. Hiss! What kind of monster is this, with such an extraordinary body? Lu Quanxian looked a little surprised. Through these days of getting along, he knew the physical strength of his elder brother. It was simply a humanoid monster. No, it should be said that it was a fierce beast among monsters. The monks also knew not to let Lu Pingyan get close. But the monsters took the initiative to rush forward. So when facing this kind of situation, Lu Pingyan basically solved the battle with 1 or 2 punches. Like this giant ape, facing Lu Pingyan's punch, it only had a spasm in its arm, and there was no fracture, which was very simple. Roar! The great giant ape roared in pain, clenched his fist and rushed towards Lu Pingyan, and his fist was shining with a bit of black gold. Bang! Lu Pingyan met the attack with great force. After this punch, the giant ape screamed, his fist was broken, his arm bones burst, and black blood flowed. It was terrified and frightened at this time, and it ran away madly. Brother, Jace. Lu Quanxian said immediately. Most of these powerful monsters have opportunities. After all, not only cultivators take spiritual medicines and spiritual herbs, but also monsters. This giant ape is so extraordinary that it obviously has an opportunity. If you can find its lair, you must have a certain harvest. In an instant, the two chased after the giant ape. This giant ape is very fast, and it can jump 100 steps in the air. If Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanxian were not simple, they might not be able to catch up. Although Lu Pingyan could catch up and kill him, he didn't do anything after hearing Lu Quanxian's words, and chased after him. After a while, the two came to a cliff. The giant ape was agile, and with a leap, he actually jumped off the cliff and disappeared without a trace. Huh? Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanxian saw that there was a stone cave under the cliff, which should be the giant ape's nest. Then they looked at each other, and immediately operated the skills, forming a protective gas shield around their bodies, and entered the stone cave with him. Illusion Heartgrass. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the stone cave, Lu Quanxian saw some hazy medicinal herbs, crystal clear, and exuding a rich fragrance. This is one of the main auxiliary materials of the foundation building pill, and the price is precious. But more than 10 plants were found here. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan couldn't help licking his lips, and a look of joy appeared on his face. So many spiritual herbs can be said to be worth 10,000 spiritual stones at once. However, the two did not pick the illusion heartgrass immediately, but rushed into the stone cave quickly. Is this golden Buddha date? The two came to the depths of the cave and immediately saw the gray ape coming to a half-meter high golden tree, about to pick dates from it to eat. Seeing the two chasing after him, the gray ape immediately took a fruit, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he rushed towards Lu Quanxian. Because he had always been beaten by Lu Pingyan, he was a little afraid. Faced with this situation, Lu Pingyan took a step forward. He took 2 punches from the giant ape on his chest, causing sparks to fly and clang, And then the fist burst with precious light, with a golden luster, and blasted out with power. Bang! This punch hit the giant ape's head directly, exploding its head like a watermelon, and blood plasma splashed everywhere. After a cleaning spell cleaned up the blood plasma, Lu Pingyun looked at the small tree next to the gray ape's body with joy. Golden Buddha date. The small tree has several branches, covered with the golden leaves, and has thumb-sized yellow dates. This golden Buddha date is one of the spiritual medicines that must be traded with the 4 major immortal gates. Lu Pingyun does not know the specific use. It was just that this golden date was seen on the list, and it was very precious. Quanzhen, what is this golden jujube used for? He asked his brother. I don't know much either, I just know that this golden jujube can heal injuries, and if it is not injured, it can cleanse the body and improve cultivation. This gray ape has such strength, it must have taken this golden jujube. Lu Quanzhen shook his head, not knowing what the golden jujube is used for. After all, the uses and recipes of most spiritual medicines are secrets that are rarely leaked. He looked a little regretful and said, but judging from the appearance, these golden jujubes are not ripe yet. It's a pity. Lu Pingyun nodded with some regret, and then grinned and said, but Dad said that spiritual plants like this rare spiritual medicine can be uprooted and taken home. This golden jujube tree is probably difficult to cultivate and keep alive at home. Lu Quanzhen shook his head. While speaking, he stepped forward and picked a golden jujube, looked at it carefully in his hand for a moment, and then tried to bite a little flesh to taste it. Although such rare spiritual medicines must be traded with the 4 major immortal sects, there is no rule that they cannot take spiritual medicines by themselves in the secret realm. This golden Bodhi date has the effect of improving cultivation, so he naturally wants to see how effective it is. After all, although there are many spiritual stones for handing in spiritual medicines, it is not as real as improving oneself. Hiss. Lu Quanzhen just ate a little bit of the fruit pulp, and his whole body trembled violently, and a surging and overbearing power surged through his limbs and bones. Quanzhen. Lu Pingyun immediately worried. 5 elements Qingzhu. Lu Quanzhen immediately sat cross-legged and used his power to refine this power. He felt this power constantly surging in his body, slowly baptizing his body and improving his cultivation and mana. This golden Bodhi date has a very overbearing effect. If I hadn't taken the dragon scale fruit and practiced the 5 elements Qingzhu, my physical body would be far better than that of ordinary key refining cultivators, and it would be a bit troublesome to refine it. Lu Quanzhen murmured in his heart. He could feel that not only did his cultivation level improve slightly just now, but his physical body also seemed to have received a mysterious baptism. It can only be said that this golden jujube, as one of the spiritual medicines that must be handed in, is indeed extraordinary. He immediately said to Lu Pingyun, brother, this golden jujube has the effect of baptizing the body. You can try taking more. It will be good for you. Huh? You don't hand it in. Lu Pingyun was stunned, thinking that it was a waste to eat it. One reason is that there are many spiritual stones handed in for this golden jujube. Another reason is that it is said in the book that it is very wasteful to take the spiritual medicine of heaven and earth directly, which is less than 30% of the effect of the elixir. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Heavenly Spirit Fruit, All-Out Attack. These golden jujubes are not yet ripe, so there are not many spiritual stones to hand over. It's good. We have already gained a lot this time, 40,000 to 50,000 spiritual stones. We don't need these, so we might as well improve ourselves. Lu Quanzhen knew that his eldest brother was a frugal person, and said with a smile, ah, that's all the spiritual stones. Lu Pingyun was very surprised. Although he knew that the two of them had gained a lot, he didn't calculate the details. He couldn't help but be shocked by this number. After all, before he came to the Ziyao secret realm, all his belongings were only more than 100 spiritual stones. In order to hurry on the road, he spent 38 spiritual stones to buy a spiritual horse, but he was heartbroken for a long time when it died on the road. That's right, so you don't have to worry about waste. And there are still many in the secret realm. Brother, if you improve your strength now, you can get more later. While Lu Quanzhen was speaking, he picked 2 golden jujubes and gave them to Lu Pingyun, saying, The medicinal effect of this golden jujube is very overbearing. Brother, you should be a little careful. Although the other party's physical body was extraordinary, he still reminded him with concern. Then he continued to bite off some of the flesh of the golden jujube in his hand and slowly refined it. Okay. After hearing this, Lu Pingyan didn't hesitate and bit off half of the golden jujube. The flesh melted in his mouth. It might not be fully ripe yet, so it had a strong bitter taste. But this sweet and sour taste immediately turned into surging and overbearing force that rushed to his limbs. Although this force was overbearing, Lu Pingyan's body was well trained. He quickly practiced the 100 refinements treasure body technique to refine this medicinal power. After a long time, Lu Pingyan refined the medicinal power of half a golden jujube, frowned slightly, and felt the condition of his body. During the baptism of his body just now, he felt that the medicinal power seemed to penetrate into his flesh, blood, and bone marrow. He thought for a moment, looked at the half-golden jujube in his hand, and swallowed it directly into his mouth. Boom! In an instant, Lu Pingyan was struck by lightning, and the golden jujube turned into surging, overbearing force that surged in his flesh, blood, meridians, and limbs. His heart was beating bang bang bang, his blood was roaring like a river, and his 5 internal organs were clanging. Huh? Lu Quanzhong opened his eyes immediately after hearing the noise. He saw that his elder brother's face was twisted and painful, his body was like a furnace baked by the scorching sun, and his majestic vitality and power burst out from his body, violently and aggressively. What's going on? Lu Quanzhong was surprised. How could his elder brother look like this in the blink of an eye? He immediately noticed that the golden jujube in Lu Pingyan's hand had been eaten, and guessed what was going on. His face changed slightly. You know, the medicinal power of this golden jujube is very overbearing. He has only eaten 1/3 of it now. Because if you eat too much, it is easy to go too far, unable to refine it, and hurt yourself. But now, Lu Pingyan actually ate 2 golden jujubes directly. However, Lu Quanzhong knew that his elder brother had a calm personality and would not do such a rash behavior. He immediately protected the law aside and quietly observed Lu Pingyan's situation. After a long time, Lu Pingyan's surging vitality gradually subsided. He opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Quanzhong asked with concern. Quanzhong, I just felt that the golden jujube seemed to be able to penetrate the bone marrow and expel impurities in the flesh and bones during the baptism of the body, so as to truly wash the marrow and change the bones. But half a golden jujube is not effective enough, so I just tried it. As long as I take more at once, the medicinal power is enough, and the medicinal power can penetrate into the flesh and bones. Lu Pingyan smiled and said so. Because he has been practicing martial arts and refining his body for many years, he has a subtle control over his body. After taking half a golden jujube before, he was keenly aware of some effects, so he tried to take half a golden jujube. After the baptism, the effect was indeed as he guessed, and the meridians, bones, and internal organs were greatly improved. It can also stimulate the condensed magic weapon to improve the 100 refining treasure body art. Of course, he dared to do this, and he was sure. Through the overbearing medicinal power entering the blood, flesh and bone marrow, it can truly cleanse the marrow and change the bones. Lu Quanzhong immediately understood the reason. But he knew that this process was very painful and dangerous. If he didn't grasp it well and couldn't bear to refine this overbearing medicinal power, his meridians and bones might be broken by the violent medicinal power. I'll try. Lu Quanzhong looked at the remaining half of the golden bodhi date in his hand and swallowed it. In an instant, the violent medicinal power made him groan in pain, and his face and features twisted. Pain. 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 Just as Lu Pingyan said, the overbearing medicinal power will penetrate deep into the flesh, blood and bones. But at the same time, it hurts into the bone marrow. He hurriedly endured the pain and operated the 5 elements Kunpangju to refine the medicinal power. But the surging and violent medicinal power still made him tremble all over, as if he was convulsing. After a while, the medicinal power gradually calmed down. After a long time, Lu Quanzhong opened his eyes to experience the situation. It feels that the main effect is to improve cultivation. The baptism of the flesh has an effect, but it is not obvious. Is it because the medicine is not strong enough, or because I have taken dragon scale fruit before? Lu Quanzhong frowned slightly, thinking in his heart. When his uncle Chu Changsheng came back, he gave him 2 dragon scale fruits. These 2 dragon scale fruits made him undergo 2 baptisms and transformations from the inside out, laying a strong foundation. He looked at Lu Pingyan and said, "Brother, I had a chance before, and this golden jujube has little effect on me. You should take all of it." Continuing to take the golden jujube may be effective, but the effect is average. Moreover, if he takes a golden jujube directly, he may need to recuperate for a long time after refining it before taking the second one. The current situation is obviously not suitable. "It's okay, I can't use so much." Lu Pingyan thought that the other party was giving it to him, and waved his hand quickly. Lu Quanzhen naturally saw what his elder brother meant, saying that he really couldn't use it, and he had taken this kind of natural treasure in his early years. Moreover, his physical body is just average. If he takes too much, the medicine will be too strong, and he may need to recuperate. Hearing this, Lu Pingyan nodded, picked 3 golden jujubes from the golden jujube tree next to him, and swallowed them in one gulp. Lu Quanzhen, who was standing next to him, saw Lu Pingyan's muscles throbbing and his bones clanging, but he just groaned in pain, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that his elder brother was really tough enough. He came to the stone cave, carefully picked 13 magical heart grasses, and put them into the spiritual plant bag. This spiritual plant bag was a rare spiritual plant bag prepared in advance by Lu Changsheng. It can keep the spiritual herbs and medicines spiritually active. Otherwise, this kind of spiritual grass must be placed in a special jade box, otherwise the spirituality will slowly fade away. Then Lu Quanzhen took out the array from the storage bag and arranged it at the entrance of the stone cave. Although this stone cave is difficult to find, no one can tell whether someone will come to find it, so you still have to be careful. After that, he waited for Lu Pingyan to refine all the golden jujubes. At this moment, in a valley southeast of Qingyun Mountain, the 2 forces are in a stalemate for 3.5-meter tall spiritual flowers, green and thick, filled with a strong breath of life. The spiritual flower stands quietly and proudly, and inside the flower bud, there is a fist-sized, jade-like fruit with a purple luster, rippling with a strong fragrance, refreshing the heart. This flower is called Shining Flower, and the fruit produced by the flower bud is the main ingredient of the foundation building pill, Shining Fruit. This thunder-horned lion was killed by the 4 of us, and the Shining Fruit should belong to us. Seeing the face of Qingyun Sect, we are willing to give up one, which is already a retreat. Don't go too far. A man in his 40s, holding a knife in one hand and a magic bead in the other, said. He has a total of 5 people, holding magic weapons, forming a formation, looking at the 3 Qingyun Sect disciples in front. Humph, considering that this thunder-horned lion was killed by you, giving you one is already magnanimous, don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Qingyun Sect said coldly. Although there are only 3 people on his side. But the 3 of them were even more imposing than the 5. Heavenly spiritual fruit. Just then, a voice came from not far away. A moment later, a young man wearing a white and gold robe, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and a handsome face walked over proudly. He looked at the situation in front of him, and saw a purple lion with its body separated lying on the ground next to the stalemate between the 2 parties. Blood was gushing from the body, forming a pool of blood. Not far from the pool of blood, there were 3 green and glittering spiritual flowers that were almost half a meter high and had spiritual fruits. It is indeed the heavenly spiritual fruit. As the saying goes, whoever sees it gets a share. Since you can't divide the 3 heavenly spiritual fruits equally, I will just take one. The young man was Lu Qingzhu. He looked at the 2 stalemate parties, his expression was indifferent, and he said lightly. These calm and indifferent words fell into the ears of the 7 people on the scene, but they seemed extremely domineering and unquestionable. Lu Qingzhu. The 3 people from Qingyun Sect immediately recognized Lu Qingzhu. When Lu Qingzhu and Qingyun Sect came, the disciples of the 4 major sects were all beside them and heard him introduce himself. Lu Qingzhu, you are too domineering. You want to take away a shining fruit by yourself. A Qingyun Sect disciple said. As a disciple of Qingyun Sect, they naturally dared not underestimate Lu Qingzhu. But he wanted to take away a shining fruit with such a light sentence, which was simply not taking them seriously. Moreover, their elders had told them at that time that they must not lose face in front of Lu Qingzhu. Swish! Then a bright sword light responded to him. Boom boom! The Qingyun Sect disciple immediately sacrificed his magic shield to resist the sword light. But under the sword light, the shield's spiritual light dimmed, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Do you have any objection? Lu Qingzhu looked cold and sharp, and the magic sword in his hand hummed and trembled, as if brewing some terrifying sword power. Seeing this, the 5 clan cultivators not far away were horrified. I didn't expect Lu Qingzhu to be so domineering that he dared to attack the 3 people of Qingzhu Sect alone. Moreover, he forced one person to retreat with such a casual sword. His strength is simply terrifying. They are not on the same level at all. Such a person is probably a true immortal genius, a Dan-forming seed. They looked at each other and said immediately, "This Taoist friend wants to share a Shining fruit. The 5 of us have no objection." In the current situation, if they continue to stalemate and provoke other people, it will not be good for them. It is better to show goodwill and take the initiative to give up this Shining fruit. Hearing this, the 3 people of Qingzhu Sect were silent. Through the simple sword just now, they saw that Lu Qingzhu's strength was amazing. If they really wanted to fight, neither side would benefit. Just like this, the 5 people closest to the Shining flower picked a Shining fruit, and then watched the 2 sides slowly retreat and leave. When the disciples of Qingzhu Sect saw this, they also snorted coldly, took a Shining fruit with their palms, and left. You don't even want the heavenly spirit flower? That saves me the trouble." Seeing that both parties picked the fruits but not the flowers, Lu Qingzhu chuckled. Then he pulled up the 3 heavenly spirit flowers by the roots and put them into the spiritual plant bag. After all, his father said that if he encountered rare spiritual medicines, he could pull them up by the roots, especially the heavenly spirit flower. Although the heavenly spirit flower is difficult to keep alive in the outside world and cannot be cultivated to bear fruit. But since his father said so, he naturally took it away. Maybe his father really has the ability to cultivate the heavenly spirit fruit. After finishing, Lu Qingzhu took out a palm-sized, naive golden hamster from his sleeve, rubbed it gently, and signaled it to continue. This golden hamster is the earth spirit mouse that Lu Changsheng gave to his daughter Lu Qingzhu in his early years. This time when he came to the Xiao secret realm, Lu Qingzhu naturally brought this earth spirit mouse with him. After all, the second-level spirit beasts cannot enter the secret realm, but the first-level spirit beasts have no problem. And he gained a lot along the way. On the one hand, he went wherever there was movement. On the other hand, it relies on the sensitivity of this earth spirit rat to the treasures of heaven and earth. After all, treasure-hunting rats like earth spirit rats are like fish in water in the secret realm. According to the records, there is a hidden cave with a golden Bodhi tree growing here. At this moment, 4 men and women dressed in the clothes of the beast-controlling Su family came to a cliff. Like the 4 major immortal sects and several major giant family forces, they basically enter the Xiao secret realm every time it is opened and gains something. So for ordinary casual cultivators and clan cultivators, the mysterious and dangerous Xiao secret realm is very familiar to them. Not only do they have a rough map, but they also know some places where spiritual medicines are produced in abundance. Every time the Immortal Sect disciples and clan cultivators enter the secret realm, they will try their best to visit these places to see if there is any gain. The 4 came to the cliff and began to search. But after searching for a long time, they did not see the hidden cave in the record. Then, one of the female cultivators patted the spiritual pet bag and released a silver mink. A beast-controlling family like the Su family naturally raises many treasure-hunting monsters. This little silver marten is one of these monsters. The female cultivator took out several spirit-feeding pills from her storage bag and fed them to the little silver marten. She patted its head and asked it to search. After a while, the little marten started to cluck and pointed its front paws at the cliff in front. Huh? The 4 people looked at the cliff in front of them, looked at each other, and were a little surprised. One of them fired a firebomb directly at the cliff. The cliff did not explode in the face of the firebomb, but only a layer of ripples appeared, dissolving the firebomb. Formation. It turns out that someone got there first and set up an illusion array. I was wondering why I couldn't find it after searching for so long. This person set up the formation because he saw the golden Bodhi tree and wanted to wait for the secret realm to end and leave. Seeing this, the 4 people immediately understood what was going on. Looking at the cliff in front, they all sacrificed their magic tools and released their spirit beasts to prepare to break the formation. After all the disciples of the immortal sects and the children of the big families who entered the secret realm tried their best to find natural treasures. The people who set up the formation like this and hid in the cave were probably independent cultivators or children of small families. Facing such independent cultivators and children of small families, they were naturally fearless. Are we still discovered? Lu Quanxian in the stone cave sighed softly. Just now he heard the movement outside and knew that someone had found this place. But his eldest brother Lu Pingyan was still refining the golden Buddha date, so he didn't say anything, thinking of using the formation to get away. But the firebomb technique just now seeing the formation outside, he knew he had to fight. The beast tamer Su family. Lu Quanxian saw the clothes of the 4 people outside through the formation, and knew the identities of the 4 people. Their strength was not simple. People inside, I'll count to 3 now, get out. At this time, a voice sounded outside. When Lu Quanxian heard the voice, his eyes were filled with coldness. He looked at Lu Pingyan in the depths of the cave and said calmly, "Brother, someone is coming outside. I will go and get rid of him." At this time, Lu Pingyan had almost refined more than 20 golden jujubes and was at a critical point. His heart was beating, his blood was surging, and his internal organs were clanging, forming an invisible pressure. The whole person was like a volcano that had been brewing for a long time and was about to erupt, a dam that had burst its banks. An endless brilliant treasure light flowed on the surface of his body, and it seemed to form some mysterious patterns, exuding a breath of power and resistance. After saying that, Lu Quanxian released the second-level puppet from the storage bag and hid it aside. Then he put the talisman in his sleeves, held 2 second-level talismans in his hands, and took the initiative to walk out of the cave. After all, this formation was only arranged through a simple formation device. At most, it could withstand a few waves of attacks from the peak of key refining, and it can definitely not withstand the attacks of the 4 people in front of him. If the 4 people bombarded the cave, it would definitely affect Lu Pingyan. "Wait a minute, fellow Taoists!" Lu Quanxian shouted at the 4 people with a panicked look on his face. Then he continued, "I just wanted to hide here, and I don't know where I offended the 4 Taoists. You know where I offended you. Hand over the storage bag now, and then leave, we can spare your life." The 4 people and 4 beasts looked at Lu Quanxian together, full of oppression. One of the middle-aged men in his 30s stood on a big red bird and said condescendingly, "This." When Lu Quanxian heard this, he immediately showed an embarrassment on his face and said, "If fellow Taoists want this cave, I will leave now. Don't act stupid, hand over the storage bag, or die." A cultivator with a green snake entwined around his body shouted coldly, with a domineering look. While speaking, the vertical pupils of the green snake stared at Lu Quanxian coldly, and spit out snake tongues from its mouth, as if to swallow him. 4 people and 4 spirit beasts. Except for 1 woman whose spirit beast was a small silver marten, which looked not very dangerous, the spirit beasts of the other 3 were not simple. This made Lu Quanxian feel for the first time that the beast-controlling cultivator was very difficult to deal with. "Okay, I'm willing to hand over the storage bag." Lu Quanxian showed a tangled and fearful look on his face, pretending to throw out a storage bag. But in an instant, he immediately activated the talisman in his left hand. Buzz buzz buzz, a dull bite symbol appeared in the void, rolling towards the 4 people. The second-level low-grade talisman, the God-shaking talisman. It can shock and disturb other people's minds, causing them to feel panic, fear, and other emotions. Lu Quanxian used this God-shaking talisman, which immediately caused the 4 people's minds to have flaws and slightly lost their minds. Then he activated another second-level low-grade talisman, the Thunder and Fire talisman in his hand, and controlled the thunder and fire to kill the female cultivator with a small silver marten on her shoulder. This person's spirit beast is an auxiliary spirit beast, which means that the combat power is likely to be a few points worse. If he wanted to kill 4 people by himself, he had to fight quickly. Hoo-hoo. The Thunder Fire talisman turned into a rolling purple thunder flame, rushing towards the 4 people. Be careful. These 4 people were not simple either. The middle-aged man who spoke before seemed to have been prepared, or he had a spiritual tool, and he quickly came back to his senses. But in the blink of an eye, the Thunder Fire talisman had already killed in front of the female cultivator playing with mink. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Although the female cultivator had a magic tool to automatically protect her master. But facing the second-level talisman, she was instantly turned into charred wreckage. Hongyu. The middle-aged man looked furious, and said to Lu Quanxian with murderous intent, "You are looking for death." While speaking, he took out a talisman from his arms and used it, causing golden light to flow all over his body, and he rushed towards Lu Quanxian. The red bird, the spiritual beast under his feet, woke up from the effect of this ancient talisman, cried out, and spit out rolling flames, with a fierce momentum. The other two monks beside him also came back to their senses immediately. Their expressions were shocked and angry, full of murderous intent. The monk with the green snakes coiled around his body held a long sword and a magic weapon, and one person and one snake went straight to kill Lu Quanzhen. Another person sacrificed a yellowish-brown bowl, which flew into the air, emitting an ochre-colored light, and went to suppress Lu Quanzhen. Facing such an attack, Lu Quanzhen immediately turned around and entered the stone cave, relying on the formation to block for a moment. Just as the three people were furious and bombarded the formation with murderous intent, they saw a tall, black gold second-level puppet in the stone cave, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, burst out, bearing heavy attacks, and killing them straight. Clang! The black gold battle sword in the second-level puppet's hand was as powerful as thunder and lightning, slashing at the monk with the green snakes coiled around him, causing him to stagger back, but the green snakes around him roared and were cut in two, and blood splattered. Second-level puppet. The three members of the Su family saw this and realized that they had underestimated the enemy. They didn't expect that a mere casual cultivator not only had a rare second-level talisman, but also a second-level puppet. However, just as they were horrified and solemn, a terrifying atmosphere suddenly filled the stone cave. The talisman in Lu Quanzhen's hand activated and turned into a bronze spear, emitting a murderous aura that soared into the sky. With a swoosh, it broke through the air and killed the snake-coiling man. Facing this unexpected attack from the talisman, even though the snake-coiling man was prepared, his defense was still broken, and the spear pierced through his chest to his vest. The snake-coiling man looked horrified and stunned, looking at his pierced chest, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but his heart had already broken open, blood gushed out, and he died directly. Xinhei! Go! Seeing this, the other two exclaimed, turned around and ran away, not daring to continue the fight. How can this be a casual cultivator? As soon as they met, there were two second-level talismans, then second-level puppets, and now there were talisman treasures. Even if they were born in the Beast Tamer Su family, they would not be treated like this. Only the young master of the family, a figure at the giant seed level, could be treated like this. Want to leave? Lu Quanzhen's eyes were full of coldness. How could he let the two escape? He remembered that there were a total of 10 people in the Beast Tamer Su family, but now there were only 4 people, and it was likely that they would act separately. If someone escaped, it would definitely cause trouble. Swish. Puff. He used his mind to do two things at once, controlling the second-level puppet and the talisman treasure, and killing the middle-aged man of the Su family with all his strength. Facing such a pincer attack, even if the middle-aged man was extraordinary, it was difficult to resist. Boom boom boom. The protective gas shield was broken in just a moment, and then the bronze spear pierced through the body, the heart was shattered, and the vitality was annihilated. Cry. The big red bird cried sadly, but the next moment it was cut into 2 pieces by the second-level puppet, and blood splattered in the sky. Where are you going? When Lu Quanzhen saw the last person running away, he immediately put away his talisman, performed the magic peng technique, and went to chase him. The Su family cultivator had already been frightened by Lu Quanzhen. Seeing him chasing him, he was terrified and directly abandoned his spirit beast to delay Lu Quanzhen, and fled madly. 5 elements Kunpengju. Lu Quanzhen and the second-level puppet worked together to kill the spirit beast in an instant. Burning blood escape technique. He looked at the Su family cultivator who was disappearing quickly, his face showed a cruel look, his hands pinched the formula, and decisively performed his own escape skill, the burning blood escape technique. This Qingyun Mountain is covered with thick fog. Once the opponent pulls away from him, he may lose his whereabouts. Moreover, monsters may be encountered in the mountains at any time. As a cultivator, he must fight quickly. Lu Quanzhen's strength and speed are better than the opponent. At this time, he used all his strength to perform this secret technique that destroyed the body's vitality. In an instant, he turned into a blood-red rainbow and caught up with the other party. He slapped out with a palm, and a 5-colored torrent rolled, causing the young man to fly backwards. Dao, spare me. The man wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could say anything, a 5-colored fish and a second-level puppet came to kill him, broke through the protective gas shield, and cut off his head. Chapter 346, Overwhelmingly Powerful. The Su family of beast taming was annihilated. Lu Quanzhen burned the corpse in front of him to ashes with ease, then picked up the magic weapon and storage bag and returned to the cave. He saw the spirit beast that was cut into 2 pieces on the way, the blood beside the cliff, and the 2 corpses with holes in their chests, dying and eyes open, and the remains of the spirit beasts, all burned to ashes and cleaned up. Then he returned to the cave with a calm and natural look. Quanzhen. Lu Qingyan heard the movement, opened his eyes, and his face was full of pain. He just heard the movement outside. But at the critical moment of refining the golden Buddha date, not only could he not move, but he also had difficulty speaking. "It's just a few jumping clowns, I've sent them away, don't worry, brother, refine them at ease." Lu Quanzhen smiled and said with a pale face. The burning blood escape technique consumes a lot of blood and vitality. Even if it is only used for a moment, it will damage his vitality and blood, and he needs to recuperate for several months. Okay. Lu Qingyan saw his brother's pale face and blamed himself. But he couldn't be too distracted now, so he nodded and continued to close his eyes and practice the 100 refining treasure body art to refine the golden Buddha date in his body. Boom boom boom. Lu Qingyan sat cross-legged and motionless, like a sun-baked furnace, his body rumbling and filled with a blazing and domineering aura. He had swallowed the last 5 golden Buddha dates in one gulp, so the medicinal power was very violent and overbearing, causing his tall body to tremble constantly, and cracks in his flesh and bone seemed to appear. However, in the rich medicinal power of the golden Buddha date, there was a majestic and rich vitality that could heal injuries, nourish cracks, reshape flesh and blood, and regenerate broken bones. Moreover, as the 100 refining treasure body art ran wildly, the giant axe magic weapon condensed in the sternum continuously gushed out the power of the origin, which was integrated into the limbs, bones, and bone marrow. Although this process was painful and torturous, Lu Qingyan could clearly see his improvement. Although his cultivation level only broke through from the 7th level of key refining to the 8th level of key refining. But his physical body was greatly improved, and he directly impacted the 6th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. I don't know how long it took. Boom. Lu Qingyan suddenly heard a series of tsunami-like sounds in his body, and his body burst into endless brilliant light, making the stone cave golden. Is this a breakthrough? Lu Quanzhen, who was next to him, heard the movement, opened his eyes, and showed surprise on his face. Lu Qingyan sat cross-legged and motionless, his whole body was shining brightly, and a majestic and domineering aura accompanied by a golden luster rose and fell like an ocean, giving people a strong sense of oppression. This kind of body refining, even if it is foundation building, it is no more than this. At this moment, Lu Quanzhen felt that the air became heavy and it was a little difficult to breathe. He could not help but wait outside the stone cave. During this process, he was nervous and observed the situation on the cliffs, worried that someone else would come. In this way, after several hours, the golden light in the stone cave slowly dissipated, and the golden luster of Lu Qingyan's body gradually converged and dissipated. Not long after, Lu Qingyan opened his eyes were bright, and there was a golden luster flowing in his pupils, which was very compelling. Huh? Lu Qingyan exhaled a long breath, his eyes were golden and restrained, dark and deep, piercing and full of energy, his eyes were like torches. The body covered in dark gold armor was filled with a few sizzling sounds, burning the impurities on the skin and turning them into wisps of black smoke. After taking 23 golden Bodhi dates, his cultivation level broke through to the 8th level of key refining. However, the improvement in cultivation level was only incidental. His real improvement came from the transformation of the 100 refining treasure body art, the flesh and bones. The 100 refining treasure body art broke through the 6th level from the 5th level. The meridians and bones were much tougher than before, which improved the upper limit of his body and mana. After all, only the flesh and blood meridians and bones were tough enough to withstand high-intensity power explosions and mana compression. Congratulations, big brother. Lu Quanzhen congratulated Lu Qingyan. Through the movement just now, he saw that Lu Qingyan had gained many benefits from this golden Bodhi date tree. He secretly thought that this golden Bodhi date was worthy of being one of the spiritual medicines that must be handed in, and it was indeed extraordinary. However, although this golden jujube is extraordinary, only a body-refining cultivator like Lu Qingyan can swallow and refine all the more than 20 golden jujubes from this jujube tree in a short period of time. Quanzhen, thank you for your hard work. Lu Qingyan stood up, wearing a dark golden armor, majestic and handsome, with a face full of shame and self-blame in his eyes. In order to maximize the efficacy of the golden jujube and break through the realm, he had put himself in a state of being unable to move. If it weren't for Lu Quanzhen, someone outside would come in, and his situation would be very dangerous. Big brother is polite. Lu Quanzhen said with a smile. He took the healing pill and his face was no longer so pale. It's just that his complexion looks a little bad, and he needs to recuperate for some time to fully recover. Quanzhen, not only has my cultivation broken through the 8th level of key refining, but the 100 refining treasure body art has also broken through the 6th level. Leave it to me next. Lu Qingyun said in a deep voice. He probably knows his combat power and can ensure that he can deal with this subsequent situation. The 6th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Lu Quanzhen secretly said as expected. At the 5th level, his elder brother almost ended the fight with 1 or 2 punches. Now that he has broken through the 6th level, he can sweep across the secret realm. He narrowed his eyes, smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay. Brother, the previous few people came from the Beastmaster Su family. Although I solved them all, they may still be found by the Su family, so it is not advisable to stay here for a long time." Lu Quanzhen said so. Although he killed all 4 people from the Su family. But as a giant in level force, the Su family may have some means to find this place. After all, family cultivators are different from immortal disciples. Immortal disciples can only stick together at most, and others die if they die. It just happened that they met, and helped and avenged for the sake of their fellow disciples. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, immortal disciples would not waste time avenging their fellow disciples. But family disciples are different. They have blood ties and will be relatively united. Even if we don't talk about unity and family affection, a family came to the secret realm, and someone died in it, the others must give an explanation to the family. The Beast Tamer Su family, okay. Lu Qingyun nodded, knowing that this family was a giant family, and it was not simple. He carefully smashed the ground, then dug out the golden jujube tree and handed it to Lu Quanzhen. Lu Quanzhen took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the storage bag, poured it on the golden jujube tree, and then put it into the spiritual plant bag. Just as Lu Quanzhen was about to put away the formation, the 2 brothers paused, looked at each other, and heard movement on the cliff. After a while, Lu Quanzhen looked through the formation and saw 5 figures coming down the cliff, constantly going down, as if looking for something. Judging from the clothes of these people, there was a spiritual beast beside them, and he immediately recognized them as people from the Beast Tamer Su family. They should have come to find them through identity tokens and other tokens. Lu Quanzhen's eyes were narrow and long, with a little coldness, and he roughly guessed what was going on. He had killed 4 people from the Su family before, and naturally he would not let go of the storage bag and the spoils. The tokens and other suspicious items in the storage bag, some of which could not be destroyed, were all thrown off the cliff. Now looking at the posture of these people, he guessed that they found it through the tokens. But the Beastmaster Su family seems to know this cave. Lu Quanzhen thought of the 4 people from the Su family who found the cave before, and seemed to come with a purpose and know where the cave is. He squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Qingyun and said, "Brother, these 5 people are all from the Beastmaster Su family. I think they came to check the situation through the tokens of the previous few people. Although the 2 of them were able to escape while the 5 people went to the bottom of the cliff without conflict. But who knows if these people have other means and whether they can find the 2 of them. In this case, it is better to take the initiative and kill all these people." Just now, he harvested a lot from the storage bags of the 4 people from the Su family, and obtained many precious spiritual medicines. Even the main target of their trip, the Shining Fruit, was harvested. As the 5 people are from the Beastmaster Su family, the harvest will definitely not be bad. How can killing and robbing be faster than slowly searching for natural materials and treasures? Lu Quanzhen had no psychological burden for things like killing and robbing. After all, in this world, if you don't rob, others will. If you don't fight or rob, how can the family rise, and how can you form a pill within 100 years? After he really embarked on the road of cultivating immortals, he looked down on such things. In other words, from the first time he killed someone in the secular world, he gradually became indifferent to life. As soon as he arrived in the secular world, he could kill and give life, and control the lives of others. As long as he did it simply, countless lives would pass away. He felt that his mind was gradually changing. "Quanzhen, what do you mean?" Lu Qingyun was stunned and roughly guessed what his brother meant. Instead of waiting for them to do it, Why don't we take the initiative? Lu Quanxian, wearing a black gown, with a slender figure, and a lack of blood on his face, like a weak scholar, said softly. Lu Pingyan saw his brother's narrow eyes and smiling face, and his heart paused, slightly stern. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I'll deal with them, and Yu Quanzhan can stay behind. These 5 people are from the beast-controlling Su family, and they all have spirit beasts. Be careful, big brother." Lu Quanxian smiled and nodded. Although he was confident that the 2 brothers could kill the 5 people from the Su family. But a lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. Don't worry. Lu Pingyan nodded, knowing that if he wanted to do it, he had to do it cleanly and neatly. He walked out of the cave, his eyes shining, looking at the 5 people flying down the cliff. Boom. Lu Pingyan's blood and qi circulated in his body, and his internal organs vibrated and hummed, like a sleeping prehistoric beast, with the golden light flowing on his body, making his armor glow with a cold metallic luster. Boom boom. Then the rocks under his feet shattered, and his tall figure burst out from the cliff, tearing through layers of air, and the air waves rose and fell, killing the 5 people. Huh? Roar roar roar. Not good. Be careful. The 5 people from the Su family were all very alert. They came here to use the token. Seeing that there was no news from the other team, they realized that something unexpected had happened and came to investigate the situation. Who are you? A middle-aged man in his 40s shouted. He was the leader of the Su family this time. Looking at Lu Pingyan, who was surging with oppression and making his spirit beast roar and roar, and felt that he was in great danger, his eyes were full of horror and incredible. Looking at Lu Pingyan, who was getting closer and closer, he did not dare to hesitate at all and shouted loudly, "Battle formation, Black Dragon Scissors." In an instant, the 5 people formed a formation. This is a battle formation, which can allow the key of many key refining monks to blend, attack and defend as one, and greatly improve their combat power. The 5 people were orderly and made the spirit beasts entrenched around them. 2 of them pinched their hands and sacrificed magic weapons to form an air shield to cover them all. The other 3 sacrificed a black sword, a black long knife, and a black chain respectively. These 3 magic weapons burst into black light under the control of the 3 people, and merged into a black scissors that was a foot long in the air. The scissors emitted a cold and frightening black light, as if a dragon was looming, ferocious and terrifying, as if it could tear everything apart, and rushed towards Lu Pingyan. Boom. Lu Pingyan's body was like a meteor. Facing the black scissors that were coming to kill him, he did not dodge or evade. His muscles were pumping, and his right arm, which had already risen, blasted out brazenly. Idiot. How dare you use your flesh and blood to take our black dragon scissors? You're just looking for death? Sure enough, you've ruined your brain by refining your body. The 5 people from the Su family all sneered, and disdained when they saw Lu Pingyan's behavior. But the next moment, the golden fist blasted out, accompanied by the roar of a dragon and a tiger, and collided directly with the black scissors. Clang. A shocking sound of metal and iron clashing rang out, and sparks flew. Then the violent and powerful energy spread with the fist and scissors as the center, and rushed in all directions, causing the debris of soil and rocks on the cliff to roll down and turn into powder. This. How is this possible? He actually used his fist to hit the black dragon scissors. The 5 people of the Su family all exclaimed loudly when they saw this scene, their eyes full of doubt, horror, and shock. You know, their black dragon scissors are not simple. It is a combination of spiritual tools given by the ancestor of the family. Usually, it can be 3 top-level magic tools. Once fused, it belongs to the lower-grade spiritual tools. And it is not an ordinary assembly line spiritual tool, but a fine spiritual tool with power comparable to that of a mid-grade spiritual tool. The 5 of them holding this spiritual tool, the black dragon scissors, are enough to fight against a foundation-building cultivators. But now, Lu Pingyan in front of him actually used his fist to directly hit his own lower-grade spiritual tool, the black dragon scissors. Clang clang clang. Lu Pingyan's fists were like dragons, constantly blasting out, smashing under the black scissors, sparks flying, dazzling, making this spiritual tool tremble wildly, and the spiritual light was a little dim. Dao, I don't know how we have offended you. If you have occupied this place, we can leave. The leader of the Su family shouted loudly, and his heart was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party not only hit his own spiritual weapon with his fist, but also dimmed the spiritual light. This. He simply couldn't figure out why this kind of human-shaped beast appeared in the Xiao secret realm. How could anyone practice body refining to this extent, and his cultivation level was only the 8th level of key refining? Boom. Lu Pingyun said nothing, and continued to punch out with his fists. The layers of clanging and ringing sounds swept in all directions, echoing, and the rocks and soil rolled down and broke. Dao, we are from the Su family of beast control. Is there any misunderstanding between us? One of the 5 Su family cultivators continued to speak loudly. Although they guessed why Lu Pingyun took action in their hearts. But facing a body refining cultivator like Lu Pingyun, they really didn't want to fight. After all, entering the secret realm is for opportunities, so why bother to fight to the death? Once both sides are injured, neither side will benefit. Seeing Lu Pingyun silent, he punched out with both fists again, making the black dragon shears vibrate dimly, and the eyes of these Su family cultivators also showed anger. Dao, do you really want to fight to the death? Although you are highly skilled in body training, if one person wants to kill us, he will have to pay a price. The 5 Su family cultivators said loudly. Their beast control Su family is one of the top forces in Zhang country. 10 people entered the secret realm, and only at the beginning one person was killed for unknown reasons. The remaining 9 people walked all the way and were divided into 2 teams. Not many people dared to provoke them. At this moment, being provoked by Lu Pingyun, a natural anger arose in their hearts. Kill. Seeing this, the 5 people knew that it would be difficult to end it peacefully today, and immediately made a full-strength attack, making Lu Pingyun pay the price and retreat. The 5 of them formed a battle formation, controlling the spiritual weapon Black Dragon Shears, and then used their minds to kill Lu Pingyun from the side. One of them even sacrificed several talismans and attacked Lu Pingyun. However, facing such an attack, Lu Pingyun was not afraid at all. He just turned his head to look at the tiger spirit beast that was rushing towards him, and turned around and punched. The fist was like a god and demon beating a drum, breaking through layers of air. With a bang, the huge body of the tiger was torn into pieces, and blood splattered. The talismans and the magic attacks of the other 4 spirit beasts fell on Lu Pingyun one after another, only causing a violent explosion and roar, but did not cause any substantial injuries. The 5 people were shocked. They didn't expect Lu Pingyun's body training to be so amazing and without any shortcomings. Not only did the physical strength confront the black dragon scissors, but the physical body actually ignored their magic attacks directly. How to fight this? What to fight with? Question mark. Open the mountain. Lu Pingyun's energy surged, and the treasure light flowed all over his body. The golden light surrounded his body, which was very gorgeous, as if he was wearing a layer of golden battle clothes. His right arm rose up, like a dragon and snake rising from the land, with a rolling momentum, and a magnificent axe appeared behind him. The void exploded, and a punch was thrown out, with a burst of power, setting off endless air explosions. The giant axe and the fist chopped down from the sky, bursting out with infinite terrifying power, causing the black dragon scissors, whose spiritual light was dim, to wail and fly out, hitting the shield of the 5 people directly. Boom boom boom. The mighty power was as vast as a prison, causing the shield to suddenly dim, and dense cracks appeared. The 5 people inside were shaking with blood and spiritual power, their faces were pale, and they vomited blood. Damn it, damn it, damn it. At this moment, the 5 people of the Su family seemed to be shrouded in a thick cloud of death, and they were desperate. Yes, despair. Because of this confrontation, they didn't know how to fight. They couldn't even break Lu Pingyun's defense. Go. The 5 people looked at each other and prepared to escape by saving their lives. Only in this way can there be a glimmer of hope. In an instant, they abandoned the 4 spirit beasts and rushed towards Lu Pingyun, standing in front, buying time in this way. Then the 5 people activated their life-saving talismans, fled for their lives in a flash, and soared into the sky. Boom boom boom. The shield shattered with a bang, and the 4 spirit beasts could not even scream under the fists, and their bodies exploded, and blood splattered in the sky. Just as the 5 people from the Su family were about to fly to the cliff, they saw a young man in a black robe and a crown standing above them. Beside the young man stood a tall metal puppet with a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. Above his head, there was a giant hammer of human size filled with purple lightning arcs, which was terrifying. Boom. The purple giant hammer faced the 5 people and directly bombarded them, filled with purple thunder like an ocean. Talisman treasure. When the 5 monks saw the giant hammer with purple lightning arcs, Their faces changed drastically and they were terrified. Unexpectedly, Lu Pingyan actually had helpers. In this situation, he even offered a talisman to wait for them. "How did our Su family offend you?" The 5 of them looked desperate and shouted loudly, wanting to resist the attack of the talisman. But at this time, Lu Pingyan looked at them again and punched out. Boom boom boom. Facing such an attack, in just a moment, the 5 people exploded into a group of horrible blood mist under the front and back attacks. "Brother, with your fighting power, I guess no one in this Xiao secret realm can be your opponent," Lu Quanzhen said with some emotion. He had supported Lu Pingyan before, and was surprised to see that the other party didn't even use talismans, and directly confronted the 5 Su family members with their physical bodies. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Facing a physical cultivator like Lu Pingyan, it is estimated that only a foundation-building cultivator would be qualified to face him head-on. Because even if a key refining cultivator is a top-notch one, he cannot break through the defense, and there is no way to do it. "Quanzhen, if we kill too much in this secret realm, we may get into trouble. And when the secret realm ends, we need to hand in our harvest. If we get too much, it will be easy to attract attention." Lu Pingyan heard his brother's words and thought he wanted to start a robbery in the secret realm, so he said immediately, "There are at least some reasons for actively killing the 5 people of the Su family." But if he was asked to kill in this secret realm in order to rob others' harvest, he really didn't want to do it. "Haha, big brother, I know." Lu Quanzhen smiled and nodded, knowing that his big brother had a kind and generous character. Before, when the 2 of them were on the periphery and met other cultivators, as long as the other party did not take the initiative to attack, Lu Pingyan would never take the initiative to attack. Sometimes, when he saw him about to attack, he would even say forget it. The 2 dealt with the remains of the 5 people and their spirit beasts, picked up the magic tools and storage bags, and returned to the stone cave to clean up these storage bags. As Lu Quanzhen guessed, the 5 people from the Su family had a very rich harvest. There were not only several kinds of spiritual medicines that needed to be handed in, but also 3 pieces of shining fruit. It seems that a family like the Su family should know some coordinates of Qingzhu Mountain, where rare spiritual medicines are produced. Lu Quanzhen guessed in his heart based on the previous situation. In addition to the reason, family cultivators like the Yashao Su family must have robbed other people's spiritual herbs and medicines, so they can have such a rich harvest. "Brother, since you need to hand in 50% when you go out, I see that there are many spiritual medicines here that are effective for the body's ki and blood. You might as well take them all and use them to improve yourself." Lu Quanzhen and Lu Pingyan were cleaning these storage bags and suddenly spoke out. He had planned to meet up with Lu Qingshan when the secret realm was almost over, and give some of the spoils to Lu Qingshan and let him take them out. After all, Lu Qingshan has a master who has formed a pill. Even if the spoils are rich, no one dares to say anything. But now, their harvest is indeed a bit amazing, so they just use up some of it. And if we hand over too many spiritual medicines, it will easily cause trouble, so why don't you take more, big brother? Lu Quanzhen continued. In his opinion, it is better to use them to improve your own cultivation than to hand over a bunch of spiritual medicines. Moreover, the family now relies on his father and several aunts, and Qingzhu Mountain lacks foundation-building cultivators. Although he and Lu Qingshan can break through the foundation building within a few years. But Lu Quanzhen has already made plans. Once he breaks through the foundation building, he will go out to venture and strive to form a pill as soon as possible. If he goes out, Lu Qingshan is far away in the Qingyun Sect of Yu State, and Lu Wangshi wants to grow up, at least more than 10 years. This big brother is the only one left in the family. So he thinks it is quite important for the other party to improve his strength. Lu Pingyan thought it made sense when he heard this. But seeing so many spiritual medicines, he thought it was too wasteful to eat them directly. After all, these spiritual medicines, if placed outside, any one of them is worth hundreds of spiritual stones. Without waiting for him to say what it was, Lu Quanzhen took out a bunch of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines from these storage bags and handed them to Lu Pingyan, saying that he would eat them too. Hearing this, the 2 brothers began to chew the spiritual medicine in the stone cave. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely curse that it was a waste of natural resources. Outside the Purple Nether secret realm, it seems that Pingyan has a lot of opportunities in the secret realm. Not only has his cultivation level broken through the 8th level of key refining, but he has also broken through the 100 refining treasure body art. Lu Changsheng was surprised to know that his son Lu Ping had broken through again and again through the system feedback. After all, a year ago, Lu Ping had only broken through the 7th level of key refining and the 5th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Now, in just 1 year, he has broken through both again. Especially the 6th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. As Lu Ping broke through the 6th level of the 100 refining treasure body art, his 100 refining treasure body art also improved significantly. It's almost the peak of the 8th level. When he was going to return home after the secret realm, he gave Lu Ping the long halberd magic weapon he had obtained with Li Fiao before. After all, as a father, when there is a good thing, it is natural to think of his children first. Giving this incomplete magic weapon to their children for cultivation is beneficial to both of them, which is equivalent to double the benefits. At Ping speed, I might be able to reach the 3rd level faster than my cultivation. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. When he broke through the foundation building, the 100 refining treasure body art had just broken through the 3rd level. But now, the 100 refining treasure body art has directly surpassed him. Just waiting for Quansun and Qingxin to break through the foundation building. Lu Changsheng was looking forward to it, and felt that these days were getting more and more promising. Buzz! At this moment, a burst of giant and spiritual pressure suddenly spread in the air, like a mountain, very terrifying, which shocked all the foundation building cultivators present. They opened their eyes and looked up at the sky, not knowing what was going on. Oh, what happened to Ancestor Su? He was so out of control. Could it be that something unexpected happened to the disciples in the secret realm? The fake Dan ancestor of the Shangguan family, one of the 3 major giant families in Jiang State, saw the appearance of the ancestor of the Su family and laughed immediately. Although the 3 major families are all family forces, their relationship is not very good. There are even frequent frictions due to interests, which can be described as open and secret struggles. HMPH, Shangguan old ghost, this kind of thing is not your turn to worry about. The ancestor of the Su family said coldly, and with a gloomy face. He restrained the leaked fake pill spiritual pressure. Just now, the remaining 5 soul tablets in his storage bag were all broken. In other words, all 10 children of their Su family have died in the Purple Nether secret realm. Except for 300 years ago, their family allowed their children to explore the secret realm, and an accident occurred. Only one person walked out alive, so they set a rule. After entering the secret realm, you must stick together at the first time and cannot act alone. Since then, the family has never had more than half of the casualties. But this time, all 10 children died in the secret realm. For their Beastmaster Su family, this incident not only lost the harvest of the Purple Nether secret realm, but also a serious blow to the family's reputation and prestige. Is it the Qingyun Sect that deliberately suppressed my Su family, or the Shangguan family, or the 4 major immortal gates? The ancestor of the Su family guessed in his heart, suspecting that there was a force targeting his family. After all, except for the 4 major immortal gates and several other major deformation forces, who can kill all their children? It just so happened that his ancestor had been seriously injured in the beast tide before, and his condition was unknown. At this time, other families might use this method to test his attitude and judge the ancestor's condition. Who exactly is it? When the secret realm ends, we will naturally know the situation of the other families. The ancestor of the Su family stood on the Shensha with a gloomy face. Now that all his children have died in the secret realm, he can leave directly. But this matter is not only embarrassing, but also related to the temptation of other families. If he doesn't know which family did it, he will have a hard time explaining it when he returns. Chapter 347, My Young Master, Lu Qingxin, comes from the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Ziyao secret realm. Lu Qingxin, we are not as skilled as you, so we have to admit defeat. This white jade Ganoderma is yours. The 2 Qingyun Sect disciples looked at the vigorous and upright Lu Qingxin in front of them, and said in a deep voice, then bowed and left. Qingyun Sect, it's interesting. Lu Qingxin looked at the 2 Qingyun Sect disciples who left, his expression calm and indifferent. After planning to break through the foundation building, if he has time, he can consider going to Qingyun Sect to ask for swords. After all, these 2 people are at most middle level in Qingyun Sect, not top geniuses. But such a competition will help him with his swordsmanship. It shows that Qingyun Sect, a sword cultivation sect, still has many outstanding features. He came to the side of the killed 2-headed giant python, picked the white jade ganoderma that looked like a jade plate and flowed with crystal luster, and put it into the spiritual plant bag, although he robbed a lot of heaven and earth spiritual materials along the way. But as long as the other party knows what's good for him and takes the initiative to retreat, he will not make things difficult for him. Like these two Qingyun Sect disciples, it is even easier to talk. As long as the two sides compete, the loser will hand over the spiritual medicine. Xiaojin, continue. Lu Qingshan took out a spiritual herb and fed it to the golden hamster in his sleeve, saying, "Squeak." The earth spirit mouse held the spiritual herb and ate it, with a happy look on his face. Then he looked around and sensed the situation of the spiritual materials of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Qingshan frowned slightly, turned his palm, and a yin-yang communication symbol flashing red appeared in his palm. Although he did not travel with Qingzhu on this trip, he gave his grandfather Lu Yuanding a communication symbol. It means that if Qingzhu encounters any dangerous situation during this trip to the Xiao secret realm, he can ask for help from him. It has been more than half a month since entering the secret realm, and this communication symbol has not moved. Now there is a warning for help, which means that there is a high probability of life-threatening. I want to see who is so blind. Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes, poured away the earth spirit mouse, and injected spiritual power into the communication symbol. Then he looked to the northwest and patted the storage bag with his palm. The bamboo sword of Shangsheng, which looked like golden bamboo, appeared, and swam gently like a dragon. Lu Qingshan pointed his toes, flew up on the sword, and turned into a sword shadow, shooting out in the direction of the induction talisman, causing the air to ring with golden and jade sword sounds. At the same time, in a dense forest, 6 Jin family monks were besieging Lu Maifeng and 2 Lu family disciples. At this time, Lu Maifeng and the other 2 were completely surrounded and could not escape. They could only rely on the talismans to barely support and constantly defend, forming a stalemate. Are you still waiting for rescue? Banao Lake probably doesn't even dare to enter Qingzhu Mountain now, so they can only hang around on the periphery and pick up some spiritual medicine. Even if they receive rescue, they can't come to save you. It's a pity that no one came from Qingzhu Mountain, otherwise we would definitely let Lu Changsheng taste the pain of losing a son. The 6 Jin family monks looked at Lu Maifeng and others who were struggling to support them, and kept speaking. Before, when Lu Changsheng saw the Jin family monks coming, he directly let his son Lu Quanzhen meet them and killed them all. The same is true for Jin Longling. Because of the incident at Qingzhu Mountain, they hated Qingzhu Mountain to the core and were irreconcilable. However, the Jin family did not see anyone from Qingzhu Mountain outside the secret realm when he was building his foundation. So when they met Qingzhu Mountain, Banao Lake and other families that were closely related to Qingzhu Mountain, they were all killed. After all, it was already the limit for families like Qingzhu Mountain and Banao Lake to send 3 or 4 people in the late stage of key refining to enter the Xiao secret realm. If they all died in this secret realm, it would be considered a serious injury, which could indirectly weaken the strength of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Maifeng did not speak. He naturally knew about the situation of the Bai family. 1 person died and 1 was injured in the outer area, so he did not enter the core area. But he did not ask for help from the Bai family just now. Instead, he asked for help from his nephew Lu Qingshan. He did not know the specific strength of this nephew, and he had only seen a simple sword. But just one sword made him know what it meant that there are always people outside the sky. Boom boom boom. The 6 Jin family members' offensives bombarded Lu Maifeng's defensive magic weapon in an orderly manner, causing his blood and spiritual energy to vibrate continuously and his face to turn pale. At this time, Lu Maifeng suddenly sensed the response from Lu Qingshan, and immediately sent a voice message to his younger generation, "Hold on, Qingshan is on the way." Qingshan, Lu Qingshan. The 2 of them were immediately refreshed when they heard this. Knowing that their nephew and cousin were the true disciples of the Immortal sect and the disciples of the Jiandans Hanren, their strength was far beyond the comparison of their clan cultivators. "Uncle Maifeng, is Lu Qingshan the only one?" A Lu family member sent a voice message to ask. He knew that Lu Qingshan's strength was not ordinary. But it would be difficult for 1 person to repel the 6 Jin family members. Qingshan's strength is extraordinary, comparable to the foundation building. Once he comes, he will definitely be able to repel the 6 Jin family members. Lu Maifeng's voice was firm and unquestionable. At this moment, he must give the 2 people confidence. And he still has 2 second-level talismans in his storage bag. As soon as Lu Qingshan arrives, I believe that the 4 of them can repel the 6 people from the Jin family. Comparable to foundation building. The 2 were shocked when they heard this. After all, the gap between key refining and foundation building is like a natural moat. How amazing it is to be comparable to foundation building with key refining. Lu Miafeng, if you are willing to surrender now and kneel down to beg for mercy, maybe we will be in a good mood and let you go. If you go on like this, there is only one way to die. It is better to give up struggling and I will let you go. Several cultivators from the Jin family kept speaking. They didn't really expect Lu Miafeng to beg for mercy and give up. Instead, they used this kind of words to distract him. After all, the state of mind is very important for cultivators to fight. Once the mind is disturbed, it is easy to have flaws. They don't want to consume too much with Lu Miafeng and the other 2 in Qingyun Mountain. So they use this method to disturb their minds, so as to find flaws and make a quick decision. Boom boom boom. Time passed slowly, and the faces of Lu Miafeng and the other 2 were getting paler and paler. One of them even had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and was about to fall. If this goes on, the 3 of them will surely die. But even so, Lu Miafeng did not give up and escaped alone with the help of the talisman. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, Lu Miafeng felt the aura of the yin-yang sensing talisman getting closer and closer, and immediately sent a message to his younger generation, Qingzhu is coming soon, you guys get ready. Yes, 7th brother. Uncle Miafeng, don't worry, I can still hold on. Although the 2 looked pale and weak, their eyes showed a fierce look. Since they dared to come to the Xiao secret realm, they were naturally not cowards who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Be careful that they are desperate and struggling to death. The Jin family cultivator looked at the situation of the 3 people and warned them carefully, not giving Lu Miafeng and the other 3 any chance to counterattack. Huh? Be careful, someone is coming. After a while, a Jin family cultivator sensed a sharp breath coming towards them and immediately reminded them loudly. However, just as he finished speaking, another cold and sharp voice rang out, you're looking for death? A young man flew over on a sword, his expression was cold, holding a golden magic sword, and before they even met, he swung the sword at the 5 people. This sword was very domineering, bursting out endless sharp sword light, covering the sky and the earth. Who is it? Not good. Facing the sharp sword light, the Jin family monks were all shocked, pinching the magic formula with their hands, activating the talisman, and hurriedly resisting. But the sword light suddenly condensed into point in an instant, like an antelope hanging on the horns, like a drill, with a sharp edge, killing a Jin family monk who was only at the 7th level of key refining. With a puff, the sword light pierced the heart of the Jin family monk, coughing up blood in his throat, and fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. This method of sword energy transformation immediately shocked the remaining 5 Jinlongling monks. Qingzhu, Lu Miafeng and the other 2 immediately looked at the sword-riding young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and their expressions were pleasantly surprised. They knew that Lu Qingzhu was extraordinary. But they didn't expect it to be so amazing. He killed a person with 1 sword as soon as he arrived. In this way, their chances of winning have increased a little more. Do it. Lu Miafeng did not hesitate, and made a prompt decision. He shouted loudly and turned from defense to offense with the other 2. Why do you want to be our enemy? If Qingzhu Mountain has given you any benefits, as long as you retreat, we Jinlongling can give you double. The Jin family cultivator's face changed drastically, and his expression was ugly. Although they saw Lu Qingzhu being sent by a Jinden's Henrin outside the secret realm. But they didn't know Lu Qingzhu, and didn't know his relationship with Qingzhu Mountain. Why did he suddenly attack them? So they hoped to use the benefits and their own reputation to make the other party retreat. Jinlongling? Jinlongling Jin family. Lu Qingzhu had a handsome face and sharp edges. When he heard the other party's words, his sword eyebrows were slightly raised. He remembered that his grandfather had said that this Jinlongling had a grudge against his family. That's right, we are from the Jin family of Jinlongling. If you are willing to stop, we from Jinlongling will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. The Jin family cultivator heard this and said immediately, with a bit of pride between his eyebrows. After all, their Jin family is a fake damn family. Even if they are out of the Qingyun territory, they still have some reputation and face. In that case, you all go to hell. Lu Qingzhu sneered, and the whole person was imposing, like a blazing sun, holding a magic sword, and continued to kill the 5 people. Dao, do you really want to make an enemy of our Jinlongling? How did our Jin Longling offend you? The Jin family cultivator's eyes jumped, his face was ugly, and he quickly took out several talismans from his arms, activated them, and shouted loudly. Although Lu Maifeng and the other two were seriously injured. But in this situation, they really didn't have the confidence to deal with Lu Qingzhu and Lu Maifeng. Even if they could kill Lu Maifeng and the other two, they would suffer heavy casualties and would not be able to continue their exploration of the secret realm. Remember, my surname is Lu, my name is Qingzhu, and I come from the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Qingzhu stood tall and upright, flying his sword, with a golden magic sword in his hand slashing out sharp sword lights, and his voice was cold. Knowing my name, you can die without regrets. As soon as the words fell, the Shangsheng bamboo sword under his feet also turned into a sword light, like a silver dragon, tearing through the airwaves and killing the 5 people. This flying sword was the reward he received from the Sect sword test competition. It is a spiritual weapon flying sword with the effects of breaking the law, sharp, sword shadow without trace, and no trace to be found. It has never been used on weekdays and is used as a trump card. At this time, in order to make a quick decision and ensure that all 5 people were killed, he used both swords. What? Lu Qingzhu, from Qingzhu Mountain. Where is this person in Qingzhu Mountain? The 5 people were shocked and confused when they heard this. Although Qingzhu Mountain is quite famous, the only people with names and surnames are the mountain owner Lu Changsheng and his wives and Taoist companions. As for children, only Lu Quanzhong, who sits in Qingzhu Mountain, the head of the family Lu Yun, and the puppet master Lu Xianxi are a little famous and known by the surrounding families. But they don't remember that there is such a sword cultivator named Lu Qingzhu, and he is related to the giants Henrun. But at this moment, the 5 people have no time to think about it. Boom boom boom. The Qingzhu magic sword is like a scorching sun, blazing and fierce, bursting out a series of sharp and domineering sword energy, and bombarding the 5 people's defensive gas shields head-on. The Shangsheng bamboo sword is like a silver dragon, raising a layer of rolling sword energy like a tide, with golden and jade sound waves, sharp edges, and sword energy swallowing and spitting. It breaks the gas shield a little with the characteristics of the flying sword, and cuts off the head of a Jin family cultivator at the 8th level of key refining. Jin Ming. The other 4 people exclaimed when they saw this. They didn't expect that Lu Qingzhu's flying sword could kill one person instantly when the 5 of them were in such a situation. At this moment, they felt a strong sense of crisis. Hiss. Even though Lu Maifeng knew Lu Qingzhu's strength, he was still horrified when he saw this scene. In order to prevent the Jin family monks from being killed, he immediately activated the 2nd level thunder and fire talisman in his storage bag, turned into endless thunder and fire, and killed the remaining 4 people. Boom boom boom. For a moment, the situation changed from offense to defense. Originally, the 6 people of the Jin family surrounded and killed Lu Maifeng and the other 2. But now that Lu Qingzhu has arrived, a situation of attacking from the front and back has been formed. Ah, damn Qingzhu Mountain. The Jin family monk roared loudly and regretted it very much. How could they have thought that Lu Qingzhu, the young man sent by the giants Henrun, was actually from Qingzhu Mountain? If they had known about Lu Qingzhu earlier, even if they were seriously injured, they would have fought quickly and killed Lu Maifeng and the other 2 early, and would not have given Lu Qingzhu time to come. But there is no regret medicine in the world. There is no time for them to regret at this time. Boom boom boom. Faced with such a heavy attack, the defensive gas shields of the 4 Jin family members were somewhat difficult to support, and the spiritual light dimmed. Puff. Tian Zinang's bamboo sword was like a fairy from the sky, with sword light and airflow flying everywhere. When he found a gap, he instantly cut off one person's head. Ah, I won't give up. Fight with him. The remaining 3 Jin family monks showed despair in their eyes, knowing that in this situation, the 3 of them couldn't escape, and would only die faster. They immediately looked at Lu Maifeng and the other 2 with a ferocious face, wanting to fight to the death. Be careful. Seeing this, Lu Maifeng immediately used the last 2nd level defensive talisman in the bottom box. He also saw that in the current situation, they only needed to interfere and stabilize the situation, and Lu Qingzhu could solve them all. Boom boom boom. Lu Qingzhu saw the attack of the 3 Jin family members, sneered, and pinched his hands together like a sword, pointing forward. I saw the Qingzhu magic sword draw an arc in the air, shining with golden light, and slashed forward fiercely. Boom. The 3 of them had just tried their best to block and were able to withstand Lu Qingzhu's flying sword attack. But at this moment, they relaxed and distracted their attacks, which immediately led to the defense being broken. Several people's spiritual power and blood were unstable, and their steps were a little staggering. Chi chi chi. The Zhengjin magic sword was like a golden sun, bursting out and spitting out endless sword light, and came straight at the three people. The Tianzinian bamboo sword was like a swimming dragon, circling around the three people, looking for weak points, and then killing them with one blow. This series of flying sword driving is extremely exquisite. Even many sword cultivators who have broken through the foundation cannot do it. In a few breaths, 2 Jin family cultivators died under Lu Qingshan's flying sword. I'm not willing, I'm not willing. The last Jin family cultivator had a miserable face and roared with resentment. Puchy. The silver sword light was crisscrossed, and the Tianzinian bamboo sword was like a swimming dragon, piercing the heart of the last Jin family cultivator. Are you unwilling? It is your honor to die in my hands, Lu Qingshan. It is the only thing worth remembering in this life. Lu Qingshan said coldly. He raised his hand lightly, and the Tianzinian bamboo sword returned to his hand like a dragon. Plop. The heart of the Jin family cultivator burst instantly, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, died, and fell to the ground with his eyes open. Lu Maifeng and the other 2 not far away were stunned by this scene. At this moment, they clearly and deeply realized the gap between people. Qingshan, thanks to you for coming in time this time. Lu Maifeng quickly came back to his senses, looked at Lu Qingshan, and said aloud. In his eyes, there was a bit of awe involuntarily. After all, Lu Qingshan's strength was so amazing that they had to be in awe. Haha, uncle is polite. Lu Qingshan smiled and said, are you okay? Although he knew Lu Maifeng and a few others, he was not very familiar with them, and was not even as good as his childhood playmates. It's okay, it's okay. It's just that the spiritual power is consumed too much, and there are some minor injuries. Lu Maifeng and the other 2 said hurriedly. I have healing medicine here. Lu Qingshan took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bag and handed it to the 3 people. The situation of the 3 people also affected his subsequent secret realm exploration. So I hope the 3 people can recover soon. In this way, under the care of Lu Qingshan, the 3 people healed their wounds. 2 days later, after almost recovering, Lu Maifeng handed a rare spiritual medicine that he and the others had harvested to Lu Qingshan. He said that if he encountered an accident in the secret realm, he hoped that Lu Qingshan would send the spiritual medicine harvest to Qingzhu Mountain. Because they knew in their hearts that the 3 of them in the secret realm would only delay and affect Lu Qingshan. If they acted together, the benefits obtained could not be divided equally. So in order to avoid the interests affecting family affection, they said that the 3 of them were fine. They would leave Qingzhu Mountain later and go to the outer area to mix some spiritual medicine. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan didn't say much. He gave the 3 people 3 second-level talismans, told him to be careful, and continued his journey to the secret realm alone. When he heard someone fighting somewhere, he went to take a look and stepped forward to persuade them to stop fighting. Outside the purple nether secret realm. Lu Changsheng felt something and opened his eyes. Not far away, he saw the old man who built the foundation of Jinlangling suddenly stood up. His face was gloomy and ugly, and he looked very angry. If there were not many foundation builders around, and there were several fake pills and giant's henren in the sky, he would have wanted to vent. Could it be that Quanzhan and Qingshan met the Jin family cultivators? Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng touched his chin and smiled a little. It's a pity that he didn't come here in his true appearance, otherwise he would have to go over to care about the neighbors. But he didn't need to care, and immediately 2 foundation builders came forward to ask about the situation of the Jin family's foundation, and express their concern. But this behavior made the Jin family's foundation builders look ugly, and they just flicked their sleeves and drove the spirit boat into the sky. This scene surprised many people nearby. After all, although Jinlangling is not a top family force, it also belongs to the first level. This time, a total of 6 family members in the late stage of key refining were sent to the Qingzhu secret realm. Their strength should not be underestimated. At this time, the secret realm was not over yet, and the Jin family left with an ugly face. This means that all 6 family members died in the secret realm. This is very shocking. However, this is not the first case. Others were just surprised and sighed, and they were more worried about their own descendants in the secret realm. I hope my family can have better luck and not encounter any evil stars from the Qingyun Sect or the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 348, Tree demon seed, your first love was beaten. In a cave somewhere in the purple nether secret realm. Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanzhong have been taking drugs these days. They stuffed a lot of valuable spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and spiritual fruits into their mouths and chewed them raw. Although compared to alchemy, this way of swallowing spiritual medicines directly is very wasteful. And the medicine is overbearing, filling the whole body, making it difficult to digest and refine. But compared to the pills, this method also has an advantage. That is, if your body can hold up, consume, and refine, there will be no pill poisoning and side effects. Lu Quanzhen knows his own situation, so he eats very steadily during this process, refining slowly to consolidate his foundation. Lu Pingyan was reluctant to eat at first and felt very distressed. But as he ate, he felt it. On the one hand, his younger brother said that there were too many spiritual medicines. If he didn't eat more, it would be easy to get into trouble when he handed them in, so he could only throw them away. On the other hand, this way of swallowing spiritual medicines directly is very suitable for him. Because the Balian Baodi Ju is originally cultivated through natural materials and treasures. This natural material and treasure is not limited to metal spiritual mines. It also includes spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and spiritual fruits. Therefore, for ordinary cultivators, spiritual medicines are refined into pills through the method of monarch, minister, and adjuvant, which has better efficacy and is easier to absorb and refine. But it is different for the 100 refining treasure body art. The 100 refining treasure body art is to use the most primitive and domineering characteristics, energy, and medicinal properties of the spiritual materials of heaven and earth to train the physical body. After the spiritual medicine is refined into pill, it is easy to absorb and refine. But the most primitive and domineering medicinal effect is almost gone. So in the process of constantly swallowing and refining spiritual medicines, Lu Pingyan can clearly feel that his physical body is constantly improving as the domineering medicinal power impacts his limbs, bones, and internal organs. Even with the strong tendons and bones, tight bones, and boiling bone marrow, the physical body has some mysterious changes. A layer of keratin-like film gradually condenses between his skin and bones. Some ordinary magic attacks on it can be absorbed by this film. This effect is amazing. Lu Pingyan feels that the current 100 refining treasure body art is beyond his understanding. I must ask my father later about what happened to my 100 refining treasure body art. Quanzhen, the secret realm should be over in 10 days. Let's go out and have a look. Maybe we can get something. Lu Pingyan chewed the spiritual medicine and said aloud. He now felt that he was full of strength and had endless energy. He wanted to have a few exciting battles to vent. Okay. Lu Quanzhen heard this, looked at his eldest brother, and nodded. He immediately put away the formation, and the two walked out of the cave and continued to look for spiritual medicine. Maybe they had lived in the stone cave for more than 10 days, and now many monsters nearby had been killed, resulting in less frequent appearances. The two went straight to the top of Qingyun Mountain. Generally speaking, the closer to the center, the more spiritual medicines there are and the rarer they are. Of course, the monsters will be more powerful. But now even if a second-level monster appears, it is difficult to threaten the two of them. In the rolling mist, a monster occasionally appeared, and was basically killed by Lu Pingyan with a few punches. Just like this, 3 days passed. Boom! Through the battle, Lu Pingyan almost digested the spiritual medicine accumulated in his body, and his cultivation level directly broke through to the 9th level of key refining. Although not all the spiritual medicines he took can improve his cultivation, most of them have this effect. So even if he didn't practice deliberately, with the digestion and accumulation of the spiritual medicines, his cultivation level at this moment has also broken through. Congratulations, big brother, for breaking through the 9th level of key refining. Seeing this scene, Lu Quanzhen smiled and congratulated. It's all thanks to the accumulation of spiritual medicines. Lu Pingyan showed a bitter smile on his face. If others knew that he had taken spiritual medicines worth tens of thousands of dollars, but only improved so little, they would definitely scold him for being wasteful. Haha, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to those with virtue, so what if the spiritual medicines are piled up? But big brother, after you go home, you need to refine your spiritual power more and consolidate your foundation. When the spiritual power foundation can't be improved, you can prepare to build the foundation. Lu Quanzhen said to Lu Pingyan. Before, his uncle Chu Changsheng came and told him a lot of knowledge about cultivation. It is said that the foundation is the most important thing. If the foundation is not laid well in the early stage, it will cost dozens or even hundreds of times to make up for it later. For example, the foundation of the foundation building period, the golden elixir of the dam forming period, and the yuanying of the yuanying period. Well, I know. Lu Pingyan nodded. Although he is far ahead in body refining at present. But knowing the foundation of cultivation is the kingly way, which determines how far you can go in the future. There are many top-level exercises at home. Brother, you can try a few more. Maybe there are exercises that are more suitable for you than Jiangzhenju. Lu Quanzhen continued. The exercises he practiced at the beginning were also Jiangzhenju. In the past, Jiangzhenju, a delicate level exercise, was really good. But from his current perspective, it is not so good. When it comes to foundation building and dam forming, this exercise will seriously hinder Lu Pingyan's feet. Well, okay, I'll ask my father when I go back. Lu Pingyan felt warm in his heart and nodded in response with a smile. When he first practiced Jiangzhenju, he also practiced Swordju at the beginning, but the effect was not satisfactory and it was a mess, so he chose this method. Now when he heard Lu Quanzhen say this, he planned to ask for advice on Balian Baodiju, and by the way, he asked his father for any suggestions. While the two brothers were talking, Lu Pingyan picked the spiritual medicine next to him, performed a simple bloodletting and dissection on the monster corpse, put the precious materials into the storage bag, and then continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. One day later, the two were about to reach the top of the mountain and saw a cave in front of them. Caves like this usually have rare natural treasures. Of course, there are usually dangers, and there will be ferocious monsters entrenched. Quanzhen, you are behind me, be careful. Lu Pingyan said to his younger brother, and strode directly towards the cave. Yes. Lu Quanzhen nodded, and he would not show off. The two walked like this all the way. After they entered the cave, they had not walked for long when they heard a fierce fight. Someone is already here. Lu Pingyan heard the noise, shook his head, and motioned Lu Quanzhen to leave. Brother, this sound seems a little wrong. Lu Quanzhen's face was slightly condensed, and he said aloud. It seems like a big fight, very intense. Lu Pingyan heard the words, listened carefully, and said aloud. He felt that there were at least more than 10 people fighting, not the kind of fight between 2 or 3 people. It's so lively, it seems unusual, it should be a certain immortal sect doing something here. Lu Quanzhen narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He had made a simple observation outside the secret realm before. In addition to the 4 major immortal sects who came with 20 or 30 disciples, the others would come at most about 10. So the battle at this time must be a collective battle of the immortal sects. Since everyone is here, why not see what's going on? It won't affect anything. Besides, when the Xiao secret realm opens again in the future, we can also record all the situations here and hand them over to our family. Lu Quanzhen narrowed his eyes and said so when he heard such a fierce battle. Hearing this, Lu Pingyan nodded helplessly. Is this a tree demon? The two walked to the end of the cave and immediately saw a basin in front of them. This basin was very strange, surrounded by rugged rocks on all sides. In the center of the basin, there was a purple giant tree that was about 3 or 4 feet thick. The tree was covered with cracks and filled with a vast ancient atmosphere, as if it was a giant pillar supporting the sky, connecting the sky and the earth, and it was more than 10 feet high. The huge umbrella canopy was similar in color to the mist in the purple nether secret realm, hazy, covering the sky and the sun, making it difficult to see clearly. At this moment, 8 sword cultivators wearing the uniforms of Qingyun Sect disciples were fighting with this tree demon. On the ground, thick tree roots as thick as earth dragons kept killing these sword cultivators. In addition, there were also strange-looking monsters. These monsters did not look like living things, as if they were controlled by this tree demon. Plant roots emerged from their bodies from time to time, and they fearlessly killed the disciples of Qingyun Sect. The battle scene was very intense. Is this a tree that has become a demon? Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanzhen were both shocked when they saw the tree demon. It was not only the first time they saw a plant become a demon. It was also the first time they saw such a big tree, a tree demon, which made them feel small. However, although the picture was shocking, they could see that this tree demon had obvious and fatal weaknesses compared to other monsters. Unable to move, afraid of fire, and could only sit and wait for death. Even though this plant demon was very powerful and had the strength of the 2nd level. But facing the offensive of this group of Qingyun Sect monks, the flames burned and there was only one way to die in the end. The second level plant became a demon. Being able to become a demon means that this tree is not simple, and should belong to the level of heaven and earth spiritual plants. Lu Quanzhen looked at the huge tree demon in the basin, his eyes thoughtful. He had heard his mother talk about the method of longevity of heaven and earth before. Knowing that under the arrangement of his father, his mother had begun to practice this method. But he also wanted to get a third level heaven and earth spiritual plant for his sister Lu Quanzhen as a future guarantee. Because this sister is different from him, she doesn't care much about cultivation on weekdays. Even after taking the heaven replenishing pill and her spiritual roots were promoted to the 5th rank, she started to work hard for a while, and then she became lazy and playful again. As a brother, he wanted to say something about this situation. But he understood that his sister's personality was indeed not suitable for the world of immortal cultivation. Even if she worked hard to cultivate, her future was limited. So he thought of preparing a spiritual plant for her as a way out in the future. Seeing this tree demon at this time, he couldn't help but have an idea. But seeing such a big tree demon, Lu Quanzhen knew that it was impossible to take it out. He continued to look next to the tree demon, wanting to see if there were any seedlings. But after looking around, he didn't see any seedlings. Huh? Lu Quanzhen exhaled lightly and was about to turn around and leave. But he noticed that his eldest brother was looking at a woman from the Heavenly Sword Sect in front of him, with thin eyes and red lips, a clear face, a high ponytail, and a heroic appearance. Lu Quanzhen naturally remembered this female cultivator. She was his eldest brother Lu Pinggan's first love. Although this woman was quite powerful and had the cultivation of the 9th level of key refining, she seemed a little struggling under the attack of the tree demon's roots and a monster beast. "Brother, why don't you go up and save the beauty?" Lu Quanzhen said in a somewhat teasing tone. "This tree demon is already in a losing position." Lu Pinggan shook his head and said in a low voice, "In this kind of battle situation, it doesn't matter whether he goes up to help or not. And it's hard to explain if he goes up to help for no reason." Huh? At this moment, Lu Quanzhen suddenly noticed that after a Qingyun Sect disciple killed a monster, he burned the body into ashes with flames. A purple crystal seed flew out of the ashes and fell into the hands of the Qingyun Sect cultivator. "What is this?" "The seed of the tree demon." Lu Quanzhen's eyes condensed, thinking. He whispered to Lu Pinggan, "Brother, did you see the seeds that appeared after the monster was burned to ashes just now?" "Seed? Are you talking about the purple crystal thing?" Lu Pinggan said in surprise. "Well, I suspect that it is the seed of the tree demon. Father has a skill called the Heaven and Earth Longevity Method, which can refine the spiritual plants of heaven and earth into life spirit roots." Lu Quanzhen narrowed his eyes and whispered. "Quanzhen, what do you mean?" Lu Pinggan instantly understood what his brother meant. After hearing the introduction of the effect of the Heaven and Earth Longevity Method, he was also surprised and felt that this skill was very magical. "Whether it is the seed of the tree demon or not, I think I can get a few back to see. Didn't my father tell me before that if I encounter any rare spiritual medicine or spiritual plants of heaven and earth, I can take them back? If the purple seed is really the seed of the tree demon, it must be a big harvest." Lu Quanzhen looked at the situation ahead and whispered. "Okay." Lu Pinggan looked at the several strange monsters in the battle ahead and prepared to take action. With his current combat power, it is not difficult to take a few monsters from here. But it may be because his first love was on the battlefield, causing him to not know how to do it and feel embarrassed to do it. Swish, swish, swish. The purple tree demon suddenly shook, the umbrella rustled, the mist rolled, countless purple leaves flew and fell, and rushed towards the Qingyun Sect and others. Swish, swish, swish. The leaves flew everywhere, and the murderous intent was overwhelming. The trunk of the tree demon was completely burning, and it looked like it was struggling to death. Qingyun faced the flying purple leaves and danced with a flying sword in her hand, forming a sword energy net. But the body of the monster she was fighting with suddenly exploded, and countless roots appeared and pulled at her, shaking her whole body away, and coughing up blood. "Brother, don't worry about it anymore." Lu Quanzhen urged him to stop worrying about it, because your first love was beaten. Hearing his brother's urging, Lu Pinggan no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, and the whole person burst out like a golden light, and appeared in front of Qingyun in an instant. Then the blood surged, and his right arm was raised, and he punched the strange monster with a punch, completely blowing up its body. Huh? Who is this person? This scene shocked Qingyun and several other Qingyun Sect disciples. They had already noticed Lu Pinggan and Lu Quanzhen. But in this situation, they had no time to be distracted and take care of other things. and they were confident that the two could not interfere with them. But now, seeing Lu Pinggan blow up a monster with one punch, they couldn't help but be confused. They secretly wondered where this casual cultivator came from, and his combat power was so amazing. I am just a little interested in the seeds in this monster, and I will not rob you of your other gains, Lu Pinggan said to everyone. He seemed to think that this was not good, and was worried that they would not believe it, so he continued, as a reward, I can help you get rid of this tree monster. Thank you. At this time, Qingyun stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and thanked Lu Pinggan. It's just a small effort, no need to thank me, Lu Pinggan said a little embarrassedly. Then he looked through the broken body of the monster in front of him and saw a thumb-sized oval seed with a purple crystal luster. He put away the seeds, took another step, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball, bombarding another monster beast, and smashed its body into pieces with one punch, which stunned the sword cultivators in the field. You know, their sword cultivators are famous for attacking, and are known as the most aggressive. But at this time, the monster beasts that were fighting with them endlessly, the monster beasts that were difficult to kill, were blown up by Lu Pinggan's punch. After Lu Pinggan killed several monster beasts, he went straight to the tree monster. Boom boom boom. The fists were like gods and demons beating drums, bombarding the tree monster, rumbling, and causing the wood chips to explode. Faced with this situation, the tree monster rustled and swayed, the ground trembled, and thick roots like earth dragons appeared, sucking the air and smashing towards Lu Pinggan. But Lu Pinggan faced this kind of attack, did not dodge, faced it head-on, waved his fists, and directly hit the roots and exploded. The tree monster, which was already in a state of defeat, fell silent under Lu Pinggan's attack before long. Qingyun, who was standing next to him with a cold expression, looked at Lu Pinggan's back. This fighting style made her frown, and she felt more and more familiar with it. She once had an old friend who also fought in this way. Moreover, some of the two people's moves, actions, and backs gave her a familiar and similar feeling. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. At this time, the Qingyun Sect cultivator in the field bowed to Lu Pinggan to thank him. Although the disciples of the Immortal Sect are arrogant and look down on casual cultivators, the main reason is strength. Like Lu Pinggan, who blew up the monster with one punch and the tree monster with two fists, he did not belong to the range of their contempt. There was even some respect in his eyes when he looked at Lu Pinggan. You are polite. Lu Pinggan bowed his hands in return. I haven't asked for your name yet, where are you from? A Qingyun Sect disciple asked Lu Pinggan curiously, wanting to know his identity and origin. Anping, a casual cultivator. Lu Pinggan reported the pseudonym he used this time. Qingyun, who was standing next to him, frowned slightly when he heard this, and looked at Lu Pinggan with a strange look. Because the name was somewhat similar to that of her old friend. She stepped forward and thanked Lu Pinggan again. Thank you for your help just now. Miss, you are polite. Lu Pinggan smiled. Seeing that the other party was not in a good mood, he took out a bottle of pills from the storage bag and handed it to the other party. I have healing pills here. Miss. Qingyun heard Lu Pinggan's address and this behavior, but did not reach out to take the pills, but frowned at him and said aloud, I think you are a little familiar. Have we met before? Lu Pinggan's heart paused, and he didn't expect Qingyun to be so sensitive. He immediately said that he had been practicing in the mountains, fighting monsters all day long, and rarely went out. I just feel that you are familiar, as if I have seen you before. Qingyun looked at Lu Pinggan directly, as if trying to see something from his face. I see. Lu Pinggan was slightly startled, then smiled and nodded, and bowed to the people in the field and said, since the matter is resolved, everyone, goodbye. Lu Pinggan. Qingyun looked at Lu Pinggan's Jianghu-like behavior and movements, and the more he looked, the more familiar he became, and he shouted directly. The Qingyun Sect cultivators nearby were all a little surprised when they saw this scene, as if they saw something different. Lu Pinggan seemed to be struck by thunder, and his body froze. Then he turned around and said, my name is Anping, the girl has recognized the wrong person. Qingyun raised her eyebrows when she heard this, her eyes were clear, and she looked at Lu Pinggan's back and said directly, whether you are Lu Pinggan or not, if you meet him in the future, you can tell him that Qingyun has joined the Qingyun Sect, and you can write to her if you have anything. Although Lu Pinggan has no spiritual roots and cannot cultivate immortals. But her intuition told her that the other party is Lu Pinggan. Lu Pinggan sighed in his heart when he heard this, and didn't know how to reply for a while. But thinking about his spiritual roots, he finally took a step, jumped up, returned to Lu Quanzhen at the entrance of the cave, and whispered, "Let's go." Chapter 349 The Secret Realm ends. Come to Qingyun Sect within 10 years. Brother, it seems that this miskin has always remembered you, Lu Quanzhen said after he and Lu Pinggan walked out of the cave. Although he did not go forward just now, he heard the conversation between the two. He knew that the woman named Qin Yi had recognized his elder brother. Although his elder brother's disguise skills were only average and it was easy for people to see some flaws. But the two had not seen each other for so many years, and the other party could still recognize him at the first time under such circumstances, which showed that the memory was very deep and the feelings were extraordinary. Yet, Lu Pinggan nodded. He naturally knew that he was recognized. He guessed that it should be his fighting style, as well as his actions such as calling the girl and handing the pills to make the other party feel familiar, see the flaws, and then speak out to test. Then, the moment the other party called out his name, his mind lost, which was equivalent to admitting it in disguise. Alice thinking of this, Lu Pinggan sighed in his heart, feeling that he was too careless and his state of mind was still not good. In that case, why don't you admit it, brother? Lu Quanzhen said so. Lu Pinggan shook his head and did not answer. Big brother, are you worried that you will cause trouble for the family? Lu Quanzhen squinted his eyes and continued. Although Lu Pinggan has such strength after practicing for more than 10 years, it is amazing to spread it out, and it may cause trouble for Qingzhu Mountain. But he thinks the reason is not that simple. Did father say that sometimes you can be bolder? And this miskin should not know the situation of our family yet, right? Lu Quanzhen said. Forget it, Quanzhen. Lu Pinggan clapped his hands and signaled him to stop talking. Sorry, big brother. Lu Quanzhen nodded, knowing that his big brother should have other unspeakable secrets, which are of great importance, so it is not easy to recognize him. Father should know the reason. Lu Quanzhen squinted his eyes, thinking of the words of his father asking Lu Pinggan to chase boldly outside the secret realm, as if he had expected all this. He didn't think much about this and planned to talk to his father about this matter later. After all, after getting along with Lu Pinggan for these days, he has a lot of recognition of this responsible big brother. I don't want the other party to leave such regrets in his long life. Lu Pinggan and Lu Quanzhen continued to search for spiritual materials in Qingzhu Mountain. Perhaps many people had come to the top of the mountain at this time, and the more conspicuous spiritual medicines had been picked, so the two did not gain much. Just like this, seeing that the secret realm would end in 3 days, Lu Quanzhen took out the family token from the storage bag, injected spiritual power, sent a message to Lu Qingshan, prepared to meet up, and handed the spiritual medicine to him. After a while, the token responded, and the two tokens formed an invisible aura, sensing from a distance. Let's go, big brother, go and meet Qingshan. Lu Quanzhen said to his big brother. Okay. Lu Pinggan nodded in response, and he was very curious about this brother he had never met. After all, he had asked Lu Quanzhen several times before whether he wanted to meet Lu Qingshan. But Lu Quanzhen said that this brother seemed easygoing, but he was very arrogant in his bones. This trip to the Qingzhu secret realm was to train himself. If they traveled together, it would affect and delay the other party's experience. That's why Lu Pinggan has never contacted the other party. The two of them spent almost a day through the token and saw Lu Qingshan, who had sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, was dignified, wore the Qingyun Sect robe, and held a golden sword. 17th brother. Lu Qingshan looked at Lu Quanzhen, raised his sword-like eyebrows, and greeted him. Then his eyes looked at Lu Pinggan, wanting to know who this person was. As a sword cultivator, and because of Jianchong Niu Dao, he gradually mastered the ability of sword hard and insight into things, and had a keen insight into things. He could vaguely sense that Lu Pinggan was like a ferocious beast in front of him. The other party just stood in front of him, like a brewing volcano, ready to erupt at any time, giving him an inexplicable danger. Qingshan. Lu Quanzhen nodded and said, stroking his palm gently, removing the makeup on his face. Then he pointed to Lu Pinggan next to him and said with a smile, this is my eldest brother Lu Pinggan, you have been outside all the time, you may not have seen him. Qingshan, hello. Lu Pinggan also removed the makeup and said with a smile. Then he looked at Lu Qingshan in front of him. He had seen this younger brother from a distance before when he was outside the secret realm. But at this close contact, seeing Lu Qingshan's sharp edge and indomitable spirit, he was still a little surprised. because he had never sensed such a sharp sword energy from the disciples of the Qingyun Sect before. This sword energy came from the bones, making him understand what a true sword cultivator is. No matter where his younger brother walks, others can tell at a glance that he is a peerless sword cultivator. Brother, Lu Pingyan. Although Lu Qingshan had never seen Lu Pingyan, he still knew this elder brother. He didn't expect that the person in front of him who gave him a sense of danger was actually his elder brother. But didn't his elder brother have no spiritual roots and was sent to the secular world when he was young? Lu Qingshan didn't think much. He looked at Lu Pingyan in front of him, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a bit of smile, and said with a cupped hand, "Brother, it's our first meeting." After the three of them briefly reminisced about the past, Lu Quanzhen took out a spiritual plant bag that had been prepared long ago, and said, "Qingshan, now that the secret realm is about to end, I am going to take this part of the spiritual medicine out with you. Otherwise, if I go out with my brother, it will be easy to be noticed and cause trouble." Lu Quanzhen said so. The two of them had talked about this matter at home at that time. But he didn't expect that this trip to the secret realm would be so fruitful. Okay. Lu Qingshan nodded in response, took the spiritual plant bag, and glanced at it with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but raise his sword eyebrows, and said in surprise, "17th brother, it seems that you and your brother have gained a lot on this trip. The gains here are not much worse than his gains. Moreover, this is only part of the gains of Lu Quanzhen and Lu Pingyan. However, considering Lu Quanzhen's strength and such a brother who can give him a sense of danger, it is reasonable to have such a gain. After all, with their strength, they can be said to have no rivals as long as they don't encounter groups of immortal disciples. Haha, it's just good luck." Lu Quanzhen said with a smile, and briefly communicated with Lu Qingshan about some of the situations in the secret realm. Before this, he also regarded the Purple Nether secret realm as a very dangerous place. But after really entering, he realized that the secret realm is indeed dangerous, but the danger is limited. In other words, when your combat power reaches a certain level, you are not afraid of the fight between cultivators, and the danger of this secret realm is very low. For example, for yourself, there is a certain danger. But for Lu Pingyan's combat power, as long as you don't commit suicide, there is basically no danger. It can only be said that no matter how good this Purple Nether secret realm is, it is just a secret realm for key refining cultivators. After the three chatted for a long time, they found a place to wait for the secret realm to end. After all, at this time, it is impossible to have any great gains if you continue to explore. If you still want to have a big harvest, you can only snatch it from other people. But at this point in time, most of the casual cultivators and cultivators of small families have been hiding in the outer area, waiting for the secret realm to end, and will not covet the last bit of harvest. Outside the Purple Nether secret realm. The secret realm is almost over. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and looked at the center of the altar, a peaceful void portal. It has been a month since the secret realm was opened. Through the system, he knew that his three sons were safe and sound. And the cultivation of his eldest son Lu Pingyan broke through to the 9th level of key refining. This surprised him very much, and he wanted to know what opportunities this son had obtained in the secret realm. At this time, in addition to Lu Changsheng, many cultivators waiting outside looked at the void portal in the center of the altar and the descendants of the four major immortal sects. They all wanted to know their own situation and what they had gained. Half an hour later. Open. The descendants of the four major immortal sects came to the central altar with a majestic look, and in front of the portal, they offered a purple gold token and injected descendant level mana into it. Buzz buzz buzz, in an instant, the originally calm void portal was suddenly filled with the vicissitudes of ancient breath, and a black hole vortex formed in the middle. Swoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh. After a while, figures flew out of the secret realm portal. Lu Changsheng immediately saw his son Lu Qingshan flying out of the gate on a sword. His face was stern, his posture was upright, and he stood on the flying sword with great dignity. He did not look injured at all, which made Lu Changsheng nod in his heart. As time went on, more and more cultivators came out of the secret realm. It can be seen that most of the scattered cultivators were not in a good condition. Either they were seriously injured, or they were listless, pale, and their breath was disordered. Most of the children of family forces and disciples of the immortal sects were in much better condition. However, there were also many people in poor condition. Lu Changsheng even saw several cultivators fainted on the ground as soon as they came out of the secret realm, dying. At the same time, the 4 major immortal sects began to confiscate spiritual medicines. The 4 giant and real people ordered their disciples to bring a head of sniffing spirit beast to check everyone's storage bag to see if there were any hidden spiritual medicines on their bodies. Lu Qingshan, as long as you promise me one thing, I can exempt you from handing over the spiritual medicines in this trip to the secret realm. At this time, Yujian real person saw Lu Qingshan coming forward to hand over the spiritual medicines and said. The spirit-sniffing beast in his hand smelled Lu Qingshan's storage bag, and the spirit plant bag had very rich spirit medicines. But compared to these spirit medicines, he valued Lu Qingshan as a person more. He wanted to borrow Lu Qingshan's sword to sharpen his own sect disciples. Lu Qingshan looked surprised and doubtful, thinking that there was such a good thing. He immediately bowed and said, "Excuse me, Immortal, what's the matter?" The harvest in his storage bag and spirit plant bag was not ordinary. If it could be exempted from handing it in, it would be a huge sum of money. As long as you break through the foundation, you can come to my Qingyun Sect to discuss swords within 10 years. Yu Jianzhenren, wearing a simple white robe, with a cold face, said lightly. So simple. Lu Qingshan was stunned. He had the idea of going to Qingyun Sect to ask for swords. Unexpectedly, this Yu Jianzhenren actually exempted his secret realm harvest from handing in for this matter. He did not agree immediately. He looked up at his master, wanting to know if the words of this Zhenren had other meanings. You can make your own decision on this matter. Tian Yuan's Zhenren nodded lightly. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Immortal. After I break through the foundation building stage, I will definitely come to Qingyun Sect to discuss swords within 10 years to fulfill today's agreement." Okay. Immortal Yujian nodded, and without him making any oaths, he directly indicated that he could leave. "Thank you, Immortal." Lu Qingshan bowed again to thank him, and then flew to his master's side. Seeing this scene, the giant and immortals of Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect did not say anything. After all, Immortal Yujian had spoken, so they naturally did not dare to refute the other party's face. What's more, there was an immortal Qianyun watching. If they spoke at this time, it would make them seem too stingy. Naturally, they would not do such a thing to offend people for no reason, just to sell it. Immortal Yujian, all the immortals, Qianyun is leaving. After Immortal Qianyun said a few words to Lu Qingshan, he bowed to Immortal Yujian and others. Then he put Lu Qingshan on his guard, turned into a divine rainbow and soared into the sky, entering the 9 heavens gale. Damn it, who is it? At this moment, on the huge Shansahao pulled by the 9-headed wind and thunder horse, the ancestor of the Su family looked at the cultivators who kept coming out of the secret realm with a gloomy face. Because all the soul cards in the storage bag were broken, all his children died in the secret realm, so he had been observing the 4 major immortal gates and the situation of the other major giant and family forces. But through observation, he found that although there were casualties in the other families, it was not heavy, and it was about the same as in previous years. This puzzled him. I don't know who killed his children. You know, the children of their Yashao Su family are all accompanied by spirit beasts, and their combat power is far better than that of the same level, not much worse than the disciples of the Immortal Gate. So no matter which force attacks their family, there will be a lot of casualties. But among these top forces, the Yuling Sect, which has the most casualties, only lost 7 people. The Yuling Sect has always been on good terms with my Su family. Even if they don't want to see my Su family rise, they will never be the first to attack my family. The ancestor of the Su family thought in his heart and excluded each force from his mind. Grandmaster Su, why don't you see any of your Su family's children? Did they all die in this secret realm? At this time, the ancestor of the Shengwen family next to him looked at the ancestor of the Su family and joked. However, he was still very surprised to see that none of the Su family's children came out of the secret realm. Because among their top strengths, this situation has not occurred for many years. Humph. The ancestor of the Su family had a gloomy face, snorted coldly, and said nothing. Seeing this, the Shengwen family's fake Dan ancestor next to him stopped joking immediately. After all, if all the Su family's children really died in the secret realm, he might really provoke the ancestor of the Su family to fight. And if the two of them fought, he really was not the opponent of the ancestor of the Su family. Isn't it these Immortal Gate forces who took action? Is it simply a danger in the secret realm? The ancestor of the Su family frowned and thought in his heart, thinking that this was the only explanation. But he himself didn't believe this explanation. Because the Xiao secret realm has been open for nearly 1,000 years, it is now used as a training secret realm, and it can be said that there is no major danger in it. Could it be a casual cultivator? An absurd idea emerged in the mind of the ancestor of the Su family. But he shook his head directly and rejected this idea. After all, how could a casual cultivator have the ability to kill all his own children? Damn it! The ancestor of the Su family was a little irritated and angry, and then turned a blind eye and left on the nine-headed wind and thunder horse. At the same time, Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanzhong walked out of the secret realm. The two lined up to hands in the spiritual medicine. With the smell of spiritual beasts, no one dared to hide spiritual medicine privately, and they all abided by the rules. If they were found to have hidden rare spiritual medicines, even if they were not killed on the spot to set an example, they would become mining slaves. Well, so many. Two casual cultivators actually have such a harvest. The supervising Luoxia sect disciples saw this pile of spiritual medicines and were a little surprised. Although Lu Quanzhong gave most of the spiritual medicines to Lu Qingshan. But the remaining spiritual medicines are still top-notch among casual cultivators. However, they didn't say much about this situation. After handing in half and checking that there were no spiritual medicines that had to be traded, they let the two leave. Further, Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanzhong came to Lu Changsheng's side. Although the two sons had changed their disguises, Lu Changsheng still recognized them at a glance. He patted their shoulders and said with a smile, "It seems that you have gained a lot this time." "Indeed," Lu Quanzhong said with a smile. "Okay, let's talk about the situation and gains when we go back," Lu Changsheng said, and released the spirit boat in the stored ring. The palm-sized spirit boat surged with a green light, and instantly turned into a small boat more than 10 feet long, taking the two sons back. As for Lu Qingshan, he just saw that he had gone back with Xianyun's Henren. And he also saw that Lu Qingshan didn't know what he said to this Henren of Qingyun Sect, and didn't hand in the spiritual medicine. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "This is strength." The Jinin's Henren sent it over, and even the four major immortal gates gave some face. Just as Lu Changsheng was driving the spirit boat and taking his two sons home, the ancestor of the Su family felt more and more aggrieved and felt that it was simply shameful. And going back like this, there was not even an explanation. Wait. At this time, the ancestor of the Su family remembered that he had been given a spiritual weapon, the Black Dragon Scissors, when he came here this time. The Black Dragon Scissors were obtained by him from killing a black dragon in his early years, and a complete set of spiritual weapons was forged. Although this set of spiritual weapons had been given one after another, he still had a black dragon pearl made from the black dragon demon peel in his hand. As long as the Black Dragon Scissors were not far away from him and were not lost in the purple nether secret realm, he could sense the location through the Black Dragon Pearl. If it is in the hands of the disciples of the Immortal Sect, I will take back this spiritual weapon. The ancestor of the Su family muttered to himself with shining eyes. At this time, he was too lazy to care about his face. Because this matter had already made him lose face. Soon, if this matter spread out, his beast-taming Su family would be laughed at by other families. So this matter must have a result. A fist-sized, black gem appeared in the hands of the ancestor of the Su family. He pinched his hands in front of the Black Dragon Pearl, and then spit out a mouthful of blood on it, trying to sense the location of the Black Dragon Scissors. The old man of the Su family looked towards the southwest with a gleam in his eyes. He not only sensed the location of the Black Dragon Scissors, but also sensed that the location of the Black Dragon Scissors was moving rapidly. Not the four great immortal sects? Who is it? The old man of the Su family looked grim. He immediately rode the nine-headed wind and thunder horse, and rushed towards the direction of the Black Dragon Scissors like a gust of wind and lightning. Chapter 350, Fake Danzhenren, nothing more than that. A spiritual boat with a blue glow passed through Ziyan Gorge. On the spiritual boat, Lu Changsheng, wearing a black robe and with a tall and slender figure, listened to his son Lu Quanzhong telling about his trip to the secret realm. He knew that not only Lu Pingyan was promoted, but Lu Quanzhong also gained a lot. Now that the foundation is much more solid, he will go back and consolidate it, and then he can prepare to impact the foundation. Quanzhong, did you encounter the Jin family cultivator? Lu Changsheng asked. He had seen the foundation cultivator of Jin Longling leave in anger before, and knew that the 6 people of the Jin family were all destroyed in the secret realm. He guessed that it was related to his son. This matter was not done by me and my eldest brother. Qingzhu happened to meet the Jin family. Lu Quanzhen said. They had communicated with Lu Qingzhu before, and talked about this aspect and learned about the Jin family. I thought that the Jin family was really unlucky. Otherwise, he and Lu Pingyan might not have met the Jin family cultivator. Qingzhu. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the Jin family cultivator was killed by his son Lu Qingzhu alone. It seems that Lu Qingzhu's strength is a few points higher than he knows. After all, repelling 6 people and killing 6 people are not the same concept. Father, it is estimated that Qingzhu's affairs will be known to others soon, and the Jin family may link this matter to our family. Lu Quanzhen looked at Lu Changsheng and said so. Lu Qingzhu's trip was very high profile, which made him realize that it is estimated that the information about this younger brother will gradually be known by other family forces soon. Remember, if the Jin family knew that Lu Qingzhu was the son of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, they would certainly suspect and speculate about this matter. However, what he was really worried about was not this matter. But now there is a Lu Qingzhu in the family. If Lu Pingyan emerges in a few years, then Lu Wongshu, or some brothers and sisters in the family who he doesn't know yet, will rise. I am afraid that his family will completely enter the public eye and cause a lot of trouble. Because no force is willing to sit and watch a family with several geniuses exist. Once this kind of family is allowed to grow and rise, it will be very terrifying. Haha, what can he do if the Jin family knows? Lu Changsheng said indifferently. He had told his son to do this before, so he would not be afraid of the Jin family. After all, the two families had already been secretly tripping each other up, but they would not put the struggle on the table. Even if the Jin family knew, they could only swallow their anger. While the father and son were chatting, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a terrifying spiritual pressure approaching in his direction. He frowned slightly and suddenly looked to the side. Father, what's wrong? Seeing his father's expression, Lu Quanzhen also looked in the direction. But he saw nothing. However, after a few breaths, he saw a cloud of fog rolling in front of him, and there were bursts of wind and thunder. As the movement of the clouds and fog became louder and louder, Lu Quanzhen's face suddenly changed. Not good, this is the Su family of the Beastmaster. Before, outside the secret realm, Lu Quanzhen had seen the movement of several major giant-level forces coming. Among them, the Su family of the Beastmaster had a big show. The 9-headed second-level wind and thunder horses pulled out a huge divine ship. During the journey, there were bursts of wind and thunder, crushing the sky, and the power was amazing. The noise and movement in the distance were exactly the same as the noise when the Su family came to the Xiao secret realm. So Lu Quanzhen immediately realized that it was most likely the Beastmaster Su family who came to trouble him. Why would the Beastmaster Su family come? At that time, I destroyed all the tokens, and suspicious objects in the Su family's storage bag and threw them off the cliff. And I used the second-level purification talisman to check my whole body, and I didn't find any marked breath. Lu Quanzhen was shocked and couldn't understand why the Su family ancestor would trace him. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. The Su family ancestor in front was getting closer and closer. Shenzhou was galloping under the 9-headed wind and thunder horse. A terrifying spiritual pressure like a tsunami rolled in and surging, making the air seem heavy and difficult to breathe. Father, my elder brother and I killed all the children of the Beast Control Su family in the Xiao secret realm. This movement should be the Beast Control Su family. The ancestor of the Su family is looking for trouble with us. Lu Quanzhen said to his father with an ugly face. Naturally, he did not dare to hide this situation from his father. Lu Pingyan looked solemn as he looked at the 9-headed wind and thunder horse rushing towards him with clouds and thunder. He did not expect that the two of them would actually provoke the fake Dan ancestor of the Beast Control Su family. Well, kill all the children of the Beast Control Su family. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, what a guy. He was also wondering why this ancestor of the Su family rushed towards him with a fierce momentum, looking like he was coming with bad intentions. It turned out that all the cultivators of the Beast Control Su family were killed by his son, and now he came to cause trouble. Father, this ancestor of the Su family should have found me and my elder brother through some means, and you should be able to escape through the talisman. Several talismans appeared in Lu Quanzhen's sleeves, and he said with an urgent look. Although it was rumored that his father could kill the fake Dan Xianren with the help of the talisman array. But he knew that this was the news released by Jin Longling, deliberately praising his own family. So facing the ancestor of the Su family, he had no idea of fighting against him. The first thing he thought of was to rely on the talismans given by Lu Changsheng to escape. Only in this way can the three of them have a chance of survival and not all die here. He felt a pity that his aunt Lu Mayaoj was not here. Otherwise, his father and aunt could work together to mediate with the ancestor of the Su family. Father. Lu Pingyan also appeared with a talisman in his hand, with a look of fearlessness. Haha, it's okay, leave it to your father. Lu Changsheng looked at the expressions of his two sons, smiled and patted them on the shoulders, signaling them to calm down. This time, the ancestor of the Su family came to kill him, just as a lesson for his sons. Let them know that there are people outside the sky and people outside the people. Facing high-level cultivators and children of cultivators from large families, you must be extremely cautious. Besides, both sons are so old now, and they are about to build their foundation, so they should know some family secrets. He handed the control of the spirit boat to Lu Quanzhen. Then, looking at the 9-headed wind and thunder colts that were rushing towards him, the ancestor of the Su family took a stepped down from the spirit boat, and went to meet them. Father. Lu Quanzhen was shocked and shouted, thinking that Lu Changsheng wanted to buy time for the two of them. Quanzhen, believe in father. Lu Pingyan pressed his shoulders and said in a deep voice. He trusted his father very much. He believed that his father dared to do this, and he must have been sure. Huh? Bold thief, you are looking for death. The ancestor of the Su family, standing on the huge Shen's Hao, saw Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a black robe, with a majestic face and a solemn demeanor, standing in the void, and immediately frowned and let the wind and thunder colts hit him directly. These 9-headed wind and thunder colts are not the spirit beasts that the Su family raises to pull carts. Moreover, the spirit beasts he carefully cultivated, used for transportation, each of them has amazing combat power. The leading spirit beast had been with him for hundreds of years and had the strength of the second stage late stage. If it crashed down like this, even a cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage could be killed directly. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 wind and thunder horses of the sky suddenly roared, and the wind and thunder were surging around them, like thousands of troops galloping, carrying the violent wind and thunder in the sky, crushing the sky, and rushing towards Lu Changsheng. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, a crisp sword sound rang between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a giant sword several feet long and flowing with 7-star rays of light appeared above Lu Changsheng's head, bursting with endless sharp sword energy, as if to annihilate everything, and slashed forward. Boom boom boom. The violent and surging wind and thunder in the sky collided with the overbearing and unparalleled giant sword, and suddenly a loud sound of shaking the earth broke out. The brilliant mana light tore through the sky, and the mana aftermath like the raging sea spread out from the center of the battle, sweeping in all directions, raising layers of air waves, like the undulating ocean. Such air waves and aftermath made the spiritual boats of Lu Quanzhen and Lu Pingyan, not far away, like a small boat in the stormy waves, almost overturned and swallowed by the huge waves. Fortunately, there was a majestic mana blowing like a breeze, which helped them dissolve the waves of mana aftermath. This father's strength. Seeing this scene, Lu Quanzhen and Lu Pingyan were shocked, looking at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. They didn't expect that their father's strength was so amazing. Especially Lu Quanzhen. He always knew that his father had hidden weaknesses, and it was not as simple as it seemed. But this was too deep. He could actually face the fake Dan Zhenren head-on. Doesn't it mean that when his father faced the elder of the Jin family in Jinlongling in the Battle of Qingzhu Mountain, he was just playing a trick on him? Ancestor Su is so aggressive, what's the matter? Lu Changsheng, wearing a black robe, stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking at the approaching ancestor of the Su family, and said lightly, "Who are you? Since you know my beast-controlling Su family, you dare to target my Su family like this." Although the ancestor of the Su family was a little surprised by the previous confrontation, he still looked aggressive and shouted sternly, "Me? My family is just a casual cultivator, sending my children to the Purple Nether secret realm for training." Lu Changsheng said so. Okay, you won't say it, right? A mere foundation-building cultivator dares to be so presumptuous in front of this ancestor. When I capture you, I will make you tell me everything. The ancestor of the Su family frowned and shouted coldly. At this time, he had already determined that Lu Changsheng came from a top force and deliberately targeted him to test his situation. As he spoke, purple and green lightning flashed in his pupils. Roar. A beast roar sounded between heaven and earth. A series of purple and green lightning spread out from the sea of Qi and Danshan of the ancestor of the Su family. A ring-shaped magic weapon with wind and thunder appeared above the head of the ancestor of the Su family. This ring is called the Wind and Thunder Ring, which is the natal magic weapon of the ancestor of the Su family. Although it is only a low-grade magic weapon. But after years of sacrifice and refinement, combined with the 9-headed Wind and Thunder horse, the power is amazing. Even though Lu Changsheng in front of him gave him a feeling that he was not simple and was a fake Danzhenren, he was not afraid at all. After all, he was the leader of the Su family who drove the spirit beasts of the same level. Boom! The moment the ancestor of the Su family sacrificed the magic weapon, Lu Changsheng took the lead. He knew that things could not be settled peacefully today, and he had to fight. 9 treasures: Ruai bone, essence, Qi, and spirit. Lu Changsheng directly activated the 3 magical powers in his natal treasure bone. The runes on the sternum intertwined, bursting with brilliant light, making the flesh, magic power, and consciousness roar like a tsunami. In an instant, Lu Changsheng's figure seemed to be a few centimeters taller. At the same time, countless purple-red blazing flames spread from his body, which was shining with precious light, and rushed to the front of the ancestor of the Su family. Roar, roar, roar. The 9-headed Wind and Thunder horse roared to the sky, and the wind and thunder rolled and filled the sky and the earth. But in front of Lu Changsheng's demon-like figure, the 9-headed Wind and Thunder horse was directly knocked away by the brute force, and screamed in pain from the burning of the thunder dragon flames all over its body. What? Not good. The ancestor of the Su family saw that Lu Changsheng directly knocked his 9-headed Wind and Thunder horse away with brute force and rushed to him, and his face changed slightly. He quickly made a hand gesture, and his lifelong magic weapon Wind and Thunder ring burst into light, forming a wall filled with wind and thunder, blocking in front of him. At this moment, under the blessing of the 9 treasures Ruai bone, Lu Changsheng's usually dormant body seemed to awaken like a real dragon, and it was like an ancient volcano erupting. The domineering and extreme pressure, the essence rushed into the sky, forming a beacon of smoke, disturbing the world. Puff puff puff. Under the power of this godlike and devil-like physical body, the 9 wind and thunder walls of the Su family ancestor instantly broke into pieces and disappeared. As a fake Danzhenren, I wonder how many moves you can take from Lu. In the pupils of Lu Changsheng's eyes, purple gold flames burned, domineering and weird, forming a sea of fire around his body, and a purple-red thunder dragon was entrenched around him, and his voice was extremely powerful. Not good. Is this person a 3rd-level body refiner? The Su family ancestor was horrified, and wanted to retreat, and hurriedly shouted, "Dao, stop." However, Lu Changsheng had already made a move. The golden fist, accompanied by a purple-red roaring thunder dragon, came straight at him, dazzling and filing the pupils of the Su family ancestor's eyes. Puff. The fist as deep as the abyss and as fierce as hell, accompanied by the blazing and fierce thunder dragon flame, instantly blew up and melted the body protection shield of the Su family ancestor. Then, the fist with golden light and endless thunder flames directly smashed the body of the fake Danzhenren, and a hole appeared in his chest. The Su family ancestor looked horrified, looking at Lu Changsheng in front of him, with unprecedented despair in his heart. Zzz. The next moment, the blazing and violent thunder dragon flame evaporated the blood of the Su family ancestor, and his body turned into charcoal. That's it. Lu Changsheng looked at the Su family ancestor who died so easily, and felt a sense of unreality. Weak, too weak. Really too weak. With such strength, even if he didn't use the 9 treasures Ruai bone, it would be enough to kill the opponent. However, it was also the blessing of the 9 treasures Ruai bone that made this fake Danzhenren powerless in front of him. Whether it was the wind and thunder cold, the effect of the magic weapon, or the body protection magic shield, they all seemed vulnerable. Fake Danzhenren, nothing more than that. Lu Changsheng said lightly. With one hand, he put the inner elixir, storage ring, magic weapon, etc. of the Su family ancestor into his pocket, and then looked at the 9-headed wind and thunder colt. Roar, roar. The 9-headed wind and thunder colt saw that its master was dead, and roared at Lu Changsheng. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng did not hold back and killed all the 9-headed wind and thunder colts. Although this 9-headed wind and thunder colt is very good. Not only can it serve as a fighting force, but it can also be used as a means of transportation. But this 9-headed wind and thunder colt has obviously been raised by the Su family ancestor, and it is very troublesome to tame it. Even if it is tamed, he cannot use it in front of outsiders at present, and can only raise it slowly. But the food and drink consumption of the second-level monster is not a small expense, so it is better to kill it directly. After doing all this, Lu Changsheng put the body of the 9-headed wind thunder horse into the storage bag. The flames around him gradually dissipated, and the terrifying spiritual pressure receded like a tide, returning to his own spiritual boat. At this time, Lu Pingyan and Lu Quanzhen on the spiritual boat were still stunned and stood there motionless. It's amazing. The scene just now was simply amazing. One punch. Killed in seconds? My father killed the fake Dan Zhenren in one punch. The two brothers were very confused and had no idea how to describe their current mood. They dared not do this in their dreams. They knew that their father was powerful and usually hid his shortcomings. But they never thought of this. And isn't their father's most powerful talisman? Why is he so fierce and body refining? And the blazing, domineering, and extremely violent purple-red flame. Even after the battle was over, they could still feel a wave of hot air in the air. For cultivators of our generation, when the sky collapses in front of us, we remain calm, and when dragons and phoenixes approach behind us, we remain calm. How can we become great in the future if we behave like this over a small matter? Lu Changsheng looked at his two sons and said calmly, asking them not to make a fuss. The two brothers looked at their father. You call this a small matter? But thinking about it, it seems that what his father said is right. After all, a fight that can be resolved with one punch is just a small matter. After all, when the ancestor of the Su family came to kill him, his father was calm and composed, indicating that he was there. Father taught me that. Lu Pingyan immediately looked ashamed and taught a lesson. He thought that his state of mind was indeed not good. He was in a mess when facing Qingyun in the Zhiao secret realm before. He was stunned and lost his mind just now. If this was a life and death fight, he would have lost his life. Lu Quanzhen nodded a little confusedly, but did not speak. Because he really didn't know what to say. This situation shocked him too much, and he felt that the father in front of him was a little strange. It is hard to imagine that a father with only low-grade spiritual roots and who is usually lazy and casual can have such amazing fighting power, domineering and fierce. I will tell you when I get back. Lu Changsheng saw that his sons still looked emotional, and patted their shoulders. Then he drove the spiritual boat, turned into a beam of light, and flew into the mountains on the right. It was not far from Xian Gorge, and the movement just now could easily attract the attention of others. So he had to find a place to re-equip and check the situation to avoid being targeted. Not long after Lu Changsheng left, several figures looked over here. What happened just now? Such an amazing and powerful movement. Could it be a battle between giant masters? Why did the battle end so quickly? I seem to have seen the ancestor of the Su family just now. The ancestor of the Su family left directly before, and it seems that all the cultivators of the family died in the secret realm. Could it be related to this incident? The beast controlling Su family is the top force in the immortal cultivation world of my Zheng country. How could such a situation occur? Could it be targeted by the 4 major immortal sects? Dao, this is not allowed. After a few whispers, several foundation-building cultivators did not dare to wait and see too much, and left quickly. After all, they just came out of Xian Gorge and felt a terrifying aura of oppression in front of them. They passed by to take a look and did not want to get involved too much. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.